Originally titled Live and Let Bond Live 2 so we can keep chasing him, Live and Let Die brings Bond back to America, where we watch bad guys try to kill him and fail and try again and fail again and then chase him and not catch him and then keep chasing him until they do catch him and try to kill him but fail to kill him. So they have to chase him again until he gets captured one more time so that he can kill the bad guy by making him fart himself to death.
Oh my God.
And that's the movie.
Wow.
Like and subscribe. Thanks for watching the episode.
Yeah.
Before we continue, please, if you haven't already, please subscribe, leave a comment, tell us where you want to rank this film.
Do you agree that my synopsis is perfect? Because
Leave
I
a
think
comment.
it totally is.
Pretty close.
McCurdy, please tell us all about this transition that went from, we already know how it went from Connery to Lazenby back to Connery. Please tell us how we landed on Roger Moore.
Oh my Lord. We got a little bit to talk about, gentlemen. So 1973's Live and Let Die marked the beginning of a new era in the Bond franchise, the era of Roger Moore, which is,
long era.
Long era. Very long compared to, in reality, longer than Connery in some ways. Okay, so we can't really start talking about the film, of course, without talking about Sir Roger Moore. Moore was considered in the past for Dr. No and On Her Majesty's Secret Service. However, he was never approached for those films. It wasn't till this film that he was actually approached for. And then, much like Eon had done, recruited from other television shows in the same genre, such as The Avengers, which we had talked about in On Her Majesty's Secret Service and Goldfinger. Moore had the leading role in the television show The Saint, which was also part of that super spy zeitgeist in the 60s. He played the character of Simon Templar. And you might know The Saint from the 90s movie with Val Kilmer. That was a remake of that television show. So ironically, Moore had played James Bond on a variety show in 1964, but that performance was done for laughs.
But I know you. Me, sir? Waiter! Bring me another waiter!
Every performance of his Bond is done for laughs.
It's played for laughs a little bit.
Let's be real.
He actually is 2 years older than Connery, but he did have to get a haircut and lose weight to play Bond for this role. Now, Guy Hamilton is still directing like he did the last film, and we had Tom Mankiewicz from the last film writing these films, and he continues writing for this next film. So he wrote Diamonds Are Forever, and he decides to make the ballsy choice after looking at the book selections of what they had still left to film. With everything that had been going on in the 70s with the Black Panther movement, they decided, let's do Live and Let Die, which was kind of a ballsy choice at the time. He had even approached Connery after he wrote the script, because he had obviously talked to him in the previous film, and he's like, Connery, it's got alligators, it's got this car chase, it's got all this crazy stuff in it, maybe you want to come back, maybe you want to do another one. And Connery's response is, there are only two things in life. I'll have Charlie try to redo this. There are only two things in life that I've ever wanted to own: a golf course and a bank. I own a golf course and I'm well on the way to the bank. I'm not coming back.
Okay, there isn't a single S
cool.
in that sentence, so I'm not going to say it.
Well, okay,
It's
anyway.
not fun unless there's an S.
I know. So during the location scouting for this film,
I have a strip club and service station and
Service station.
and I like Snickers. I don't know. I can't think of any S's.
No, it's fine. So during the location scouting of this film, producers and returning director Guy Hamilton found an alligator farm, and with that sign that we see in the film that says trespassers will be eaten, while they were in, I believe, Jamaica. And they ran aground this guy named Ross Kananga, who owned the farm. It was an alligator farm. Ross Kananga had even seen his father killed by alligators and crocodiles growing up.
But he's not a doctor, right?
No. His name's Ross Kananga.
Just Ross Kananga.
They decided to incorporate the alligator farm, which is not in the books, into the film. And they, of course, used Kananga's name as the villain from Mr. Big to Kananga. And then Kananga even performed the alligator jump that you see in the film where he's jumping over the alligator's head.
Kananga doing
That's
that?
Kananga doing that.
I thought they just had some generic
they were
stunt guy do it.
They were like, Kananga, can you do this? He's like, well, sure, why not?
I do it every time I get drunk.
Originally, the role of Solitaire was going to be played by a black woman. That was what Mankiewicz wanted to do. However, and Diana Ross was considered for the role, but however, they went with what was in the book and decided to cast Jane Seymour. Fellas, you may recognize Jane Seymour in the 90s television show Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman. That is the same lady, just older, and
Very good choice.
very good choice. Yaphet Kotto, who plays Kananga / Mr. Big, and you may remember him in another film, Alien. He's one of the crewmen in Alien. He's in that movie.
I thought he looked familiar, but I couldn't
That's who that
place
is.
him.
I mean, you're only
Never
a couple years
connected that.
removed.
Wow.
And remember, you're only a couple years removed
Wow.
from that movie. That movie came out in 79. This came out in 73. So he's not that much older in that film. But he is even quoted, I don't have the exact quote, but he's even quoted as saying he didn't really like the script, mainly because of a lot of the stereotypes that Mankiewicz put. So he kind of had to find his own way to do the character because he didn't want to sound
And
like
I
a
think if
stereotype.
anybody was
But I thought he was brilliant.
I really, really enjoy Kananga, and it's a tragedy
Yeah.
that they spent, there's like 3 major chases. Take one of those chases and remove it, probably the airplane chase, and give that time to Kananga.
Yeah.
That would have been Kananga, right? Kananga, not
Kananga, yeah.
Kananga.
Kananga.
That would have been so much more worth our time because he is an intriguing and interesting and very intelligent bad guy. And then he's kind of wasted. You know, it's really unfortunate.
Yeah. Let's switch gears from intelligent to least intelligent character in this film, and that is Sheriff J.W. Pepper.
Rosie. Oh, never mind.
J.W. Pepper.
I think Rosie is stupider than
We'll get
J.W.
into-
Pepper.
I
she's
fucking
pretty
hate Rosie.
bad.
I hate
Yeah.
I can't. Rosie is my least favorite character in
Up
this
there.
movie, but J.W. Pepper was created.
J.W. Pepper he's kind of like Willard White. He's actually funny.
Oh yeah,
And he can be over the top and ridiculous, but he's a lot of fun.
but that
you know?
character played by Clifton James was mainly created because, of course, Mankiewicz realized he's like, like all the bad guys in this movie are black, and Bond's the good guy. He's gonna have to win. So to try to like kind of not upset audiences, not to be super controversial, he decided let's put a character in there that is just some racist white guy, basically, that we can throw
to
in
take
there.
all that
Kind of
angst
take the
away
air
from
away
Bond.
and just kind of, So then they're like, oh, this
We need a
stupid racist white
racism
guy.
sponge in this movie.
Exactly.
Nobody gave a shit when Bond was judo chopping Asian people left and right,
No.
but when, this is
J.W.
America.
Pepper. But I think audiences enjoy that character. He's just stupid.
Billy Bob sure enough fix the ass.
I think his best line though, his most where they take him to his most ridiculous is we got all these black Russians.
Black Russians.
We got a swamp full of black Russians driving boats to beat the dam down here.
Yeah.
What?
Absolutely.
And then of course, talking about other characters, there's one character that is not in the film.
I've got your ticket to New York. Q has repaired your wristwatch.
Q's not in the movie.
Yeah.
Q is not in the movie.
Ah,
Yeah,
This is the
Okay.
first time
Yeah.
Q is not in the movie, especially Desmond Llewellyn, till much
I
later.
feel like I blinked and Bond had the watch, and I was
Yeah.
like,
So
okay.
they originally he was doing a television show at the time, and they scheduled time for him to have off because literally he would have done like one scene. So that would have been like a day's work, and then he would have gone back to doing whatever he was doing. But the producers were like, Salzman and Broccoli were like, well, we don't want to make this too gadget heavy, so let's just not put him in there. So we're less emphasis on it. But he's not in the movie.
It's one of the more gadget heavy movies,
Yeah.
ironically. Yeah.
It's
constant. Okay, so jumping from that, right, to let's just
Start
say in
talking about this
general,
movie.
because Bond is spending all of his time in the Americas, we only get like the M scene with Moneypenny. They just front load all of the London stuff right off the bat, and you don't even have Q, so that we can just get to America and get the party started. We can start having chase scenes. So
Yeah, we don't even go to M's office. He just shows up at James Bond's really nice house, I guess.
It's one of the few times in the series where we see Bond's flat. There's only maybe another, like the first time was in Doctor No, right? And then this time
we went to his office in Secret Service, and then now we're seeing his flat again. And the thing is that the way it just kind of opens, and like I was talking about with the Secret Service episode, is that when you reveal, you can do really clever stuff. Again, like Indiana Jones or any important character, you can do a fun reveal. And like I said, Bond reveals are either significant and really cool and fun, or they're just nothing. And this one is literally just nothing. It's just, here we are. We're just in bed with Bond, right?
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, we have all of this exposition. Normally we would go to, normally Bond would walk in and he would go into M's office and M would just unload, like Basil exposition, just unload all the exposition. And then we'd be off and running. And it's like, how do we switch that up? This little, I'm going to say comical, even though it's not funny. The scene where he's banging an Italian agent. And so M shows up unannounced. And so he has to hide her, but it's like underwhelming. And meanwhile, he's making coffee for him. It's like, the screenwriting concept of the Pope in the pool. The whole thing is like, you have all this exposition and you try to come up with something fun for the audience to watch while they're absorbing all of this information, because it's literally just a boring info dump. And it's still just a boring info dump.
Yeah.
Like, it's not anything fun or special, except for the fact that I just really like this M.
Just down the street. Good God.
Spoiler, he won't be around forever. And he'll go away, but he kind of makes the scene tolerable, right? Because what you have with M and Bond is kind of like a reverse relationship between Bond and Q, where Q is being smart and Bond is being childish. Between Bond and M, what you generally have is Bond being not a smartass, he's being a know-it-all.
Have a little more of this rather disappointing brandy.
Well, what's the matter with it?
I'd say it was a 30-year-old fiend indifferently blended, sir. With an overdose of Bombois.
Colonel Smithers is giving the lecture, 007.
Unusually small for an Nymphalis polychlorus.
I wasn't aware that your expertise included Lepidoptera.
It's an unusually fine Solera. 51, I believe.
There is no year for sherry, 007.
I was referring to the original vintage on which the sherry is based, sir. 1851. Unmistakable.
Precisely.
Good God.
You see, by pulling out this button, sir, it turns the watch into a hyper-intensified magnetic field. Powerful enough to even deflect the path of a bullet.
I feel very tempted to test that theory right now.
And M's like, what don't you know? Like M is constantly like, oh, you know that too, and you're an expert in this.
He's the connoisseur of all this stuff, whether it's wine, champagne,
sake, coffee, whiskey.
Is that all it does?
I want to switch gears and kind of quickly talk about blaxploitation, which this film is very much in that genre.
Get me a making a white pimpmobile.
And we talked about last time about how the spy genre dies in the 60s, right? Like 69 happens. They're not into the establishment film anymore.
Anti-establishment.
They're very much anti-establishment. Films like MASH and Easy Rider kind of break people away from wanting those types of the establishment types of movies. The agent, the secret agent.
Really
kind of
small movies.
Yeah.
That made on shoestring budgets that have a lot to do with whether it's the hippie movement or just a bunch of drugs. I mean, like Easy Rider is just like an acid trip, and they explode. They're like they're made for no money at all, and they absolutely explode. And now everybody's like, we need to make movies like that, And if anybody's gonna emulate something, it's gonna be Eon Productions going, what's big right now?
Yeah.
Do that.
Yeah. So Eon Productions is now the spy genre dies pretty much. So how do we keep this franchise going? Whatever's popular, that's in the movie now. And what happens to be popular at that time? In 1971, you get a movie called I'm gonna screw up the title. It's Sugar Daddy's Badass Song. That's literally the title. It's considered the first blaxploitation film. Blaxploitation was a genre that came out early 70s and it's the exploitation part of it is just it was white writers and producers basically being like, well, we have an audience for this. And a lot of these films dealt with drugs, dealt with pimps, dealt with crime, sometimes cops. I mean, Shaft is another popular one that people remember. Shaft or
Dolomite.
Superfly, Dolomite, all of that stuff. That's all in the blaxploitation genre. This film definitely kind of fits kind of in that, and is definitely, I wouldn't say it's necessarily a parody because there is stuff in the movie that you're like, yeah, it kind of runs the same way, considering that drugs are used as part of the caper, which is really weird for a Bond film, in my opinion. But
at least Kananga says, black or white, I don't discriminate.
Yeah.
He's very progressive in his drug pushing, which I appreciate.
Man or woman, black or white, I don't discriminate.
But yeah, even Richard Baybaum, who was the previous writer for all the other movies, had said he's like he wasn't really into this one because he was like, this is not a Bond caper. It seems very odd that why would you have a British spy doing stuff with dealing with drugs as far as that? Like, that seems like a DEA type of job, you know?
Yeah. Fellas, does anybody have a proposition for placing Live and Let Die?
You know you did, you know you did, you know
I'll say
did.
I don't feel super strongly about this movie one way or another. I don't know if anyone else does.
Nans, I agree.
If I had to say, I would say above Diamonds and Forever, below Thunderball.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say somewhere 5 to 7.
That's kind of,
at this
I
point.
Can't disagree with that. It's kind of
somewhere
right in the middle.
That range.
Okay, so you guys are saying Goldfinger, From Russia with Love, Dr. No, Secret Service, Thunderball, Live and Let Die, Diamonds Are Forever, You Only Live Twice.
Yeah.
I'm close. I'm in the neighborhood. I think tonight's overall discussion should probably be Diamonds Are Forever versus Live and Let Die. And if you ask me, where I'm going to be leaning is, I think Diamonds Are Forever is a better movie because of everything we talked about last week. The way that the movie is so balls to the wall, and a straight up comedy, like a shameless comedy. Mm-hmm. Where this movie, they were like, whatever, I guess Bond's like in New York and these different places, like, whatever. Let's just have a fucking chase scene. There's even a moment after they capture him one of 16 times where they say, we're going to take you up in an airplane and then we're going to throw you from the airplane. And you're like, oh, this will be interesting seeing how Bond gets out of this situation. But then he just throws a punch and runs away and we have another chase, one of like 17 chase scenes where everything we talked about with Diamonds Are Forever was it's such an entertaining movie. It's so fucking entertaining. It kind of flubs the whole story thing, but it doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
And it just entertains the shit out of you. This movie does ask you to take it a little more seriously, but it tries to be funny, but it's not funny. Okay, hang on. Roger Moore, I like Roger Moore. I grew up with him. I think he's a fine Bond. He plays everything for laughs. That's great. But all the lines they give him are just lame puns that don't make you laugh.
Sheer magnetism, darling.
Let's just wing it, shall we, Mrs. Bell?
Quite revealing.
Mr. Big, where the hell does he fit into this mess?
A genuine Felix Leiter.
Everything else in the movie makes you laugh. Whisper makes me laugh.
Yeah, I like Whisper.
The henchmen, like they jump in the pool, they fall in the pool in the boat, and they're pointing their gun and they're trying to paddle. Like The jive ass cab driver is hilarious.
Hey man, for $20, I'll take you to a Ku Klux Klan cookout.
Everything in the movie is funny except for Bond himself.
Yeah.
As opposed to Connery had me fucking rolling in Diamonds.
I'm afraid you've caught me with more than my hands up.
Sean Connery has a hilarious fucking boner joke that isn't distasteful because you have to be of an adult mind to understand it. Like a little kid wouldn't know what he was talking about. That's where it's classy and tasteful because it's clever, it's hidden, it's and you laugh because you're like, oh my god, did James Bond just make a boner joke? Like that's good stuff. Whereas with this movie, every joke he makes, you're like,
yeah. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with it with Moore's performance versus Connery, but it's still, there are other things that I think make this movie a little bit better.
If you took out the running time of the chase scenes, this movie might be 5 minutes long. I don't know. I'd have to add it up.
Yeah.
But the airplane chase scene is one of the dumbest fucking things ever. Yeah. Literally, this is how it goes.
Could have removed that whole thing.
They captured Bond through the Jive Turkey cab driver, who is so awesome. He traps Bond, he drives him to the airport, and they're like, we're going to kill you by flying you up in this airplane and throwing you out.
Today is your lucky day, Jim. You're going skydiving.
Bond then just, throws a punch and gets away. All these guys start chasing him in cars, and then for stupid reasons, like the guy's like, I can't find the brake, and he I can't stop it.
I can't find a brake.
He crashes. Another guy just flies over a plane. Like, it's all a bunch of chaos. Bond is then just flying around while there's like 15 guys with guns and everything. And then Bond makes his stupid joke about, I actually laugh at this joke where he's like,
same time tomorrow, Mrs. Bell?
And then even though he's still at an airport with like 15 to 20 guys running around with guns, we just cut and he's back in a hotel room with Felix Leiter.
Yeah.
How did he get out of that situation? Those guys, I mean, that airplane doesn't move fast. You could run alongside it. It just, this movie isn't quite as fuck it and forgivable as Diamonds Are Forever because it does ask you to take it a little bit more seriously. Even though it has fantastical shit going on and some supernatural stuff going on, it still asks you to take it seriously. And it fails in that realm.
Yeah.
For one, I think the filmmaking excels in this movie over the last film. And I say that because I think it does a lot of really great setup and payoff that we didn't, I mean, you don't really get that in Diamonds Are Forever. And I think it just takes some extra planning for that kind of stuff. I like the sequence in the beginning of the movie where we see all these different deaths early on of all the different agents and where they're going to die and how this all happens, because then we know we visit it later and we use it as expectation. Like, for instance, the Harlem or the other CIA agent that's in Felix's unit that we kind of think we at first were like, oh, he must be one of Kanenga's guys, because there's that whole sequence where he's getting chased and
he's like following a cue ball.
Yeah, exactly. And you don't know what happens to him. They don't show what happens to him, but we're left to be like, oh no, he died. Like, it's the same thing that happened in earlier in the movie. Oh, he got killed. We didn't have to show it to you because you already knew that he got killed.
They put Three Blind Mice to fucking shame.
Yeah.
That is by far the greatest collection of assassins that we'll ever see.
Oh,
I mean, like we have some good assassins so far.
Mr. Kim, Mr. Wayne,
but
we're great.
But think about it. Every time they want to kill somebody in the New Orleans fillet of soul, they have to get all of these people. They have to call everybody. It'd be like roll call to like right now. Like, well, when do we have to report? Now. This guy's outside now. So they got to get crying chick. They got to get little stabby guy. They got to get bugler. They got to get everybody lined up around the corner. And then they all got to start moving. Every time somebody's standing outside the fillet of soul, and they got to get crying chick crying. They gotta get gotta get stabby guy ready to commit murder. It's by far the most elaborate and greatest collection of assassins, and they do it in broad fucking daylight. These people are like, they put 3 blind mice to shame. That's just 3 guys pretending to be blind. We've got like 80 people pretending to have a funeral so they can take out one guy. Instead of having just like a sniper sitting in a window and just shooting the guy, or even just having little stabby guy walk up and kill somebody, they have an entire fucking funeral procession to take out one guy. It's the greatest thing ever.
The micro level, not the macro level of how things operate. This movie shows it in spades, right? Like we see Bond going through Harlem.
Literally.
Spades, James, everyone.
Pun not intended. Not intended. You see how many people are in his empire and they're on the phone and he's coming down this way, and like you see all of that. Not to mention how he has all these different people that are working for him in different aspects, killing these MI6 agents. So I enjoy that sequence of all that stuff happening early on. And then we come back to it later, but now Bond's in those situations, or it's something along those lines. Even the Flea Soul, right? Like, we see it first. Bond gets there, and then he's like, oh, I'll sit at this booth. And then the booth turns, and he meets Mr. Big. And then he comes to the other one with Felix, thinking, oh, I bested them. I'm not going to sit at the booth table now. And then he comes down. These are things I really enjoy about the movie that I think are very clever.
What's wrong with the booth?
I once had a nasty turn in a booth.
It feels like anything's possible. Behind every wall is some movable secret passageway. There's almost this Spectre-like paranoia associated with it because, you go into a club and this booth is going to turn around. This chair is going to sink to the floor. Like, these guys are watching you everywhere you go.
Taxi drivers and shoe shiners and everyone.
Like absolutely everybody is in on it. Now, what's unfortunate about that is that even though they have the means to, we have a scarecrow that can just shoot people. Let's just have a scarecrow shoot Bond.
I have a gun in my room. You give me 5 seconds, I'll get it. I'll come back down here. Boom! I'll blow their brains out.
Again, that's me being Scott Evil and being like, the easy thing is to just shoot him. But at one point, Kananga himself, again, he's made powerless by just being like,
they're here. If he finds it, kill him.
Well, if Bond finds the poppy field, just kill him. And then they have scarecrows all over the place with guns attached to them. And Bond finds the poppy field. And they don't just shoot him, and what it makes for is where in the past, like I've said a million times, you have bad guys who could at any time just kill Bond. They could just have somebody go in and just shoot him in the face. They have a justifiable reason to keep Bond alive.
Any cost, any. Bond must die.
What they needed in this movie was some reason to keep Bond alive, because when you don't have that force motivating them to keep them alive, it just makes them look really, really inept. How does Bond continue to evade them? Because the script requires it. And it makes the movie seem more and more contrived because they have all these resources to kill Bond, including having guns in these scarecrows, and they don't just do it. So it just makes the movie seem more contrived. Like, honestly, I like when Bond shows up somewhere and he has to be the provocateur, He has to put himself in a situation to trigger the bad guy. But instead, he shows up here and Whisper immediately tries to kill him with his pimp mobile. And then that's what leads Bond to the bad guy. And what that shows is, like, you can say that Kananga is just arrogant and foolhardy, but like he's also a really intelligent person, and that's where I say this movie is purely on the spectrum. It's purely on the spectacle side and ignores the story. And the tragedy is that Kananga would have been so much fun to explore Solitaire and Kananga's relationship. Even one more scene about him mistreating her that motivates her leaving him or whatever would have been better than another stupid fucking chase scene. And the same old disclaimer.
You do love this movie. It's just this.
But if I'm gonna put it under a microscope, it's gonna lose points because the movie is just an excuse to have all this action, which it's a Bond movie. We're here for action. But my eyes glaze over when we go into another chase scene because I'm like I just
this movie has the problem when you start writing films, and one of the issues that comes up is, especially when you're writing your second act, is you don't want to repeat a sequence over and over again, which this movie does, right? Bond goes to a place, Bond runs to the bad guy, Bond escapes the bad guy or is going someplace, and then the chase sequence ensues for a huge amount of time, and then Bond escapes, and then we rinse, repeat. And it happens like 3 times in the movie, like you're saying.
Yeah.
But I just don't think that ruins the movie for me as far as it being worse than Diamonds or being worse.
But tell
than
me
Diamonds
again
Are
though,
Forever.
because I could have it either way, but I watch Diamonds and I leave, I don't know, more elated, and I feel like Bond himself is just more fun and bigger. And I know that, I mean, again, I don't want to say, like, if I were to just say, oh, the movie just says F it, that's why it's number 1.
Yeah.
Diamonds, like I said last time, on principle, I can't put it above something like Thunderball. Thunderball is so cool.
Yeah.
It's such a cool movie.
Yeah. I do think the action sequences are really good in this movie. The boat chase is phenomenal. If I were to throw some trivia in that boat chases, if you actually watch the boat chase, they have to lift the engines right when they hit the ramps. Because if they didn't do that, the engines would actually
get ripped off.
They would get ripped off. So every time you see those boat, when they're going on the land and stuff, and they're hitting back on the water, all those sequences, they have to like hit the engine, because I guess there's a button you'd press or a switch you'd press to bring the engine up.
On an outboard engine like that, you do just have a switch to make it go up and down.
Yeah.
But it's very slow. So they must have had had a guy specifically on a control that made it come up like that, like boom, which is very impressive. But again, like, having an impressive stunt isn't necessarily
No.
gonna.
I'm not saying I'm not
excel
trying
up
to
the
add
list.
up.
I know you're just doing trivia.
Yeah, but I'm adding up to what I think makes the movie a little bit better than Diamonds. And the last one, which I think we'll also want to talk about. This film has one of my favorite Bond girls and one of my least favorite Bond girls in the same movie. And I think that is also telling of how very mediocre this movie is, because I think Rosie Carver is so goddamn annoying and obnoxious, and you just want her to be killed. You just want her to be killed.
It's a warning. Get it out of here.
Just terrible.
And on the other hand, you have Jane Seymour Solitaire, who I think gets an interesting character thing. Because not only is she just some girl, but she's also, this movie is very intertwined in voodoo and all this stuff, that it's this interesting little thing where it's like if she has intercourse, then she loses that power. And that to me becomes, at least I think that's interesting. It's different from all the other Bond girls. This movie doesn't really play by the same rules because it's...
And Bond's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
I want to...
It's like Pussy Galore. It's like,
did you touch her?
All I have to do to take away Kananga's power is bang that. What?
Which also,
I can do that. I can do that.
Legitimately f the sight out of her, which I think is brilliant.
I also like how if you guys noticed, the Toro cards that she uses, the backside of those Toro cards were used. Toro. George Bush. Nuclear weapons. Yeah. If you look at the backside of those cards, they were used as promotional items. Like, you could buy those cards when this movie came out. But if you look at the back of the cards, they say 007 on them.
Yeah.
And she's using them. So it looks like it's a weird design, but you look at those closely.
I didn't notice.
It's 007.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah.
She is integral to the plot because she is Kananga's secret weapon, essentially. And I think that elevates the whole thing with him getting with the girl, where the other films we don't see that.
Solitaire herself might be enough to elevate this above Diamonds.
And that's one of the main things that really brings Diamonds down. I loathe Tiffany Case. Am I the only one that hates her? She's the worst. She starts out fine and her involvement in the plot, I guess, makes sense. But by the end, she is worthless.
She's just kind of there and she's along for the ride at the end of the movie.
I said it earlier, Solitaire may be the top Bond girl for me so far. So, and not just Solitaire as far as looks, the plot line.
Yeah, it's like she's more integral and entwined into it more than Tiffany ever is. Tiffany is a spot in the diamond chain that just she's great in the beginning of it because it leads Bond into where Blofeld's at. But then when you get to the casino, she's chatting it up with Q and then f***ing's like, oh, who's this guy dressed as a woman? And then it's like, what?
Yeah.
That whole thing is just like, that's when it dives down for me.
That's all stupid stuff that we all agreed was
and we all agree with that. But Solitaire, on the other hand, has a little more interesting plot behind her, much like Tracy was built up a lot. But this is like, at least it's like, hey, she has this secret power that Kananga has used for his advantage. In the book, Mr. Big was an agent of Smersh, which is why which we talked about, was Death to Spies. And it was more in line with, with Russia. And that's why I think this is where the movie falls apart a little bit for me, or it's like, why is Bond dealing with drugs?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not dealing with the Cold War in any capacity at all.
No.
But
we go from Russians to pimps in New York.
The Black Russians?
Black Russians.
Out of the henchmen, what were your guys' favorites? Out of at least the three main ones for me.
Dude,
I liked Whisper best.
Whisper, yeah.
100%. I don't know why, but he was awesome.
Right at the end, where he's like, "Look out, look
out." I do enjoy all of the henchmen in this movie. This movie has a lot of henchmen compared to the last one. They all have distinct things.
Let's quick list them out. We've got Kananga at the top, who is also Mr. Big. We've got Whisper. We have Teehee. We have Jive Cab Driver. We have Black Billy Bob. We have Baron Samedi. And who is left? I'm going to tell you guys, this is my favorite. My favorite henchman of everybody is Goat Skin Snake Guy.
Yeah.
Because that guy enjoys his job even more than Jive Cab Driver. He loves what he does. The dude puts on a goat skin and comes out at night, and he just, the drums are going, and he's feeling good, and he pulls out his favorite snake, and he just gets to kill people. The guy does a couple hits of ecstasy, and then he just goes to work where his job is to dance around with the snake and kill people, and he fucking loves it. He just eats it up. I think I love Baron Samedi, but I think Goat Skin Snake Guy is just like the top of this movie so far as the henchmen go.
There's the one main voodoo guy, and I was a little bit confused by him because he kind of looks like Teehee minus the robot arm, obviously, and he's just always laughing, where I guess you would think Teehee would laugh a lot, though he doesn't.
Are you talking about Baron Samedi?
Yeah. Baron Samedi.
Yeah. Is that?
Okay. Did you ever play GoldenEye growing up?
Yeah, but I don't remember. Is he?
Then how the fuck do you not know who Baron Samedi is?
Yeah,
I just know Oddjob from GoldenEye.
Y'all were always playing Oddjob. I was always playing Baron Samedi.
Baron Samedi was a big one. Yeah.
I mean, in Slappers Only, do not be Baron Samedi because he's tall as but
his laugh is brilliant. I mean,
yeah. Baron Samedi would be my favorite if not for Goat Skin Snake Guy.
Yeah.
I think that guy is so. It's just when he seriously when he's just dancing and they're he's just yes, I'm peeking.
That guy can milk it.
I'm peeking. Sure. He's great.
That whole scene where they finally get Solitaire towards the end of the movie, and then Baron Samedi, I assume, comes out of the ground. That's who they intend, even though it's a robot. They shoot him in the head, and he's looks up at the cavern.
That
in his head.
It's very impressive.
It works. When he comes out and then they shoot him and he looks up and it's I I'm like, how did they do that? Because that looks
It's
so
seamless.
realistic.
It's so seamless.
Yeah.
You would think that there'd be like this weird drift to it, you know,
Yeah.
but it
It looks
perfect.
really good. Yeah.
It does. The best part of that scene, though, is when everybody kneels down the ground. They're like,
Yeah.
Super fast.
Yeah.
When they were making this movie, when they were making this film, they had actually visited Haitian. No, that's not how you say
Haiti.
it. Haiti. Sorry, I don't know why I say Haitian.
That's where Haitians live. George.
George.
W. What country are we in? Are we in Haiti?
Haiti.
I love Haiti.
They visited Haiti, where a lot of the voodoo culture is, and they were very influenced by that for this film. But they obviously didn't film there because of a lot of political unrest. But I think that's one of the interesting parts about this movie is just how this is one of the few films, I think the only film that dives a little bit into the supernatural. It's not completely outright, and there's some like things that are kind of questioned.
I know Diamonds was goofy, but this movie marks Bond's entry into the world of the zany, right?
Yeah.
From here on, Bond is no longer serious and realistic, but zany and imaginative, you know, and anything can happen. You can be driving along and a guy's going to shoot a little dart out of his rear view, you know, his side mirror into your head, and like anything is possible. And then you have in this movie, you specifically have the supernatural, and I don't think Bond ever goes supernatural again, you know?
No.
No.
But that stuff is fun, and you can argue about whether or not it's real. But I mean, because obviously Baron Samedi, the whole thing is that he's using Baron Samedi, the fear of this, you know, this man who cannot die, and the he's like a god of death, right? They're using that superstition in order to keep people away from the poppy fields, right? I mean, you see the way Rosie reacts to the scarecrow. She freaks out. You're going to keep people away from your poppy field, so you're not going to be found out. And we see that Baron Samedi actually has all these, he's got all this trickery, right? They've got he comes out of the tomb, but we also see that down in the tomb is, you know, it's fake. Yeah. It's all fun and games and show. But at the same time, Bond just keeps killing Baron Samedi, and he's real. And that's where this movie's like, wait, like, is this real? Or I mean, even that movie ends with Baron Samedi still being alive and
on the front of the train.
And so it's fun and it's kind of unclear, and so we are suddenly in this zany world. We're in this Austin Powers world of like Bond can just be taking a bath and the top of the bath opens up and a snake comes down. Right off the bat, the movie's like, don't trust anybody that's black. If anybody happens to be black, don't trust them. And then you throw in Black Felix Leiter.
Stop it!
And then you throw in Rosie, and then even Rosie ends up betraying him. But then we have our numero uno, our favorite guy in the world.
My regards to Baron Samedi, man. Right between the eyes.
Quarrel. Literally son of Quarrel.
I will drink for this, but in the books, Quarrel is first introduced in this book because this book was the second book in the franchise. They introduced Quarrel in this book. So when they went to do Dr. No, Fleming brought Dr. No back. So then when they got to this movie, they're like, well, we need to have...
brought Quarrel back.
Yeah. So we need, for this movie, we need to have Quarrel, but we already killed Quarrel with the flamethrower in Dr. No. So then they said, well, we'll have Quarrel Jr. It was kind of lazy, but it works.
And what's fun about it is that his reveal is fun, where, you know, we have Rosie, who's like, they do that classic, it looks like Quarrel's like ready to like choke the life out of Bond, and then Rosie comes out, you know. Anyway, Scott, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, can we talk about Mr. Big?
Do you have a pimp mobile, a white? Can we get a make on a white pimp mobile?
Yeah, let's talk about the alter ego, Mr. Big.
Mr. Big, yeah.
How does that work? Well,
what's interesting is, like you pointed out, McCurdy, Yaphet Kotto, the actor, didn't like all the stereotypes in his character, but his character is split between two personas. So what he was able to do was to take all those stereotypes and they flow into Mr. Big, who is a fake persona. He's not even real. He's literally a performance of a stereotype. And then you jump over to Dr. Kananga, who is then free to just be Yaphet Kotto performing this highly intelligent bad guy hell-bent on taking over the drug trade in America. But they're able to get away with all those stereotypes because Mr. Big is a falsity. He's just a performance of Dr. Kananga. It's Dr. Kananga weaponizing stereotypes in his favor to cover his tracks.
Is this the stupid mother that tailed you uptown?
There seems to be some mistake. My name is...
Names is for tombstones, baby. Y'all take this honky out and waste him, now!
Like I said, get rid of at least one of these chase scenes, and you could have improved this movie significantly by exploring the world of Mr. Big, or exploring the world of Kananga, developing Kananga and Solitaire's relationship. It just would have. I just think Kananga is such an interesting bad guy, and there's so much more. There's so much more under the surface that was never realized, and I think that's a tragedy of this movie. With Diamonds, again, without rehashing that whole episode, their whole approach was like pure entertainment, and the chase scenes were motivated, and everything was for fun, and even Blofeld was reduced to this like stupid cartoon, but it was still fun. Like I still think Charles Gray is just so much fun.
Yeah.
And with this, the material asks you to take it a little bit more seriously, but they didn't explore the material. Instead, they just fell back on like, well, I guess we'll just have Bond run away again. And they reduced Kananga to just being as stupid as You Only Live Twice Blofeld, where he's just a guy in a chair being like, go kill Bond, kill him. Why isn't he dead? Spare no expense. Make sure Bond dies. Kill him, kill him, kill him. And he just becomes completely stupid and ineffective. I'm all about the bad guy having an ego where they want it's like capture Bond and keep him alive so that I can torture him to death. Like I love that stuff. But even when he does capture Bond, I mean, let's talk about the final scene, because if there's one thing that is gonna take this movie and sink it down below for me, it's gonna be the final scene with Kananga. There is nothing worse, in my view, there's nothing worse in the Bond universe than the death of Kananga. It's the most ridiculous and stupid and just like,
come on.
Who the fuck's idea was this? It's embarrassing. Like the fact that he okay, so like they capture Bond. Fine, that's great. And he and his ego, Kananga's ego is like, I'm gonna slowly lower him into my shark pit.
It's gonna be sharks again.
Okay, fun. But like Bond's got his magnet watch. They're being slowly lowered. He looks at the little pellet sitting on the desk, and he's like, "Ooh, I could use that." And it's like, first off, it's like, okay, why? Why does he target that? Does he have in his mind that he's going to get down and he's going to blow up Kananga with the pellet? This whole movie that is slightly more, again, it's to be taken a little bit more seriously than Diamonds Are Forever. It ends with like what's essentially the dumbest fart joke on the planet. You could have had a classier death for your interesting bad guy, and instead they just fall back on this embarrassing balloon death. I've never been able to get over it. I mean, even as a kid, I was like, "That's
it definitely brings
so
the movie down
stupid."
a peg.
Yeah, I agree. Like it's one like with Rosie Carter or it's Carver. Rosie Carver, and his death, I think they definitely bring down the movie. I don't disagree with you that they could have used more with him or seeing him do other things. Like we've established and talked about in other films where like the villain, like in Thunderball, Largo is an active villain. Goldfinger, he is an active villain. As far as he's not a guy in a chair, he's out doing his thing. Yeah. But that being said, and to my point earlier about we actually see his empire and how it actually operates and how he's powerful, how powerful this guy is, I think that's what makes him interesting, because we actually do see that stuff. Like, even the CIA is trying to track this guy, and we realize, like, oh, he's this really cool operation where he knows the CIA is after him. He knows MI6 is after him. So he has this whole elaborate plan that he's the head of this country, right? And then he goes to Harlem, hides out as Mr. Big.
I wish to point out that too many of our island neighbors,
and even has like tape recordings. He knows he's being watched. And then the fact that all of his operatives are all throughout Harlem. This is a really big scale operation. We actually see all the facets and where everything is in the film. So that to me is a plus. But the end of the movie, I agree with you. I think the end of the movie sucks that, and to add to your point, Charlie, though, that shark gun is like a throwaway line. Like, Quarrel's like, okay, you have the shark gun now as well.
You're going to need these and the shotgun on the way back.
The shotgun is used brilliantly on Whisper, though, when he shoots the couch.
I do love that.
He just
it's so funny.
Whisper's sitting there and he's like, ha ha.
Ingenious!
But no, it's a terrible death. It's a terrible death for a potentially good.
It's the terrible
guy.
death.
It
it's
is the terrible death.
Bad guy death. I think it's the worst one we'll ever see.
Yeah, it is. He inflates. He explodes like an actual balloon. There's no blood. There's no flesh. There's no nothing.
But as far as deaths go in films, like you've got this death at the top, and then right under it's Fiona. For the fact that the villain itself is probably one of the better villains in the franchise, and yet the death for that villain is so pathetic and so like, oh, that could have had such a better death than that. But to me, again, like, I don't think that ruins the movie. I think it ruins the movie from being like higher up on the list, but it doesn't ruin the movie for me as being better or being worse than Diamonds.
Let me level with you, because I honestly want to find this out, because we've pinpointed the neighborhood. We know we either want Diamonds or Live and Let Die to reign supreme here.
Yeah,
I think my general approach to a coin flip situation like this, my end all be all, as we've proven with when we were trying to figure out Goldfinger from Rush with Love, when in doubt, the bad guy will determine it. And so I'm unclear. I'm honestly, I'm not one way or another, because I think Kananga had so much potential, and therefore he has so much unrealized potential. And I think that will sink it down. And then you have Charles Gray's Blofeld, who is a lot of fun, but you don't take him seriously. You take Kananga seriously. So like, it's I like your point, McCurdy, about, well, when it comes to Kananga's operation, not only does he have the whole Mr. Big thing and the Kananga thing, which I like I'm saying, I wish they would have gone into that more. I wish they would have developed that more.
They could have had another scene, or we could have seen him operating that side of it.
That revelation of, oh, they're the same person, that could have had I mean, when he pulls that mask off, you're like, well, who cares?
Yeah.
It's really not a big deal. But had we had more time with one and the other, it would have been like, holy shit. Like, that could have been really cool. But instead, it's so underwhelming. And that's where I struggle, because I agree with you that, like, his operation with everybody in Harlem, I mean, that's all fun. Like, you got a honky on your tail. Like, all that is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And that portion of it certainly is better than Diamond's bad guy. I fall back on Diamonds Are Forever just being it feels more complete in its entertainment value than Live and Let Die's shortcomings.
Yeah. The things I really like about Diamonds, again, we talked about Mr. Kid and Mr. Wint. I really like those two characters. I really like that we don't know what's happening at first. I think the Willard White, Howard Hughes thing is really fun, and it puts us in the Vegas setting, and that plot I think is great.
You stupid twit, you put the real one back in.
And I think Jill St. John, even though she's kind of obnoxious, like I don't hate her at all, really. I actually kind of like Jill St. John's character, and I think Connery's performance is actually really good in that movie, even though he like on the surface doesn't give a shit because he obviously came to work just like, I'm gonna eat whatever I want. I'm gonna go play golf. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I don't care anymore. I'm out. Like they're just paying me $1 million. I'm just doing this movie, but I still think his performance and the things he says in the movie are good. So Diamonds is great up until you find out it's a space laser, and then it kind of feels like we went from we were building to something kind of what is he gonna do with the diamonds to like space laser. Where this movie, it's like it kind of is very even in what it is, because he gets to the point where he's like, no, my plan is basically I'm going to grow a bunch of heroin, going to give it out for free to piss off the mafia. And then in doing so, it's going to drive them crazy. And then I'll be able to be able to sell heroin to whatever I want to, because I will be the heroin
all that's
king.
good, but then he gets killed by farting himself to death.
And I agree. Yeah. I think the farting, the way he dies, that sucks. But when you look at the rest of the movie, I think it's great. Diamonds has some really great stuff in the building of the movie. And then we get to the end of it, and I kind of get like, it's like, okay, we got the big commando fight, which is great because I love commando fights in the movies. But this one's not, I mean, it's just like, okay, there's lots of cool helicopter stuff, and all the dudes look like Batman villains with their orange jumpsuits, and like even this movie has the matching suits and everything. But I just think this movie just a little slightly more interesting. And even the like the fact that you brought up, like how Solitaire is supposedly going to get murdered. It's like she's like grown up in this world of being voodoo and all this like supernatural stuff, and so to be sacrificially killed is, I think, scary and interesting, where it's like this is how your life is supposed to end.
Obviously the death of Kananga is horrible, and Charlie, I think you were touching on like this movie Live and Let Die suffers for like it's one of the worst of the movies we've seen so far, where it's like just kill Bond. Like, why can you not kill Bond?
Yeah.
On the other side of things, I feel like the good guys have failed several times with just not bringing Blofeld in. Like on Her Majesty's Secret Service, he gets stuck in the tree, and are we supposed to just presume that they're like, well, he's dead, so just don't worry about him?
Yeah, exactly. Like, just walk away.
Like, kind of same thing with Diamonds Are Forever. They just like, don't worry about him at the end of the day.
I don't think we touched on it.
I feel like that's a weakness for
How does
Diamonds.
Blofeld die in Diamonds Are Forever? I don't know if we
he's
really
in that weird
see
little
his
mini
death.
sub, but
we don't really see his death.
No.
Yeah, we'll get into that later. We'll talk a little bit about that later. But we don't really see what happens to him.
So I've just been kind of doing a checklist.
I think
you're
my
right.
point is I just don't think that Kananga's death justifies the movie being worse than Diamonds. I agree with you. Kananga's death sucks. It's the worst part of the movie. But I don't think that it justifies it enough for me to be like, this is worse than Diamonds.
Kananga's death brings it this movie down, but not securing Blofeld brings Diamonds Are Forever down.
Is there ever a moment where Roger Moore makes you laugh in this?
Not himself. No.
Anybody, like anybody.
I don't think so. Not for me.
And I don't want James Bond to be a comedian, but if you're gonna try to make me laugh, like Sean Connery succeeded in making me laugh several times.
Yeah.
If you're gonna go the comedy route, if you're gonna try to make me laugh with stupid ass puns and shit, I at least want them to land. I mean, even at the end, like Bond. Okay, my list: James Bond jokes or Bond jokes. You have two. You have he did always have an inflated opinion of himself when he kills Kananga, and then you have just being disarming, darling, when he kills Teehee.
Mm-hmm.
And again, they both suck. They both suck. I between the two, I choose. He did always have an inflated opinion of himself.
Where's Kananga?
Well, he always did have an inflated opinion of himself.
With this movie, they ask you to take it a little bit more seriously, and you laugh at all of the supporting cast, but you don't laugh at Bond himself, and you don't laugh at the bad guy himself. I mean, again, Blofeld in Diamonds Are Forever makes me laugh. The whole scene with him, like, where Bond's like, I don't know which one of you I would kill, and they're like, well, you got to pick one of us. Like, it's a ridiculous premise, and it's fun. And this movie fails in those regards, where I just wish the movie would have tried to bring us a little closer to Kananga, bring us a little closer to Solitaire, explore that world a little bit more. The whole Mr. Big versus Kananga thing. There's so much potential, and that's what bugs me is a squandering of potential. Whereas with Diamonds Are Forever, I don't get the sense that they squandered any potential. I think they went balls out with their comedy, and they delivered an entertaining punch that I would go back to that movie and be like, yeah, that movie's more fun than this one.
Diamonds Are Forever was the more comedic movie. Diamonds Are Forever was the more like balls out, we don't care movie.
Yeah.
And if every movie is based off of that, then I'm like, well, did we forget about the other 5 movies with Sean Connery where he actually gave a shit and
well,
like, was
we
trying to
put
be
those
serious
above
and
it
stuff?
though. We put all of those above.
I know that.
Because again, we've been saying that intention matters, and with Diamonds Are Forever, the intention was like, we're going the opposite of Secret Service. Like this is a movie to eat popcorn and have fun.
Okay, you know, you want to know what? I'm just gonna say this also. It has the best Bond song of all time.
You used to say, live and let live. If this ever changing world,
yes,
it has the best Bond song.
It has the best song.
Takes it down.
It has the best song of all time. It's not necessarily the best Bond song.
It's the best Bond song of all time.
God damn it! If it's not
the best Bond song of all time. So real quick, let me go over some trivia over this real quick, so we can just throw this in here because I mean we're kind of at a.
You do that, and then I want to hear Nance's stake.
Of course. So just real
at.
quick, John Barry, who has been the kind of go-to guy for these movies. Again, this team is very much the same people over and over again. John Barry was not available for this movie, so they turned to who's hot right now, right? Again, this is where these movies are headed. Who's hot right now? What is big
Who
right
had
now?
just made a ton of Beatles records for 10 years, and now that his band, the Beatles, have broken up, he's got a little free time on his hands.
Paul McCartney
/ George Martin, the producer of all of his Beatles albums,
and his at the time Paul McCartney's wife and his other band. It was The Wings or just Wings, right? It's just Wings, right?
Wings,
right? Yeah. His separate band. So they come out with this hit song, "Live and Let Die." Beautiful lyrics, beautiful song. It's been reused in other movies by this point. It has covers of this song. It's probably one of the most famous Bond songs, and it was also nominated for best original song for the Oscars. By far the best of the Bond songs. I don't think there's anybody who would argue that would say like, nah. It's just very good song, and yeah, it doesn't have. I know last time we talked, Scott, about Patterson was all about "You Only Live Twice" and how he really liked that song. But I think what does it for me for this song is it still has that big orchestra in this that song doesn't have, but it also introduces a little bit of that 70s rock in there, and it's a really good mesh of those two. Scott, I want you to say your piece.
No, I agree. I think it's one of those that I guess it's hard for me to put this below Diamonds Are Forever based on my argument from last time and I'm going to say it and I'm going to drink iconic songs.
I don't think this movie's like, I don't think this song is iconic. I think the song is bigger than the movie itself.
It is bigger. It is bigger.
Like if you're a Beatles fan, if you're a Wings fan, if you are just a Paul McCartney fan, you may have never even seen this fucking movie and you don't care. This movie transcends, or this song transcends the movie itself. This is just like part of the. I mean, as a Beatles fanatic, this song it transcends the Bond verse.
I mean,
this just happened.
Guns N' Roses did this song too.
The biggest thing in Britain being the Beatles, meeting the biggest thing in Britain being Bond. It doesn't. It's just a crossover, and and when it comes, so they didn't have John Barry or whatever, so they fell back on the biggest, most famous producer in England at the time, who had produced every Beatles album ever, except for like one, whatever. George Martin, who did the score of this movie, and you feel it immediately. The moment that those circles are coming across the screen with in the turn and shoot, the gun barrel sequence, you have a different Bond theme song that just has that. I mean, if you're a Beatles fan, you can already feel the difference between the normal Bond theme and the George Martin Bond theme that has this like brightness to it. And then that brightness is throughout the whole movie. They apply that to every instance. It's already lighter. You have the more serious toned Bond theme instances in like every movie, whether it's like old or new. Daniel Craig. Where's my beer? I can't find it. But when George Martin suddenly takes the helm of scoring these movies, it's like I mean, like brighter bells and shit. You immediately feel a difference.
I also want to point out the irony, though, that several films before this, in Goldfinger, Bond makes some remarks about having headphones and not listening to the Beatles, or listening to the Beatles with headphones on.
Drinking Bollinger below the
it's like listening to the Beatles without headphones.
32.5 is like listening to the Beatles without earmuffs.
Yeah. And then now we're films later, and who is scoring these movies?
A
Paul
Beatle
McCartney.
is providing.
I'm one of the people that know this song detached from Bond, and for me, it was kind of weird seeing it like associated. So, I mean, it's in the movie throughout, and I didn't love hearing it throughout. I would have preferred it to just have been at the beginning, like a normal Bond song.
It was good for the chase.
Even with like the boat sequence,
and
it's so
the
cool.
sequence is mostly
it's so
quiet.
great.
Right now, I'm in the same boat as at the beginning of the episode. I'm still putting Live and Let Die above Diamonds Are Forever right now, but they're really close. While you guys have been debating, I've been trying to do a checklist in my head, and one film wins some and the other wins others. Like for me, while I don't dislike Roger Moore, he comes off more like a hoity-toity British businessman than a super spy. Like Connery is just a better Bond overall, I think.
Yeah.
The Bond girls, as we've discussed, Solitaire's better. I hate Tracy Case. I find her extremely irritating by the end. Tiffany Case, yeah. I find her extremely irritating by the end of Diamonds Are Forever, and that might be one of the main things that really brings that movie down for me. They both suffer from like the Dukes of Hazzard chase scene stuff, but Live and Let Die goes further with that in a bad way. There's just more of it in this movie, so that takes it below Diamonds Are Forever in that case. In terms of the bad guys, Kananga I prefer over the Blofeld and Diamonds Are Forever. But as Charlie mentioned, it would have been so much better if he was much more fleshed out I agree with Charlie. Intention matters, but I don't go into a Bond film wanting to watch a comedy, and I didn't go into that movie prepared for a comedy. So I watched it and was just so confused, and it just felt out of place for me.
Remember what I said about how I said that out of principle, I'll generally rate Bond movies that, as a Bond purist, Bond movies that take themselves more seriously, I will rate higher. And I said I couldn't possibly put Diamonds Are Forever above Thunderball because Thunderball is just badass. Thunderball is, I mean, the underwater sequence at the end, the underwater battle at the end of Thunderball is so badass. Where I'm tripped up here is that, like, yes, intention matters. We talked all about how Diamonds Are Forever doesn't give a but it's still, it was fun. And what I need in, like, if I'm going to accept that Live and Let Die is better than Diamonds, I need something to hook onto. And I don't, so far I don't have that. Like, I could swing that way, but like Live and Let Die has so many shortcomings, whereas Diamonds Are Forever, I see them on an even keel, and I lean towards Diamonds because it has this like better entertainment value. And I know, Nans, you've said you're like, entertainment value wise, I would put Diamonds at the bottom. But like, is that because that you went in with an expectation that wasn't fulfilled? And could you like think twice about that, or do you just think that movie sucks?
That's kind of what I was thinking too. Is like, so again, I'm pretty close on the two, and could be swayed one way or another. And you know, we're talking about movies towards the bottom of the list, so I didn't like absolutely love either of them.
Yeah.
I think at least with Diamonds Are Forever, I could go into that movie understanding what it is with the expectations or presuppositions you're talking about. Like, okay, this is a comedy. Like, keep that in mind. And I could do that with Diamonds Are Forever, and it could potentially improve in my mind. I don't think I have that option with Live and Let Die. I can't go into that movie in a different mindset in a way that it could be improved.
Again, the things for me that put this movie a little bit farther down the list is definitely Rosie Carter, worst Bond girl.
Carver.
The fact that the plot of the movie doesn't really evolve around East versus West, and it's about drugs, kind of pops it down a little bit lower for me.
It's fresh.
I prefer that.
It's different.
I
it's
prefer
different.
that
and
to
I think
space
that
lasers.
Even that makes it a little more realistic than laser pointing thing, which it's almost like I've given up. We're doing diamond lasers.
I like the bad guy plot. Like, again, it's realistic, but
relatively realistic idea of the real world and saying, okay, well, drugs are a real problem and thing that people are dealing with at this point in time, with even like the beginning of the war on drugs with Nixon and stuff like that. And now we're actually, Bond is facing that as a potential problem versus diamond lasers, which aren't really even, it's sort of a thing, but not really. It's just that movie again. And then you watch Diamonds Are Forever. What a strange film. Entertaining when you watch in comparison to the last two films or whatever. But when you watch it as the whole, you're like, And we didn't even really talk too much about Sheriff J.W. Pepper, but I do think he adds a little bit of flair to that sequence of the movie, and I think he's a lot of fun to watch.
Pepper?
All of his lines are great.
I do think
all
he's
of his
great.
lines are great.
I love
that character.
Side? He is
all
a lot
of his lines
fun.
are great.
he was hilarious. But for me, he was a touch of Diamonds Are Forever that I didn't want. It's like, oh boy, here we go again with the stupid cops.
But even then, it's like you gotta you throw him into the mix of it, and I think it works. I just think it works.
Billy Bob gonna fix their ass. Call
and
Billy
I
Bob.
love that scene. Yeah. The Billy Bob thing is so great because it's like Billy Bob's going to get him. You see, Billy Bob's going to get him, and then it's a black guy writing this thing, and the sheriff's just like, look at this dude, like,
that's my brother-in-law. That's Billy Bob. He'll get him. Billy Bob will get him. Hot damn! If one side of that family don't get him, the other side will. Let's go.
That's how you comment on racism in the South.
Yeah.
Without really commenting on it, where it's like Billy Bob's gonna get him, and then JW turns his back, and then you have that perfect. It's perfect, that shot where the henchman sticks his head up and he's clearly black, and the other cops are like, your brother-in-law is a black fella, like, and it's so perfectly comical, but
what are you, some kind of doomsday machine?
Yeah. Like
JW is funny.
JW is a lot of fun. And then at the end of like, this here's he's a fella from London, England. He's helping our boys.
Secret agent? On whose side?
The movie doesn't go so farcical that it's just like every scene's comedy. Yeah. And I like that, where it's like even a little bit of comedy works, but it doesn't all have to be on Bond's shoulders. Like I agree. Sean Connery, I think, is better. Definitely performance-wise in the last movie. Out of anybody who sucks in this movie, mainly Rosie. Rosie's the worst character in this movie.
Yeah.
But I can't say there's very many other people that I think suck, because I like Whisper. I like Tee-Hee. And also, we didn't even talk about Tee-Hee's fight sequence at the end is so reminiscent of From Russia with Love. Like, and when I said before that all the movies prior to Honor Majesty's Secret Service are going to be callbacks to the other films, this is like the first major callback where it's like
Bond going around the hotel room trying to find bugs, and like he's like squelching out the window.
Callbacks in this movie, exactly. But
but
the train fight I think is great too, and I love that. And even the sequence that had the build up for the train fight is you think the movie's over and they get on the train, and then you see a shot of them throwing bags into the train. The next shot, Bond's with Solitaire. Solitaire says that comment like, as long as we have one of these, I'm good. So then we can do the dirty. And then and then the next shot is you just see Tee-Hee hand come out of the bag and slice the bag open. So you're like, oh crap, like. We forgot about one of these bad guys because we have 100 of them in this movie.
But we had the same thing with they end on a boat in Diamonds, and then we have Mr. Kidd and Mr. Wint come in, and we have our fun little scene with them trying to finally kill Bond.
That was definitely better than the train fight with Tee-Hee.
I come back to I would rather Diamonds creating a laser. That seems more Bond to me. That seems more outrageous. Again, it's as you just said.
But a comedy seems less Bond to me.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's just this movie the last movie is so much more of a comedy. And this film feels I can buy some of the comedy because I know the movie is going to take some of the other things a little bit more seriously. And I'm just like, okay, I'm okay with this. Diamonds, on the other hand, you get into it, and the first time you watch it, you're like, this movie is bizarre. I think the Solitaire thing is a little bit better. It puts the Bond's girl into the frame of the film a little bit more. There's more stakes with her, rather than some of the other Bond girls are just like, oh, I just happened to run across this girl that's dealing with this thing, but I'm gonna, she's gonna be my girlfriend for the rest of the movie, and we're gonna bang, and she'll help me at the end of the movie. This movie, at least, it's like, no, this was the villain's like weapon, essentially, or her that thing, and now Bond screwed that up, and now they have this weird relationship where she is like always wanting to bang Bond all the time. As long as we have one of these. She literally says at one point, she says, as long as we have a bed, I'm good.
By the way, where would you like to go?
Anywhere where we can find one of these.
I think this might mark the first time Bond bangs a virgin in these movies. But he does it in such a sleazy way because he goes to a card shop and buys all of the cards that say the lover just so that he can...
Okay, and everybody out there saying, why is Charlie not freaking out? Because, like, I made such a big deal about him blackmailing a chick.
Yeah.
He blackmailed that chick in Thunderball.
That was worse than this, for sure.
He did that just because he wanted to get laid. This, he had to take this girl because she's literally fueling Kananga's evil empire.
Yeah.
This is like he had to for King and Country. It's like
He
sleazy
stacked
the
the
way
deck.
he did it. He literally stacked the deck, but he had to do it. Like he had to steal her.
But you do believe. I mean, really believe in the cards.
She's so innocent that part of you goes like if Barney Stinson did this, you'd laugh. Like if this was How You Met Your Mother, you'd be like, "Oh, Barney, you sleazy asshole."
Yeah.
But Bond is literally on a mission and he had to. So like, I don't make a big deal about it. In fact, I'm like,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is sleazy, but it at least
With a purpose.
It fits a purpose. Whereas the other thing was kind of just a throwaway thing for the intro to the film.
For Bond, Bond could just go to a bar and just be like, "Hey you, come have sex with me." You know, like Bond literally does that in Thunderball. He just grabs that chick at the Kiss Kiss Club.
Thank you, I'd love to.
Love to walk. Oh, you're mad. Do you know that?
Yes, isn't everyone?
And he's like, "Great, I'd love to." And she's like, "What? Yeah, okay."
Yeah.
You know.
Now we haven't really gone much into ranking the Bond girls so far.
No.
But can we not say that Solitaire is number one?
Solitaire is up
Number
there for
one.
me.
Jane Seymour.
She's up there. I don't know if
She's
she's
up
number
there.
one.
Like I kind of,
I
in
don't
my
know.
opinion, I put again. I know you guys have your opinions of On Her Majesty's Secret Service, but for me, Diana Riggs is a little bit on the top, and then I would put like Honor Blackman somewhere in there, and then I'd probably put Solitaire.
Yeah.
Those are like vaguely top three for me as far as Bond goes.
There's something about Jane Seymour. She
Oh,
got
and
me
Fiona.
there.
Sorry, Fiona is also up there for me too, even though she's a villain.
Fiona is up there.
You guys are gonna say I have a redhead bias, but I think Fiona's great. I think Fiona though.
Fiona
was,
is
like I said
wonderful.
in that episode, Fiona was so wasted. She should have been number 2. She should have been the main nemesis.
Yeah.
She was smarter than everybody else, and she had a horrible death that she deserved better.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Not a horrible death like effective. It was a
it could have been
lazy
better.
ass stupid death.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. But
so,
yeah, she's definitely vaguely. I'm not putting exact numbers, but somewhere those in the zeitgeist, that's the 4 that I would kind of put on the top. In Solitaire, because of Jane Seymour's performance, because of the whole voodoo and the fact that, you know, she sleeps with a man, then she's no longer has her powers, and that becomes interesting because he even adds that like your mother had the same problem, and then she, you know, I couldn't use your mother anymore.
Banged out of them.
Yeah, it's like I couldn't use your mother anymore, so now I had to use you. All that stuff I thought was great.
almost what you're meant to assume is that when grandma had it banged out of her, that conceived mom. Mom had it banged out of her. That conceived Solitaire. So are we looking at, did Bond knock up Solitaire?
Future sight. Sight beyond
it's not
sight.
something that's been that's not something that's been looked at.
We
in the
know there are
franchise,
little
but
Bonds all over the place.
There could be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that would be
just like Johnny pointed out.
story.
Junie told us all
There
how
has to be.
Bond definitely has syphilis. There's definitely little Bonds out there somewhere,
100%.
except for the fact that I also pointed out that Bond never really breaks up with women. They just die off. So it's like Bond's got the best birth control ever. It's like every time he knocks up a chick, they die. Somebody kills them. So
something happens.
I've been looking for something to latch onto, and I do agree. Solitaire is a more intriguing storyline.
When the time came, I myself would have given you love. You knew that. You knew that!
Than Tiffany Case, and on that alone, that might be enough to elevate it above. I just get I get so fucked up by the death of Kananga. It's so unbecoming of the if they would have made like, okay, who the fuck wrote, here's what our bad guy's gonna do. Bond's gonna shove this shark pill in his mouth and he's gonna fart himself to death. They should have fired that writer on the spot and then come up with somebody new who could have come up with something better than that, that was a little more fitting for the subject material. Or everybody watched that balloon they shot up the day of and they were like, well, this movie's going to suck dick. But like, God damn it, I wish they would have just tried a little harder on the ending. if they had not done that, it would be not hard at all for me to put this above Diamonds Are Forever. But like, Diamonds Are Forever owns what it is, whereas this movie doesn't know what the fuck it is, and when it's in doubt, it just has another fucking chase scene.
Coming back to Solitaire and her importance on the plot, and the fact that personally, I think she's the hottest Bond girl so far.
She's hotter than Tiffany. That means
when she's in Harlem and she takes her clothes off, that's the hottest moment we've ever had.
Yeah,
she does this whole thing, and I'm like,
yeah.
Tiffany's story arc in the last movie is she just so happens to be a part of the diamond smuggling ring. It leads Bond to finding the Howard Hughes type Blofeld.
Mm-hmm.
And then for the rest of the movie, she's just kind of there. And then we just kind of throw her into, how are we going to get her at the end of the movie? Oh, she sees Blofeld in the parking lot, or not in the parking lot. She sees a person that she thinks is Blofeld.
Yeah.
And she goes, and it's just like, okay, well, now the movie's being lazy in the fact, like you're pointing out, this movie's being lazy, but that movie, it's like, how do we get her? It's the screenwriter sitting in the room saying, how do we get her there? How do we get her to the end of the movie? Because we have to, she's the star of the movie. We have to get her there. Solitaire, on the other hand, is integral to Kananga's plan because he uses her as his secret weapon, the way he is able to get around a lot of this stuff. And it's a part of his belief. It adds to his character as far as where his beliefs are, because he believes in voodoo. He believes in the mystical. And then Bond not only is also trying to infiltrate his operation, but screws up his operation by screwing the girl that has this site, and by doing so messes up his plans. And then is like, okay, well, because you screwed up, you are going to die. You pointed out that the villain does this great thing where it's like, I don't want you to just die here. You are going to suffer. And you're going to suffer in a way that is conducive to like what your mind state is, because you grew up in this whole voodoo thing.
Yeah. You're going to have goat skin snake guy is going to dance. He's going to rub his dick on you a little bit while he has you get bitten by a snake. And you're going to be like,
How does Bond stop the villain in these movies? He has to stop the villain by stopping his ultimate plan by the end of these films.
Yeah.
So what does he have to do? He has to go to back to the island, destroy the poppy seeds, and while he's there, he's going to save Solitaire. Solitaire's at the end of the film. It makes sense why she's there.
Okay.
The poppy seeds are there. It's integrated at the end of the film.
Solitaire might be the determining factor. Solitaire might just be our Goldfinger in this instance that turns the tide to make this movie. Whereas like I have a hard time getting over the fact that the wasted opportunities with Kananga and the stupid ass death with Kananga might be overcome. It might overcome Diamonds Are Forever with just the simple fact that Solitaire is not just a better Bond girl, but just a better character in general. I think that can help me get over the hump of Diamonds. I agree, fellas.
I think we've used better bad guy as a tiebreaker in the past, and I think we've also used like just general plot as a tiebreaker in the past.
Yeah.
Is there a point to arguing which one has a better plot, or is it fairly agreed upon?
No. Not at this
point. Because I think what McCurdy was just going over makes sense, especially with Bond Girl.
I think that I know we're better. I'm arguing better Bond Girl, but really what I'm arguing is the plot takes the Bond Girl and infuses it with the story a lot better.
I was going to say
throughout the entire
story.
movie, whereas Tiffany is used very early on the movie, but not very well in the end of the movie.
Yeah,
and that's what to me it makes it a little bit better of a movie.
Yeah. I think that works for me. I think I can justify with just like, because Solitaire is between the two, between Tiffany and Solitaire is like, you actually feel for her a bit. You actually want to see her succeed. You care about her more. I mean, you see her get the fucking pimp hand extreme.
Just so we're clear, though, I mean, both movies also have terrible Bond girls as well.
Yeah,
Plenty
totally.
O'Toole is a funny joke, but
yeah,
she's not used very well in the movie.
No.
Rosie Carver, on the other hand, even though I hate her character and I hate her performance, she's actually used in the plot a little bit more because she's the as one screenwriting guru would call her, she's the you think she's an ally, but she's not an ally.
Rosie, you seem to be staging a remarkable comeback.
And so she's at least used in the plot in that sense, even though she sucks.
Yeah, but it's blatantly obvious.
Up in the hills, down there.
Yeah. It's blatantly
But at
obvious.
least she's used versus
It's
like a
not
character
an act.
that's
It's
versus
not
a
an
character
act.
that has just shown up and then it's like, oh, I'm Plenty
Okay,
O'Toole.
wait, hang on.
You know?
What we haven't talked about is by far the best line in the whole movie.
And I'll kill you if you don't.
But you couldn't. You wouldn't. Not after what we just done.
I certainly wouldn't have killed you before.
Y'all know me, the Bond purist. That's where I got to be like, good job, Roger. That's some good Bond Even though I think all of his puns don't really add to his Bondness in this movie. I think they had a horrible writer just providing all these stupid ass puns that are not Bond-like.
Yeah.
That is the most Bond thing that happens in this movie. Even though Live and Let Die has these moments of unrealized potential, because of Solitaire herself, her relationship with Bond, that's enough to bring this film above Diamonds Are Forever, where the whole thing with Diamonds Are Forever was like, F it, we don't care. Go watch that episode. You know, this movie tried to take itself more seriously. It didn't do well enough to bring itself really high in the list. It's just enough to put itself above Diamonds Are Forever. So our list is now at Goldfinger at number 1, From Russia with Love number 2, Dr. No, On Her Majesty's Secret Service, Thunderball, Live and Let Die, Diamonds Are Forever, You Only Live Twice. The Man with the Golden Gun makes a unique turn in the world of 007, bringing us into the personal world of James Bond himself, so far as his reputation as a spy within the shadow world of spycraft is concerned. After receiving a threat in the form of an assassin's bullet with his number on it, 007 is put on leave in order to seek out his greatest adversary yet. Not an evil villain hell-bent on taking over or destroying the world, but a fellow killer, Bond's equal but opposite, a man that doesn't fight for king and country, but has only loyalty to himself and to his wallet. And also has weird sexual kinks that Bond doesn't have because Bond's not a creep. McCurdy! What historical knowledge do you have for us?
Well, 1974's Man with the Golden Gun is Roger Moore's sophomore appearance in the James Bond franchise. The book Man with the Golden Gun was Ian Fleming's posthumous novel. So right after he passed away, this book had come out, and it was obviously on the bestseller list.
Posthumous.
Hey, George
Laundry.
Bush is talking.
Nuclear. Mission accomplished.
Hey, Bushy's talking right now. You need to shut your hole.
The energy crisis is still with us.
This film was written during the 1973 energy crisis. The simple history of that is the oil production in the United States pretty much had peaked by the end of the 60s, and basically the course of the gas prices skyrocketed. This is also going on during unrest.
There was an OPEC embargo, right?
It was also there was unrest in the Middle East. I mean, yes, there's always unrest in the Middle East, but this was like we had Iran.
This movie's timeless in that sense.
You had the Iran revolution, and so gas production or oil production is also getting halted in the Middle East elsewhere. So everyone was freaking out. Gas prices skyrocketed. It was a whole thing in the early 70s. Also in this movie, and we had talked about the last time, after the 60s, all the Bond films start to find, okay, what's good, what's fresh, what's new, what's in, and puts those, and reincorporates those into the films. Last time was blaxploitation. This time we get martial arts films, i.e. Bruce Lee movies, Fist of Fury, Enter the Dragon. That stuff is put into the mix. Let's talk about our villains. Patterson, several episodes back in our first episode, had spoiled that our big bad in this movie, Scaramanga. Christopher Lee was actually step cousins with author Ian Fleming. What I did learn is that he actually had played golf with Fleming not that long before his death.
Which, considering the fact that he was Naval Secret Service and was privy to all kinds of crazy stuff going on in World War II history. I mean, he was part of like Operation Paperclip and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We just got banned. We just got shadow banned by Spectre. It is, I can only speculate. Like, we talked about Ian Fleming dying because of the stress of these Bond movies.
Yeah.
He also was plugged into some stuff. You have to wonder if like an old villain in his life popped up and snuffed him out. But, I got no proof there.
That's some good headcanon.
That's some solid headcanon.
That's some solid headcanon right there.
Somebody should write a posthumous book about Ian Fleming's untimely demise.
I see what you did there.
Maybe the biopic. Maybe like at some point we'll actually know, and his biopic will be kick-ass.
I think there was a Fleming.
That would be
biopic.
cool.
And originally for Scaramanga, they were gonna cast Jack Palance. You guys might remember him from City Slickers. He was also in the first Batman '89 movie.
He's the older,
pretty
fella,
big
yeah.
character actor of the time. We have Maud Adams and Britt Eklund were both British. They both played the prospective two main Bond girls in this film. Britt Eklund was described in one newspaper as an astonishingly stupid blonde British agent in this film. We have a few returning characters in this movie, which I love returning characters in Bond films because it also shows there's interconnectivity between each film. Besides the main three that we always see, Moneypenny, Q, and M, this time we see Sheriff J.W. Pepper returns because he was a popular character in the last one. Let's throw him in this movie.
J.W.
And then, of course, there's another character that you guys may recognize, was the gangster in the beginning of this movie. He is supposed to be the same gangster that we saw in Diamonds Are Forever.
You want to sit in the front, Mr. Franks?
Connecting Sean Connery and Roger Moore like this. And then also, if I do George Bushisms, I cannot pronounce this dude's name. Hervé Villechaize. I probably butchered that. He's French. I don't know. I don't speak French.
Javier. Javier.
There you go.
Bonjour, Monsieur Bond. I am Knick Knack.
He played Knick Knack. He was French. He was originally a painter turned actor. He had actually drawn and made all these pictures for all the actors and actresses in this film.
Did he make very small paintings?
But he was a horn dog for sure. Apparently he had a lot of fun in Bangkok. In the behind the scenes features, they just say, he was up very late in Bangkok, and we all know that Bangkok is like a party town. One night in Bangkok, and the world is your oyster.
Man.
So he really made it his oyster.
I may be small.
I may be small, but I never forget.
But I am very big.
And then you guys should know he was in the television show Fantasy Island. That was his claim to fame prior to this movie, which that movie kind of gives that vibe, considering they're on that.
A literal fantasy island, yes.
His little island, yeah. The location they filmed at is a very beautiful location, right? With all the islands and how they kind of like mushroom shaped. They even say that in the film. They're like mushroom shaped islands. No movie had been there before, right? But then because of this movie, that actually created a tourist attraction in the South Asian Sea area. And ever since then, they always name like those islands like, oh, there's the James Bond Island, based because of this movie. When they were making the movie, though, they were in such a secluded area, away from civilization, that they stayed at this hotel. And, like Christopher Lee didn't know this till years later. Guy Hamilton told him that, like, dude, that hotel we stayed at used to be a brothel. Like, it was one of the local brothels there. So he's just kind of weirded out by that.
Meanwhile, didn't know the difference.
The Golden Gun itself, there were two versions of it made for the movie. You had the solid version that was able to like shoot like a cap or whatever, it made that effect. And then there was another one that Christopher Lee had to like put together, right? It's a pen, a cigarette case, a lighter, and I think cufflinks, right? Like those 4 things, you had to put it together. Well, he actually had to do it himself and had to do it like he wasn't looking because he had done it 100 times. So he had to actually practice doing it. Like he gave it to the prop guy. The prop guy was able to do it in like 2 seconds. And he's like, how did you do that? He's like, well, I take it home at night and I practice it. So that's probably what you should do. So he had to practice that whole little bit.
The coolest weapon we've come across. I
agree.
And you can buy these online, and I donate to the Patreon we don't have, so we can all buy golden guns, please.
So, Charlie, you and I have talked about this movie. Nance, I know you're going to have your opinions of this movie, but Charlie and I have had many discussions about this film.
This is our Secret Service episode. You and I have generally not seen eye to eye on this film.
I think...
Char, did you write a poem?
I didn't write a poem.
God damn, I forgot to write a poem.
I didn't write a poem.
Yeah.
You have it very highly listed in your personal list. I have this film listed a lot lower. As far as the fandom goes, this movie usually gets ducked toward the bottom. And after watching it this time, I'm like, it's not the bottom, but I don't think it is as high as you put it.
I think it's probably the most underrated Bond movie. I think it's completely underrated. And it is another Guy Hamilton movie, which means it has a sense of humor.
Foo yuck. Sounds very tempting, Miss...
Chew me.
Really?
This one specifically, it rides that balance beam without falling off in a comedy or falling off in a completely serious. Like I said with Live and Let Die, I have a hard time taking that movie completely seriously because of the ending. The story elements are there, and like I said, it leaves you wanting more. Like there was so much more to explore, and they just kind of fell back on chase scenes. You do kind of get the sense with this movie that while there are 2 chase scenes, they're not just Bond trying to get away, and they certainly don't have a chase scene that literally just cuts and it's over. Like, imagine he's on the boat and he's running away from the bad guys, and we just cut and he's walking into the hotel room, and you're like, wait, what happened? What happened?
Yeah.
You know, this movie is serious, but with a sense of humor. But that humor never completely undermines it, and Bond doesn't just talk in a bunch of lame puns this time around. He has puns, because Bond always has puns, but the way he speaks is wittier.
I'm now aiming precisely at your groin. Says speak or forever hold your peace. How will I recognize him?
Tall, slim, and dark.
Says my aunt.
It's smarter, and it's not just lame, groan-worthy puns.
Quite revealing.
Yeah.
They definitely reel it in a bit more for this one.
Yeah.
It's a fun and cool spy movie. And like I said, it manages to ride both those extremes of the goofy and the serious without completely falling off the balance beam onto goofy, like Diamonds Are Forever. It doesn't have the usual Cold War story. Now we have this, it's just serious personal business between 2 equal but opposite professionals. And that's what's so unique about it. And that's what makes this kind of break out and be more interesting than like just the same old, because now we do live in this zany world. Like we said last time, like Live and Let Die really brings it. I mean, Diamonds Are Forever is just like jumping the shark, but with Live and Let Die, it became like we live in this zany world where anything can happen, like the super spy world where anything can happen.
Well, it's like take less focus off of the Cold War and try to find something else that Bond can do. And that's what I feel like this movie also does. But I don't think... This is where I think like you and I maybe differ. Like I think we both agree that Scaramanga is great in this movie. I think Christopher Lee's performance is great in this movie.
My name is Scaramanga. Francisco Scaramanga. I feel I know you. Although I never thought we should ever really meet.
I think he's just the best bad guy we've come across yet.
Yeah, I think he's phenomenal. I think he's great. I agree with you. I think he's great. But I do think the plot of the movie, some of the scenes in the movie, don't really make the movie great for me. And some of the other things in it, and I agree with you. I think Bond's better in this movie. But there's things in it that I'm just like...
I think Roger Moore is so much better in this movie. I think, again, last time around, he was just like...
He's trying to figure it out.
He was like a comedian. It was like he was stuck in his old role of like the funny man on TV. This movie, again, for the millionth time, as a Bond purist, Roger Moore is a fucking asshole in this movie, and I love it. He's an asshole to everybody, and it makes sense because this time it's personal. There's no... I mean, they straight up in the beginning of the movie, they're like, you're going on leave. Like, we're taking you off your mission. Why? Why am I being taken off my mission? Because this one of the top assassins in the world is trying to take you out. So your job is to go sort that business out because we can't be jeopardizing your current mission with like this happening.
Let me double Dutch in and say you're talking about Bond being an asshole in this movie, and you like that. And for me, it's not that he's an asshole that bothers me. Like, I think the last time I mentioned something about how Roger Moore, they kind of wrote him like Connery, and it didn't really work out, and we don't really have really great examples in that movie. This movie has one of the two scenes that stick out to me, because while you're like, oh, he's an asshole, he's awesome, I'm like, Connery never really was like this. And it bothers me. Specifically, the first scene he has with Maude Adams.
Oh, you're hurting my arm.
I'll break it unless you tell me where those bullets go.
No, I can't.
His first scene with Miss Anders kind of bothered me. It's not so much that he's pulling her arm, but it's more or less that that's kind of the first thing he goes to. At least if I'm remembering correctly. Because I think Connery would have been a
woman
charmer.
pointing a gun at him.
She had a gun on him.
He had a gun at him? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's something about that scene, though, that just seemed a little off to me, I guess. He does, like, what feels to me like left field, because, like, in that situation, I feel like Bond could charm a woman into not killing him. And he doesn't charm her. He grabs her arm, and, you know what I mean? Like, I could see him being like, now, like, why do we need to, point guns at people? Like, this is, and, like, almost brushing it off, because that's where I could see Bond going with it, and it just seems.
But at the same time, you could be sitting there being like, "Well, Bond just solved the problem with his dick again. Like, how do we save the world from Goldfinger? Just bang his girl, Like, you could be sitting there being like, "That's the easy way out." He surprises her in the shower, and she pulls the gun out on him, and then he disarms her.
But he disarms her, and then he's pretty mean to her for like the whole time.
Where can I find him?
I don't know.
And it's like, I feel like Connery at least would have been like at least charming about the whole thing, even if like someone was pointing a gun at him.
What would it take for you to see things my way? Do you come here often?
It's no good you trying to escape, Mr. Bond.
There is something I'd like you to get off your chest.
Put this down.
I see why these packets carry a government warning.
Give me that.
It certainly can damage your health.
Like, it works with Connery. There's something about Connery that he gets away with being mean. But, like, more to me, because I guess the movies that he's in are so much more humorous and so much more lighter in tone, it seems a little off. It seems slightly off to me.
That's where I disagree, because this movie, as it is, without any of the other movies, including Live and Let Die, this movie, as a self-contained movie, I think he is closer to Bond. I think him being an asshole, again, and then you throw into the mix that he is, this is a personal thing, right, for him. That's where I'm like, great. If only he could always be this way. I wish he was always this Bond. The fact that they go back to a more comedic Bond is like, whatever, that's fine. That's like a different issue. But for this movie as it stands, I don't see it as him trying to be Connery. I think he still has that charm. He still has his Roger Moore charm.
Good afternoon. A water pistol.
But he's an asshole to everybody.
I'll say I didn't mind it, and I actually prefer his rendition of Bond in this movie to his first go at it.
Bond should be an asshole.
The toning down of the punniness made sense, turning up the aggression. I mean, his life has been directly threatened, and he's a super spy. He's doing what he has to do, and as Charlie has mentioned in the past, like, sure, he is distracted by women at times, but it's, generally speaking, the job comes first, and that's how I kind of interpreted his first scene with Miss Anders, is like he had to do what he had to do, and she had a gun pointed at him. His life is in jeopardy, and he's just trying to get information that he needs.
You're improving.
I don't want you to twist my arm again.
I don't want to either.
She's just like the key to what he needs, and he takes it. So he's an asshole to Lazar. He's an asshole to Miss Anders. He's an asshole to Goodnight, and he's absolutely an asshole to Knick Knack.
I've never killed a midget before, but there can always be a first time.
Oh, monsieur.
It's like one of my favorite moments in the movie when he does that. You.
Kill you.
You know, like, and he's like, I'm going to beat the shit out of this midget, you know, because he, like, it's a midget who's tried to kill I'll kill you. He tries to kill him on several occasions.
You remember how last week you were talking about how, Kananga, you wish there was more with Kananga. You wish there was more with this. And I feel like that, I kind of feel the same way with this movie, where I feel like there should have been more of a dual thing. And even when I was reading about the history of it, or, the research of this movie, it was like there was 2 scripts for this movie. Originally, it was Tom Mankiewicz's script. And then Richard Baybaum, who had written all the other movies prior to this, all the Connery films, comes back, does his draft of it. So it's a story between the two. It's basically he took both. And in the previous scripts, though, there was more of like this, what I think we perceive in the movie, which is great. With Scaramanga and him, they're compared to each other. They're both assassins, essentially, like even though he's a spy and all that stuff. There was more of that in these original scripts. And I'm curious what that would have been. But I do feel like this movie, like one of the things that kind of dumbs the movie down for me, and it's not even the main thing really, is the fact that like the energy crisis is a part of this movie so much that it really dates the movie more so than even the previous films do, with like the space race and You Only Live Twice and stuff like that.
But this movie is not about that. This movie, let's be clear about that.
I didn't get the energy crisis impression.
This movie is absolutely not about the energy crisis. The energy crisis is just a backdrop for this playing out of this drama between these two men.
The energy crisis is still with us.
It is indeed. And I can't jeopardize it or any mission by having Scaramanga hop up and put a bullet in you.
If that was the case, then the movie would end with Scaramanga getting killed.
But it doesn't. But it does. The movie ends. The movie opens with establishing Scaramanga's whole business with like his most dangerous game set up between him and Knick Knack on his fantasy island. The movie then ends with that, and then the energy crisis Solex thing is just an excuse to have the whole place explode. But the climax of the movie is when Bond shoots him in the heart, and we get that fantastic reaction of that's. I will say though, I do wish that when they cut back to Bond, I really wish they would have done a first person perspective, just like the turn and shoot. I wish they not looking through Bond's barrel or not looking through a barrel or anything, but seeing Bond head on, like with the gun pointed at him. But that is the climax of the movie.
But the Solex stuff is so much a part of the plot of the movie that drives the whole
But that's
film.
not what the movie's about. That's the MacGuffin. The movie is about these two men. It's not about the energy crisis. That's just background.
Yeah, watching the movie, I didn't get a strong, like, this is about the energy crisis impression. I obviously, they touch on it, and I looked it up later. That's how, not strong of an impression I got from the movie that it was about that. I mean, again, they just kind of mention it like, oh, you could sell this to the highest bidder or whatever.
This way, the highest bidder can build hundreds of these stations and sell franchises for hundreds more.
Charlie, I get what you're saying. It's just, to me, it's like, it's one of those things that just dates the movie in such a weird way, because I'm
but
like,
that's not what it's about, though, dude.
It doesn't matter.
And like, the world is always in an energy crisis. Like, this Solex thing they're after, today, if this thing existed, governments would be fighting each other for it. Like, this isn't just like, oh, we had an energy crisis in the 70s and now that's gone. We are always in a never-ending energy crisis. And this thing, if it happened today, they would be killing each other over their Solex. I mean, this stuff hasn't gone away.
What I'm trying to say, though, is that this is like the technology that they're using in this film is like, that's not exactly how that works. And like, that's the thing that bothers me as more and more I watch this movie. I'm like, we have solar panels now. Like, we know how solar panels work. It's readily available type of technology, and I do enjoy like the little subtle things where they said somebody even says something to the effect of like, well, an oil sheik might even just try to bid this thing so it doesn't come to fruition, so they keep making money off of it.
A monopoly on solar power.
The oil sheiks will pay you just to keep solar energy off the market.
The thought had occurred to me.
That's something I'm like, okay, that's cute. It's like a dumbed down version of the technology for like just general audience to be like, oh, like solar power, like this is
so now you don't like the movie because of the specifics of the technology.
It's not the only thing that bothers me about this movie, though, dude.
You might as well be upset about space diamond lasers and other stuff.
Like
I know,
we
but
live
again,
in this
I'm just
fantastical
like, there's all
world.
this extra crap that I'm like, it's just. I feel like this
but the
movie could have
movie
been less
isn't about
fantastical.
that stuff. This movie is not about
but it
that
could
at
have been
all.
less fantastical for a plot like this.
But what is you're saying that the technology is fantastical?
The technology stuff is fantastical. The car plane is fantastical. And it does exist, but it just seems so silly to me.
But like it's the same thing as the jetpack. The jetpack exists, and like a car with wings on it does become an airplane. I don't think that's outside the realm of possibility.
And no, and the thing does exist. The thing about it for me is like when you watch the movie, it's a goofy thing. It is a sight gag in itself. Versus like the jetpack, I can buy. The little Nelly, I can buy that. But then you see the sight gag of a car with wings on it, and you're like, okay, that's a little.
I don't take it that way. I
don't
take
care,
it as,
but like it's those little things that kind of tick the movie down for me.
But what I take the car plane as is Bond being bested by his equal but opposite. He chases Scaramanga all the way into this building. He thinks he can just go in and take him out. And the guy literally pulls a Bond on him. Like normally it would be Bond running away from bad guys, going into that little hangar thing, putting wings on Q branch style and flying out of there. I mean, Q even says that they're working on a car plane.
Yeah, the only gadget Bond gets is a fake nipple.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very not gadget heavy movie. But like normally Bond would be the one running away in the airplane car, and Scaramanga pulls a Bond on Bond himself. Again, showing that he's like, dude, like you and I we're not so different, you and I. Like they are equal but opposites. Remember how we were talking about how Red Grant for some reason he suddenly cares about money, where it was like he was all about the mission and then suddenly he sells out. With this
guy is
Scaramanga is all about the dollar bills.
Yeah.
Like he's constantly talking about gold and money.
The KGB recruited him there and trained him in Europe, where he became an overworked, underpaid assassin. You live well, Scaramanga.
At $1 million a contract, I can afford to, Mr. Bond. You work for peanuts. A hearty well done from Her Majesty the Queen and a pittance of a pension. Apart from that, we are the same.
Scaramanga is all about the dollar bills, and he's only loyal to himself and his wallet, and then you have Bond. So it's like everything in this movie I just see as an argument about the two of them being equal but opposites, mano y mano throughout. And the movie is literally bookended with the Funhouse duel. And that's where it's like, that's the movie, is that bookend. I mean, the first duel ends with him with his eye on the prize.
Don't you see you're the only man in the world who can kill him?
And what gives you that idea?
The way Scaramanga speaks about you. Even has a likeness of you.
Because think about that. Think about being Scaramanga. You're the best at what you do, and you're so bored that you have your little servant hiring people to try to kill you, Most Dangerous Game style, right? And he always wins. Like, he's beat everybody so far, and he's bored. He wants that top prize. And again, if you ask me, what have I said every episode? Every bad guy needs a reason to keep Bond alive, because when they don't, like Live and Let Die, eventually the story just feels contrived, because it's like, well, we put Bond in this situation, he got out. In this situation, he got out. It's cool and clever and creative when they have a reason to keep him alive until they don't, and then they try to kill him. With this movie, it's the ultimate reason to keep Bond alive, because he wants to have a fucking mano y mano, literally a take 20 paces, turn and shoot duel that ends in a fucking fun as hell funhouse. That's why I love this movie. It's not about the fucking energy crisis. It's about these two guys.
This movie's like, hey, we need to kill Bond via Bruce Lee movie. This is what this movie does, and this is one of the dumbest parts of this movie. And I only say that not because the action of it or that stuff isn't cool. Like, I'm like, cool. Like, I like Enter the Dragon. I like a lot of those Bruce Lee movies. They're great. But it's almost like the movie puts the handbrake on it And it's like, wait, we got to come up with a reason why not to kill Bond. Oh, we're going to send him to this place where we have kung fu fighters to kill Barnes. I'm like, really? Like, that's how you're going to kill him? Like, the other guys were like, we're going to send him to an alligator farm and he's going to get eaten we're going to leave him on an island. He's going to get eaten by alligators.
Which I think that's great. I think the farm is great also because the farm had their heroin production. It's the same thing though, right? Like you see, it's the same exact concept. Like literally take him to the farm is the same thing as
take Mr. Bond to school.
Take him to the farm.
Take Mr. Bond to school.
And at that point, I'm just like, come on, guys. Like you had Knick Knack with the trident and he could kill him. And I was like, come on.
But that makes sense. To say don't kill him, you're literally in my home, makes sense.
Stop it! Not here. This is my home.
Fine.
Take him elsewhere.
Fine. But don't take him to a dojo where he can easily escape, or that like his one ally at this place is usually like,
are you all right?
How did you find me?
High Fat owns this place.
High Fat owns this place. Like I knew this place existed. That's how we ended up here. And then it just so happens that my two what was it? His nieces, right?
Nieces.
His nieces come out and kick the whole fucking dojo's ass, and you're like, "This is cool."
Wait, are you
but
saying
I'm
that?
just like,
are you saying? How dare you say that women can't? You're just saying that because women kicking a man's ass. How? Blah blah.
I think you're a little more emotional about the fact that a woman and a man are fighting, and she beats him.
Her character is being really fucking street smart. She could have done something smart. Use her brain to kill him.
You just don't think
literally
that women
throw
could
him
kick
into a
guy's
wall.
ass.
She literally throws him.
Think that a woman could kick a guy's ass.
I can buy the school. I don't care that they base this on Bruce Lee movies.
That doesn't bother me. It's just the way in which it happens.
Scaramanga says later, like, you clearly underestimated Bond.
What do they teach in that school? Ballet dancing?
You know, you should have Scott Eviled him. You should have just shot him in the face. But even Scaramanga, like, you get the sense that Scaramanga wanted Bond to live. If Bond would have died, he would have been like, oh, well, then Bond's a bitch, like, and he's not number one anymore, and like I wouldn't want to face him anyway. But like you can tell that he's like gratified that Bond got away, and he knew that Bond would. He's like, Bond's gonna kick your ass, High Fat. You're a fucking idiot. But they show right away, if you're really scrutinizing the school, they show right away that these motherfuckers mean business. They literally have two guys come out and have a sword fight to the death. I mean, it's like. Maybe the guy pulls through, but the guy literally cut his guts out, right? So then it's quite clear in that moment that Bond is going to be their punching bag. And like, I almost wish that like nowadays with like a grittier Daniel Craig movie, they would have beat the shit out of him until he was like bleeding and all that. And then maybe he would have been rescued. But we're still living in our like super spy world where like we're not in Daniel Craig covered in blood world yet.
Yeah, it doesn't. To me, it's just like it could have been something more, and that scene just doesn't
Bond,
work.
you get something from that scene. I do love the moment where the guy's like doing his routine, and then it's like Bond, you're gonna face off against this guy, and the guy bows and Bond bows, but then Bond just kicks him in the face, and that's Bond being like, I don't abide by your rules, and I'm gonna do whatever it takes to win. Which at the end of the movie, that's what Bond does. Bond gets off the beaten track in the fun house and starts crawling around behind the scenes to flip the script on Scaramanga. I see it as the exact same thing. Like, you think I'm going to do this. You think I'm going to abide by this, but I'm going to f*** you up, taking advantage of anything. If I can find the higher ground in any way, I'm going to find it. So he bests that one guy. Then they bring out Chula! Chula! And Chula looks just like Bruce Lee. He's clearly their Bruce Lee. He comes out. They have a fight. It's honestly kind of a weak fight. I chalk that up to like this. Again, this isn't Daniel Craig. This is like Roger Moore, who's like 65 at this point, and he's kind of slow. I mean, at one point, it straight up looks like Chula is about to give him a coup de grace, and then he lets Bond get up, and Bond just kicks him, and you're like, wait, what? You know, like, so there certainly are some missteps, but the misstep for me is when. Not that Hip shows up with the nieces, like that's like whatever. Like they know that Bond's missing. You know, he came back to get Bond at High Fats. Bond didn't show up. You can put two and two together that he would then go looking for Bond. It's coincidental. It's movie coincidence that he happens to pull up just as Bond swan dives out the window. Whatever. The misstep for me, though, is when they're running away across the bridge and they get in the car and Bond slams the door and you know, Hip assumes that he got in. And that's fine. I mean, people do that to me all the time. They assume I've gotten in the car and they take off. But they usually stop and let me get in. Hip just keeps driving, and it's just an excuse to have Bond run past and jump in the boat and have a boat chase scene just like we had in the last movie. That's the misstep for me. But all the stuff up to that, I'm fine with.
For me, the movie is super strong up until the whole Bond gets captured by High Fat, thrown into the karate school, and then the whole chase scene where we see J.W. Pepper again.
That's like literally in the middle of the movie, too. I think that's like the middle half of the movie. It just kind of goes like this.
It's just like, it's like shoehorned in. Like, we need a bunch of action right here.
Okay, wait, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Nance, you didn't like J.W. last time, right? You said that was like Diamonds Are Forever you didn't want. McCurdy, you and I enjoy him. He is definitively Goofy Bond. Like, J.W. Pepper would not exist in today's Bond, right?
No.
When Bond gets goofy again, as it inevitably will.
Can I get a vodka martini shaken? Oh, you know what? No. Can I get a vodka and Red Bull pint glass, please? Thank you.
They might bring back a character like this, but J.W. worked for you last time.
Mm-hmm.
Why is this J.W. different?
It just feels very out of place. Like the last movie, like really, really worked with what they were going for.
That was J.W. in his homestead. That was him in his homestead.
Louisiana. But I'm looking at it from like the analytical, like let's analyze the film, like what are the themes, that kind of thing, right? Yep. Last movie, it really works because we have black guy versus white guy, right? So how do we make it, you know, again, like they even said, like how do we know that the white guy's going to win, so how do we kind of just direct the audience? You know, we'll put a dude that we can make fun of in the movie, and you and I enjoy the hell out of that guy. I just don't remember.
I mean, that's again though. That's superfluous. That's like if you're just watching the movie, you don't gather that. You have to. That's outside knowledge bleeding in. My whole take on JW this time around is it would have been one thing had Bond just gotten into that car and JW was just sitting there. You'd be like, what the f***? But they at least set him up that he's there on vacation. Now, you can say that's coincidence, but again, we live in this crazy world. My honest take on JW this time around is I think he's more fun because now that they've switched him to an ally, he kind of becomes like our like meta audience.
What the hell is going on?
I argued before that like with Diamonds Are Forever, I'm like, wait. Everybody in the world suddenly knows who James Bond is.
And
it was like technically Tiffany Case was part of an evil organization or like part of a criminal organization. But the way they revealed it was with like a James Bond Playboy thing. And it's like, you just killed James Bond. Like it's clearly meant to be meta and like self-referential. Like I used to make this case about zombie movies. Like you have zombie movies where people know what zombies are. And then you have zombie movies / stories where people don't know what zombies are. So when Living Dead come about, they're like, oh, they don't say, look, a zombie. They say this dead body came back to life. You know, there's a difference. Diegetic means within the universe of the story, within the universe of the movie. Yeah. Non-diegetic is outside of that. The most generally used case of this is diegetic and non-diegetic sound. So like diegetic sound is like any sound that the characters can hear. Within that film universe, that sound that they can hear. Movie scores or whatever that the audience hears, that's non-diegetic. That's outside of the realm of the story. In Diamonds Are Forever, Bond's reputation is somewhat non-diegetic.
You just killed James Bond.
Is that who it was?
It's like, oh, the audience knows who Bond is because through pop culture, now everybody in the world knows who Bond is, and that has now bled into Bond's story. Whereas with like Dr. No and literally every other movie,
it's the agents and the organizations that know.
Only people who should know who he is know who he is.
The man the British will almost certainly use on a mission of this sort would be their agent, James Bond.
With this, Scaramanga knows who Bond is because he should, because they're peers.
We have so much in common, Mr. Bond. We have so much to discuss, and we will never have this opportunity again.
The weapons manufacturer knows who Bond is because he should, because he lives in that shadow world.
An unexpected honor, Mr. Bond.
Your reputation precedes you.
All of these people know who Bond is because they should. J.W. Peppa knows who he is because he had a previous run-in.
Now, I know you.
Oh, no.
You're that secret agent. Secret agent? That English secret agent from England.
We don't have a scene where like some tourist recognizes Bond, like, aren't you? I saw you on the Today Show. Like, that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Everybody who knows Bond should. So he kind of becomes like our meta audience where he happens to be in the car, which is, it's a fun moment where Bond just peels out and he's like, what the
hell is going on?
And then he puts two and two together and he's like, you're chasing somebody.
You're chasing somebody. Who you at this time, boy?
Yeah.
It's a fun callback to the last movie. He is what makes that chase fun, just like he's what made the chase in the last movie fun. So again, my question to you is, why does he not work in this movie if you loved him so much in the last movie?
I think I do like the conflict between the two in the last one. Like, I like the idea of this guy, somebody who is a country bumpkin, essentially, versus a suave British agent. And they're at each, like, they're adversaries, sort of. Like, Bond doesn't know that they're adversaries, right? Like, I think that you have that chase has dual things going on, right? Like, you got Bond is in his whole world. He's dealing with Kananga's people. He's on the run. Yeah. You're watching it. Like, the audience is watching it. At the same time, there's this other story also going on that is interconnected with it, with JW, and he has a lot of great lines in it. And like, that's the other thing, is just, I think, and it's not that I don't like JW in this movie. I don't like him as much. You know what I mean?
Remember Mrs. Bell from the last movie, who just was the woman who happened to be in the airplane when he jumped in? Yeah. JW is Mrs. Bell in this movie, where he's sitting in the car. He's like, how about a demonstration, boy?
Yeah.
And Bond gets in. So I assume the script originally just had Mrs. Bell, just a random person, but instead they brought back JW. And then you have that moment where JW is like, he's like, wait a second. Like, he's putting two and two together. The audience is putting two and two, that he's putting two and two together. I think that is just heightening the material. Now, if he had one more minute in the movie, it would probably be too much. But you have the scene that sets him up, and then you have the scene that pays it off, and he still throws out some fun racist stuff, and that's always nice.
It's personally for me, I like the first movie a little bit more as far as his stuff. Like, I like the Sgt. Pepper stuff
I'm
a
on
little
the
bit
other
more in
end
the
of the
last
spectrum,
one.
I suppose. Like, obviously,
he
just
he
rubbed me
all.
the wrong way last episode. But in this one, I actually disliked him less. I think I maybe even liked him. When I first saw him, I was like, oh, no. And then we get the fun chase scene, and that was all fun. Although they went a step too far with the whole car jump with the slide whistle.
Let me point that out. So that is one thing about this movie that people hate about this movie.
You're not thinking that.
I sure am, boy. Never heard of Evel Knievel?
That is something that even the editor, everybody who's made this movie has commented multiple times and saying, like, we really wish we never did the slide whistle. Like, that kind of really undercut the stunt. Like, it's a really cool, like, don't get me wrong. That is a really cool, complicated stunt. I've been on second unit shoots. I've seen some really cool stuff. That in itself is a really cool thing in the movie. It's a funny, goofy setup that you're like, okay, the bridges are so, like, just so happen to be lined in a certain way. But still, that aside, it's one of the coolest stunts in the movie, for sure.
It's like Bond has to get to the other side of the river. How are we going to do it? And they had fun of it. The slide whistle
just makes it goofy in a cartoon.
Right now, I'm going to recut it. And I'm going to recut it with what it f***ing should have been in the first place, the Bond theme.
Yeah.
Silence as he's going over, and then would have been so. That's what they would do today, and everybody in the editing room would be like, yeah, that's better. And then some intern would be like, how about a goofy ass slide whistle? And everybody would be like, you're fired. Get the f out of here. You're done. And they would have just put in the Bond theme. And I'm right now, I'm cutting it in. Boom.
Never heard of Evel Knievel?
There you go. There's a fan edit out there now that has the way it should have been. So on that note, though, let me go through my list of goofs. These are all my goofs. So I already covered the whole driving away from Bond at the school, which, by the way, that's another missed opportunity. I kind of wish when the first time that they were driving the nieces, and he's like, I got to drop the nieces off. Maybe it's assumed that they're going to school because they're wearing uniforms, right? But I kind of wish he would have clarified that. I wish Hip would have been like, I got to drop the girls off at school. And then later he's like, I was dropping them off at karate
that's the
school.
thing that's jarring about that is like he
so,
drops down at night, and then the next time you see him, it's daytime.
It should have been day.
I'll drop the girls, come back here and hang around.
If it was me, I would have. He would have said, "I'm dropping them off at school," and who maybe it's karate's.
I
at
say
night,
get rid of the nieces and just have Hip be good at kung fu or something.
Forgot to tell you. Their father runs a karate school.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, the whole obviously the whole thing there is like Bond has that moment where he's like, "I'll protect you, girls," and then the girls are like, "F off, dude! Like we got it." Bond would totally have noticed the fuel line. I do love the scene with the.
For you, mister, 20 baht.
I'll tell you what, Sonny, I'll give you 20,000 baht if you can make this heap go any faster.
20,000 baht.
I'm afraid I have to owe you.
Bloody tourist.
Bond would totally have turned that fuel line on, but like whatever.
I just wanted to point out like that is Roger Moore's was like least favorite thing in his movies was throwing that kid in the water, apparently.
Really?
Because
even more than torturing Maud Adams. I don't know if she's double jointed, but he twists the shit out of her arm. But like, why is it a bad thing throwing that kid in?
He knew the water was really unclean, and he was like he had to throw this kid in the water, and he like hated it. Like he just every time that scene made him cringe because of that. And it's always been pointed out
for like UNICEF or something.
Yeah, like he's like
so
Roger Moore, the person, is definitely
it's
not
just a bad
Bond.
look, maybe.
Yeah.
He's like, this is
I'm
really
not
terrible.
James Bond. I'm Roger Moore.
We're throwing this kid in the water who, is like getting his one shot and being a movie probably ever. And is very lucky and fortunate to do that. And he's throwing this kid who probably doesn't have a lot of money to begin with. Maybe, I don't know.
Dude,
I'm
if I was that
here.
kid, I would have been like, dude, hit me as hard as you can. Like,
But he really didn't like that.
Oh, but you're a poor indigenous child. Oh, no, he's a kick-ass kid.
Pretty lady, 100 baht. No. 80 baht. 60 baht.
The kid jumped off his own boat and swam over there. Like, the kid is cool. He's literally a river rat. Like, he's a badass. Yeah. And I honestly wish I would have liked the kid to come back. Even like when JW's wife is like, oh, I want one of those elephants. Like, if the kid could have been there and be like 200 baht. And she's like, 200 baht? That's a steal. Like, that would have been a fun way to cap off that kid and have the kid, like, get what he wants.
Or like him saying, because doesn't he says, like, you're a very handsome man. Like, this many instead, Like,
well, he's like, pretty lady.
That.
Pretty lady.
Yeah. You're a very pretty lady.
80 baht, 60 baht, 40 baht, 20
Yeah.
baht. Like, that kid could have used one more scene. And then the sumo butt. The sumo butt is my final goof. Like, those are I have 4 goofs. And the sumo
Why does he
butt.
go straight for the butt cheeks?
Nans, can you call your mom and let us know about sumo wrestling? Like, if you does your mom happen to know that if you grab a sumo wrestler's diaper and twist it, does it hurt? If it hurts his nuts, then it's brilliant. If it doesn't, then it's stupid.
That was what I got.
I'm gonna guess no, because when they in actual sumo wrestling, I'm not an expert or anything, but I swear that's like part of the main thing they do is like grab each other's. I'm gonna call them diapers. I'm sure that's not.
Do they grab them?
They're called.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they grab onto those things, and like that's what they use to like throw each other.
Throw them off.
You
the
would
circle
assume
and
that
stuff,
it was
right?
a rule that you couldn't touch it, but unfortunately I don't know a fucking thing about sumo wrestling. So like, if some sumo guy was like, "Oh yeah," like never touch another man's diaper, like that hurts your balls, bro, then I'd be like, "Oh, good job, Bond."
Yeah.
But otherwise, that's goofy, right? That's like, But and I put that like those are the 4 goofs. That's it. That's all I have for goofs. Like everything else, I think Roger Moore stepped it up for this. It's personal. Scaramanga has a fitting death. I think a giant fart explosion is not fitting, right? Scaramanga died like straight up duel style. Here's my list of setups and payoffs, and let me know what you think about them. They may or may not be in order. So we get a little touch of Scaramanga being cold to Miss Anders in the opening. Setting up her betrayal or that there's trouble in paradise, like literal paradise, which she at one point does kind of indicate that he has sexual problems. Like he only has sex with her before a kill, which is interesting because it's like, again, if Bond and Scaramanga are like equal but opposites, Bond is always ready to go, right? The guy is, whether it's for King and Country or for himself, he's always ready to go. Whereas like Scaramanga, even though like having a third nipple, you're supposed to be like
have sexual prowess.
There are cults where it is considered a sign of invulnerability and great sexual prowess.
But he doesn't. He's more into killing than he is into sex. So Miss Anders is like, he's a weirdo, and like he likes to rub his gun on me and stuff. Like he's a weirdo. Like I want a real man. I want James Bond. And that's like another reason why Scaramanga would be a little insecure and need to defeat Bond. Because it's like Bond doesn't need the blue pill. Like Bond's always ready to go. Or Scaramanga's like, the guy's kind of f***ed up. High Fat sets up the fact that like he has this mausoleum he wants to be buried in, and like Bond isn't going to kill me, but then it turns out Scaramanga betrays him and says put him in his own mausoleum. The half sunken ship in the harbor is set up as like it's just like some superfluous thing, like he's on a tour and they're like, oh look, there's a boat that sank a while back, and then later he escapes onto it.
Yeah, that's of course of a real ship. I also want to add that they start having this trope of having
MI6 field
MI6
operations
offices in these other places, and they're
like
always
everywhere.
very bizarre. Like we have the submarine and You Only Live Twice. This time we have on this giant boat, and all of the walls are slightly slanted because the whole ship is slanted.
That was a cool.
It was kind of an interesting creative take on that.
Yeah, it's like where would you hide your secret operations? You know, and,
like in the movie, it even says there's like this was a ship that crashed in '71. We just haven't done
under
anything with it.
mysterious
It's been sitting there.
circumstances. Yeah,
and it's just been sitting there, and now it's like it's there, and then they used it for the film. And it was actually one of the first things they shot in this movie. They filmed that sequence with a skeleton crew with like a James Bond double of him, you know, jumping off the boat and getting off the boat.
So that's set up and paid off. Bond thinking that he is the target for he's thinking he's Scaramanga's target. That sets up that moment where he's walking into the bottoms up, and you're like, Scaramanga's about to shoot him. Like he's got him zero. There's no way he can miss. And then, oh wait, no, he was not Scaramanga's target because you know it turns out later that Miss Anders is the one who sent the bullet. So like Scaramanga doesn't even know what's up. He's just doing his mission. And so we think he's going to kill Bond. He kills the energy expert instead. Assembling the golden gun out of separate parts, that's set up when he kills High Fat, so that later in the movie when he faces Bond.
But then of course the English don't consider it sporting to kill in cold blood, do they?
And Bond's like, don't count on it. Like, I'm just going to shoot you, bitch. And he just pulls out the golden gun, which he had been calmly assembling there right in front of Bond. The third nipple is set up in the very beginning, you know, on the beach.
A third nipple, sir.
And then Bond draws it for Q.
Rare 007.
And then he wears it to pretend to be Scaramanga, which is fun. You think that he's getting the best of High Fat, and then it turns out that High Fat was onto him the whole time. Bond walks past the statues of the sumo wrestlers, and then later he walks past the sumo wrestlers, and then they turn out to be real, you know? There's like a fun little switch on Bond. Scaramanga has a Chinese junk that he travels around with, so when that's there at the end of the movie so they can escape, that's been pre-established. And then the biggest setup and payoff of all is the showdown at the beginning of the movie, and then that's bookended with the end of the movie. Even the little micro setup and payoff of he shoots off Statue Bond's fingers, so then at the end you see his hand and you're like, wait a second, wait, it's got fingers again. Wait, that's Bond. And then just when you realize that, that's when he turns and he just has that second on Scaramanga. That's Scaramanga's ego. That's him being that guy at the school who bowed all the way, assuming that Bond was going to bow too. He took for granted this thing that's always been there, and Bond took advantage of that to f*** him up. And that's all communicated in that look that Scaramanga's just like, oh my God. Like in that moment, it's almost like, I would have loved if they would have tilted down and Scaramanga had a big old boner. You know, he has trouble getting it up, but Bond, right in that, like Bond, who he kind of has a man crush on, he's like, but you're so cool. You know, it's just, it just gets erect just as he lands on his face, you know. And on that note, maybe Scaramanga lost the fight because what does he always do before a fight? He bangs Miss Anders, but he killed Miss Anders. So unless he's fucking knick-knack, he didn't have anybody to have sex with before his throwdown. So like even that's a setup and payoff where it's like he was so hopped up with the jism in his brain that Bond just poof, you know.
He was able to get him, yeah. I think you've made a lot of great points, Charlie, about defending this movie for not being the bottom of the barrel. And I don't think it's the bottom of the barrel.
I think
either.
this movie is far from the bottom. If you can't tell already,
I think it's somewhere in the middle.
Fucking far from the bottom.
I think it's somewhere in the middle. Because there's another setup and payoff that I think is that we need to discuss, and that is the setup and payoff of Miss Goodnight. It's basically, and this is the thing I've noticed with their character, is the movie doesn't really give that character, like they just kind of make the character obnoxiously annoying, and like other movies where the math is sound. When I say the math, things that you were talking about, like the setups and payoff, like that makes sense. That as Patterson would say, that tracks, right? Just because something tracks doesn't always mean it's going to work for audiences. Miss Goodnight for me is the thing that like makes this movie not as good as it probably could have been.
But why? Because she's not a strong, independent woman who's a genius?
It's not that. It's not that. It's more of just the obnoxiousness of the character in herself. Like the first time we meet her again, Miss Sanders is leaving and you're like, okay, Bond's going to chase after Miss Sanders. He's going to go after Miss Sanders. But this dimwit drives right inside, sees Bond, pulls up, and is like, Bond, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm coming to pick you up. And you're like, and Bond's just like, I'm trying to follow a gold Rolls Royce. And the whole time.
Then he's an asshole to her, right?
You're a great help, Goodnight. Now, get onto the License Bureau and trace that car. AU603, a green rose.
A green rose?
A green Rolls Royce. There can't be that many in Hong Kong.
Courtesy cars. All green Rolls-Royces belong to the Peninsula Hotel.
Because he's an asshole to everybody. So right away he's like,
doesn't
good
matter
night.
if he's I don't care if he's an asshole or not.
No.
But
What
like
I'm saying though,
Goodnight's
what I'm saying
whole
is
story arc is just being in the way and always being a nuisance to the operation.
Then she pulls through. Goodnight always pulls through. So again, you just said that Goodnight drives in front of Bond and interrupts him. And then Bond is like, Goodnight, you're a useless twit, you asshole. And then she's like, hey, Bond, I know exactly where she went. It's a green Rolls Royce.
Green Rolls
She
Royce
went right to this hotel.
Yeah, I know.
So she immediately pulls through.
I know.
Every time Goodnight messes up, she ends up pulling through. And like Bond even says at one point,
I'll take care of the maintenance man.
I already did. I laid him out cold.
You did?
Yes.
There's more to you than meets the eye, Goodnight.
you're more than meets the eye. Like even when he's like, hey, Goodnight, I came to rescue you from this guy who is like clearly threatening to you. Like the whole thing is like, if Bond gets killed, Goodnight's going to get by this guy. Like that's all communicated in their looks. And she takes advantage of that guy who like underestimates her, and she literally just straight up murders him.
She's a part of the operation, and that whole scene is like just highlighting like she's a dimwit. She's a dimwit. Because
but it's
like
not,
everything
though.
is like
She always
he's
pulls
like,
through.
Here, take the Solex. Okay. All right, we're getting the thing. It's like, okay, but she has to unlock the trunk of the car to put the homing device. When we know, and we've seen this in other movies, they just could have put it under the trunk of the car. And then we only have that moment. The writers only have that moment just so that they can push her into the back of the car. I'm like, great.
Yeah, like
whatever.
remember in Goldfinger, the trunk is open, so Bond puts the tracker on Goldfinger's car in the trunk. Now, like, Oddjob could have come over and like shoved Bond in too, but Bond
That's fair,
did it
but I'm saying,
without anybody seeing.
To highlight the moment even worse, it's just like, who has the keys to the car?
Goodnight. Where are the car keys?
Oh, I've got the keys.
And I've got the Solex too.
Oh, we have Miss Goodnight has.
But it's like Bond is being hard on her, but I like Goodnight doesn't ever do anything where she's like, oh, I'm just stupid. Like she is constantly doing her job. He's like, take the Solex and don't lose it, and I got to get back to help Bond. Why? There's a midget with a gun on him, and then she sees Knick-Knack walk out, so she follows Knick-Knack to his car, and she's gonna put a tracker on the car because she's like, this is our adversary. Like she is always doing her job. She may sound and kind of move in this kind of like ditzy way, but she's not like Rosie. Rosie was just like a up.
But Rosie at least is the great thing about Rosie, though, as much as I think Rosie is annoying, the great thing is Rosie is a foil for Bond that is an ally that isn't an ally. So you think she's an ally at first, and then she isn't. And I think that's great to have that conflict.
But we all agree that she's like a horrible actress and she's obnoxious. With Goodnight, she's always doing her job. She never just like blatantly f***s something up for the sake of f***ing it up.
I have to side with McCurdy on Goodnight. I think Goodnight is barely better than Tiffany Case, and we all know I hate Tiffany Case.
Yeah.
I agree that Goodnight is a bimbo, and so like you make a point that she comes through in the end, but she also messes stuff up throughout, and it's just like this whole ditzy bimbo.
But like what? Like
thing.
What does she mess up?
She messes the beginning up.
Madam, would you be good enough to move this inverted bedpan?
I'm sorry I'm late, James, but your signal from Macau only just reached the office.
I mean, yeah, she comes through. She's like, oh, well, all of the things come in. But
then she fixes it.
It's like
she literally
I'm not
always
too worried
fixes
about
it.
the cars.
Do we really have to have her? Can we get her killed?
But again,
Can Scaramanga
what,
shoot her in the
other
head
than the
and
end,
she get shot?
What situation does she muck up? Like she does her job by following Knick Knack, and then she's unlucky by Scaramanga throwing her in the trunk. Like she didn't like fall. Like Ditzy would have been like, "Oh my god, I fell in the trunk. Oh my god,
like
Bond, save me!" But Scaramanga literally kidnapped her.
To the woman that is like probably shouldn't be a secret agent. We gave the keys to the car to the person that probably shouldn't be the secret agent. We should have just left her in the car. We should have said, "Listen."
But why give her the MacGuffin?
You're great.
Why did he give it to her?
I was in that situation and I had to work with somebody.
Why did he give it to her? He gave it to her because he was going back into the fray. So he's like, "Here, you take this. Don't lose it." Then Knick
I would have
Knack
left her in
comes
the
out,
car.
so
I'd
she
say,
follows
"You
him.
stay in the car. You stay in the car. I will come to you and I will bring this to you." That's what I would do. If I'm dealing with somebody who is incompetent and can't do their job to the best of their ability, I'm probably going to handicap them a little bit and say, "Here, you sit this one out, you sit down, you do this." I'm not going to let this person be walking around screwing things up.
Hand her the MacGuffin and be like, "Get as far from here as you can."
Like don't be
You don't need
here.
to linger and try to
Why
do
am
other
I
stuff.
giving the MacGuffin to the girl that I know could probably screw things up that I'm already getting the sense of like...
But guys, my point is, what had she screwed up? At that point, what had she screwed up? That's my whole point. At this point, Goodnight as a character, where has it been established that she's a f***up?
There's not one big mess up. It's just throughout.
Yeah.
Like
it's like one
it
thing
adds
after
up.
another, and you're just like, "Oh, come on, can we kill her off? Can we just get rid of her?"
Again,
Can Bond
the
go do
first
his own
one,
thing?
the first one is the green rolls, which she recovers from.
Yeah, that's not bad.
And the second one is Scaramanga kidnaps her, which, like, I mean,
I
Bond
would
has
say
done the
also
same
grabbing-
thing.
Yeah, but that whole
Bond,
thing,
dude, Bond
come
has
on.
put tracker
I have the
devices
keys in the
into
car.
trunks before. Well, and
Come
like,
on.
why shouldn't she have the keys? Like, and then Bond has
she
to
could
go
throw
get
it
his
in
own
a
have
car.
the
or
keys? Why
something.
doesn't the other guy have the keys?
What that leads to is Bond having to go get his own wheels. Why is it her fault that she had the keys? It's not a f*** up. It's unfortunate, but it's not a f*** up. And that's my whole point, is that you're like, she's a f*** up. What does she f*** up? And you have not been able to answer that question.
I did answer that question.
No, not
You're just
once
like,
have you
well,
answered
then
the
the
question.
tracker somewhere else on the car. And I'm like, no,
leave.
she f***s it up. Like that is the f*** up.
She's been unlucky, and then she's overcome that unluckiness, but she's never just straight up, like, again, like, had she fallen into the trunk, "Oh my god, I fell in the trunk and then it shut and now I'm locked in." That's her being a ditzy, klutzy idiot. She got thrown in by Scaramanga. When she pulls in front of Bond, she like doesn't know any better. Like, how is she to know that she was cutting off Bond on a chase? And then Bond's like, "Run down this plate." And she's like, "Oh, I already know where it's at." Like, she's unlucky, but she doesn't ever just straight up f*** something up.
When I was a boy, I was brought up in a circus. My only real friend was a magnificent African bull elephant. You see, Mr. Bond, I always thought I liked animals. And I discovered that I liked killing people even more.
You know, and I loved his, like you said, like the motivation behind him. He's all money. There's no confusing this, right? But I do feel like the whole energy thing and all of that stuff, it just like it gets in the way of what could have been.
Why does it bug you though? Like, what is the problem with having this backdrop
It's so
of an energy?
obnoxiously
Like,
silly.
I can't help
It's
but think that you
obnoxiously silly for
because
a
you're
modern,
like, it dates it. Well, it doesn't date it.
It
What is your
does.
problem with it? What is your problem with it?
It's just it's to me it's a silly premise where it's like, okay, we have this, okay, and here's the other thing.
The world
we
is
have that
always
solar
going through an
hold on,
energy
hold on, hold on,
crisis.
hold on.
It's
we
like
have the solar agitator.
countries
we
would
have
be
the
going to
solar
war over
agitator.
that technology.
let me finish. We have the solar agitator, right? In this movie?
Yeah.
But then, like, next couple movies, does that affect the other movies?
Would you
in my
expect
mind,
it
I'm like,
to? Would you expect it to?
I mean, if it's a world-changing thing, like you're saying, like,
Dude, it's
countries
the
would
government.
fight for this thing.
You could say that the government covered it up so they can keep making oil money.
The oil sheiks will pay you just to keep solar energy off the market.
It just seems very strange, and it's like the last movie to me. It's like one of the things that bothers me a little bit.
No. Let's stay on point. You're talking about future Bond movies. I don't know what the that means. We're talking about this movie, and you're saying that because they developed some technology, we need to see it in all the movies hence. We're talking about this specific singular movie, and for some reason you have some problem with the energy crisis plot.
Let me ask you this, because I do get distracted by the end with the fight with him and Knick Knack, which I think is great. I actually do like that part.
Yeah,
does he get the agitator, or does it get destroyed in the island?
He pulls it out and he brings it home. Like, he gets it in the end.
He brings it home. Okay.
He throws it in his shirt.
Okay. Yeah. I just think it's one of those things where it's like, I wish that wasn't necessarily the MacGuffin, and I wish that wasn't the part of the movie.
Why? Like, you haven't provided one reason why other than just personal bias. Like, you just don't like, because again, it's a loose backdrop for the main story. The main story is Scaramanga and Bond.
Like, so he has a laser in this movie now. Like, it's like, okay, yeah, the solar powered lasers in this movie that we use to explode this thing.
This is the part I really like.
It feels like the screenwriters were like, okay, we have to have a giant set in the end of this movie, because they always have giant sets in the end of this movie. Even though the story's like mano story, we still have to check the box office.
Well, it's like we need an exciting escape. And how do we manufacture an exciting escape?
We need a cool layer, and we need to blow it up.
We need to blow it up the layer. And that, it just bothers me in the end of the movie. It's like, well, if you really wanted it to be about Bond fighting this other guy, and it's in this fun house, like, wouldn't it even be better if, like, they were fighting in where the power plant is, and then amongst the fight that they have,
like,
all.
They're fighting in a fucking fun house controlled by a midget. Like,
and the fun, and again,
that's so much
like,
better than fighting
saying,
amongst those big circular things. Like, are you crazy? No. The way they have the fight is fun as fuck, as set up from the beginning. But then listen. At the end, you have it's like 2-3 minutes for them to get the solar agitator, and again, that's just like it's like capping off the movie. All of that in my interpretation, the function of all of that story wise is not only to have we got to have an explosive escape to run away. In that whole process, who do you forget about?
What are you talking? Wait.
You completely forget about Knick Knack. During that whole escape, by the time that Knick Knack shows himself, you're like, oh, Knick Knack. Without any of that, you would just be like, wait, oh, Knick Knack's going to come out.
What I want to know really is, at this moment, where would you place it in the ranking?
You still sure?
You tell me where you'd place it. I'll tell you where. Hey, here. Yeah, because I don't believe it's number 3. You've told me that in your personal list, but
by taking
as far as
on,
ranking is now.
I like that this movie takes on this personal story for Bond. This isn't just like another doomsday plot or whatever. This is personal, which allows his mystique to grow.
But what makes it personal for him, though? That's the other.
This is personal.
I know you've told me
this
in the
whole
past,
movie is personal.
Why is it personal for him, though?
Because his very life has been threatened by an assassin.
His life is threatened all the time. How is this personal?
His life specifically. McCurdy, listen. His life specifically is not threatened. Like, it's not. They say like, hey, we're gonna blow up England. They don't say we're gonna kill James Bond. Now
his
Spectre
life is in danger in the other jobs, but as a circumstance of the job. But this is.
Yeah, his life is in danger at all points in every single movie that he's in. He knows that he's going to always be in danger.
His life is always in danger.
He's gonna be a target.
Yes, but he's never been called out specifically by an assassin.
Like the other movies, the bad guys are like, I'm going to kill you because you're in my way. In this movie, it's just like, I'm going to come kill you.
What I'm saying is they straight up say, Bond, you are on leave to go figure out this whole assassin thing. because now you're a liability, because this guy's coming after you.
I'll endorse your request to resign, or you can take a sabbatical and go to ground until this matter's settled.
The whole plot of From Russia with Love is to get revenge on Bond and get some goodies at the same time. But like objectively speaking, this is the most personal story for Bond so far as his career's involved, where it's like, this assassin is targeting you. Go like f off and go figure that out before you jump back on your assignment. So like it's not just like a national security thing. It's very personal, where it's like you got to go find, like nobody knows Scaramanga. You got to go find him before he kills you, but nobody knows what he looks like. Like he's got he's got the high ground on you. You know, so his first step is, what victims do I know?
Bill Fairbanks, 002.
Oh, poor Bill. I miss him.
Now, the man with the golden gun didn't.
Officially, that was never confirmed.
Where was 002 when it happened?
Beirut, 69. In a cabaret with a lady called Saida.
Belly dancer.
Belly dancer that was his girlfriend has the bullet. He's got to get the bullet, and then he's got to go have the bullet analyzed, and it goes through his butt.
Hotel, mister?
No. The nearest pharmacy.
There's no way to trace that bullet? No idea what it went through to get here.
They could have just analyzed the bullet they sent him, but...
Yeah. But the problem with that is, like, the movie, at the end of the day, it's like, well, that wasn't actually a bullet for Bond. It was just a cry for help.
Who do you think sent that bullet to London with your number on it? I did.
I think there would have been more conflict and more play out if they had just went ahead and not had this, like, trick where it was like, oh, actually, it was a cry for help. I would think I would appreciate it a little bit more if it was like, no, it's actually, you know, Scaramanga actually was after him. If there was a history there, or had, you know, like we found out Bill and Bond were real close or whatever, like if there was something more there, if Scaramanga killed Tracy instead of Irma Brunt, we know, like, and I know that's not the movie, but if it was something along those lines, like the intro of the movie is actually Bond, you know, on a mission, and then we find out that Scaramanga kills.
You're saying you want it to be more personal? Dude, he killed a fellow
just
00.
Like, oh, like he's after you.
He killed a fellow 00. That is always going to have some weight. Now, I know that the movies don't delve into other 00s.
But
and like sometimes that like it would be like in the future.
We know they
in the
do,
future,
but
yeah, in the future.
In the future, we know
but
they
as
do.
of now,
but
they
I'm saying,
don't.
like, again, like when you say this movie's personal, and you're like, oh, it's such a personal movie. I'm like,
in the world of Bond, it's as personal as it gets.
I think this is just a case of a differing definition.
It's two professionals. Yeah. It's literally two professionals. It's like Red Grant all over again. Professional A versus Professional Z. Like Black Hat versus White Hat. Like that's as personal as it gets.
I will admit, I didn't, some things that you pointed out tonight, I never saw in the movie, and I think that I appreciate like you acknowledging or at least explaining these things, like the plane. So I still think the plane itself is a sight gag, where you're like, you look at it and you're like, okay, that's just goofy. It just looks goofy. What I'm saying is I appreciate you pointing out that, like, in the past, Bond is the one who's using the goofy gadgets, and this time this guy is using the gadget to get away, and he best Bonds in that sense. And I'm like, I never thought of it that way. That's actually nice. I still think it's a sight gag, but I did appreciate like you pointing that out.
Wouldn't you like you would expect though that like if Bond did that, would you be saying the same thing? Would you be like, it's a sight gag? Or you'd be like,
I'm saying I'm agreeing with you that the sense that it's like, yeah, I never thought about that before. Like I'm like, oh, that's a good point.
I think I'm in the middle of you two on that one too. Like when I first saw the car with the wings on it, I was like, that's a little silly. And then we see the inside, his dash kind of changes, and it's like, oh, this is like a Bond car, but for a villain. And I was like, okay, I can get behind this.
I like M in this movie particularly because you pointed out the last time that like Bond's like the know-it-all. And I think he's even more of a know-it-all in this movie. But like M is just like the father who has to deal with this weird dysfunctional family. And he has the know-it-all kid who's like the best and the brightest, but he's like, God damn it. Like, I fucking hate you, but like, you're the best and the brightest. And
but
I do love you.
Yeah.
But I need you. And then he has Q on the other hand, who's also a know-it-all, but it's like, and these two guys hate each other. And Q's just like, you know, like saying, well, we have this, blah, blah, blah. It's like, shut up, Q. And it's just like, it's so good. Like that.
Well, you can tell, you can feel the like, you can generally feel the pressure on M But this
Yeah.
time specifically, like the whole government apparatus is like, we're talking free energy, bitch. Like we need, like, get the fucking Solex. And he's like his face in that one where he's like,
Yeah.
you didn't get it. Like he's so, like he looks like he's going to have a heart attack the whole movie.
Yeah. And then you have the Bond, you should go on sabbatical, like you're on leave, and it's like, unlike, it's almost contrasting to the Magic Secret Service scene where it's like he goes on leave or whatever, but this time it's like he learned his lesson from last time. It's like,
If I found him first, sir, that might change the situation.
Dramatically. Wouldn't you say?
yes, dipshit, like go,
It's
go.
the
Like,
father-son relationship that they
Exactly.
have, where he's like straight up, he's like, hey, I'm taking you off your assignment. And Bond right away, like, as we know, Bond hates being taken off assignments. He's like, dude, like, I want to do this. Don't stop me. And he's like, I got to stop you. I'll accept your resignation, or you can go on sabbatical or whatever. And then, and it's literally just like a wink, wink, nod, nod, like, go sort this out.
Yeah.
And I think it's a great moment between the two of them. And Bond's like, well, sir, what if I took the initiative and I went after him? And he's like, yeah, that would probably fix things, wouldn't it? Like I like little
I do
moments
like that moment.
that,
I do like that.
Like this, I'm telling you, this M, he won't be around much longer, and he's just, you're gonna miss him. Like, he's just a fantastic M.
Yeah.
Although you're gonna miss him until we get Judi Dench. Like, until we get Judi Dench, you're gonna be like, I want M back.
There are very few people who haven't heard of Bond. British Secret Service, 007, License to Kill.
In this movie, as much as we've been talking about how, like, Bond does have a reputation, they say repeatedly, Bond has a reputation, not to the general public, but to the spy world, which is exactly what you would expect. That, like, there'd be dossiers on him all over the place in different intelligence agencies. Like, that works. Random people knowing who he is stupid, and that makes for a good joke, but it's stupid within the Bondverse. That being said, we've talked before about how, like, the Walther PPK, when people are like, only one man on the planet uses a Walther PPK, this movie takes that into account, where the arms dealer is like,
Mass production. Your water PPK, for instance, I leave to others.
That dispels with the whole thing of, like, only one man uses it. Scaramanga and the arms dealer, they know that James Bond 007 uses a Walther PPK, but they never say it's exclusive to him. It's his preference. Like, they understand, just like he prefers vodka martinis, he's not the only man on the planet that drinks vodka. So, like, all these little details are why, for me, this is, like, so far,
it's underrated versus being,
I think this movie is
like, discarded as
far
much more as
underrated. I think people discard this movie, and I honestly don't know why. I mean, again, I think every Bond movie has missteps, and
they're not all perfect.
And
for sure.
they're not all. I mean, we've talked before about how, like, Dr. No is technically perfect, but the scope is so low. Like, they really don't make any missteps in the movie. But, like, the scope is so small, and it was easy to be
more
perfect.
like a detective movie.
Yeah, it didn't reach all that far. It was perfect at its scale, and since then movies have been, like, trying to, like, up that scale, and they've either had missteps or they have not. But this is my number one. I put this fucking movie at the top.
Yeah, and
I understand that you are
like,
probably going to disagree, but, like, I can't help but think that your opinions are just based on, like, other people's popular opinions. I think this movie is so easily overlooked, but when you watch it in just with that idea of, like, we've been watching this man for 9 movies, and he's just, he saved the world again. Oh, he saved the world again. This is the same guy who saved the world over and over and over, and now we're seeing this story, his personal story continuing into just the world. Like, this movie is about reputation. This movie is about, like, it's living within that shadow world of the spies, and it's like your reputation versus mine, and, like, Highlander style, there can only be one, like a showdown. And again, all this stuff, like so far, it's like, you're like, the car plane's weird. Sure. Sure. But like we talked about, that's Scaramanga pulling some Bond. Good Night is annoying. Sure. Good Night's annoying. But like when it comes to Bond and the bad guy, I think it's the best bad guy we've come across. And I think, people would be like, oh, I wish it was Sean Connery. And it's like, some people would just rate Sean Connery movies above the rest because they just can't accept the fact that Bond could ever be anybody else. But Roger Moore, again, as a Bond purist, he is Bond in this movie. He's charming and he's like seductive. He's wittier and he's balancing all these things, and he's a fucking asshole. Like he's like pure Bond in that sense, where he's like not taking any shit, and he's like getting exactly what he needs to get the bad guy. And the whole movie, again, like energy crisis in the background. The movie is it's a personal story of this super spy going against this super assassin and besting that guy on his own ground, like taking advantage of that guy's ego. And that guy, Scaramanga has this odd man crush obsession with Bond.
Ours is the loneliest profession, so let us spend a few pleasant hours together.
How can I refuse such a gracious invitation?
Splendid! Splendid!
He comes in there and takes full advantage of it to like defeat him on his own turf. Now, like, it's interesting when you bring up like, well, what if Miss Anders was there the whole time and all that? And like, I can't see how, like, unless you laid out exactly how that would play out, all we have is the movie as it is. Like, and within that realm, it's like, well, Scaramanga killing her is like, that only beefs up Scaramanga's character. And again, like for me, coming down to just Bond and the bad guy, I think Roger Moore is perfectly Bond in this movie. And I think Chris Lee as Scaramanga is like fucking stellar bad guy. Like just straight up equal but opposite entities going face to face. It's not our Blofeld stealing the world, and that's all well and good, but this is like our first foray straight up into the world of the spy and like how these people have reputations. Because again, for the millionth time, it's not you and me. You and I, all of us, we're not Bond. Bond, you got to put yourself in the character of Bond and how he has fought all these guys who have these crazy egos, and he's come out, and now we have this guy who's got like the ultimate ego.
To us, Mr. Bond, we are the best. I could have shot you down when you landed, but that would have been ridiculously easy. Like every great artist, I want to create an indisputable masterpiece once in my lifetime. The death of 007, mano a mano.
And where Scaramanga's like, I'll give you 6 bullets. You're 6 against my 1. I only need the 1. That shit's fucking fantastic. And Bond is just wasting bullets left and right. And, and Knick-Knack's like, you're down to 3. And then at one point, he's down to 0. He straight up loses his gun.
I've taken all accounts in. Good night, Nans and McCurdy. I agree with you more than I agree with Charlie. She doesn't add anything, but she's a field officer. She's not a 007. So anything, all the mistakes she makes are almost understandable in a way.
They're all bad luck. Every single one of them is bad luck.
Besides the point where she has the Solex and she should just go.
All that being said, Captain Kirk, is this movie better than Goldfinger because of some like minuscule stuff that Charlie's like, you guys, this movie is so much better than what people are telling you because of this, and this. It is much better than Goldfinger. I don't think it's better than Goldfinger or From Russia with Love.
Okay, if McCurdy's gonna jump into that though, this would be an opportune moment for me to go through my Goldfinger list.
His butt is hurty.
His butthole is dirty. Okay.
It's dirty, Scott.
Goldfinger is like, it's like, ooh, it's Citizen Kane. It's like untouchable. It's the greatest film ever made. Goldfinger's great, but it also has all these like little nitpicky, why is that in there type of things. And it happens to be, in my book, any any Bond movie with the word gold in it is going to be awesome. But all the same, let me just run through a couple of things. So Goldfinger has a prologue that has nothing to do with the overall story, whereas The Man with the Golden Guns prologue perfectly bookends the overall story. This movie is unique and specific unto itself, whereas like all the Goldfinger iconic stuff is like almost interchangeable with every other movie in the franchise, as far as Connery's concerned. The gangster scene in Goldfinger makes no sense at all. Like, he just tells all these guys his overall plan, and then he just murders them all. So it's like, why didn't he just murder them all? You can say, like, oh, that's his ego. But, like, usually that's what they do before they kill Bond at the end because they want somebody to give them validation or whatever. Like, yes, you're a genius. Yeah, that's usually what Bond is doing. He's like, yeah, you're a genius. But, like, Goldfinger just tells all the gangsters what he's going to do with their money, and then he just murders all of them. Like, murdering them makes sense so he can keep the money, but why go through this big elaborate scene of explaining the heist except just to give the audience that information and give Bond that information? Like, it doesn't make sense. Goldfinger has a bunch of goofy shit. That was my whole case against like that versus From Russia with Love. It just not worth getting into, but it is just, it's goofy. Guy Hamilton is he makes goofier movies. Chew Me is so much more believable as a name and therefore works better than Pussy Galore. But, you know, I'm not like, whatever. They're both awesome. Knick Knack and Oddjob are very similar, and like people sometimes get them mixed up. But Knick Knack is more plugged into this story and is more than just the muscle. He's easily underestimated and can be very deadly and sneaky, and has a much more interesting relationship with his master than Goldfinger. You know, with the whole, like, he's trying to get his money thing. He's literally trying to kill Scaramanga, but they kind of have this odd love-hate relationship, whatever. Their showdown is perfect for their characters, not a punch-for-punch or a goofy airplane death that Goldfinger had, but it's a straight mano-y-mano duel. Bond solves the problem with his dick. Oddjob's cool, and the Aston Martin is cool. That's really what it comes down to. Goldfinger, like, for the millionth time, I love all these movies, but you can nitpick every last one of them. Mm-hmm. At least up to this point. Oh, and Tilly Masterson is just as bad, if not worse, than Goodnight.
No, she's not. Because to me, Tilly Masterson at least is like, my sister got murdered. And regardless of that, it's not like she's trying to get in Bond's way because she's like, Bond, you just got in my way. I'm trying to go after the bad guy. And now you're just driving right up to me. Like, did nobody in the Secret Service teach you, like, if an agent is, like, tailing somebody, maybe don't drive right in front of them?
But she went to pick him up. She went to pick him up. Like, she
parked
just,
right
like,
in front of the other car, and he's, like, he's obviously ready to go to the other side. Hold on.
Wait, hang on. I know, but you're suddenly jumping back into all the same shit.
It's not the same shit.
Yeah.
The problem is like, you're like, Tilly Masterson's just as bad. I'm like, no, Tilly Masterson, like, was seeking revenge, and yes, she dies. But at least she wasn't, like, getting in Bond's way purposely. It was like she was more focused on trying to do her own mission.
She shot at Bond, and then she tripped the tripwire.
She didn't know Bond was after her.
But she tripped the tripwire that then completely fucked up Bond's entire thing, getting her killed, and then almost getting Bond.
Tilly Masterson does not annoy me. Annoy me in the least.
Let me go! You're breaking my back!
What the hell are you doing here?
I want to kill him!
Kill who?
Goldfinger!
Well, I want him alive.
I want him dead. He killed my sister.
She's a terrible actress, and she probably banged the producers to get. She was hopping up and down on Cubby's broccoli in order to get that role.
Here's what makes this movie for me. The dynamic between Bond and Scaramanga is just brilliant. I love that the Scaramanga does not need to kill Bond. There's no need there. There's a competitive nature between the two that drives them towards each other. That makes Scaramanga want to battle Bond. There's no need at any point, you know. I love that dynamic between them. I love the dynamic between Knick Knack and Scaramanga. I love that relationship. He almost acts like he wants to kill Scaramanga.
It's such a weird relationship. It's like loving, but he also he would gain by having Scaramanga killed, but it's like Scaramanga has enough confidence that he never will be killed, and that pushes Knick Knack harder to try to kill him.
Yeah.
But there's this affection there. Like it's such an interesting interplay between them. It is completely unique. Like that whole, and that's my whole hook, right? I mean, we have talked so much about Goodnight, and I don't give a fuck about Goodnight. When she's around, I mean, And like as far as like on the superficial end of things, like she's one of the more unattractive Bond girls. But whatever. She doesn't weigh in on the decision for me. And everything we've talked about and how to improve this movie, it's all interesting. But like my whole thing with like McCurdy last time when we would talk about. Like you would say, it might have been better if we hadn't seen Scaramanga for a while. Like we didn't see his face, if they'd have hidden his face. But like saying that, like that's cool. Like, oh, that's a cool idea. But but it's not like saying that automatically means that what they did is bad. Like when I would say, hey, this is how they could have improved the prologue of Secret Service. It's because I think the prologue sucks. It's because I think that with very obvious steps, they could have improved it. But like the prologue for this movie is awesome. Can it be improved? Yeah, anything can be improved. But hiding his face doesn't automatically mean it would be better.
I don't think it's objectively better though. And you're like telling me like, oh, Goldfinger's, it's better than Goldfinger's because it has something to do with the plot. I'm like, sure. But also Goldfinger sets up the character of James Bond, who he is, how he acts.
Which we had already done for 2 films. Like
in this new, and for anybody who's going into the movie, you're like, okay, cool. Like he's James Bond. He uses we understand he uses his cunning. He has gadgets at his disposal. Like, I don't think that you can just completely disregard that. And just because it's like, oh, but we see Scaramanga in his fun house and how he kills these guys. And it's like, it's set up for the end of the movie. I'm like, cool, that's great. But to me, it's not like, oh, this is so much better than Goldfinger's. I'm like, it's fine, but it's not great.
It's a preference thing, sure. I'm not saying that Goldfinger's prologue is bad, but for that film, it's irrelevant. Like the prologue is irrelevant to the story.
If I'm quoting Charlie Myers here, though, it's like, what did you say? You said, I'm always going to go for the more serious Bond film. I'm always going to go, and this one doesn't do that for me. It
but
just
Goldfinger
seems very
is goofy. Goldfinger is not that serious.
This movie is very goofy.
They're both made by the same guy, and the guy made Diamonds Are Forever.
This one is much more goofy. Save what you want to say for Sarah. Are you serious?
Not that much.
Flying cars, a midget, a carnival funhouse.
So
all these
little people are goofy. You had something against little people? I mean,
it's a goofy thing to be like, yeah, we're going to put a midget in the movie. Cool.
Yeah, but
or
why?
A little person, whatever you want to say.
Like, it's a goofy thing to have a Korean wrestler who throws a hat. I mean, who throws a hat? Really, honestly. Man? Honestly. Like it's like
even though he throws the hat, though, it's like he is still a adversary for Bond. Like he still fights Bond hand to hand versus a guy who's just a little person who gets thrown into a suitcase.
Nick Nack is controlling a fun house, trying to get him killed. It's a hunt. It is a hunt. Like, dude, like had him and Scaramanga just gone punch for punch, it would have been boring.
And then it's like, Deus Ex Machina, there so happens to be a James Bond mannequin in his thing. And then it's like, why does Scaramanga have a James Bond figurine in his house?
Because he's obsessed with being top dog. That's what the whole movie is about. It's about him having a man crush on Bond.
And then that even adds to the whole like plethora of what we talked about in Diamonds Are Forever, where it's like, is James Bond a celebrity now? Do people know who James Bond is?
Dude, he's a fucking assassin. He would know who Bond is. People in Playboy knowing who he is stupid. We agree that that's stupid. Scaramanga would absolutely know who Bond is because the whole movie is about reputation. The whole movie is about reputation, dude.
He counts on his reputation to terrify his intended victim.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Obviously, it's about reputation, and everybody within that shadow world, they know about each other, especially having these, like, long careers. Bond knows about Scaramanga because he should. Scaramanga knows about Bond because he should. You and me walking down the street shouldn't know who these people are. So yes, he has a mannequin of Bond because he wants that top dog.
I think the problem with this movie is it's the filmmaking and every aspect of this movie is so goddamn silly that it just turns a lot of people off. To meet you halfway, I do like the idea that like Scaramanga is in a way like the reverse James Bond. I just don't feel like the movie does enough for me to be like, that's what the movie is. But I was going to say this, Charlie. The more I thought about it, the more I'm like, Goodnight, and I don't want to harp on Goodnight as much as we keep going on and on about her. Yeah. Because I do think there's other points in this movie where I feel like the movie's just weak because of other things. But like sometimes certain characters are inherently just kind of obnoxious and annoying for audiences. Like, for instance, people generally don't like precocious kids because they are also obnoxious and annoying. Yeah. Even though, like, on paper, you're like, oh, that sounds so interesting. A character that's like a complete idiot, but like somehow, you know, saves the day anyway. And it's like, that's great. But like, I didn't come to this James Bond movie to be, you know, annoyed for, you know, whatever her screen time was, like 30 minutes in the movie. Yeah. With a character that's just like, oh, hi, Bond. Oop, sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, hey, I think we lifted off. Like, I didn't sit for a Bond film to see this character. I'm like, no, I didn't come to the movie for this. You can give me other Bond girls. It has nothing to do with a Bond girl. It just has to do with the way they portray this character. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
Well, and I think to respond to that, I think your track record so far has been, you put a lot of stake in the Bond girl. Whereas for me, the Bond girls boil down to what they're really there for is they're just TNA for Bond to bang. And I could give a shit about their level of competence or, you know, like, cause her character is that she's inexperienced. That's her character. Like your personal preference would be that, like, you know, everybody is competent. You get annoyed when they're not, especially if they're attached to MI6. Again, like she's no 00, but she's like this inexperienced field agent. Like that's her character, and that's how you just kind of do things differently. Again, even when it comes to Knick-Knack, it's like, okay, are we again just going to have the same old muscle, or are we going to mix it up this time? And then by making him a midget, it's like Yoda. He doesn't have that like physical, like he's not like Oddjob. Like he's this big guy. He's just going to beat the shit out of Bond. He's gonna do something different. And that's what I find interesting. Like when the franchise finds a way to break from the norm, because had this movie just simply been the same old, then that's when you just go, but it's it stands out to me because of these unique changes they make. And so like your personal preference is that you want to show up to a Bond movie and you want to have that badass chick who is a secret agent. You and it's like, why did they hire her in the first place? Like, I understand all that. I just don't put as much weight on it as you do. That's where our personal preferences, and that's why we're doing this whole thing to weigh those against each other. But I also want
to say that it's not just that one thing. It's just that's something in this particular movie that stands out very, very much. Like, I think if I'm judging these movies, I'm looking at the plethora of the Bond tropes, right? Like, how well is this James Bond performed? Or like, what's James Bond like in this movie? What's the girl like in this movie? Or girls, essentially. What are the Bond girls like in this movie? What are the gadgets in this movie? How does this Bond movie handle the goofiness versus the seriousness? What's the tone like? And this also movie has weird tonal shifts, too. Like, those are the kinds of things that I'm going to measure these movies on. And I feel like some of the other movies seem to be very much more consistent on tone and characters. This movie is just very all over the place, it feels like. And that's where I'm like, I get, and I think a lot of people have said that, like, yeah, Scaramanga is a cool character, is a really great concept. I just don't think the movie does enough for him to be like, yeah, this beats, or this, like, you know, apologizes for everything else in this movie with, you know, whistle blood, you know, what was it? The whistle from the car chase or whatever, all that stuff. Like, it doesn't excuse that kind of stuff. And I'm like, you're like telling me that, like, oh no, this movie's great because it's about him and Scaramanga and like all the stuff. But I'm like, there's a lot of problems with this movie. Sure. And I'm not on board with it being number one. That being said, though, if it were my choice, I'd probably put it in the bottom. But I think somewhere in the middle, I would be happy with. I'm like, eh.
Do you have a spot? Do you have a spot reserved?
I don't think it's the top 3. And you know my feelings on her on Secret Service, but I do think it's, you know, probably could be above Thunderball, maybe.
I thought that Scaramanga has sent the bullet to Bond / MI6 as like a I'm coming for you sort of thing. But in rewatching this movie, it sounded like that's not what
Miss Sanders
happened.
Miss Sanders.
Miss Sanders said that's right.
Yep. She
And I
sent
think-
it to have Bond save
Sending
her.
it for help.
Something I wanted to ask you guys was that, like, is there any reason why they couldn't have just analyzed the bullet that was sent in the first place? Because it's a real bullet. It's not like it's like if it was fake, they'd be like, oh, this is fake and it's just an empty threat. But like, so therefore it must be real. So she had to have stolen. So, okay. So like, yeah. The lie from the outset is that Scaramanga sent the bullet to just like, I'm coming after you, Bond. And after having seen the prologue where you know that, we're like, oh, he's coming after Bond. He just shot the fingers off the mannequin. Revealed later is that she sent it because she wants to be rid of him, but she can't leave, and she fantasizes about Bond saving her. So, and she's aware of Scaramanga's weird obsession with Bond. She even says he has a likeness of you. She steals a bullet, which like that could have got her fucking killed in the first place. So, you know, anyway, so, but like, yeah, why, you even mentioned this before, Nance, why couldn't they just analyze the bullet? You know, Bond, but the only thing Bond says is he's like, oh, because he's like, hey, look at that, it has my number on it. And then it's like, it'd be useless as a bullet. Well, yeah, because it has his number on it, but otherwise it's fine. And then right after that scene, that's when he's like, I'm going to go to Beirut and find the bullet that killed Bill Fairbanks, aka 002.
Yeah.
And then he has that bullet analyzed. So like, yeah, right? Like, nobody can think of any reason why they couldn't have just analyzed the first bullet other than the fact that like Bond was put on leave, but that shouldn't matter anyway. It's just like, hey, Q, can you take a look at this real quick?
The clear plot to me would have been had other 00 agents been killed, and that was the intro, and we saw the end of the Golden Gun killing those other agents, and then it was like, oh, well, Bond, you're next. But the last movie kills a bunch of 00 agents in the beginning of the movie, and then he goes to investigate. And I'm like sitting there thinking as I'm watching this movie, I'm like, you know, that would have gotten me into the movie even more so than, you know, Carnival Funhouse and all this other stuff.
But again, here's the problem with that. It's not just that Scaramanga just wants to kill a bunch of British agents just to do it. I mean, the guy makes $1 million a contract by just killing people that other people hire him to kill. He doesn't have some personal vendetta against Britain or against MI6 and all these 00s. He wants Bond because Bond's the best. If Bond happened to be a Russian, he would still want to go after Russian Bond. It has nothing to do with 00s, any other agency. It only has to do with these two guys' reputations. All fucking movies about reputation.
I never thought Nick Nack actually wanted Scaramanga to die. I feel like it's like they're like playfully kind of alluding to that.
It's like father and son. It's like, can't wait for you to die, Dad, because I'm going to get all your shit. You know, like, it's weird.
If you kill him, all this be mine.
He could just kill him in his sleep if he actually wanted him to die so he could inherit that stuff. But he doesn't because they're close. Like, they have a close relationship. They literally live on this island, just the two of them. Like, every night he could be trying to kill Scaramanga, but he doesn't. Like, and in fact, he tries to avenge him at the end.
Yeah, I enjoy it, but I never thought Nick Nack actually wanted Scaramanga to die. And I know Scott's saying I think Scott's saying he did think that and felt that dynamic pushed the film higher in the list.
You could interpret it either way. That's how vague it is.
What I'm saying is that is what they play at in the beginning. By he's inviting assassins to the island, continually, like, please kill him.
I assume
I get half
Scaramanga
of this.
tells Nick Nack to do that, though.
Yeah, well, and that's their relationship.
But it's part of a challenge.
Scaramanga's like, part of your job is to like Scaramanga gets off on killing people, but he's bored because he's killed everybody. He is. It's literally the most dangerous game. It's this guy who is bored because he's killed nobody can kill him. So he's like, so Nick Nack is actively bringing top assassins to the island to participate in this freaky deaky game between the two of them.
I found you.
It's a very unique relationship between these two, and
it's a playful back and forth.
That's where it's like, I don't think it's just like, oh, it's a midget for the sake of a midget. I think it's a fun turn from all of the henchmen we've had before, where it's, again, like Yoda, He doesn't have physical strength, but he runs the whole show. It's not just like a midget for the sake of being a midget. It's a little deeper than that. And then you have his relationship with Scaramanga on top of that. And that's what's interesting. But okay, overall, when it comes to the ranking, Scott said 3 or 4. Realistically, that's fine by me. I'm not just gonna push for number 1 because I think it's so. I would be more than happy to drop it down out of number 1 so that this channel may maintain some credibility, because people would just fucking murder us.
You're like, gold man, gold gun.
Because of me. But all the same, I do think it's worthy of finally breaking our Connery triad of Dr. No, From Russia with Love, Goldfinger. I think it would sit pretty at 3 with the scope of this movie. Even with its shortcomings, I can see it surpassing Dr. No. Like Dr. No, every time we're like, it's just so perfect, and it's, and it's like, it didn't aim that high. So therefore it like had the room to just be like relatively perfect in terms of like what it was going for and to be that excellent prototype. But like, this movie breaks past it with even just on like the Scaramanga relationship alone. And yes, it has some Hamiltonian goofy stuff in there, like all of his movies do. But for me, this movie cracks past Dr. No's being small. The scope surpasses Dr. No for me.
I disagree. I would put it at 4.
I think it does come down to what Char was kind of saying with weighting, where he might not put much or any weight on the Bond girl, where McCurdy, you might put more than he would in different aspects of all these different James Bond tropes. So for myself, I do find the Bond Scaramanga dichotomy like the most interesting of all the movies we've seen so far. But Goodnight does bother me too. So
to me, this movie has always felt like Scaramanga and Bond are cool, and then the rest of the movie is shit. Like that's how the movie feels to me, and that's why I'm like I don't rank it as high as you guys, because I'm like it's got a really cool. It's kind of like the opposite of Thunderball, right? Because Thunderball, we were like, there's got a like really great cinematography. It's got this kind of somewhat really good relationship with Domino, but Largo's sucks like a lot.
Yeah,
and you got other things that are really good about the movie, but like the villain sucks. And then this movie to me is the opposite. The villain's really great. The performance is really great. And sometimes I'm thinking like, I think you guys just really like Christopher Lee. But to me, I'm like, the rest of the movie
no doubt
is kind of atrocious. And I'm like, that's how I'm seeing it. And I'm like, I just don't think it's 3. I will live with 4. Like, I will live with the film that I'm like, no, this one's like one of the best films that they've ever made. I'll live with it above that movie.
Okay, so like, at this point, we're really trying to figure out like okay, like our Untouchable 2, Goldfinger, and From Russia with Love. Like those, those continue to be our dudes.
I'm good at 3 also myself. Sounds like maybe Scott, you're 1 down. McCurdy's a couple more down.
Again, no. Again, I am 3 or 4, but
didn't we not talk about like a long time ago? It was like what makes a good movie versus what makes a good James Bond movie. And to me, this movie is not a James Bond movie. In the plethora of all the other films, it just really doesn't add up to a James Bond movie for me.
But again,
what is a James Bond movie? He has to drive around in an Aston Martin. I mean, that's
where
I differ.
You had to drive in an Aston Martin, but like
that's where I differ.
Aston Martin. Gadgets,
better gadgets,
better girls,
better girls.
And as we talked about, there is no like we don't have a definitive like requirement. Like we never once said like the rules are it has to be more Bond than not. We just said that like that's kind of that was what our discussion for From Russia with Love versus Goldfinger came down to, was like, well, what's better to be like, because you guys would be like, oh, but it's so Bond. And it's like, what does that mean? Well, it means he's like driving in a cool car and he just got the babe. You know,
With
it's
Dr. No, they had a movie with a budget of $1 million. They made a really smart spy thriller.
Yeah.
With some decent action, a great character, some stuff that we're like, oh yeah, this like you guys who never seen Dr. No, we were actually kind of into. And we're like, oh, this is actually a pretty cool movie. I didn't even know about this. Versus a movie that's like gag after gag after gag and with bad sound effects. And it's like you were trying and you made a silly movie versus you made a good spy movie for $1 million.
I don't see gag
Once
after
again,
gag
I'm not
after
talking.
gag.
I'm not talking exterior gags. I'm talking Bond. Roger Moore brought a very serious Bond. Slapping bitches, punching bitches, getting ready to shoot Asian guys in the dick.
McCurdy says 4. Nathan says 3. I say 3.
Get f***ed.
What do you say, Scott?
Suck my...
Because you can't go 3.5.
McCurdy. That's what I say, Charlie.
Here we waited 3 weeks to get Scott in, and he comes in with. This movie is unique. Like, if you just like again, objectively speaking, this is unique amongst all that we have so far.
Yes,
it's and again, the reason I lay out that it's unique is because Bond is immediately let go from MI6 to handle some personal business. That personal business is that he's been threatened by the top assassin on the planet. The story itself comes down to your reputation versus mine. Bond's reputation, as set up by all these adventures we've seen him go on so far, they come to a head where now it's like the Avengers, where it's like strength invites challenge, right? When they're like, why are all these bad guys popping up? It's like, well, because the Avengers rose up, so that strength invites challenge. Bond is like number one dude, and somebody inevitably pops up and is like, I want to be number one dude, so I'm going to kill that motherfucker and I'm going to take I'm going to become world champion. This movie isn't just Scaramanga's on an island and he's going to use the Solex to blow up all of China or whatever, and Bond's got to go in there and save it. That stuff can be fun, but at this point, we've had movie after movie after movie of that. Now, suddenly, it's personal. It is a personal story for Bond, and not the personal in the sense that he's going to go get married and fall in love and all that shit. It's personal so far as Bond's reputation within the shadow world of spies and assassins versus another guy's reputation within the shadow world of spies and assassins, and how those two champions are going to meet and go head to head, mano a mano. That's what the movie means to me. That's where I put it above Dr. No, but below Goldfinger and From Russia with Love. Goofy shit aside, I was the first to be like, yeah, it's got some missteps and some goofy shit, but that unique quality is what stands out to me. Plus, yes, Chris Lee is awesome. Scaramanga is a lot of fun. I wish there was a ton more Scaramanga, but like too much would maybe not be a good thing, right? Like because that would kill his like that paranoia that he kind of creates in the beginning, where it's like he could be anywhere, and then he pops up out of nowhere to you think he's going to shoot Bond above the bottoms up or whatever. That's what does it for me. I mean, I've said this whole time that like usually the bad guy is going to drive my decisions, and I think this bad guy is wonderfully unique. And then I just have a boner for the Golden Gun. I mean, who wouldn't? It's like the coolest fucking thing ever, you know, and he just pulls it up out of nowhere, you know? So that's what does it for me. And then Dr. No is like a good prototype.
I hate to just say I agree with everything you said about Dr. No, but it really is like you said, it's like Dr. No is a solid prototype, but you know, it's the first one, and it's, you know, James Bond has evolved since that first movie and incorporated other tropes or different, you know, we don't want to use the certain words to explain James Bond, but it really, you know, went to another level, and Dr. No is just like not quite there, but still a really solid movie. From Russia with Love on the other bookend, I suppose, is just another sort of different class, much more serious film that we all enjoy. So I think I think The Man with the Golden Gun fits fairly well between those two films.
Okay.
I'm like, you guys are fucking nuts.
Just like
you are so fucking far nuts. Like, I'm like, Charlie, I want you to go out of the street and tell people this opinion and have like a little table that says "changed my mind," because that's how nuts you are. That's how insane I think you are. Like I'm like,
none of the movies are perfect. They all have their flaws and they all have their strong suits.
Mhm.
I remember for the Goldfinger episode, while I agreed that it was near the top, I didn't love that that Bond was like in captivity for a good portion of it. I mean, I could nitpick any of these movies, but so in the nitpicks, I certainly agree with McCurdy. Like, Good Night's not great, Hip's not great, the slide whistle is horrible. J.W. Pepper, I know McCurdy, that's actually one that you kind of like, but if you fix all these nitpicks about within Man with the Golden Gun, I could see it being near the top because the core of it, the Scaramanga versus Bond, I think is the best of all the movies.
That's what it comes down to for me. Like I'm so willing to forgive stuff because of that.
That's what we're arguing. You either prefer Scaramanga versus Bond and relation to those two, and that simple dynamic of man versus man, only one can survive.
Yeah.
Or we prefer the simple perfection of Dr. No.
Well, and that's what I'm saying.
That's what separates the two, if we're gonna find anything.
Yeah, those are hard to put on to put it on an even keel would be like, well, okay, the relationship of Bond versus Scaramanga or Bond versus Dr. No. I mean, if you line those up, undoubtedly it's Scaramanga.
Yeah.
Like undoubtedly. Yeah. Dr. No is just again, it didn't reach that far, and that's what it comes down to for me, is that the relationship between Bond and Scaramanga pushes it above the simplicity, the simple perfection of Dr. No. I completely agree with McCurdy that there are all these little things that, like, I mean, Bond doesn't have to be serious all the time. They have these little fun moments that I legitimately laugh when Bond says, "I sure am, boy."
You're not thinking that. I sure am, boy.
And like, should Bond be saying that? Well, I don't know. It makes sense in the moment, and it legitimately makes me laugh.
Bond had a lot of brilliant quips in this movie.
I know he has a date at the Bottoms Up Club tonight.
How will I recognize it?
He's not like other people. He has 3.
Fascinating anatomical tidbit. But probably the most useless piece of information I ever heard. Unless, of course, the Bottoms Up is a strip club, and Scaramanga is performing there.
Bond is clever in this movie, whereas in Live and Let Die, Bond is just speaking in these awkward and vague puns that are groan worthy. Whereas in this, he's a little wittier, and I just appreciate that he's a fucking asshole to everybody he comes across. Like I think that's where I feel him as being Bond. But then he has funny, goofy stuff like "I sure am, boy." But it's all part of a package. Now, again, if somebody could jump into the past and put Casino Royale in the projector, I think everybody would be like, "What the fuck is this?" But like, we are in that time, as we've talked about time and again, where it's like they are putting in all these things that they're gonna try to please an audience and bring an audience into a franchise that may have been dying at the time. So it's like, let's put our Bruce Lee moment in there. Let's put in let's add in all these elements that will make it a little more universal rather than specific. Like, some people might watch Casino Royale and be like, I don't like, it's so dark and depressing, I don't like it. And then they watch Roger Moore and they're like, I mean, there are plenty of people who prefer Roger Moore movies. It's a cup of tea argument, right? What we're trying to do is determine whether or not this particular movie managed to transcend the first movie ever made that was held back by being the first movie ever made.
This movie has a lot of goofy stuff. It's chock full of goofy.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. No doesn't have as much goofiness into it. It tries to play it straight throughout the entire movie. Yeah, you have the 3 blind mice gag in the beginning of the film, but like I'm willing to buy it because it's at least a clever way of, you're having 3 assassins kill a guy in the beginning of the movie. And yeah, there's the tank or whatever, the dragon. And I know Charlie's going to harp on it, like, yeah, it has that goofy stuff, but it has this really good relationship with Scaramanga. I feel like you're weighting that so much more that it's like, that's what makes the movie so great. And I'm like, I don't think it makes the movie amazingly great. I really don't. And also, if I'm to be perfectly honest, I don't think all of that is there. I think you're kind of seeing things that aren't quite there to an extent where I'm like, give me more, and then maybe I would 100% agree with you. But like, it's kind of maybe subtly hinted at, and that's where I'm like, I think Dr. No is still a better movie. I mean, we've argued this 1,000 times. It's perfect and its simplicity.
Sorry, Scaramanga was from the beginning. Dr. No had almost no involvement besides a name that entire movie, besides 10 minutes.
Okay, you're arguing apples and oranges there, bud. You're arguing
Dr. No had 10 minutes at an end of a movie, and sure, there was dynamic there.
The whole
over
movie
dinner
is Bond discovering what is going on in Jamaica.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if Scaramanga is not in, or if Dr. No is not in the whole movie.
Yeah,
he has to figure out who Dr. No is.
But I kind of personally,
Scaramanga, on the other hand, it doesn't matter. Like, that does not matter to me.
McCurdy, granted, though, you have said numerous times that you prefer a more active bad guy. We've reached a point where it's going to come down to personal preference. Like, it's just going to be.
Yeah.
Do you have an overall feeling of 3 or 4? And for me, it's 3. For Nans, it's 3. For McCurdy, it's 4. You're saying 3?
And if I was being completely honest with myself, it'd be less than 3. Like, but I'm at this point now where it's like everyone's arguing it's going to be this, and I'm like, fine, let's just make it that, because I can't keep going on and living this life where, we're trying to figure out where this movie lies, and I'm like sitting here like, you guys are all effing nuts, and I have to be on a podcast with you where I explain these Bond movies. I just can't do it.
Podcast.
Okay. Can we just?
It's a lie.
Scott, can you?
Honestly, all right, fine. It's
if
3.
you want to live with guys, if you want to live with all the hate comments, you can.
Because McCurdy, hold on. It's 3 purely because Scaramanga is a better bad guy than Dr. No.
He has more hands.
That's it.
He's got.
He does
better guns.
He does have better guns.
More nipples.
He has more nipples.
He's got more nipples than anybody.
He is. It's from
nipples.
beginning to end. I love the dynamic of a bad guy versus a good guy. And that is
Scott. I really love movies with bad guys with 3 nipples. It's the best thing in the world.
They are again.
Yeah.
They are equal but opposites.
For 3 nipples.
That's what's fun about these guys.
An extra fucking nipple to lick.
These guys are Batman and Joker. These guys are equal but opposites. Bond could have just as easily turned into Scaramanga. Scaramanga could easily have been taken in by MI6. Again, Scaramanga is obsessed with money, where Bond is obsessed with country and loyal to country. And that interplay is what does it for me. That's where I think this movie is just, again, objectively unique within the collection of Bond movies. It's unique.
Yeah.
And yeah, it makes some missteps, but I overlook them because of that uniqueness and Scaramanga himself.
This movie isn't one that I'm like, oh, I love this movie. It's my favorite. It's towards the bottom of the list. It's not just me, Charlie. It's a lot of people. I don't
give a about what anybody outside of this podcast cares.
I'm not going to yell anymore.
About.
I do not care if you don't see that. But the truth of the matter is, I'm not the only one. You can convince these guys, but I'm not convinced.
You are part of a crowd that loves Secret Service.
You can convince these guys, but I'm not convinced.
No, as one of the outside guys, I've heard that both your beloved of Her Majesty's Secret Service and this movie both have alternate fucking freaky fans that love it or hate
weird. Polarizing.
So suck my
I'm not going to
McCurdy,
do that.
I like
I'm not
this
going to do
movie.
that. But what I am going to do,
And I backed you in the last one.
what I am going to do is I'm just going to say,
So
let's
don't
end
tell
this.
me Charlie convinced me.
Let's put a smile on our face.
I like this movie.
That's great. I
We
like them too.
did
I like
it,
all the
guys.
movies.
We came
did
to a
it.
conclusion. Oh
We
my
ended this
God.
thing. I'm done.
Okay.
That's the best part about this.
Scott, that's great.
McCurdy, to your point, outside of the four of us, there's going to be people who think we're nuts. That's what groupthink is. That's where everybody thinks that Citizen Kane is the greatest movie ever made. And yeah, it's great, but like it's been surpassed. Sorry. Oh, it's been fucking surpassed at this point. So
Avatar.
Yeah, like even Avatar might be better.
Avatar.
No. Anyway, but
Avatar 2.
Regardless, we came to our conclusion. We're putting it at number 3. Goldfinger at number 1.
Goldeneye.
From Russia with
From
Love,
Russia.
number 2. The Man with the Golden Gun, number 3. Dr. No at number 4. On Her Majesty's Secret Service, number 5. Number 6, Thunderball. Number 7, Live and Let Die. Number 8, Diamonds Are Forever. Number 9, You Only Live Twice. The Spy Who Loved Me brings 007 back into the Cold War following the disappearance of an American space capsule hijacked mid-flight by a mysterious enemy missile. Bond must locate the missing spaceship before the Americans... Oh, hang on. I got my notes mixed up. Hang on.
Almost the right movie.
Following the disappearance of a British and a Russian nuclear sub hijacked while out to sea. That's right, okay. Bond's mission is to find the missing subs by working alongside his opposite number in Russian intelligence, the sexy female agent XXX. Gee, I wonder where that goes. Turns out the man who stole the subs wants to bring about the nuclear annihilation of the world so that humanity may begin anew, living under the sea, fucking dolphins, and creating a human-dolphin hybrid. The next step in the human evolutionary chain. This ultra-intelligent dolphumanoid species will then take over this newly created water world and one day take to the skies, eventually discovering faster-than-light travel so that they may populate the galaxy and conquer the known universe.
Are we going to take this movie seriously?
Right, and
I did not.
that could be his only motivation, right? I mean, what else is this guy's motivation?
I did not watch the same movie.
No, me neither.
I missed
Charlie,
all of
what were you on when you watched the movie, buddy?
Yeah.
I smoked all the drugs.
This
This movie's awesome.
This movie is awesome.
LSD.
Oh my God.
McCurdy, why don't you go ahead and
I'll
tell
take
us
it from here.
Yeah.
Not bad. I'll take it from here. So many episodes, gentlemen, many episodes ago, back when we were talking about Thunderball, we talked about the legal battle over that film and how that film would affect the franchise going forward. Well, here is the next stop in those chain of events. So originally this film was supposed to feature Blofeld and Spectre, and it's very obvious when you watch this movie how many times there's some Blofeld antics and how Stromberg is basically a stand-in for Blofeld.
that makes sense because of the obvious "you only live twice" connection, but like you'll get to that, I guess.
There's a lot more connections to the other films in this movie. This is one.
Okay.
We'll talk about it later. But
yeah, a
so
guy
our
sitting
good
at a desk
friend-
hitting buttons to kill people. Is,
Our good
yeah.
friend Kevin McClory, who was already planning his initial contractual agreed upon remake of Thunderball, had put an injunction on Eon Productions, which we remember Eon Productions is Albert R. Broccoli and Harry Salzman, to use the iconic character or iconic character in this case.
I'll drink for you.
Iconic.
You know, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm going to use that word a lot today.
What the hell are you drinking?
Root beer. No, it's not root beer. It's Dr. Pepper.
And Nance is drinking water, and then I'm like
You're the alcoholic today. So this delayed the film from being made for 3 years after the previous film. On top of this, Harry Salzman was going through some financial problems. He had a gambling issue. Also, his wife was terminally ill with cancer. So he had decided to sell his shares, not to his partner Albert R. Broccoli, but instead he sold his shares to United Artists, which this kind of made Cubby and their relationship kind of strained for a lot of reasons.
is he credited on this?
No, he's not. So Harry
So this is the
Salzman,
first
this is
one.
the first. So going forward, gentlemen, you'll see Albert R. Broccoli as the sole producer until he passes away sometime in the 90s.
So they didn't have a fight or anything. It just like Harry's life went to...
They may have had a fight. Like I if you watch the Eon Everything or Nothing documentary, they kind of talk about this more. So I would check that documentary out if you want to know a little bit more about the producing side of this film. It's also interesting to note that Fleming, before he had died and when he had sold the rights to Eon, to not use the plot in this book. And what's also ironic is that because he had kind of maybe learned his lesson with Thunderball, he had given story credit to somebody who actually helped him write the book version of it, which is nothing like the movie at all. So they didn't use any plot elements except for one, which brings me to my next thing, because I know, Charlie, all of you guys have a lot of questions about this. The films brings into the fold, probably, depending on who you ask, either the first or second most iconic henchman in the James Bond series, Jaws. You know, we're gonna toast to that. 7 foot tall, 7 foot 2 inches, Richard Kiel.
I have one question about this. A singular question.
I'm getting into it.
Okay.
I know your question.
You know what my question is?
Go ahead and ask me the question, because I'll answer your question. How about that?
Jaws comes out in 1975.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anything about the Spy Who Loved Me book.
Yeah.
Is Jaws, is he a completely original character?
Yes and no.
Jaws.
Wait, 1977.
Yeah.
This movie comes out in 1977, and then 75
He's
is
not
Jaws.
called
So like
Jaws, right, in the book, or
no. So
but
there.
the character-
So hold on.
Jaws, but then soon, like later, you kind of notice some more Jaws references. So you're like,
so hold on, we're getting there.
Yeah.
So as we have talked about, pretty much after On Her Majesty's Secret Service, every Bond film here on in, the whole spy thing kind of goes away as far as it being in the zeitgeist. And so every movie from here on out, from the Live and Let Die onward, has something that was popular at the time that they try to incorporate into the movie because that thing was popular. At the same time, though, there's a character in the book named Sol Horowitz, and he also has metal teeth in the book.
wait, 3 names?
Sol Horror as in like his nickname, Horror.
Oh, okay.
And then Horowitz is his actual last name. But that's what Jaws was based off of. But it's pretty obvious that they were like, with the shark references and even the scene with the car coming out of the water and the fact that, he has teeth and they call him Jaws.
Well, and they're practically going Donna, Donna, Donna when the car comes out of the water. Cubby's like, quick, like, do we have any characters that have teeth? We need to capitalize on this Jaws blockbuster thing.
I don't know. I mean,
like,
it probably all came together like strangely or inorganically. I don't know. But, like Richard Kiel had been in tons of other movies and B films prior to this, playing different characters, even in other types of things. I think he was even in an episode of The Man from U.N.C.L.E. and stuff like that. So,
well, this is kind of what we talked about
thing.
last time. Like you can look to the past and you can be like, this is where these things came from. But if they work, they work. Like naming Jaws, regardless of Spielberg, that was a great fix. Horowitz or the horror or whatever.
Well,
whatever.
It was
Just
Jaws.
Horowitz. That's great.
Yeah. But I mean, some of those characters in the books were more like mafia based, where they put them in, translate them to movies, they're more like these international villains, right? I'm not finished, so I have more. So then let's talk about quickly Barbara Bach, who plays Major Anya Amzava. Is that how you say her name? That's not how you say her name.
Amisova?
Amazov?
Anya Amisova. And I wish I knew it. Like,
Amisova.
Russian names are awesome. They always come in threes, right?
Yes. Agent XXX. I tried to see if it translated anything sexual in Russian, but I didn't come up with anything. But obviously, Agent XXX.
Vin Diesel XXX?
Before Vin Diesel ever did.
Before Vin Diesel or Ice Cube.
Now I had to find something interesting to say about her other than her name. And the interesting thing is, ironically, while we have a Beatles member, Paul McCartney, has made music for the Bond films, Ringo Starr is married to this Bond girl. So there's another Beatles connection with another neat Beatles connection with the Bond franchise.
Yep.
And that all goes back to Goldfinger.
My dear girl, there are some things that just aren't done, such as drinking Dom Perignon 53 above a temperature of 38 degrees Fahrenheit. That's as bad as listening to the Beatles without earmuffs.
Goldfinger to Live and Let Die to now.
Yes.
Ringo Starr's Mrs.
Yes.
Ringo Starr
is in this movie.
I love how over time people have made fun of that too. Like even Ringo Starr got a Bond girl, you know?
Yeah.
If you're in the Beatles or a complete instrument, maybe you can get a Bond girl.
Even you could get Bond girl. So, and then I have two more things very quickly, but I think the second one I think is who we should toast to this film, because you might think it's Richard Kiel for this film, but I would save him for another film that we will talk about very shortly after this. So first off, I wanted to say a few returning faces in this film, and there's going to be other people that are in this movie that may or may not show up in other movies, but we'll talk about that when we get there. You'll have an ongoing character. Walter Gottel plays General Gogol. Is that how you say him?
Gogol.
They say Gogol.
You guys may remember Gogol in another Bond film. This is his second outing, but he plays a different character. Back then, he played Morzini.
He's Mr. Minute 52 Seconds.
Exactly 1 minute 52 seconds. That's excellent.
He's the Spectre agent on Spectre Island.
Welcome to Spectre Island.
Welcome to
Russia
Spectre Island.
That's the same guy, but he was younger back then, and you can tell he's definitely aged. The second guy, you guys may recognize, may not recognize. He's not like a big name. People aren't like hounding about, oh yeah, this guy was fantastic. But Shane Rimmer, if I say that right, or Reamer, who has his final appearance in the Bond franchise. He played a radar technician in You Only Live Twice, a lab assistant in Diamonds Are Forever, and in this film, he plays the U.S. Navy submarine captain. Same time this movie came out, same year, he had a brief scene in Star Wars.
This R2 unit of yours seems a bit beat up. You want a new one?
A more recent film you guys might remember him in is in Batman Begins.
Evacuate the building. We're right on top of the main hub, and it's gonna blow.
And you can kind of see how, like, Christopher Nolan's even a huge fan of these Bond films. He gets a guy that, like, just some dude who was kind of in the background of these movies.
Yeah.
Okay, and honestly, I can't remember if I cut it from previous episodes, but you said about him that his whole take on his early career was, he was like, whenever the Brits just need a generic American guy, they always hire me.
So he is a Canadian actor who was always in he played in a lot of British productions because Star Wars was filmed in Britain at Pinewood Studios, same studios where they're filming this movie, parts of this movie.
Sometimes like next door, like concurrently, right?
Yeah, I believe. So. I mean, I never looked into it too much, but it wouldn't be unbelievable to believe that this film and that film were filming at the same time, or
it's like
right
when the
next door to
Beatles
each
are
other's.
writing songs and next door Pink Floyd is doing their thing, you know?
Yeah,
and they like have lunch together.
So he's a Canadian actor, and he would self-proclaim himself as the rent-a-yank actor. So if you ever wanted an American actor in your British production who could do an American accent and not sound like an idiot, you would get this guy to be in your movies or TV shows. And then also, I just want to add that Rimmer had passed away recently. He passed at the age of 89 in 2019. So he has recently passed.
Yeah, sure.
Does anybody have any preliminary placing for this? Any propositions?
I have an idea, but I'm worried I won't be able to defend it if you guys oppose.
Shut the f up and throw it out at us.
I'm thinking number 8, below Live and Let Die, above Diamonds and Forever.
Okay, that's definitely
I did not
lower
enjoy
than my
it that much.
Yeah.
And okay, here's the thing about this movie. Like right off the bat, it's generally held in high regard. It doesn't do it for me like obviously The Man with the Golden Gun does it for me. And this is what's so hard about this process is how to judge these, because this is a solid Bond movie. And
it's not horrible.
My general feeling is within the neighborhood of, it's kind of like last time. I kind of want to weigh it against Dr. No. I mean, I'd place it as high as 4 because it's like, because here's the thing. Like last time we argued, McCurdy and I argued endlessly about goofiness. But up until then, I was arguing about, like, when it was dished down to Goldfinger and From Russia with Love, I was like, well, Goldfinger's goofy. Like, From Russia with Love is classy and awesome. And, you know, for our reasons, we went with Goldfinger being at the top. But, like, this movie's solid, and yes, it has goofy stuff, but, like, Bond is goofy. It's a fantastical world, and it's not until recently that it's, you know, it wasn't until Batman begins that suddenly it became this dark, stark, and depressing, serious ordeal. We're going to be living in the popcorn action movie world for a while. And so you're going to have shit like, it's no coincidence that last time we had a car that flies and this time we have a car that swims. Generally, The Man with the Golden Gun is held low and The Spy Who Loved Me is held high. And I kind of think it's somewhat overrated, but at the same time, it is pretty solid and it is fun. And it's got that fantastical Bond stuff. So it's really hard. But like starting off, though, you do have to point out right away that it is basically a remake of You Only Live Twice,
which we have at the bottom right now.
But that being said, I think this movie is much better for a lot of reasons than that film.
It fixes everything that was shitty about You Only Live Twice.
If I'm arguing, I would put this at like number 3 for me.
Yeah, I can see it that high. Honestly, I can see it that high.
Okay, so like, really, I mean, yeah, Charlie's correct in saying like this movie did really well. Like, if we want to talk historically speaking, and I know Charlie's going to say, I don't care about historically speaking. We're talking about this podcast. I don't give a fuck
about any of that. But yeah, go on.
But historically speaking, The Man with the Golden Gun, when it came out, was not a hit. People did not like that movie because you shouldn't like that movie because it's not a good movie. But that being said, when this movie came out, it was a huge hit. The scene, and they always talk about the scene when Bond's skiing down the hill and he flies off into oblivion, and people, and like there's no music or anything, and then perfect.
There's no slide whistle, you mean?
There's no fucking slide whistle.
I'm going to cut it in right now. Boom.
British parachute. And
British
Bond
parachute.
theme.
The crowd cheered like bananas. They went crazy. Like,
well, because they do it right. They have the Bond theme come in, and you're like,
it was perfect.
Yeah,
it was perfect.
Yeah, like,
and okay. So I want to say this though. This like I'm gonna go on a little bit of a diatribe. I think this movie, what makes this movie great, is it is the best of till this point. I mean, this is Bond number 10, right? This is the 10th Bond film. This is the best of Bond. This movie is to me because it like has all these different tropes and all these different things that are in all these other Bond movies, and it has some really good stuff that it does really well. So I'm going to list a couple of these things real quick. So from Russia with Love, you have a train fight sequence again, but this one's great because Jaws is just a formidable villain, and he's like, you know, he's a huge
His
dude.
hand is the size of Bond's head.
It's amazing, and he's crushing it. That's amazing. Also, you have the Russian involvement, right? Like you have. You know, it's very tied in with Russia, much like From Russia with Love is. And not to mention, I love how they even kind of go back to that film as far as the general's office looks very similar to Kleb's office. Looks very similar.
It's just an empty space with one
chair.
desk.
With one chair, kind of really creepily in the background. You also have some callbacks to Thunderball. There's a very brief underwater sequence with the Lotus, but that whole sequence is also really well. Like, that sequence is great. Perfect. It's even better than most of the action in Thunderball.
They went back and filmed it in Nassau, which is interesting.
Nassau.
And that's obviously we'll talk about the car and that whole thing, but that car's, that submarine actually worked and everything. It was a working sub. It probably didn't actually transform from a car to a sub. They probably built a submarine essentially that looked like that. But that whole thing looks amazing. And then you have the Only Live Twice. Yes, there's the whole ship capture.
I'm glad they didn't show it right away. I'm glad it was secret and then revealed later.
Because that took up a lot of screen time in the last movie. So it's like a mystery where it went.
Yeah. And then, and because it's like, people would be like, is this the same I've seen this movie.
And we get more shutters.
I noticed that. I was like,
the return of shutters.
The return of the shutters.
Stronger shutters.
We never have anybody say
Nobody says close the shutters. They just say something like seal the room or something like that. But
Yeah.
damn it, I wish they said more shutters. But you have a sequence.
Okay, wait. Another
that
fan
sequence,
edit. Boom.
Open shutters.
Close the shutters.
Close shutters.
Okay, go ahead. That sequence is it plays off very similarly to You Only Live Twice.
Stop that astronaut. Bring him to me. Stop that astronaut!
Bring those 2 prisoners here.
But I think it does it much better, and it's a better movie because we have submarines, we don't have spaceships. It's not about like, oh my God, you took the spaceship. It's more about, oh no, the submarines have nuclear missiles on them, and they're going to shoot nuclear missiles at the United States and Russia. And then we get to Our Majesty's Secret Service references. Of course, we have skiing in the beginning of this movie. There's callbacks to Tracy Bond and how like that you can actually emotionally see how that still affects Roger Moore, or even like the Roger Moore James Bond, but it still affects James Bond. And he's like, yeah, we're not going to talk about that.
Many lady friends, but married only once. Wife killed.
All right, you've made your point.
You're sensitive, Mr. Bond.
About certain things, yes.
He has to fake a profession, much like he does in Our Majesty's Secret Service, where instead of being heli, he has to fake, oh, I'm a marine biologist, and like he even has that great moment with Stromberg, and Stromberg's like, do you know what that fish is? And he's like, of course, it's a lionfish,
Well, I don't mean to interrupt you, but that whole, did he get an invite from Stromberg to go there? I don't understand
he
how
requested
he
an
got there.
audience.
Yeah, they knew it's Stromberg because they see it on the microfilm.
Yeah.
And so Stromberg's she even says like he's a Western capitalist, and so they already know that they can get something out of this guy because they're like, oh well, hey, by the way, can we request an audience to see you guys? So I would imagine like that's kind of the link to it. It's not very strong in the movie, of course, but
I would think like a bad guy who's plotting to blow up the world wouldn't be like, oh yeah, I'll invite a marine biologist into my secret base thing. Like,
Well, okay, so
that was weird.
Imagine
to
you're
me.
Stromberg and a marine biologist reaches out to you, and it's a guy who is like, okay. I'm trying to talk about this without getting to Stromberg's motivations. We'll save that for later. But basically, Stromberg is clearly insane. Like that's why I made my Dolphumanoid joke. Like, why does this guy want to create Waterworld? He must just be insane. Whereas with Spectre, it's all about extortion. Stromberg says explicitly,
Waterworld.
I'm not interested in extortion. I just want to create Waterworld.
Yeah.
And so he's clearly insane, but a marine biologist would be like a butt buddy for him. You know? So it's like it makes sense that he would invite him. Now, what Bond didn't realize was that Jaws had survived getting his ass kicked out of a train, so Jaws ends up fingering them to Stromberg, and then that's when Stromberg's like, send everybody to kill them in one sequence. Which,
Which is an awesome sequence.
Real quick, the man with the golden gun didn't have very good Bond jokes, so we didn't even talk about him.
No.
This Bond joke...
Fill this one with Bond.
I love it.
All those feathers and he still can't fly.
I love that.
That ragdoll can't fly?
What?
Yeah.
The ragdoll can't fly?
ragdolls off the cliff.
Yeah, the ragdoll. So he just dropped in for a quick bite. Whatever, who cares? Throwaway line. What's kind of funny though is that after Stromberg has been taken out, Triple X is like,
Stromberg?
Dead.
Bond just says, oh, he's dead. He doesn't say a joke. He's just like, he's dead. You know, he didn't say like, he sleeps with the fishes.
It doesn't fall under your category, Charlie, but I love this joke when at the very beginning.
Moneypenny, where's 007?
He's on a mission, sir, in Austria.
Well, tell him to pull out. Immediately.
Then just flashes to him and he's in a girl.
That's just like, there's a lot
perfect.
of sexual humor,
good
you know,
books, yeah.
but like a Bond joke is typically he murders a dude and then he's making a joke about it, as opposed to Bond makes sexual jokes all the time. Yeah. And, you know, like even with Naomi, who is probably the hottest Bond chick so far. She does it for me. But he's like,
what a handsome craft. Such lovely lines.
Bond's making those jokes all the time, but that's not a Bond joke.
Yeah.
In my definition, in my list, I don't care about those jokes are funny, but I don't care about them.
You know, the last movie had this big duel and all this shit. And this movie, it's like we have essentially like a we essentially have a dick shot, yeah, but we essentially have a Blofeld like esque villain who, by the way, if you don't see it or if you blink, you'll miss it kind of thing. Is he has fish fingers? He has fish hands.
I didn't realize it throughout the whole movie.
What? If you watch very closely, he has fish hands.
Really?
And apparently that's why he doesn't want to shake hands.
Mr. Stromberg prefers not to shake hands.
He's a Dolphumanoid?
He's the Dolphumanoid in this movie. If you watch very closely, he has fish hands when he's touching Agent X or Triple X.
That's great.
If you look closely. But I was going to say is when he's shooting, when Bond kills him, it reminded me when you guys were talking about it, Dr. No, how he kills that one guy. And he like pops him like 6 times or whatever. He like shoots him.
Stromberg's death is great. Like the death performance is great.
He just pops him 4 times
on the face. Just
it reminded me of in the Godfather spoof when the guy gets shot in the head and he's still eating spaghetti.
Yeah,
and then he dies. Like he's like his face is in his food, and he's like, his death performance is great, but don't you wish it was a little more fitting? Even at one point, he says he's like,
there's beauty, there's ugliness, and there's death.
And he points at a shark. Wouldn't it be great if he was eaten by his own shark? Like, wouldn't that be a more fitting death? You know, I know that Atlantis is above the water at the end, but wouldn't it be fun if right when Bond got on, Atlantis went underwater to where the submarine, which is underwater, could be, looking at it or whatever. And then, that would have meant they would have had to build a miniature underwater, and maybe that was tough. But, like, wouldn't it have been more fitting had Bond cause the windows around his little dinner table to break and then allow the shark to come in and eat the guy? Like, wouldn't that have been a little more fun and totally fitting as opposed to just capping him while he sat there like the fat ass that he is?
Yeah.
Maybe they ran out of time?
The windows that are around him aren't the shark tank, though. They're just the exterior of the base.
Then let him drown. Let the water come in and he drowns as Bond escapes, Just something more fitting than just Bond like getting shot in the fucking face.
I do feel, though, I think the reason why they didn't go that route may have to do with just the actor's age, and they couldn't do as much physical stuff as they wanted to. They
couldn't get him a stunt guy. I mean, I get that. But get him a stunt guy.
And also on top of that, I think that in the original script, it was that Jaws was going to get eaten by the shark instead of Jaws surviving at the end of the film like he does, because he, based off screen tests, they were like, oh, we love this guy. Like, we want to bring him back. So...
Yeah,
and
that's a good
call. That was how he was supposed to get killed, but then they didn't do that. But I don't disagree with you. I could see it could have been a much more fitting end. But
imagine the line Bond could have had. He could have had his death line where he's like, well, Stromberg, now you get your life under the sea or whatever the now you get to live under the water like you always wanted to. And then the water's rushing in and he's like, oh, I'm too fat. And he can't get out. And he drowns while Bond escapes. And then it makes sense that they get into the little escape pod thing because they're already underwater. It's like, how do we get off this place? And sure, maybe it was too expensive. Maybe it was just too much work or whatever. But that's the whole thing, right? Like, shouldn't he have a fitting death? I mean, we talked about this last time. Like, bad guys should have a fitting death. Remember, dude farting his way up to the ceiling as a balloon and exploding
like that.
Is terrible.
Yeah.
A fitting death is always fun and complete. And with this one, it's just like, how about we just shoot him in the fucking face?
Stromberg?
Dead.
Mm-hmm.
He shows up to Cairo and he goes to meet Fakesh, and Fakesh is gone. And there's an assistant there, and you see Sandor is there waiting for Bond. You assume it's Fakesh's assistant, and why not? We've never seen this woman, so she probably is. She clearly knows about Sandor, and she's kind of purposely distracting Bond.
Yeah.
That scene is vague, so you can. It's kind of like, whatever. Like I'm willing to be like, whatever. But at the same time, when you scrutinize that scene, it really just doesn't make any sense. Like, is this chick a Stromberg person? Is she there with Sandor? Did Sandor say, like, bitch, there's a guy coming and, like, you're gonna distract him with your pussy, and then, you know, you're gonna bang him, and while you're banging him, I'm gonna shoot him in the face. But, like, the scene also kind of comes across the same way as the death of Fiona, remember?
Yeah.
Like the gun
I
behind
got
the
the
curtain.
same vibe.
He doesn't even have a rifle. He has a pistol from like a mile away, and he's gonna just shoot in the general direction of Bond and this woman, and like he could have easily shot the woman. Oh wait, he did. In the same way that Bond whipped Fiona. A discussion that we've kind of pussyfooted around but haven't exactly had yet, which is like the mechanics of Bond's seduction. We've talked about how it's feasible that Bond can seduce a woman in 5 seconds. It can be more fun when a woman makes him work for it. So like you have the difference between like Pussy Galore, who made him work for it, Fiona, who made him work for it but didn't flip. Well, Fiona did not make him work for it, but then, you know, didn't flip like Pussy Galore did. Miss Anders didn't flip immediately to Bond. But like with this chick, she falls in love with him in like 30 seconds after one kiss to where she's willing to sacrifice her life. No! Yeah, it's an odd scene.
Yeah.
Like that whole scene is very odd. Now, does it break the movie? Not necessarily, but like under scrutiny, that scene is saved by one thing. The fight with Sandor is saved by one thing, and that's where Bond's like,
Where's Peckish? Where's Peckish? Pyramids!
I love that shit. Like, he just murders the guy with no regard. I love it. That's Bond as hell. But everything up until that moment is just kind of...
I would say that scene is the weakest, maybe one of the weaker parts of the film, and I agree with you, Nanza. It might be where, I mean, I was tired today watching the film, and I was probably like, that was the moment where I was like, I'm going to go take a little nappy nap before I finish the rest of this movie. That's probably around that moment when I got tired. But I will say that is also one of the least memorable moments of this movie, and I think when you look at the movie as a whole, this movie has more memorable moments, which I wanted to actually get to real quick.
I mean, I have plenty more praises to sing about this movie. I mean, I'm putting it down at the bottom, but I was initially thinking higher, and I could definitely be swayed higher.
I just think this is a much better movie when you look at everything that this movie has to offer. It's like, there's a lot more going on in this movie.
Like,
you know?
like you throw out like, well, here's stuff like, skiing scene and train scene and all that, and that's like, that's cool, but that's like just having a laundry list of like fun isn't enough to just like, oh, the story's great. It's like I've always said, like the story's going to be king for me, and because it's easy to just like write in all this crap, right? Like, hey, writer, make sure there's skiing in this movie and underwater stuff and babes.
The great thing about this movie is that even though, it's a travel movie, right? I mean, we go to Egypt, we see mountains. I mean, there's so many locations in this movie. I mean, there's a laundry list of really cool exotic places that most people don't ever get to see in their lifetime in this movie. That's sprinkles, that's candy, that's like most movies, right? That's part of the spectacle of this movie. This movie is very spectacle heavy, much like Goldfinger was in many ways. But the thing this movie has that some of the other movies don't have is a somewhat, even if it's not played up as much as some other movies, like one of my favorites, it has a story. And that story it asks the question of like, wait, so Bond kills all these henchmen and all these guys, and nobody else is like, that guy, I'm gonna get him. You know what I mean? So Bond kills all these henchmen and all these guys, and nobody else is like, that guy, I'm gonna get him. You know what I mean?
The death of 007.
And then it just so happens that he meets his equal in Russia, and they kind of fall in love, because the movie is called The Spy Who Loved Me. They don't fall in love like the more romantic way, but essentially, they're going together, they're sleeping together, all this stuff.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, she's like...
Bond love.
It's Bond love. But at the end of the day, she's like, yeah, my lover who, I was all about in the beginning of the movie, who's like, I'm going off to Austria to go on a mission. And she's like, did you kill him?
The answer to the question is yes. I did kill him.
Then, when this mission is over, I will kill you.
I kill a lot of people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And at least it asks that little bit of a question, that little bit of a story right there that I'm like,
yeah,
that's the one thing that levels this movie just a little bit higher for me than say a lot of the other movies, that even the Connery movies. But then when you add that to the spectacle of all the locations, as well as many of the action scenes, like that's kind of what does it for me for this movie. And yeah, you can make the argument that like Stromberg isn't necessarily the strongest villain that we've had, but he's much better than some of the other ones we've had in the past, such as like
him
Largo.
Being a weak, I think him being a weak bad guy is what brings it down for me. I don't love the button pushing bad guy, which this guy kind of falls into. And then he even like during the climax of the movie just leaves the big boat. I forget what it's called.
The Laparis.
Like every time I see this movie, he's stand-in Blofeld. He's not as good as Blofeld. He doesn't have the mysteriousness of especially the early Blofeld, but he's like, this is stand-in Blofeld. This is like, oh, well, we can't use Blofeld. Well, we'll create this new character named Stromberg. And instead of a squid, it's a fish symbol. And like, he's got fish hands, so he's deformed. And like, and he's also at least intelligent in the sense that like it plays off the audience, especially his intro scene where so if you guys remember the beginning of the movie, it's Bond's trying to find out where this heat-seeking device is, or trying to trace the heat-seeking device.
Yeah.
And the first scene is like he's talking to the guys who created the device, that he hired to build the device, that he was going to pay all this money to.
Those guys are awesome.
And there's, these two guys come into his office, and we first meet him, and we don't know where we're at. We think we're in some kind of like castle or something, like someplace in France, right? And, he has this hot broad sitting on the other end of the table, eating food with them silently. And it's a very, very Blofeld scene.
Someone has been attempting to sell the plans of our tracking project.
And then you're like, oh, it was her all along. But so you think he's gonna kill one of those guys, and it turns out it's the chick. But then on top of that, he's like, all right, let's wait till they get on the helicopter so we can say it's an accident.
Yeah, we made it. We made it. They're shaking hands. We're like, yeah.
One of the parts I love the most about that makes that so villainous is the orchestral music in the background too.
Yeah,
like classical violin music. It makes him seem more evil and calm, and
Well, here's the thing, Scott. Here's the thing. We talked last time about diegetic versus non-diegetic, and this movie just so happens to play around with that idea.
Yes, I was
several
gonna say
times.
This.
So with the death of his assistant, who he's like, you betrayed me, and I don't really mind a bad guy being a button pusher because it is kind of fun. Like it's like from his seat, he's able to just delve out so much destruction, and it can be a lot of fun. So like she gets in the elevator, she falls down the slide. There's a subtle cap to that scene later. Maybe you guys noticed it, maybe you didn't. But when Bond is there later and he's just waiting for Stromberg and he's like kind of looking around at all the fish, he catches sight of her hand at the bottom of the tank.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, huh, that's weird. It's like Bond's like, this is a villain, like there's a lady's hand. But anyway, so when that classical music comes on, can only the audience hear it? Or does Stromberg, did he hit play and he likes to listen to classical music as he's doing his thing of delving? Totally. It's like, you can totally believe that music is heard from everybody.
The pyramid scene reminded me of when you were talking about Goldfinger and you were like, Oddjob has this thing when they mentioned Oddjob. But in this movie, you kind of get that, but at the same time, you're not 100% sure if that is the music from the pyramid show or if it is...
Oh, the John Wick scene.
When you have like the cool light and all that stuff, like that looks really cool for the 1970s. And then you have the fact that like you have this like big music.
It's two things, right? It allowed the score over the top of this chase scene, death scene, and fight scene to be over the top. And that's kind of what makes it fun. And then on top of that, you have this narrator of the Pyramids show, and everything he's saying is like directly referencing what you're seeing on screen.
A servant of the king awaits the call to set out upon his journey into eternity. Death lies waiting.
This man's tomb, or a servant of the king, aka Bond. I mean, I know Queen, but like a servant of the king, defending against death. Like everything that this guy is saying, it's a clever scene because everything the narrator's saying is referring to Bond's actions and everybody else's actions. But then also, it's like as he's fighting these guys, you have this triumphant music that would never work on its own. Cut to the scene with Sandor with that music, and you'd be like, what the fuck is this? But because it's excused by the Pyramids show, it can be in there to the point where then Bond turns to Triple X and he's like, hope you enjoyed the show. Like it's that whole scene is really clever.
It looks cool too. The lighting is awesome.
It's like the one mise-en-scène moment in this film, much like how Live and Let Die had the funeral procession.
Good night.
And how that all plays out really well, and there's a setup and payoff to that. I think this, even though there's not like a setup and payoff essentially, but I think this scene has that mise-en-scène, that like extra element of taking something and reframing it in a really cool way.
Yeah.
And that's like a highlight moment for me in this movie.
I didn't notice during the movie, and this doesn't ruin that scene at all, but so like with the lighting, it goes dark and then Jaws disappears, right? How the heck does that work? Because we see in a previous scene, he is slow. He is a big lumbering dude. He can't just
whatever. He's Michael Myers.
Disappearing.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like that scene plays off like a horror movie, essentially. Yeah, like it's a horror death. It's a horror scene. You know, it's not necessarily a heroic chase fight scene like you would see in a movie of that time. But it's more about like Jaws is this menacing, hulking character, and he goes after the guy who has the plans or the microfilm or whatever, and he kills the dude.
This is the tomb of Cheops.
He's definitely menacing and scary, but I find him to be a little silly. Like, he's super strong. Why does he bother biting people? He could just snap their neck.
It's a fetish. Gets off on it.
The one moment where it makes sense is where he bites off the chain on the bars. The one moment where it doesn't really make sense is when Bond throws a piece of wood at him on the train fight, and then he just takes the piece of wood and like bites it.
He's just like,
he doesn't use it to stab him or anything. He just bites the wood.
I'm fine with that so far as it's intimidating.
Yeah.
There's a certain level of intimidation that Jaws projects. My whole thing isn't that him biting people, I think, is great. I think his goofiness comes in the form of my one goof for the movie. And the movie has some goofy stuff, you know, like the car falling into the house. Yeah. You know, like there's some goofy stuff, but I don't care. I mean, like McCurdy, you were arguing that The Man with Golden Gun has a lot of goofy stuff. And I'm like, whatever. Like, because now we live in popcorn zone. We live in Popcornville with the movies.
Scott made a good point. But Scott did make a good point, though, that this movie feels a lot more balanced as far as the goofy and the serious. Like, it's a much more balanced movie.
Sure. But there's still goofy in there. There's still fantastical stuff. And like for you, what it comes down to is like the car plane doesn't work. This car boat works. Like car sub works. Like that's fine. Like we'll just like.
So what's your one goof?
We disagree on like the car plane for different reasons, but like there's still Roger Moore goofiness throughout this movie, and I'm fine with that for the same reasons I'm fine with it in The Man with the Golden Gun. But the worst fucking sequence in this whole movie is the moment that Bond gets into the phone booth repair car truck with Jaws, and then Triple X gets in too. They're at the club. They meet up with Calba, the owner of the club. Calba gets up to go to the phone. Turns out that it was a ruse by Jaws so he could get the microfilm. He kills Calba. He runs out into his, where he's sitting in his car like this. And Bond follows him and he gets in. And then Triple X follows Bond and she gets in. And,
they're not whispering.
And then at the same time, for some reason, there's a speaker that goes from the back up to the front so that Jaws can listen into their conversation, which they're not even whispering. They're like, "Hey, we're in a car," and Jaws, "Hey, we know about Jaws, right? Do you know about Jaws? Yeah, we know about Jaws. And so then Jaws drives them out into the middle of nowhere. And Jaws' whole plan is not to just go in the back and just fucking murder them, which he could easily do, even though they have guns. Like, they never use a gun on Jaws. He could just go in the back and just fucking kill them. But instead, Jaws drives out into the middle of nowhere and then runs them around some Egyptian ruins and then tries to drop a rock on Bond's head and then attacks Bond. And then right away is bested by XXX with a gun. Whatever. Then past that, she gets the microfilm from Jaws. She runs back to the car. Bond has the keys, which is cool. I mean, like Bond is smart. He grabs the keys before they go chase Jaws. But then we have our first comical scene that completely undermines the fucking terror that is Jaws, where Jaws comes out of nowhere, lands on the hood. He rips off the roof. He then doesn't grab them. They don't even have guns. Like, wouldn't it have been great if once he ripped off the roof, she immediately shot him in the chest, like just in the shoulder, and he's like, and he falls off.
That would make
But then
sense.
he gets back up because he's Michael Myers. He's a badass motherfucker, and he starts ripping up the car. But instead, it just completely undermines Jaws. It just makes him look like a fucking clown. He was terrifying up until then, but then suddenly it's like he doesn't have a dick. It was almost as if he wanted them to steal the microfilm. If that was the case, like, you know, let them get away with the Death Star plans so we can track them. Great, but no, it just completely undermined Jaws.
Yeah.
Like, and here's my fix. I would so much rather have Bond go look for Calba, who's been murdered in the phone booth, and then boom, we just have a fight scene within the club between Bond and Jaws, and then XXX joins in on the fight because at that point in the movie, she's like, I guess Bond is an ally as much as we're competitors. I'll help him get the microfilm so that then, later she can blow smoke in Bond's face and steal it from him. But like, would it not have worked better to have Calba get killed? They have a fight within the club, just like they do on the train. I mean, you could still have the train scene, but like they battle it out in the club and they defeat Jaws together and run off. Rather than this ridiculous scene that ends in Jaws tearing apart the truck for no reason, like he's just showing off, and then they drive out and they have the ridiculous music and then they have to walk. Like, that whole sequence fucking sucks.
Yeah, I hated it. I mean, what you said makes sense. All those suggestions make sense, but I guess I didn't take it that far. I was just looking at the scene itself and thinking, there's no tension here. There should be, because we're supposed to think Jaws is like super scary, threatening guy.
Yeah.
Their music choice, and then I guess Bond is so confident he's just deciding to be a smartass in the scene and not scared of Jaws.
Would you like me to try it? Women drivers.
Bond's sitting there cracking jokes, and then cut to him on the train as he's like, holy f***. Like, that could just as easily have happened. Like, Jaws only had to reach in and grab both of them by the throat and pick them both up. Like, Argh! I mean, again, had she, I almost wish he hadn't kicked her gun away or that she had picked it up, because as soon as he rips off the roof, he just jumps off the car. Like, had she shot him, that would have been cool. You know, like, like literally just shoot him in the fucking chest. And he's like, but it's like he's such a badass that hardly phases him. But instead, we have this stupid scene that just sticks out. It sticks out from the rest of the movie, and it should have just been fucking cut out like cancer.
So just so you're aware, the music choice specifically after this scene when they have to go back because they fucked the van up so badly is from Lawrence of Arabia. So that whole bit where he's walking and you hear the swell of music, that is the same theme. That is exact same theme from Lawrence of Arabia. So they wanted to play off that scene. I mean, it wasn't as much as what I thought it was as like some of these other movies is playing off things that were popular at the time, because Lawrence of Arabia came out maybe 10 years before this movie came out.
Yeah.
So it's like it's just a fun callback to being like, oh yeah, remember that movie Lawrence of Arabia? Like this, like because Indiana Jones isn't a thing at this time, so like that's the reference.
It just
right
goes
there.
to show though that whole sequence is a joke, and like I've said, Bond doesn't always need to be serious, but like, wouldn't you prefer Jaws to maintain his credibility as a bad guy rather than at that point it's like I'm sorry, but in the next movie, Jaws is completely undermined. But like, wouldn't it have been better had he been a terrifying tour de force the whole film rather than this moment where you're like, this guy shouldn't be taken seriously? I mean, without that scene, he would have maintained some credibility. Which, okay, speaking of music though.
But hold on. I will also say I'm reviewing the playback here, and then you do have some moments where like they run into Jaws, and they're like, okay, we pinned this guy down, but then he like lifts the car up, and then they're able to like get past it. And then if you want to talk about undermining moments, though, the worst part is when he like lifts the stone and it hits his foot.
So, well, that's what I mean. That whole sequence is just a big joke against Jaws.
If to go to Charlie's team and give you a point on this one, I would say that I think this is the epitome of when you write a movie around set pieces, because obviously it's very clear to me that they were like, well, we got to film in Egypt because Egypt's a really cool exotic location.
Exactly.
And then they would be like, okay, well, let's have a fight scene besides this pyramid scene that's in the dark with this light. That might not work with the audience. So
how about he drives out into some Egyptian ruins and we walk around like a tour,
and it's light and people actually can see all this stuff. And so they would put this scene in the movie and they were like, yeah, it's still great, even if it's goofy. And yeah, it's not as. But the thing is, like, this movie's like evenly goofy, where I'm like, nothing to me sticks out ridiculous enough there.
That whole sequence though, like that
there's
whole
no slide
sequence,
whistle in this fucking movie is what I'm saying.
Most of the goofiness is in that sequence, and then beyond that it's like fun goofy, like Jaws flying off the highway and landing in that Italian guy's house. That's fun. Like I'm not gonna that is goofy, but that's fun goofy. You know, the whole thing of the muscle comes back pretending to be a waiter later on.
Yeah.
Jaws could never do that. Like it's like 17 feet tall.
When it comes to all the Bond films, villains we've seen, and and as much as I don't like the man with the golden gun, I still agree that Christopher Lee's character in that movie is a much more active playing villain per se. And this guy, he's not as active. He doesn't, he's not the guy chasing down Bond like some of these other villains we had. I mean, we had Goldfinger, who was actually involved with all of the things. That's why, to me, it's not as good as Goldfinger. And it's not as good as From Russia.
I'll disagree on one point to where I actually like him. He's he doesn't have a childish drive to it. He has an image in his mind that he wants to create in the world, and Bond's like, "What do you want? Name your number. What do you want? Stop." And he's like, "Do you think I'm into such frivolous things?" He's like, "I want to destroy the world. I want to create
which is fair. Like, I think it's really cool that he has this really odd motivation.
He's just driven.
That goes beyond money.
That's what I like.
It goes beyond. It's like he's
he's a megalomaniac. He's a megalomaniac
he's a
villain.
Proper villain.
An underwater city.
Fascinating, isn't it? The only hope for the future of mankind.
We all have our dreams.
No dream, Mr. Sterling. Soon a reality.
Now, the weird thing, though, is like I understand his motivation. I want Waterworld. I want everybody living underwater. I love the sea. Cool. But like, how do you then convince all of these henchmen to live in the water world? Like it's like, hey, henchman, I'm new here.
Free real estate.
How much are you getting paid? And they're like, oh, I'm not getting paid. I'm gonna have a dolphin wife later.
Yeah.
But like that captain. What is the captain's motivation? Like, does the captain want to live in Waterworld?
That tracks for me if you've seen movies like Superman 2, where, like, there's even a whole thing where Lex Luthor's, like, pleading with General Zod. He's like, listen, I'll let you take over the world. Just give me Australia. You know what I'm saying? And to me, it's like that tracks with this kind of motivation where it's like you have this megalomaniac who's like, I've got this devious evil plan. I have all these resources at my fingertips. If you come work for me, I will give you a place in my kingdom, essentially. Much like this demonic,
demonic
version
wants to live
of
in Waterworld? Like those henchmen Why do the henchmen want to live in Waterworld?
Because they are all marine biologists.
There's got to be enough people that would love to live in the ocean.
Why not?
Or
What's wrong with
dolphins,
that?
Yeah.
You can't pay those guys enough dollars because dollars are obviously going to be useless. So it's like you're going to have a place in the new world. But like, those henchmen are also like super freaks about the sea. Like, and they've all been turned into SeaWorld people. Like, it's a little
twice.
odd.
Do we know what the henchmen's motivations are?
Money.
There?
In a matter of hours, when America and Russia have annihilated each other, we shall see a new power dominating the world.
My government is quite satisfied.
Good.
The U.S. and Russia are going to destroy each other, and China's going to take over, and we're going to be in league with China. We're going to be rich. It's not like the entire surface area of the planet is going to be irradiated through nuclear winter and all that.
A new and beautiful world beneath the sea. Today, civilization as we know it is corrupt and decadent. Inevitably, it will destroy itself. I'm merely accelerating the process.
And everybody's going to live under the sea. Like, if I'm one of those henchmen, it's like, okay, what's better? To live in the world as it is now or to live under the sea? It's like, well, the world as it is now. If you had to choose, if it's like, okay, the world's going to end, it's like, okay, I'd rather be a part of the new world order under the sea. But like, that wouldn't necessarily motivate me to work for this psychopath. If anything, I would kind of be more motivated to betray him and just shoot him in the fucking face like Bond does. Like, it's like, what do these hundreds of guys working for Stromberg have to gain unless they all want to have dolphin wives?
I will argue though that the problem with your argument is now you're arguing like every Bond film's henchman, right? Like this is a question that I think people
it's totally believable. Being a henchman, you get paid.
Up at night though. Like
you
think
get
about
paid.
this. Think about this. Like everybody who's any movie that has bunches of henchmen and stuff, like you have to, that starts to delve on you and you're thinking like, okay, so
dude, they're getting
why
paid.
would you work for these people? Yeah, but
they're
like,
getting paid.
Where are you going to use this money if you're already like listed as a criminal essentially as under this one of these henchmen? Like it just
it's
doesn't
like working
add
for
up.
the mafia. Like you can still get rich and then like disappear, like you said, like disappear to Australia or whatever. But like, oh wait, Australia has been destroyed by this nuclear winter and everybody lives under the sea now. Like all these guys have to be down to live in SeaWorld, to live in Waterworld. And like, okay, I mean, I guess that it's a cult and they all want dolphin wives. I mean, that's why I keep making that joke, because it's like, what other motivation do these guys have? Like, hey, we all got paid $100,000 a piece to pull off this job. Oh, wait, money is worthless now. Like, can you pay us in clamshells? Because clamshells are the new dollar. You know, like it's like, under scrutiny, it's just a weird motivation. Now, like Stromberg just being insane, that's great. Maybe it would have worked if everybody in the control room thought, oh no, this is just extortion. And then Stromberg is secretly plotting to destroy the world. Like that would kind of make sense. But like as it stands, none of especially that captain guy who's like so willing to follow Stromberg's orders. It's like, is that guy looking forward to fucking dolphins? Like, and it's all guys too. It's all men. It's like,
but I will say that like
dolphin wives for everybody. Yes, dolphumanoids are the future. Why would anybody follow this guy?
I get, because we don't see the women. Like, but I mean, he does have some gorgeous babes hanging out, but we don't see a lot of them. So maybe there are more that we just don't see.
Like, hey, henchman, you get Naomi. I'd be like, oh, I'll fucking blow up any country you need for Naomi.
Oh my God, that's what I should have said.
It.
I'm like, dude, if he has Naomi and the secretary, like he probably has like a plethora of these gorgeous women.
But he fucking killed the secretary. He should have just kept her in prison.
He has a bunch more, man.
Yeah, but he should have locked her up. Like you will be the first one to fuck the male dolphins.
She's probably all dolphins. Like
secretary babe, the dolphins are gonna rape you, and your offspring will be the first of the dolphumanoids.
Oh my God.
After you get gangbanged by 17 dolphins, you bitch. Instead, he had her just get eaten by a shark.
Yeah.
Keeping the prisoners, right? We talked about how keeping the astronauts is weird because it's like, why keep them? Why not ransom them? Why not just kill them? Like they're a liability. Is Blofeld a softie because he's keeping the astronaut prisoners? With this, it's not just a couple of astronauts.
It's like an army.
It's like an army. So it's like it'd be one thing. Like okay, I'm breaking my own rule, but it's just like referencing how they do this in the future. Fake drink. In Tomorrow Never Dies, they just fucking kill all the guys that were on the sub, and it's great. And like maybe that's one of those things where it's like, it was the 90s, 2000s, that era.
It may not have been something you could get away with in the 70s.
Yeah, like
you
gunning
might
all
have
these
been able
guys
to.
down. Yeah, and okay, imagine this though.
movie-
Imagine the crew refuses to come out of the sub and they take the cyanide gas.
You have precisely 2 minutes to open your hatches and surrender your ship. The alternative is extermination.
Imagine the amount of time you'd have to spend getting those bodies out of there. Like that's a pain in the ass. And even just like what are you going to do? Like have them all just lemming off? Like, are you going to put them in like gas ovens? How are you going to exterminate all these guys? Whereas like you just keep them locked away and then maybe he wanted to keep them for his like Dolphumanoid army in the future or whatever. Like, I don't know. But it's like, what do you guys think about them keeping the prisoners this time?
I think
stupid.
I think you kind of touched on it a little bit, Charlie, with the idea that his plan is not to his plan is his weird view is like to create a new world, right? And so like if you want to populate this new world, like why am I killing off all these guys?
They need women.
They do need women.
They need women.
That's why they're gonna the dolphins. Which we've already decided. But
Don't need women.
But that being said, that being said, it's like
who wouldn't f a dolphin?
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like there's a little bit of that, but I think it's also like, and if I'm gonna step outside the movie, it's gonna be like these movies were made for kids as well at the time, so they're like, we're not gonna have a scene where a bunch of dudes are just like in the water, you know, like I know exactly what scene you're talking about, and I'm like, that would make way more sense.
Yeah, put yourself in the shoes of those guys. The world's been destroyed, and it's like we can either kill you or you can join the New World Order. I can believe that. Whereas with the astronauts, it was like they were just a liability, and like I mean, you could argue the same thing. Like, okay, now China runs things, but at the same time, it's less existential. It's less like China running things is less of a New World Order than fish people. You know, it's like, do you want to be a fish person or not? Do you want to join the Dolphumanoids or die? And it's like, oh, fine, I'll fuck a dolphin. I'll do it, you know.
If there's not a dolphin in this thumbnail, I'll be disappointed.
I don't think, is there even a dolphin in this whole movie?
No.
I don't think.
No.
There's not.
Okay. Switching gears, and if nobody has anything else to say about Dolphumanoids.
I was actually going to agree with McCurdy on a lot of the points. I thought this was a bit of a patchwork quilt of Bond to what we've seen at this point. It seemed like it was a bit of every movie, but every little bit of every movie they picked from, they did better. I actually think to this point, this is one of the better balanced Bond films we've seen. From start to finish, from plot to writing to the actual, like the background, like a proper Bond plot, like stealing nuclear submarines, nuclear end of the world, you know, trying to destroy countries for not money or gain, etc., but like a proper maniac trying to destroy the world. Like a proper evil that you can't reason with. Frankly, some of the best looking Bond girls, I think, across the board. Even the receptionist. Even the receptionist is hot. Even the receptionist is hot. I disagree on Stromberg. I actually liked him. I agree that we've preferred active Bond villains in the past.
Yeah.
But I think he plays that button pusher very well. And
I don't disagree. See, that's the thing, Scott. I don't disagree. Like on principle,
let me fucking finish my point before
I think sitting and pushing buttons. I don't think it's inactive to sit and push buttons.
No,
I think that's
not
still
necessarily.
active.
But we've preferred a more active Bond in the past, like actually getting in the water, fighting,
Yeah.
etc. Skiing. We had this argument on Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed him. I enjoyed his corpse. I think he was properly evil. He seemed like a maniac. Like his lines were well acted, well placed, well written. So I actually came into this wondering if we could actually argue for number one. I actually wondered if this could be better than Goldfinger. In certain different ways, as a more balanced film, because we leave Goldfinger at the top in some kind of fucking pedestal and we never touch it. But while I was watching this movie,
Scott sounds like me now.
I felt like I was having a better time. Like everything seemed to flow better.
Work better.
Yeah, it just worked better.
Let me help you, Scott, on your point, because I wanted to make this point about this movie, and I think this is one of the strongest parts of the movie for me, at least. This movie takes the Aston Martin DB5 and says, "F that car. That car's bullshit. Let me give you the Lotus Esprit."
Yeah.
Lotus.
And it was brilliant.
And that whole scene, so like when I'm watching that scene, I'm like, wait a minute, holy shit. This is the best car chase that we've seen in any of these movies as far as like a super spy car chase, right? Like there's no slide whistles.
No.
He goes up against multiple vehicles. He goes up against a motorcycle that shoots a torpedo.
Escalating level of vehicles.
Yes. And he goes up to he goes up against Jaws in a car shooting a pistol. He goes up against a helicopter.
You ever got the feeling somebody doesn't like you?
And then he goes underwater and he fights some dudes underwater. And then he comes out of the water where we see a dude give a double take, which we'll see that guy in maybe some other movies. But that whole sequence to me, like as I was watching, I'm like, oh my God, this is like that game Spy Hunter. And then I realized I went to look at the arcade art for Spy Hunter because I'm like, wait a minute, let me look this up. The arcade game Spy Hunter, if you've never played it, you're basically a car that shoots other cars and you're driving along. And what I found out was like that game was intended to be a James Bond game. That game comes out much later than this movie, but the art of that car on the original Spy Hunter arcade cabinet is the fucking Lotus. And I was like, holy shit, like this is the inspiration for that fucking game. Because it's like one of the best, and it's in like the daylight, we can see all the action. The first time we see the DB5 in any like action scene, essentially using all its gadgets, it's dark out, it's hard to see. We have the bit with the ejector seat, but like it's not a great chase scene. This scene just says that. Like this is a much better chase scene. And it's like for me, it's at least one of the better parts of the movie, for sure.
And there's that, the ski scene's better. I think this is one of the best.
Better car charging.
Better
car chase.
Right, shut the fuck up. You
better shutters.
Tits.
Bigger tits.
Dolphumanoids. We kind of have a repeat of last episode, but now it's Nans versus Scott. So far as Nans is like, F this movie, and Scott wants to put it at number one.
I didn't necessarily say I want to put it at number one.
You said you want to consider putting it number one. Own it.
I started thinking, could we argue it?
That's what you fucking said. So own it. So now you want to put it high, and Nans wants to put it low. Let's talk it out.
I started thinking, could we put it at number one? And I wanted to discuss it, you bitch.
I'll take a step back.
Yeah.
Because
go ahead.
I think maybe I'm putting too much weight purely on Stromberg and how I don't like how he's just a button pusher. But Charlie, you mentioned something that I suppose I didn't see at the time of watching the movie, and like it's kind of affecting my judgment on him. You mentioned he's a madman. He's just a crazy person that wants Waterworld, which that kind of changes things for me because I just saw him as a dumb guy with a stupid motivation. I thought he was just like some guy that wants Waterworld, and he's not really considering the reasons or the henchmen, like you said, like why would they want Waterworld? And I will say, I initially was thinking like maybe I couldn't see it being higher than On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and then I was comparing it to Thunderball for pretty obvious reasons, and I thought, well, I think Stromberg's a bit lazier than, I forget the bad guy's name in Thunderball, but
Largo.
Then I was thinking about Live and Let Die, and I was like, well, that whole plot like is a lot more realistic to me, and I guess I find myself just preferring bad guy plots that are more realistic with more active bad guys in terms of their involvement in the execution of the plot, where Stromberg is just a button pusher and he disappears when things start getting hot. Scott, you just mentioned he's not even here. Scott mentions how he really likes the whole like massive battle within the ship. And I don't like those. Just like in You Only Live Twice, it's just like lots of people, and like James Bond sort of gets lost in the sea of what's going on.
No ninjas this time either. Like,
yeah, instead of ninjas throwing shuriken, we get everyone's got grenades apparently on this boat.
I think what that scene does better though is it's got better shutters.
It's definitely better.
The shutters are vertical. They're not horizontal anymore.
What that scene does better is that it lets Bond stick out a little bit more, where I think the last one it's like, oh, we got to go around to the back to get in. And this movie, it's like, we have a obstacle that we have to get past.
In brief, here's everything that sucked about You Only Live Twice finale fixed. Like, this is clear. Yeah. Like, they even brought back Lewis Gilbert, the director of You Only Live Twice, to essentially remake his movie. It's like they corrected everything that we complained about. Like, oh, Bond just hits the self-destruct button and just... It's clever that instead of just having a self-destruct button on the submarines, they have these two submarines destroy each other. Not only do we get one everything's blowing up when we have to get away, but we get two everything's blowing up when we have to get away sequences. So bottom line for me is this. When you guys lay out, it has all this stuff. It's the same. It sounds to me, it's the same frustrating argument from Goldfinger, which is like, but it's got all this stuff. It has an Aston Martin and it has these gadgets. And I just go, yeah, what's the difference between every movie just having that stuff? Like, okay, here, right now, Bond 26 is going to be, it's going to start with a ski scene. And then after the ski scene, there's going to be a chase. And then after the chase, there's going to be an underwater sequence. And then after that, Bond's going to bang a really hot chick. And it's like, that sounds good. How's the story? And it's like, well, there is no story. It's just that. These things become interchangeable. And they're weakened if they don't have something to anchor it. So I'm going to throw out my ranking. My ranking for this movie would be, and again, I'm like torn on this one. I have a neighborhood, but I keep putting it at number 4 because the bad guy, I like Stromberg, but I just have such a Scaramanga boner go watch that episode. I clearly really like The Man with the Golden Gun for its story elements, and I'm willing to forgive its shortcomings. This movie has a few goofs. And like McCurdy, it's like, I don't know how a flying car doesn't work for you, but like an underwater car suddenly works. Every Bond movie has goofy stuff. Like we do live in this fantastical world, whether you like it or not. And like stupid shit, like Bond throws a fish out the window after they come out the water. Like that doesn't even make sense, but it's funny, so they do it anyway.
That's funny
so it's
and silly.
Exactly.
I think the biggest difference between the flying car in that movie, that last movie, and then this movie is like, I think it has a much better setup with that car. Like it really shows that car off and doing a lot of things. Like we don't get the exposition scene with Q saying like, this is the car and it can do all these things and it has some landmines and can turn into a submarine. Like we don't get that scene. What we get is show don't tell, him going against 3 different vehicles and then going underwater and then coming back out of water. And it's a really great sequence.
How did you know about that?
I stole the blueprints of this car 2 years ago.
They really play that car up really, really well. And to me, it's like the flying car thing was just like, it feels like a visual gag because it's like, well, how do we get Scaramanga and Mini-Me out of there, right? Oh, well, then the car, it's got wings on it and then it flies away because we found this cool car that has wings on it and can fly away that just looks like the ugliest car we could find.
I agree with you so far as like it's a better reveal that Bond just drives right in. Like Bond doesn't have to stop off in a hangar and switch everything to sub mode. He just fucking drives off the pier and it's like boom, like that's cool.
It's also not again, like I've said, the last film was more of a visual gag in such that it's like it's a funny moment that you have a car with wings on it versus having a submarine, a car that turns into a submarine, which I can actually believe a little bit more because they do make boat cars. Like that's an actual thing besides like cars that can actually drive on land and then they actually get into the water. So to me, I'm like, I could believe in seeing like a submarine car, and the fact that the car looks cool to begin with actually helps for me. Like I'm like, the other car looks silly because it's the ugliest car they could find, and then they put wings on it with an engine. This car looks like the coolest car that they could find in 1977, and it turns into a submarine. I don't know. If someone got on if I got on a car lot and said, "Here, you get this car that flies that looks like crap and you have to add the wings, or you can get the car that turns into a submarine, looks fucking badass and shoots missiles and shit. Which one are you going to pick?" I'm going to pick the one that can swim and looks
Those
like
are good
I gotta
points.
assume in the Man with the Golden Gun, there must have been some kind of deal with, I think it was AMC.
They all do. Like this.
And they just don't have cool cars.
Nance, in this movie, what literally happened was that the company that made Lotus was like, we want to pimp our car. They parked a prototype, which this car is a prototype, outside of Pinewood Studios, and the producers are walking by and like, that's a badass car. We should put that in our movie. Mm-hmm. And they, obviously that was the whole point. And so then they go talk to them and they're like, hey, can we put your car in the movie? Yeah.
Apparently it was lost for a long time. And some guy bought, just like Storage Wars. I don't know if you know that TV show where people auction off storage units.
Yeah, yeah.
The guy bought a storage unit for $100. The car was in there. He fixed it up, and Elon Musk now owns it.
So that's the driving, the hero car, the driving version of the car, right?
Yeah, whatever car was used for like press events or whatever.
Okay.
But I think it's like the car from the movie, essentially.
You guys lay out the action. Like, the action's cool. Like, that's why we're here. Like, James Bond is it's a male fantasy, and it has this cool action, and he gets the babe and all that, right? Like, that's all well and good. But the fact that it succeeds, the Man with the Golden Gun was, hey, here's this guy who's Bond's equal but opposite. And I love that shit. This is Bond's equal but opposite, working for the Russians, who just so happens to be a sexy babe. That's cool, too. And then it just so happens that he murdered sexy babe's boyfriend. Yep. That's cool. Yeah. The romance is fun. Like, at first, they're working at odds, and then, like, slowly over time, they kind of team up, and then it's, in probably one of the better scenes of the movie where he reveals, she straight up is like, did you kill him? Did you kill my ex-boyfriend? And he says, yes, I did kill him. It's also one of the funniest cuts ever, where she walks out of the room, and they cut to them lowering onto the sub, and Bond's like, hey. Like, yeah. I love that moment. Because Bond's so fucking shameless. He's like, look, babe, like, the world we live in. Like, I killed him, but like, you're banging me now. Forget about him. And she forgets about him in like 5 minutes. But like, that's where
that whole dynamic is awesome. But I did not like her. Am I the only one that didn't like her?
I'll say this about Barbara.
She's kind of a robot.
I went on a survival course in Siberia.
I like the character. I like the story.
The acting is
not the strongest. I agree with you there.
Bodily warmth. Like, she's a fucking robot. She's kind of a weirdo.
Her acting is very wooden.
Like, how would you imagine a Russian spy? They'd probably be pretty goddamn robotic.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point.
Program and beat into just being a physical presence and force.
To me, it gives off the vibes of they're just like, who's the hottest chick we can hire?
Yeah.
Her.
Which we know they do
She can't act that well. Well,
triple X.
We'll figure it out.
They're like, no one's going to be looking at her acting, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
They're going to be looking at her.
I'm like hitting play on your rant last time, McCurdy, about like your whole thing was you wanted more Scaramanga. Like, that whole Bond Scaramanga dynamic, you wanted more. And with this, I could have used more between them, and they are kind of like doing their thing the whole movie. Like, she's pretty present in the movie.
I don't completely disagree with you.
I do wish that they would have played it up a bit more. Like,
I could see that.
She's like pushing him away in the beginning, and then we have our goofy ass scene with Jaws, and then from there on, they're kind of teamed up, and like she's like all about Bond at that point.
Yeah,
and they kind of jump into bed pretty quick. I mean, that's all well and good, but like.
Yeah.
But like then your whole thing about I killed him, like, it's two things for me. She very quickly jumps back on Team Bond, which one could argue like whatever, like her boyfriend's dead and clearly Bond is awesome, so like she's gonna jump to Bond. But like But and then at the same time though, there never really is a glorious moment for Triple X. Like, there's never really a moment where you're like, F yeah, Triple X, like. She's no Black Widow, where she doesn't even have a moment where, like, okay, remember that montage I made of like chicks kicking ass in Bond? I couldn't find one. I mean, I have one moment where the guy throws off her hat and she punches him. Other than that, Triple X really doesn't have any good moment. Like,
I
she really
disagree.
doesn't.
I disagree.
Tell
but
me,
as far as,
please tell me what it
no,
is.
It's not that she's not. Unlike Tracy, which I think Tracy's still better than this chick, but I do also like the whole story parts of this character.
Yeah.
But unlike Tracy, she doesn't get an action scene, but she does get to best Bond several times in this movie, where it's that fight between trying to get the microfilm. And the one time she definitely best him is when he's like, oh yeah, we're gonna now. This is gonna be great. And then he's like, here, can you light my cigarette? And then it turns out it's like a gas cigarette.
I love that moment.
That is her moment. That's her one big moment in the movie where she best him for sure.
But he had already looked at the microfilm, so it didn't really matter. She does like trick him and knock him out.
Yeah.
But if we want Triple X to like hold her own and be like a good opposite to Bond, she could have been more helpful in that. Like she could have done something in that fight that would have been like, oh, they're working together. She's badass. Bond is badass.
But that's not what she's doing at that time. They're up against each other. Like they're at odds with each other, which I think what helps the movie.
Yeah.
And I've always said that I think conflict is always king in any film or any story, right? You want to have conflict. You want to have two people going up against each other, because if you don't have that and everyone's on the same side, the film kind of falls flat. So what helps about this movie is, even though they are allies, there is that conflict there where they're up against each other, where they're fighting for the same goals, but they're on two different sides, and then it turns to like now they're allies. But that first quarter of the movie works really well because of that. And then now that you also have a formidable villain like Jaws, then you can kind of shift gears and you're like, okay, now we're up against.
I meant the fight on the train. Like right then would have been the perfect time for the shift, and that's when they do the shift.
Yeah.
But it's more like, you saved me, Bond. Now I love you. And I think it would have worked better if they were more equals in fighting. Obviously, Jaws is like crazy strong.
Not going to be.
He just knocks her out, and she's out for the fight.
Had they had a little more double team action, it would have aided their coming together. Maybe like Bond is getting choked, and she's the one who fucking breaks the lamp and then stabs his teeth with the electricity. Like that would have been cool. Instead, she's just like laying in the other room. And then on top of that, what if they go to bang, or maybe after they bang and after they have sex and she has a cigarette or whatever, and Bond lights her cigarette with the burn garden, and he's like, oh, I got this in Austria or whatever, and then she puts two and two together.
Very nice.
Oh, it's Austrian. I bought it in Berngarten.
Vangarten.
Yes, I was doing some skiing.
When was this?
About 3 weeks ago. Why?
Do you think it would have helped had she realized that he had murdered her ex-lover sooner, so that could have been more of a dynamic between them for a longer portion of the film rather than right at the end? Like right at the it's like she finds that out right before they try to board the La Paris or whatever, and it doesn't really weigh in on the movie that heavily. Like it really doesn't. It's like she finds out about it, and then the next time they see each other, it's their cute little scene in the escape pod.
Another movie ending in sex on a boat thing.
Sex on a boat is back.
This one's fully stocked. There's like a full-on sex
of the
bed.
10 movies, maybe 2 haven't ended that way.
Yeah,
that's true.
Oh my god,
that's
Except
great.
This one has Perignon 52 or whatever.
Huh. Maybe I misjudged Stromberg. Any man who drinks Dom Perignon 52 can't be all bad.
Why would the bad guy want like a sexy bed escape pod?
But Charlie, you and I had talked about it, and you said
Who did anybody change the ice in my escape pod
Dolphin
today?
humanoid.
I constantly need fresh ice for my Dom Perignon 52 in the escape pod. You guys notice you didn't change it out today? You're all fired. You're all gonna get eaten by fucking sharks today because you didn't change out the ice in my fucking escape pod. God. Dolphin dolphinoids for no one today.
It's dolphinoids.
Is that it, Charlie? Is dolphinoids going to be
Dolphinoids,
the?
yeah,
is that what it's going to be under it? It's like The Spy Who Loved Me. Dolphinoids.
Less shutters, more dolphinoids.
Less shutters, more dolphinoids.
More dolphinoids.
It's not even in the movie. It's just something we made up.
Yeah.
Now that would get some views because people are like, what the f-?
Oh no,
What's
no,
a
no,
dolphinoid?
it's dolphumanoids.
Dolphumanoids.
But no, I almost prefer dolphinoids.
Yeah, but it's a dolphin-human hybrid.
Dolphumanoid is like 20 gens in.
Dolphumanoid, yeah. I mean, can you imagine a more intelligent race than mankind fucking dolphins to make dolphumanoids? That's how we would. That's what I mean. What, you're just gonna live in pods? Are you gonna just breathe air? No, you have to make dolphumanoids so that the human race can exist underwater.
I have to ask you this question, Charlie. I have to ask you this question.
What?
Were you high when you watched this movie? because the idea of you being like, no, the motivation is dolphumanoids sounds like something someone would say if they were like really high and they were talking to their friends. Like, yeah, man, it's the dolphumanoids.
Dude,
like, that's what's
I'm
happening.
telling you, I sat in the corner, stone cold sober, and I thought, what could possibly be in it for everybody going forward with Waterworld?
Oh my God.
What, you're going to live underwater, living in these little habitats where you're still breathing air? No, that. You start fucking dolphins to have this hybrid species of the intelligence of humans, apes from the the above world land, mating with the dolphins of the new water world, where it's like there's a legend where the humans, they came from the upward world up above the water world, and they came down to the depths of the new sea world to the dolphins and create us, the dolphumanoids, who will take over space itself. What's that? It's above the land into the sky world space of space, really? Where there is no water. There is no
Charlie
air. There is only space world and the dolphumanoids.
I need this
who
speech.
Run everything. McCurdy was like, the man with the golden gun. I wanted more man with the golden gun, and I'm like pretty satisfied with it. Whereas with this, I'm like, I just a little. They had that material to play with, and I just wanted a little bit more. You know.
No, I don't. Here's the weird thing. I don't disagree with you, but I also think that these movies, again, we're talking about. These movies are built for spectacle. They weren't really focused on story for at least these first couple films. And then when they do focus on story, it's only a little bit. And then the one time they focused a lot on story, the movie didn't do as well. So that being said, though, I do still think that, like, even though, I'm on board with you as far as like, I wish they played with it more. I like what you're pitching to me as far as like the lighting the cigarette and all that stuff. That would have been cool, right? But it still doesn't weigh the movie down for me as much because I'm like, it's still spectacle-wise, it's still great. It still has a skosh of story that even references another film that even adds to Bond as a character instead of him just being some wooden, like, I'm a super spy. Like, oh, wait, no, he's a super spy with like a dark, like a past that like affected him to his core, as well as I'm facing someone who's my equal, who's on the other side of during the Cold War and all this stuff. And then on top of all of that, we've got this guy who wants to fuck fish. So, which is totally headcanon, but I do love games like BioShock. So like when you're talking about all this stuff, it reminds me of that. But that's why to me
what you said,
it's a 3.
She is Bond's equal but opposite within Russian intelligence. And that's why it is kind of fun. It harkens back to my whole rant about how Bond is a know-it-all, and usually M is like, "Shut up, Bond. You're so sexy and intelligent, and everybody likes you."
So it's not oratory; it's laboratory. Stromberg has a marine research laboratory on Corsica, I believe.
Well done, James. Actually, sir, it is in Sardinia.
And it's like my know-it-all versus your know-it-all, to the point where M's like, good job, 007. But then Triple
like
X
it's
bests
proud
him, and
parents.
he's like,
Yeah.
"You're supposed to be a know-it-all. The one time you're not a know-it-all, the Russians are here."
Yeah.
I will say this though: did you guys catch? There's a very interesting moment where M's name is revealed. Did y'all catch this?
No, I didn't.
Okay, it's very brief. It's very subtle.
Yeah.
After you, Alexis.
Oh, no, after you, Miles.
Oh, thank you.
After you, Miles. And
Interesting.
M says, "Oh, thank you, Russian, Gogol guy." Like, and I was like, M's name is Miles? Like, maybe that's in the books. I don't know. But like, Gogol definitely calls him out. And then, and even Triple X calls Q Major Boothroyd, so it's like, everybody's getting real friendly, detente as fuck. This movie is ramping up Q. It's like they're starting to realize the people want Q. Q is awesome. Q is all over this movie. He shows up constantly, and it's great.
Yeah.
Like, who doesn't fucking love Q?
I would have Q examined after that weird little jet ski thing, though.
Yeah.
Q, are you sure this isn't cool at all, Q?
Q, this hasn't aged well. Can we get something
This isn't
sexier?
like the helicopter. The helicopter. Okay, good job on the helicopter.
You have to
The jet
assemble
ski
it.
thing.
Dinky.
It was small and it worked. Okay, guys.
It worked.
Yeah.
Can't
It worked.
fault it for that. I
It
guess.
looked. You know what? Hold on. It looked better than the giant bubble that he he lands on in Diamonds Are Forever, where he's in that giant bubble and he has to like crawl his way through the sea. This time it's like here's a tiny little jet ski that you can get you from one place to the other super fast. And he's like,
Can
cool.
you imagine
Vroom, vroom, vroom. Let's
how
go.
fucking sweaty Roger Moore would have been if he had to gerbil his whole way like miles through the ocean, rolling for days on end?
He's like, hey,
Bond, you only have an hour.
He's like, make it
I'm
2
almost
hours.
there. Yeah. Give me another week.
I mean, it's not the silliest thing that I've seen in any of these movies so far. I mean, what I think takes me out of it is just that you have all the logos and stuff on it, and I'm like,
Yeah, maybe if it was black instead of like a
like it had all the logos, so it's like trying to be a product placement.
Yeah.
This is
Okay.
the 70s,
Which, by the way, that kind of reminds me of like at that moment you get the Bond theme. It's like the Bond theme is back.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, where's the Bond theme
Perfectly
been for
used
the
in
last
this film.
couple movies, and now it's back. Like, they use it several times. Now, they use it briefly. It's almost like they wanted to get away from it, and then it's like after the slide whistle, they're like, we need to bring it back. We need fucking Bond theme back.
For me, I think this movie, the more we're talking about it, places it somewhere between 2 and 3 for me.
I'm gonna stick to 4. I still think that the story of the Man with the Golden Gun does it for me, but I think that this is just it's such a solid super spy movie. Like, sure, it's got some goofy stuff. I think again that whole sequence with Jaws randomly driving out into the middle of nowhere is stupid, and like cut that out and the movie improves. So super spy wise, like again, we have our like serious From Russia with Love versus our like goofy fun Goldfinger. This is like straight up goofy fun Goldfinger. It's literally a remake of You Only Live Twice, and we all agree that You Only Live Twice is good. It just suffered some things that this movie fixed, and the scope is big. And like the whole Atlantis stuff is really cool, a lot of fun. But like overall, when it comes to things like story and bad guy, it's like it's above Dr. No for me again for that like scope, story, and bad guy. But it's below The Man with the Golden Gun because of story and bad guy.
I still think it's better story-wise
with this.
than The Man with the Golden Gun. And I also think because of the spectacle and some of the goofy moments are all balanced, it doesn't feel like a tonally weird movie where you have serious scenes mixed with like unserious scenes, but it's like it's played well. Like,
you don't have a dojo scene in the middle of things.
It actually questions something about the Bond universe as far as like Bond kills a lot of henchmen. These henchmen have families or people or loved ones. Like, where does that fill? And yes, it doesn't get it. We don't explore it as much as I think I wish we could have explored it. At least it's there, but it's there enough that we're not like, it's not so heavy-handed and it's not so like dramatic, because this movie's a fun movie that you can take your kids to still.
Scaramanga has a really fun relationship, not only with his henchmen, but with Bond too. Whereas with this, you have this Soviet spy who never really does anything awesome. The blowing the smoke in the face is like her moment. But other than that, she's bland, she's robotic, she's kind of eh. And I love the tension created by Bond having murdered her ex, but it doesn't do anything with it. Whereas the stuff with Scaramanga has his payoff where it's like, I want to fucking duel to the death. Mano y mano, a duel of titans. My golden gun versus your Walther PPK. That fucking trumps this whole goddamn movie for me.
No, in a carnival, in a fun house, in a carnival fun house, that's where that fight ends up. In a carnival fun house with mannequins.
Yes,
that's where this movie ends.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You're nuts.
I will.
You are nuts.
I'm not as nuts as Stromberg, who wants
so
golf humanoids. I mean.
I'm totally okay with the dolphin crap.
I think we're getting lost in the previous argument and movie. I think we should get back to ranking this one.
Let's hear from these two knuckleheads.
Yes,
what do you guys
please.
think?
On the points, you and Nans made good points about Triple X. She is robotic. The acting isn't brilliant. They could have been better. I guess, as you said, what did you say? If she knew that Bond killed her lover earlier, it might have created a better dynamic. There could have been more points where they worked together to bring down bad guys instead of it just always being Bond saving her. So I'll agree with that. That brings it down.
She's the best of the best, and she doesn't do much with that.
And I will agree with the goofiness somewhat. I think I'm somewhere in the middle. I don't think I'm fully with you guys on Jaws. But I do agree that scene was kind of strange in a way, and its setup and how it finished. So I'll bring it down a bit, but I think I'm going to settle with McCurdy at 3.
Okay.
I don't think I'm going to go lower than that.
Yeah. Well, just like all the other movies, this is my first time watching this movie, and I think Char, you've kind of brought it up, and it's definitely the case for me where I've been spoiled by Daniel Craig's Bond movies, and I think I want to I'm gonna say it, I guess. I want a darker Bond, but I want a more focused story on Bond. I don't like all the extravaganza that goes on with You Only Live Twice, and in this movie, I want a focused story on Bond and a bad guy. And if you're gonna throw a girl in there too, that's fine, but she better, be a good character. And this movie has a whole lot of other stuff in it. I enjoy parts of it. I also find a lot of it goofy, and I don't like the humor goofiness that we get. Again, that goes, I guess, being spoiled with Daniel Craig. There's almost no goofiness in those movies. So yeah, I mean, I'm struggling, I guess. I know I mentioned initially, I'm thinking number 8 or something, but I did also kind of think maybe closer to 4 or 5 range.
All right,
I just
so
don't.
So
McCurdy's
we have 2
holding
3s, 2 4s.
Yeah, McCurdy's holding at 3. Scott's holding at 3. I'm holding at 4. So it sounds like it doesn't really matter, Nans. So let me say this.
Yeah, I don't feel strongly it needs to be at the bottom, but I'm on your boat where I want a better bad guy, and I don't like Stromberg all that much.
Here's the thing. If it, again, removing the goofiness, because both movies have goofy. They both have goofy, regardless of amount of goofy, whatever. Throw that out. What you're left with is you have Triple X, who, again, in this movie becomes, just like Scaramanga was Bond's equal but opposite, this is now equal and opposite within Russian intelligence, and literal opposite in terms of penis turning into a vagina. So removing goofiness, you have Bond and his relationship with Triple X, and then you have Bond and his relationship with Scaramanga, and then you have Bond and his relationship with this, Stromberg is, I think objectively speaking, Stromberg is a weaker bad guy. If it's not going to be Scaramanga versus Stromberg, where clearly Scaramanga is going to win. Like, again, objectively speaking, Scaramanga is a stronger bad guy than Stromberg, who has like, he's just insane, and he has these followers for some reason. Like, I like that the stakes of the Man with the Golden Gun are limited to just Bond's reputation versus this, like, you only live twice rehash of like East and West destroying each other, Russia and the US going to war.
On that point, I felt like there was a lot of recycling in this movie.
Yeah, on the other hand, you just have Bond's reputation, and like, I like that. Like, for me personally, the stakes just being Bond's reputation, I think that's really cool. Now, to level with you guys, with McCurdy and Scott, I could bend so far as like the whole Goodnight thing. Like, again, my whole thing, like, I was not trying to defend Goodnight just to like push the movie. I think that without rehashing that argument, I think Goodnight is like, she's like a bimbo, but she always pulls through. We don't need to rehash that whole thing. I don't think she gets enough credit, but she still is annoying versus this relationship with a more capable babe. Yeah. But again, I wish that Triple X had offered more. I mean, she really didn't offer that much. Like, throughout the whole movie, she really doesn't do that much. So it's like, help me out here.
Let me throw some more credit to Triple X.
Please.
At least with Triple X, we do get the sense that she gets a great intro. She gets, in that intro, remember, it's like we see a guy and a girl.
It's a little misdirection.
There's a great misdirection where you think, like, if you didn't know, if you hadn't seen the movie, and you're like, okay, get me Triple X, get Triple X on the phone.
Yeah.
And then we see this guy, and that's what the camera's focusing on, is this guy with this hot broad, and you're thinking, oh, this is the Russian James Bond. And then this phone thing goes off, and then he's like, it's for you. And then you instantly know, oh, she's Triple X.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, you've got all the really great work. Like, even though she may not do physicality, like, and that is something that is missing. I'm not going to deny that she doesn't have physicality.
Beyond that,
in
though,
this movie,
I don't care about physicality.
Like
she never really does anything otherwise.
No, I mean, she has great, and I think she has better wordplay with Bond, though. And she even hits a nerve with him at one point where she's like, "You were married once," and then she's like, "We're not going to talk about that." And like, that was the moment where, like, oh my god, like that back and forth. Like, I remember the last film the last movie we were talking about. It's like, well, he should know who. Because the assassins and all the assassins would know who they are and everything. But like, this is a really great scene because you know for a fact that Russia and the West, I should say, like the East and the West are spying on each other, and they should know each other's secrets. And we get a lot of that.
The lady will have a Bacardi on the rocks.
For the gentleman, vodka martini, shaken, not stirred.
Touche.
And then there's even that great moment with the Lotus where it's like, wait, how did you know how to do that? And she's like, well, I stole the plans of this for 2 years ago, so I already know about this thing. Like, there's all of those really great moments. With Goodnight, you don't have that. You just have a very obnoxious character that, like, runs around the screen, just trying to bang Bond, but not really, and then, like, gets in the way. At least this is, like, she's getting in the way because she's at conflict. She's trying to get the microfilm, and it's like, oh, there's motivation there. There's, like, a character dynamic. There's, like, conflict.
Like, undoubtedly, Triple X is a better character than Goodnight. But I wish they would have done more with Triple X than just have her be there. I wish they would have done more with
Scaramanga, but
you know. But I'm still satisfied by Scaramanga. With Triple X, it's like there are clearly ways that she could have been like instantly made better, like instantly. So
like, I know you like to hang your hat on story as like the king of all these movies, but again, I'm gonna go back and say, like, yeah, you're looking at that one thing over here, but remember, like, this is a Bond movie, this is an action movie. I want to see action. I feel like the action in the last movie is really undercut because we get a scene we get to the end of the movie and it's like the producer's like, oh crap, we kind of wrote ourselves in a corner here. We have this duel thing, but we don't have any cool explosions. Now, if this was the darker movie that you and I had talked about, where it's like, oh, well, this would be the Daniel Craig Bond film. Like, then that would have worked. That would have worked. But this movie, it was like, we wrote ourselves in a corner. Oh, crap, what do we do? Oh, the solar panels and generators, and they blow up, and that's the end of the movie. And then they can go off, and Bond could get caught
You're saying that the ending is more organic with the destruction of Atlantis.
Yeah, it's like this movie. It's like it's a Bond movie. Like I you want to discredit all the spectacle, but the spectacle, it's weight. It is weight because that is what I go. If I'm gonna go see a Bond movie, I don't want to see people sitting in rooms and talking about their pistols. I want to see action scenes. I want to see really great action scenes. This movie has, again, like the best car action scene we've seen in any movie, and not to mention that it goes from air to land to sea, and there's just a huge dynamic there. We get some great fight scenes. We get a great hench villain. Like I know we were talking about the Egyptian scene, and I'm not keen on that scene, but we also get the great sequence in the
it's like you got your way now really with like going from with Knick Knack. You were like like Knick Knack is just, it's a midget to have a midget. And my whole thing was like, it's not a midget just to have a midget. It's more about he's more like Yoda. He kind of is using his brain with these, like how he's controlling the funhouse and everything. And then when they have their showdown, it's like 2 seconds because Bond's just like he tries to get Bond by surprise. And the moment that fails, Knick Knack's fucked. And we all know he's fucked. Whereas with Jaws, Bond more has to triumph against this like massive dude. Yeah. And undoubtedly Jaws is the shit. So like really what it comes to, like everything you just laid out is probably enough to elevate it above The Man with the Golden Gun. Again, for me personally, the story of The Man with the Golden Gun is smaller, it's more personal, that gives me a boner. But I understand everything you're saying so far as like when in terms of bondiness, like we talked about, we here and there we talk about like a good movie versus a good Bond movie. And so far as this movie is concerned, it still, it still has those elements of Reputation because it's like, here's the best of the Brits versus the best of the Russians and how they team up. Like all those elements are there. All the action is there. Jaws is fucking awesome. Stromberg is still cool. Like I still like him. I think Scaramanga is just like still the top bad guy, but that wasn't even enough to get him at the top of the list because Auric Goldfinger is still awesome. So so I see it.
I was gonna say quick. McCurdy finally brought it there as we were sinking back towards Bond girl versus Bond girl, bad guy versus bad guy, and that's what we always seem to retract to
because they're hard elements that you can compare.
Well, I know, but McCurdy finally brought it there. Is that for this one? It's the balance and the spectacle. Yeah, that lifts this one above the individual story of bad guy versus good guy.
The fact that the scene of Bond falling in the air and his parachute opens up and we get the Bond theme, which we feel like we haven't heard in forever. Yeah. This is a fucking Bond movie. This is what I came to go see.
I'm cool with it. I'm down to go with Spy Who Loved Me at number 3.
Yeah. I mentally conceded that probably 10, 15 minutes ago. If you rewind, I don't want people thinking I just follow what Charlie thinks. I came up with this decision before Charlie said he's fine with 3. If you rewind the footage of my webcam here, you'll see I've been stewing hard for like 10, 15, 20 minutes. And really, obviously, like McCurdy, you made great points. I heard most of them, but I was really in my own world thinking. And it was Charlie, you got me thinking. You said take both movies, remove like the silliness out of them. And I kind of did that, but mostly I compared the silliness between The Man with the Golden Gun and this film. And it got me thinking that there's more there's more
silliness in The Man with the Golden Gun.
The Man with the Golden Gun, there's big chunks of silliness. Yeah. This one, for me, there was a lot of silliness. I noticed it. It bothered me. But it was more like a joke here, a joke there. Nothing that really made a huge impact. The whole like dojo, like karate school thing in The Man with the Golden Gun is not great. Yeah. I do not like that Louisville cop guy. I forget his name. Not Louisville. Louisiana. I don't love him. And yeah, I do think 3 makes sense. And I'm going to look like such a volatile opinion and easily swayed person, but coming in as the this is my first time viewing this movie person, I think it's important for you guys to do what you've done and like lay it all out there. But again, I think comparing the silliness between The Man with the Golden Gun and this film is what made me kind of change where I'm placing it.
And when it comes down to just overall, like, again, this is like attempt number 2 at the plot of You Only Live Twice, and it's just they learned all the lessons from You Only Live Twice, they fixed them, and then you throw in the fun little relationship between these the two top agents of Britain and Russia, and then you throw in Jaws, and again, there's more to be desired from everybody between Jaws, XXX, and Stromberg, but what we got was still cool and fun. This is a solid Bond movie. This is where it's like, is it a good movie or a good Bond movie? This is where it's like a solid Bond movie. It's got the best skiing. I mean, the skiing scene is awesome, and then it ends in one of the best prologue, and it's definitely the best prologue ender so far. I like the song, but I think the opening of the song is really weak. How cool would it have been if it had gone into like You Know My Name or something? Like, I'm gonna cut that in too. Bang!
Eyes I've deceived. I've seen angels fall from blinding heights, but you yourself are nothing so divine. Just next in line on yourself, because no one else will save you.
This is really kind of the first time that the name of the song is not the title of the movie necessarily, even though it has the title of the movie in the song.
Mm-hmm.
So, Scott, to me, where do you place Nobody Does It Better, the theme to The Spy Who Loved Me?
I'd probably put it somewhere. I don't actually have it ranked right now. I haven't been keeping up with that. I should get back to it, but I'd put it somewhere in the middle. I think it's a song that actually, similar to The Man with the Golden Gun, works better as background scoring for the movie than it did as an actual opening sequence.
Yes.
Like, this song did brilliantly when they were riding the camels through the desert, when he arrived there. Like, this song works so well in the background, just like The Man with the Golden Gun song. Which
it made
was
a
titled
great
The Man
Chinese
with the Golden
theme.
Gun, right?
The Man with the Golden Gun was like a fantastic
and it worked very
Chinese
well in
theme.
the background as scoring, but it
This
wasn't
is like a good
as-
romantic score.
Yeah, it didn't blow it away as just a Bond intro song.
Yeah, it
you
doesn't-
know?
it doesn't-
Neither one are top of the list when it comes to
No.
like the best ones you think of, but both of these worked brilliantly in the background.
If I'm not mistaken, I think this song may have won an Academy Award, but
It was
don't hold me to
nominated,
that.
but didn't win.
In 2004, it was honored by the American Film Institute as the 67th greatest song as part of their 100-year series. Because it was
whatever
used
that
in
means.
films like Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Little Black Book, Lost in Translation, and Bridget Jones.
Okay.
It's been
Well, I
used
didn't
in
know
a ton of films, so it's lasted through the years.
There's nothing better than the explosive Bond opening, and that's what they become later. It's like mandatory that they like when that song starts, you better be fucking jacked up. Whereas I think the opening of this song is really boring and lame. But then you get into it. Like as soon as you hear the lyrics, "The Spy Who Loved Me," that's where I'm like, oh, this song's good. But when it opens, like with that like cradling of the parachute, I'm always like, oh, it's a lame Bond song. And then later I'm like a couple minutes later, I'm like, oh wait, this song's good, but always when I see that cradling, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go take a piss.
I like the intro for me because I like the because it's
Nudity?
a piano. It's a piano at the beginning, right? It's like
it's a light
because
piano.
it reminds. So we hit the badass like it parachute opens and we get the Bond theme,
So
and
it's
then we
subtle.
slowly drift into the next song. But when he's slowly drifting that song, it's the dun, 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 dun.
But
and it's kind of like
but-
it's kind of reminds me of a cartoon where it's like something floating down slowly.
Yeah, but
And
it
so
does
I feel
not.
like it works
But it
that
does
well.
not hit a light piano like Skyfall hits a light piano.
No, I mean it's
For,
not
like,
Skyfall,
sinking.
but
That's it.
for me, it's like one of the better songs for me.
It is.
But it's not something where I'm like, no, this is the best one. You know what I mean?
This song has grown on me quite a bit. It is one of those that the more you listen to it, you're like, all right, yeah, it is a very good song.
Yeah.
But once again, I think it worked better as background scoring for the film more than it did as like an iconic intro.
We are locked in now. We are still at Goldfinger, the fucking Goldfinger at number 1. From Russia with Love, number 2. The Spy Who Loved Me, number 3. The Man with the Golden Gun, number 4. Dr. No at number 5. Honor Majesty's Secret Service, number 6. Thunderball at number 7. Live and Let Die, number 8. Number 9, Diamonds Are Forever. Number 10, You Only Live Twice. Still just at the bottom. But you've been bested, bitch, by a remake that's not space, it's water. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, after the success of remaking the space plot of You Only Live Twice into the Dolphumanoid Waterworld plot of The Spy Who Loved Me, the Dolphumanoid Waterworld plot of The Spy Who Loved Me is remade back into the space plot in the form of Moonraker. Once again, the disappearance of an American space rocket puts Her Majesty the Queen's bulldog bloodhound James Bond on the trail of the missing goods. However, this time the bad guy actually has an interesting motivation beyond the simplicity of getting paid or the oddity of wanting to fish. His Hitler-esque goal is to kill off all the ugly, short, balding, drunk, cycloptic, ginger, lesbian, homosexual, metal-armed and metal-toothed bad guys and less desirable citizens of the world and replace them with a master race of supermodels. Why International Ladies Man 007 would fight back against such a world, we'll never know. Whatever. This movie sucks. Wait, hang on. Is this the Garden of Eden? Bond looks like Adam surrounded by beautiful Eves. Oh, look, a snake. Wait a minute. Hang on. Drax is God expelling Adam Bond from paradise, righting the wrongs of mankind and washing away humanity's sins with a flood of gas, not water, gas, while preserving animals and beautiful people within an ark, not floating on boring water, but flying in the heavens like God himself. Wait, hang on. That can't be right. Drax is a man. A man who feels superior to others because of his intelligence. So much so that he believes himself justified in murdering billions, claiming something so evil to be for the greater good. Let's go back to the Eves in the garden. Bond, tempted by the fruit of their womb, faces the snake, the metaphor of Satan. Satan, aka Lucifer, aka bringer of light, who represents the capacity for reason within the duality of man. Reason which, when taken so far as to overrule our basic humanity, leads to genocide and death under the seductive guise of idealistic utopianism. Therefore, Drax is a false god, a snake that Bond banishes to the eternal darkness of space. And if Drax is the Antichrist, then JB is in fact JC, James Christ, our Savior, who sacrifices a happy personal home life to save the world time and time again in an eternal battle of good versus evil. Literal holy fucking shit, I was so wrong. Forgive us, we know not what we've done. Moonraker is the most incredibly profound and secretly meaningful Bond film that will ever be made and must be made number 1. Not only on our list, but for all lists, for all time!
Charlie's gonna pass out.
This message is brought to you by 7-Up. Make 7-Up yours.
All that brought to you by 7-Up. So this movie's number 1, right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
McCurdy, tell us about the biblical and religious history and meaning in this landmark film.
At the end of The Spy Who Loved Me, audience were promised James Bond
would return in For Your Eyes Only, but it was a lie. Instead, Eon decided to cash in on this other successful film that came out in 1977. Yes, you guessed it, Smokey and the Bandits. That's right. Bond's gonna be a trucker, and he's gonna stop Blofeld. I'm kidding. It was Star Wars.
Only.
You guys knew Star Wars.
If only.
Well, it's really funny you say that because Roger Moore ends up showing up in Cannonball Run, which is kind of connected to Smokey and the Bandits in some ways. So
yeah.
Anyway, what you might not know, much like Thunderball before it, Moonraker the novel was originally made as a screenplay to be a film. So Charlie, I know you and I have talked about it, but you've actually read the book that Moonraker's based off of. Some of those elements in that book do end up in later Bond films, but basically Fleming had drafted a screenplay. It went in development sometime around 1955, and then they never made it into a movie, and then he ended up buying the rights back in 59. So then finally we got to Dr. No. We have Lois Chills? Lois Chills plays CIA agent Holly Goodhead.
Did you look into the history of slang terms for fellatio? Like, has head always meant head? Like,
I did not. I should have done the history, but I'm just going to go on a limb here and say that a lot of that stuff's been around probably a long time.
Okay.
So that doesn't surprise me that that's her name. What's interesting is she was originally intended to be in The Spy Who Loved Me. And then she was like, I'm taking a break from acting. I don't want to do anything right now. And then it just so happened that she was sitting in the same seat next to Lewis Gilbert on an airplane, who's the director for this movie. If you remember, Lewis Gilbert also directed our least favorite movie on this list, You Only Live Twice, and he had done a couple of the Moore films.
And then they let him remake it.
Basically, he got to remake his movie. He comes back for this movie. But he was sitting...
And he remade the last movie.
Yeah.
But we'll get to that.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, he was sitting in an airplane with her, and they were sitting next to each other, and he was like, you would make a good CIA scientist. So then she got in the movie. And then also...
Do you give good head? You're hired. You need a crazy straw for that thing.
I do. That'd be great. I think she does a decent job in this movie. There's a couple of scenes where I'm like, but overall, she exuberates some kind of confidence. But
she's kind of a great balance of everything we've said about all Bond. There is spit all over my desk after that rant. I'm like, what is all this? Oh my god. She kind of balances out everything we've talked about Bond girl wise up until this point. You know, where it's like she's capable both physically and mentally, but Bond still rescues her and he kind of pisses her off. They don't jump right into bed. She sleeps with him because she has to at first, but then eventually she wants to. You know, she kind of has all these elements that we've been talking about from the get-go.
She's
not.
But she doesn't shine.
She doesn't. She doesn't shine.
She doesn't have the...
I say that objectively, and then subjectively, she's like, whatever. You know,
she's decent. She's good. She's not my favorite, but she's definitely not my least favorite. So then we have Hugo Drax, who was cast originally as James Mason. You guys may or may not know James Mason. He was in the movie North by Northwest. He was also in Lolita. He was in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Famous British actor. They didn't hire him because originally this movie was going to be filmed in England. But a lot of it had to do with production cost. At the time, there was really high taxation on film. So they decided we're going to film everything in France instead. So they moved most of the production to France. And doing so, they had to make an agreement with France so that they could shoot in all these really cool locations, that they would hire French actors and French crew members and such. So then we got Mikel Lonsdale, who plays Hugo Drax. And he's only there basically because he had to fill this criteria. But I mean, I still think he does a fantastic job in the role. And then also our returning favorite, Richard Kiel, returns as Jaws. And he was originally intended to be the bad guy till the very end of the film. But due to the popularity and with children writing letters to Eon Productions asking that he be a good guy because they really like that character. I don't understand this. They were
That's like asking Dracula to be a good guy.
Exactly.
Like, get out of here,
can we
kids.
make him a good guy
You
now?
shouldn't be in the theater anyway. Get the fuck out. Drink your 7-Up. Go home.
And then also, fun fact, the cable car scene. The wire that he actually mounts down on the cable is actually made of licorice, even though he was still wearing his steel dentures.
Did they do it so it wouldn't hurt him, or did they do it to look convincing? Does
I guess
licorice
they did
look
it
like
to
metal?
look convincing. I mean, I don't know how else
Maybe
you're gonna have...
licorice paints well. You know?
I don't know. And then moving on to another person of importance is Michael G. Wilson. His name shows up in the credits, and if you've watched later Bond films, you may recognize his name. But Michael G. Wilson is Albert R. Broccoli's stepson, and he's been connected to the films up until this point in different aspects, either as
like assistant and stuff,
assistants or AD or a PA or whatever. But in this film, basically because Salzman's gone now, he kind of steps up into the role of being an executive producer, and he'll be the executive producer / producer for many of these films going on. And then,
dude, what a power move!
But
he's a PA, and he's like, "Hey, mom, go f- the boss." You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, mom?
Pimping out his mom.
But
That's
what I thought,
right.
So the craziest part about all this,
Yo,
to
mom,
me-
you give him some good head.
The craziest part to me about all of this is we've mentioned Batman so many times as far as relationship with Batman, either the characters or Batman, how this actor was in this movie or whatever. It just turns out that Michael G. Wilson's actual father was the first on-screen Batman in the 1940s serials. So that's a weird connection that I was like, oh, that is really bizarre. In the featurette of this film, they alluded to the possibly ILM giving them a quote for the effects for this movie because they didn't have an effects house at this time, and effects houses were kind of new, specifically with Star Wars. So, and George Lucas, as you guys know, created Industrial Light and Magic, did all the visual effects for Star Wars, and he created the company for Star Wars. And this movie is basically, we want to cash in on Star Wars. But apparently they gave him a quote that was just, they were like, that's too high of a quote. And so they were like, well, I guess we'll have to figure out how to do all this stuff ourselves. And it kind of shows.
Let's just get into that. So obviously we've been leading up to this with every movie. It's been what was hot at the time. You know, last time it was Jaws. Before that was Kung
Bruce
Fu
Lee.
movies. Before that was blaxploitation. Now we're ripping off sci-fi adventures in a Bond movie. Like the producers are like autistic people. They just like they're trying to understand human beings, and they're like, you walk up, you say hello, you shake hand. Like it's like they try to anticipate, or they don't try to anticipate. They try to copy these trends as if people are. I mean, okay, people are sheep, but you know, it's like, what are they buying up right now? Kung Fu. We got, you know, we make a Bond Kung Fu movie, everybody's going to come running. It's like, no, you make a Bond movie and people are just going to go see it. If what's hot right now is Bruce Lee, I don't know, just keep doing Bond and people are going to see it. Like, it's such an autistic way of approaching these things. And it's been fine in the past because it hasn't taken such precedent, but we literally have a Star Wars-esque laser battle in this. Like, it boggles the mind the way producers approach things. What was big about Star Wars? The assistant's like, it's like this really emotional tale. It has to do with family. It's like Shakespearean in a sense. Like it has all these underlying themes that we don't need to get into. Oh no, f all that. It's just lasers. You know, like it's just surface level understanding of things, and then they roll with it. And yeah, it's I'm not saying I hate the movie for that, but I'm just pointing out how obnoxious it is. Because I mean, I first picked up on the whole Bond philosophy. You know, I remember in high school with Casino Royale coming out, and I'm like, yeah, at school it's like everybody's into poker. And everybody's looking at parkour videos, and then it just so happens to have those things. Or it's like, the person who's the villain, they just won an Oscar. Oh, the person who sung the song, they just won a Grammy. It's just so obvious that they're always just taking whatever is trending on Twitter at the time and then plugging it into the movie. And it's fine when it blends in, but when it sticks out like this, it's like, what the hell? What the hell are you thinking? You know, and I can say all that because by the time Bond gets to space, it does look like James Bond walked into a B movie.
It's interesting you say that because, like, this movie, they specifically were like, well, we have to base this in reality. Of course, we want to make money off Star Wars. So, I mean, there's a clip of Albert R. Broccoli saying this isn't science fiction. We do science fact. So they're like using the space shuttle program, which was still in its infancy. They didn't actually start lifting shuttles off till 81. This is 79. So it's like 2 years out from them actually lifting shuttles off. They didn't even know what that was going to look like exactly. They kind of got it right. Alien, which came out the same year, 1979, looks, I mean, it's a grittier movie, but the space and the fact that they're in space and all that stuff, it like feels real. Like even the space station feels real. Or the space ship, essentially, it's a giant oil tanker in space, basically. But like,
and they just don't deal with gravity. They're just like, whatever. Everybody's walking around.
Yeah, we're not going to do some goofy
whatever.
shit.
Because the movie isn't about that. The movie is about, it's this horror movie, you know, and so it's focused in that sense, and anybody's going, what? They would be floating around, you know. It's like go away.
No one cares. No one cares.
Yeah,
but they have to add that sequence of like, okay, I'm gonna float in here. All right, guys, I gotta press the button, and then like that takes screen time.
But at least when Bond hits that emergency stop, they set that up like this thing needs to spin, so we have gravity, and then Bond takes advantage of that. Otherwise, they would just be burning screen time. But it's like, okay, we don't have ILM, we don't have a lot of really great effects. Let's just overcrank this, and everybody just walk slow and. Can you guys tell? Can you tell? Doesn't it look like I'm in space?
Well, it's really funny. It's because like you look at movies from the 1950s and even a little bit into the 40s, and like when they did space, I mean, we hadn't even gone to space yet, so no one had a clear idea of like what it'd be like being in space.
Yeah.
And even if you watch those movies, they do like the slow walking when they're in space. And because it was like, they were like, well, I guess the gravity would be different, but they had no idea that people would like pretty much be floating in air and things like that.
Yeah. So for audiences back then, they're like, wow, did they really film this in space? Which they say in the credits. They say they filmed it in space.
In outer space with
which
exclamation
is hilarious.
point.
Yeah, which is great, you know. Please give us your money. Give us that sweet, sweet Star Wars money. But anyway, okay, so this movie begins, because again, anytime that anybody really, but especially with the Bond franchise, anytime they have a hit, they're like, do the same thing again. Bring everybody back. Even if your character died in the last movie. Yeah. Bring them back. Bring everybody back. We're just going to redo it, right? We have the same thing. Something goes missing. Somebody is told on the red phone, where's Bond?
Moneypenny, where's 007? Moneypenny!
He's on a mission, sir.
Is 007 back from that attic? Tell him to pull up.
He's on his last legs,
immediately.
It's just the same thing. And it's not bad necessarily, like, because it's still funny. He's on his last leg. He's feeling up a babe. But then they go right to, you know, in the same way that The Spy Who Loved Me had all these, you know, references to previous Bond movies. We straight up have another parachute opening, but it also is like coupled with Goldfinger.
That parachute opening, though, I want to interject and say that like that's the first time they ever actually do any skydiving photography in any of the films. Again, like technology gets better as these films go on, and they had smaller cameras, and they could, you know, have these apparatuses that they could do all this cool stuff with. And so you have these guys like basically stunt guys, you know, skydiving. It's a cool sequence
for sure,
but it is has some,
I'm not
it has
knocking
its
it.
moments.
I'm just saying that again. Let's do the same thing again. Okay, everybody loved that parachute opening. Let's do the same thing. But then with this one, it ends with a dick in your face.
Yeah.
Like the whole movie opens with Jaws' dick in your face. What does that say about the rest of the movie? Right? So
much Jaws.
And also, they couldn't get Jaws a better stunt double, or just, you know, they were doing rear projection.
Really bad.
Yeah.
Do his stunts, but only see him from behind. And then when you need to see Jaws, do rear projection. And they shot rear projection. So why didn't they just use that as opposed to that guy with like, they just put aluminum foil on his mouth, you know? And then thought that would work. It's weird.
It would be impossible to find somebody his size that looks.
But that's what I'm saying.
Him.
That's why they
To be
did
his
rear
stunt double.
projection. So why didn't they just use rear projection for all
that
of
was
his shots?
that was comically terrible.
Yeah. I mean, use that same guy, but shoot him from behind. But whatever. I mean, at a certain point, it's just this movie does kind of get into shameless Diamonds Are Forever territory. Where it's having fun, and I have a hard time really, like, I'll say right off the bat, this movie is not the bottom for me because I still laugh at it. I still have a good time, and I've never hated this movie. It's just they had a hit, and then they're writing out the hit as if they can't do any wrong, and so they just do the same stuff, and they don't hold back on pigeons doing double takes, like.
The
gondola.
That whole gondola sequence is bonkers.
Guys putting down bottles again, like Jesus.
That's
Christ,
the same guy, by the way. That's
it
the
is
same actor.
the same beach guy,
the
right?
same guy from the last movie, and that's not. And this won't be his last appearance. I'll get his name the next film, but this
just
won't
like
be his
Charlie
last
said,
appearance.
just bring everybody back. Same.
So he
same
comes
reaction.
back. But that's the thing, right? Like we talked about. I was talking about how the Moore films kind of there's like 3 periods of the Moore films within themselves. So you have the first 2 movies, they're kind of connected with Sgt. Pepper. They're still trying to figure out how to work more into this, how to make him work. And then the next movie, they figure it out. So then they're like, let's do the same thing. And we bring back Jaws. And it's like, Charlie, you mentioned like this movie is a remake of the last movie. And in some ways, definitely it is. Like,
yeah.
I know you're saying like beat for beat, it's the same movie. But even like the villain's plan.
Take everything I said last episode and it's been fixed. Again, my whole thing was Stromberg would have worked for me had all those guys working for him thought they had all been misled into thinking that this was just an extortion play. We're going to threaten the world, right, with annihilation. And then they're going to pay us a lot of money. And everybody's like, great, let's make a lot of money. And then he lied. He's actually going to let the world explode because he wants to fish. And if everybody else found that out, they'd be like in this movie, Jaws is like, wait, I'm going to get genocided? Okay, well, I'm out. I'm switching to Bond's side. But don't you think Jaws would have done that last episode if he realized that he was going to have to become a dolphin fucker? Like all those guys would be like, we're out. And then imagine that captain guy, where the captain guy in the Laparis.
Yeah.
Imagine him switching sides and he starts working with Bond, and all the guys who survived the fight, they start working with Bond. Oh, we can destroy the ships or whatever. We can make them destroy each other because none of us want to fish. Before we get into Drax as a character, the best bad guys in general are the ones where you can kind of see their point.
Human beings are a disease, a cancer of this planet. You are a plague.
They're schemers. Schemers trying to control their little worlds. I'm not a schemer. I try to show the schemers how pathetic their attempts to control things really are.
It's about 2 billion people all over the world that looks like us, but their lives are a lot harder. Wakanda has the tools to liberate them all.
Last time it was, I want Waterworld, and it's like, dude, you're the only one. Like, you are the only one that wants Waterworld. You're just crazy. But it's another thing when it's like this emotion versus logic and reason argument, right? Like that's where this movie kind of has. It's hard to say this movie's deep. I know I freaked out in the opening, but at the same time, Drax's plot is something you can totally understand. Where if he succeeded, all of humanity would be better off. But reason is not always that pure, right? It's the same thing. Sorry, please don't ban me, but it's the same thing as like I said, he's like a Hitler-esque character, right? He's trying to generate this master race.
Yeah.
And logically, like there are a lot of conclusions you can come to logically. Like, okay, anybody above the age of 60 should just be killed. Wouldn't that be great? We'd save resources, man. And they've lived long enough. They should just step down, right? Like we need to make more room. From a logic and reason standpoint, it's like, yeah, that checks out. from an emotional human perspective, it's like, no, that's wrong. That is just wrong.
Children who have nut allergies need to be protected. Of course. We have to segregate their food from nuts, have their medication available at all times. And anybody who manufactures or serves food needs to be aware of deadly nut allergies. Of course. But maybe if we all just do this for 1 year, we're done with nut allergies forever.
And that's where with Drax, it's like, okay, if everybody just looked the other way, suddenly humanity would be free of diabetes and cancer and mental disorders, and everybody would be sexy. Don't you want to live in that world? But then that sounds good until you're on the undesirable list. But that's where this bad guy's motivation is a little deeper than just, I want money, I want to fuck fish. And for that, I think Drax is interesting because you can totally see, okay, where last time it was evil Jeff Bezos, you know, it's like the guy who has literally has a shipping empire, wants to fuck fish. This time it's evil Elon Musk, the guy obsessed with space travel, who, you know, you could totally see Elon Musk because he's kind of like this quiet, awkward genius where he's like, yeah, we should kill everybody with peanut allergies. We should do that. You know, it's like he's like loading up trains with people with peanut allergies to go put them in ovens, you know? Like I could totally see Elon Musk pulling that shit on Mars at least. And then like Hitler, who wanted everybody to be blonde-haired, blue-eyed, it's like, Hitler, you're not blonde-haired and you're not blue-eyed. So like was Drax going to put himself in the airlock when all was said and done? He was going to get in there with Jaws and his girlfriend, and the three of them were going to drink that champagne and then but
yeah,
they'll survive. It's only 100 miles. We'll survive.
Yeah.
So last thing though about Drax though is that like all in all, Drax is very much like a return to Dr. No, that kind of quiet, you know, muted monotone.
East, west, just points of the compass, each as stupid as the other.
At least I shall have the pleasure of putting you out of my misery.
But I honestly really like Drax. I do.
Yeah, I don't dislike Drax.
Yeah, he's like up his own ass, and he's, you know, he's just he only raises his voice the one time, you know, like when he's losing control.
You obey me! Expel them!
He gets the best the good guys at least once in this movie. Pretty good, you know, where like Bond's like, they're creating this evil gas, man. And then they go to his place and it's like, oh, hello, Bond. Like, how are you doing? And they're like wearing gas masks and looking like complete buffoons. And he's just like, we've been had. But then Bond, obviously, he did the smart thing and saved some of the gas. So
there are several times in previous movies where M vouches for Bond, where he's like, look, if my man says it, it's true. If it's good enough for him, it's good enough for me. And then with this, the Minister of Defense is like,
on behalf of the British government, I apologize. I've never been so humiliated in my life. Your man should be taken off the assignment.
okay, I'm James Bond. Like, how many fucking times have I saved the world? You know,
Yeah.
but like, so it's another one of those instances of M just being a cool ass motherfucker.
You better take 2 weeks leave of absence, 007. You any thoughts about where you might go?
Always had a hankering to go to Rio, so.
I think I can recall your mentioning it.
Speaking of M's office, Moneypenny is kind of supposed to be the woman that Bond would be with if he retired. You know, like she kind of represents James Bond's wife material. If his destiny wasn't to always be out there, like his destiny is to be alone, right? His destiny is to fill that emptiness of not being married with woman after woman after woman after woman. But if he were to retire, Moneypenny's like the wife boo. Moneypenny's old as now.
Yeah.
It's like, what do we do now that she looks like Grandma Moneypenny? And obviously Roger Moore is very old, but at the same time, Moneypenny's like, she up there.
Well, we'll get more into the age parts of Roger Moore definitely when we get to the next 3 movies, for sure. Like there's some interesting stuff in the next 3 movies, particularly with his age.
Yeah.
Does he use
I
a
was gonna say
wheelchair?
though, like with all the great stuff about Drax,
A walker?
the thing that sucks about this movie is it's like it is the jump the shark movie for me as the James Bond series goes, because this is the movie where like, oh, they put Bond in space, and then not to mention
That's all
like,
you need to say.
Like he goes to
that's it.
space, and you're like, oh, okay, like you guys went really far. Not to mention, I was gonna also mention the fact that like we have all this product placement in this movie that's just like egregious.
Bond has always had product placement, but it's usually just stuff that none of us can afford.
Dom Pérignon 64.
It's the super classy stuff that they're not trying to appeal to mass audiences. They're not like, Bond's eating at McDonald's and shit. So it was like, here's classy stuff. And like Bond has expensive tastes. The character, his whole thing is, I could die any day. So every night I'm drinking the best vodka and I'm eating beluga caviar and I love my Dom Perignon 52 and all that.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden 7-Up shows up and you're like, what? Like instead of a vodka martini shaken not stirred, he's like, I'll have a 7 and 7 on the rocks. What? Or his watch is a Seiko
watch.
Are those expensive? Or is that just cheap electronic shit?
I have the feeling that it was at one point, and then like over time has kind of not been seen that way.
Yeah.
Or what else was in there? British Airways.
Glassed in boats, and I love the fact that like in the boat sequence,
man, yeah.
that boat's a cool boat, but in that boat sequence, there's literally a camera shot of just him riding the boat, and then the logo right behind him of the boat, so you know which boat to get when you're like, I want that boat that James Bond had in that movie. So the product placement of this movie is just outstanding. And then the other thing that really kind of bothers me about this movie is the number of music cues. And we had talked about in the last movie, they did it with Lawrence of Arabia, but this movie, you have the Magnificent Seven theme that just randomly plays as Bond is on a horse as like a spacho going to the monastery.
Strangely played.
Just a really weird scene. And that scene, if you remember, that scene takes place like right after the ambulance scene where Goodhead is in the ambulance and that ambulance drives off and he's like escaped the ambulance and then he just like runs after her and then we cut to him on a horse.
Yeah, with two other guys.
Really out of place.
With like 002 and 005 or something. Like it's just like, who are these other guys that he's rolling around with?
The code key is the music from Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, apparently Spielberg was going to direct this at one point. Like, that was in talks, but they were like, no, we're not going to do that, I guess. I don't know.
If only.
If only, right?
That'd have been incredible.
Well, it's not the first time Spielberg was going to maybe direct, right?
Yeah. Like, I mean, he's always
just
been
keep
like...
trying to get him, but can't.
Yeah, he's too good. He's too good.
We'll go back to Lewis Gilbert. Go back to Lewis Gilbert. He's good. He made You Only Live Twice. He's really good.
And then you also
does
have
this
like,
thing
the first...
where these pigeons, they go like this. He's really good. Let's get Gilbert back.
And then you have the first three notes of 2001: Space Odyssey is playing during the hunting scene. What's funny about that scene, though, is that scene reminds me of the scene in Goldfinger with the golf scene. I don't know if you guys caught that. Feels that way.
No, but that's interesting you say that because I think of the Thunderball shotgun scene.
Yeah, I can see that too.
Where Bond's like, oh, what's a shotgun? I've never, and then subtly shows off. Like, what is this? What's a shotgun? And then...
You missed, Mr. Bond. Did I?
But anybody who knows anything about shotguns knows that shooting somebody with a shotgun from 100 yards isn't going to do dick. But, whatever. Most people don't know that.
But that was a badass ending to that scene, I think, for Drax to release the dogs to chase her down.
You mean the best scene in the movie?
That was very, perfectly villainous. Yeah.
But I always feel like it's so out of place because you see that scene and it feels like it's from a different horror movie that came out in the 70s. And you have all those light leaking through the forest and the running and the dogs and everything. And I think it was maybe one of the first
steady cam sequences in any of the Bond films. So like
if
just
only
looks-
the whole movie if
the Bond films. So like
if
just
only
looks-
the whole movie followed that tone.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah.
You know?
But then I always remember it's like that great scene is in the same movie with Double Take Pigeon. You know, like that's what's also weird about this movie.
And just Jaws constantly fucking up, ripping off a parachute cord and a steering wheel and making ridiculous faces as he like crashes into things.
And surviving everything. Just does not die.
Speaking of Drax, though, he commits Charlie's number one sin of a bad guy, which is, okay, why do you want to kill Bond? The government sent this guy to investigate. Now, it's one thing if you're going to make his death look like an accident, but him getting shot or him getting killed in a G-force simulator, that's not exactly falling down the stairs and breaking your neck. If you're going to do that, why couldn't Drax just shoot him with the shotgun he was holding? Like, if he really wants to kill him, is he worried about witnesses? Everybody there is in on the plot. It's like the same thing, again, when Largo wants to kill Bond and Fiona is smart enough to be like,
If Bond had died last night as a result of your hastiness, his government would have known for certain the bombs are here.
keep Bond alive, hide the secrets from him, and then he'll f off eventually. But
yeah, I see what you're saying.
So what they needed was either they either needed Bond to discover the plot and then they have to kill him, or lame Oddjob guy, the wannabe Oddjob needed to just take the initiative or something, even though Drax didn't want to kill him. I love the line of,
Look after Mr. Bond. See that some harm comes to him.
but at the same time, it does make Drax look kind of stupid, where it's like, just entertain Bond and then get him out of there as soon as possible. Because up until that point, they have no reason to suspect Drax himself until he has his creepy assistant guy immediately try to assassinate him. In fact, Drax is operating under the cover of "Y'all lost my spacecraft."
I'm honored that your government should send you on so delicate a mission.
Delicate, Mr. Drax.
Well, to apologize in person for the loss of my space shuttle.
The other plot point I thought that was just terribly weak was the whole how this all came about. Why he restole the shuttle was purely because
I needed it. One of my own Moonrakers developed a fault during assembly.
But with all of his power, and he can just make another one.
He should have just had everybody sit on laps.
It was just, I don't know. I didn't like
I agree with Scott. I don't want to rehash this argument, but I feel like Tom Mankiewicz, who I think is also one of the screenwriters of this movie, has this tendency to write these really weird, like, see, and then he reverts back on it.
Oh, just a quick fix, you mean?
Like a quick fix. And that's what I think the problem with, I don't want to rehash Man with Golden Gun, but I think that's the same thing as him writing a thing where it's like, oh, this would be an interesting opening, but then like, and then how do we get us into the plot? Like, oh, we'll steal the jet. Well, why did they steal the shuttle? Oh, there was a malfunction with the shuttle. You know what I mean? Like that to me is like, that's what that reads to me. It's like
basically what you guys are saying is that the hijacking and therefore murder of a whole bunch of people, and then the like Drax should have anticipated that Moonraker's not going to be in the wreckage.
We've been through it with a fine tooth comb, but there's no sign of Moonraker. Not a trace.
So people are going to ask questions, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing if he's like, whatever, by the time they realize what happened to the Moonraker, they're all going to be dead from gas anyway. But but all the same, it does, you guys are right that it does make Drax, like those two things make Drax look stupid. Killing Bond prematurely and just like we need a whole other shuttle. Why don't, okay, all of you, how about some of you just sit in the aisle during takeoff?
Yeah, or that.
Drax is like, okay, wait, you can't all go. Oh, geez. Okay, should we keep the Japanese? Maybe we should get rid of the Lithuanians.
Oh my God.
No, the redheads. Get rid of the redheads. Okay, sorry, redheads. You're going to be on the next one. And then there just isn't a next one.
Damn.
I only say that because I think that redhead is the sexiest Bond girl so far. She puts Naomi to shame. She makes my life hurt when I look at her.
I figured as much when I was watching this movie.
Yeah.
I thought Charlie likes that girl.
Sorry. Okay, so moving forward, Bond has a little sexism, which was great.
Can I help you?
Yes, my name is Bond. James Bond. I'm looking for Dr. Goodhead.
You just found her.
A woman?
Bond should always be sexist. Bond should always be an awful sexist pig. And I love when they throw some of that in there. So good job, Roger. Anyway.
Are you talking about just that she's like, oh, or he's like, oh, a woman.
A woman.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Named
she's like, what? A woman
Named
can't be a
Goodhead.
doctor? And he's like,
In comparison to another movie that shall not be named, because we've talked about it too much. They handle that a little bit better, because I feel like there's a lot of these 70s movies that are handling the sexism, the feminism movement in different ways. Like The Enforcers with the Clint Eastwood, where they have like, oh, he has to, be the woman cop, and the woman cop wears high heels and carries a purse everywhere, and she gets in his way, and it feels a lot like Man with the Golden Gun, where you have this character who was always getting in his way.
this
This
was the argument we had. I know,
Shut the
but
fuck
no,
up.
but it's relevant. It's relevant. It like the fact that a woman in a Bond movie is not competent goes along with the subject matter of a Bond movie, a character who really thinks that women do get in the way and he should never be forced to be teamed up with. Like when Bond is assigned to a woman, he's like, "Fuck you, M." Oh, like he gets upset about it. And so when Goodnight has the keys and he's like, oh, women,
walkie-talkie.
it opens the door for Bond to be Bond. Like it's all part and parcel for me, unless you're a progressive. But anyway, Bond's not a fucking progressive because Bond doesn't give a shit about anybody's politics. He's just like, women are useless, and other than banging them. Speaking of Bond banging, this definitely has one of the most awkward lovemaking moments.
My mother gave me a list of things not to do on a first date.
He's with the pilot, and their little back and forth right away is good. And she's like, oh, my mom told me not to fuck on the first date. And he lays her down, and he's like, what about that list your mom gave you? And she's like,
What about that list of your mother's?
I never learned to read.
I'm retarded. It's like, wait, what? How is that sexy at all? Like,
I never learned how to read.
I never learned how to read. Like, I wish a little tear had dropped from her eye as she said it. And Bond's like, oh God, I gotta go.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
On that note, though, I do really like the somewhat subtle detail of this movie where everywhere Bond goes, there's just perfect tens. Like everywhere Bond goes, everyone's a babe, and he's like,
he goes
why
to-
is everybody so hot?
He goes to France and he goes to Rio de Janeiro. Like, I think both of those places are kind of, in some regard, known for having beautiful women.
No, but every
it's 'cause they're
Drax
employees of
employee,
Drax.
he says at the end, he's like, all of you have just been working as janitors in my empire.
Yeah.
You have all served in humble capacities in my terrestrial empire. Your seed, like yourselves, will pay deference to the ultimate dynasty which I alone have created.
Now you will be the progenitors of the master race. So it's like anybody associated with Drax is super hot, and Bond's just like, what is going on? And that's why I made that joke in the opening where I'm like, why is Bond fighting back against this? Like, Bond.
I was gonna say Drax should have tried to recruit Bond into it or
He
something.
would have, but he's like, Bond, you're too old, and I'm the only old guy who has to be on this.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to sit this one out, buddy.
I'll say that, the dog scene is probably the best in the movie, just in terms of tone and just suddenly becoming this horrific thing. Like that's
Feels
cool.
like it belongs in a different movie.
Yeah, but it is short lived. As far as legitimate scenes go, I do think that the centrifuge scene is fucking awesome. It's a rare moment where Bond is completely terrified and at the mercy of somebody else. And then they even have like this horror movie-esque editing, when he remembers his wrist gun, where it's like suddenly cutting in these flashbacks, which we've never seen in a Bond movie. And it's not like it's profound, but
Normally he would do some sort of joke or pun or something, but I think he gets out and he's like really shaking.
Yeah.
And in that moment, I'm like, I love Roger Moore. Like, that's one of those moments where it's like, Roger Moore is awesome. Yeah, and he's like shoving her away. He's like, shut up.
I'm gonna die.
Well, and then to cap it all off, there is that not so subtle, really funny moment where wannabe Oddjob is like, He's sad.
Spoiled again.
And then just continuing on Wannabe Odd Job, like how, for the purpose of comedy, I guess basically they fight in that glass warehouse with all like the $1 million glassware and shit, just so they can break every single piece.
Do you know what goes through my mind when I watch that scene, because I've worked in that industry, and just like the fact that the props people and the set deck people had to find that much candy glass that would be breakable, that wouldn't hurt you, in all those forms and shapes, and set that entire thing up. And the fact that maybe I don't know if they had replicas or not, because I didn't even look into this, but the fact that they had all that stuff, it's just like it gives me anxiety thinking about it, because of just how many takes they would have to do that.
Because they have that scene setting it up where it's like this singular piece is worth millions or whatever.
This exquisite bowl was fashioned about 1520, over 450 years ago. If it ever came on the market, it would certainly fetch a price in excess of $1 million American dollars. But if any of you are thinking of taking it,
even though you're like, it's not real, dummy, it's not real, it does feel real, to where you really do, you're constantly imagining the person walking in the next day just being like but what's odd though is that I think it is owned by Drax, so it is weird,
but
that
the henchman goes back. I'm like, well, I didn't get him, but I broke like $20 million
like,
of your glassware.
he's the worst employee of everybody. Like, no doubt, if Bond hadn't killed him, that motherfucker was going out the airlock.
I love how he dies though, where he pushes him off the clock and then he lands into the piano like head first, and it looks so cartoonish. And then I'll give this one to Charlie. What does he say, Charlie? What's he say, Charlie?
Yeah, for the first time ever, a Bond joke is a movie reference.
Play it again, Sam.
Okay, I mean, I get. I mean, it's obviously Casablanca. Play it again, Sam. It's I guess it's appropriate, but it's.
I didn't make the connection.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's not even worth note, but Bond could have said a million different things. And that's what always bugs me. Like, movie references bug me, especially in a franchise like this, where it's like, why don't you come up with something worthy of reference rather than referencing a movie? But this whole movie is a whole bunch of movie references.
Yeah.
It just goes to show that we're on movie 11, and that's, as we keep talking about, franchises get goofier over time. They become self-aware. You just killed James Bond. Like, everybody knows who Bond is, but even though they shouldn't, because pop culture is aware of him. So Bond has this movie knowledge. I mean, even when he plays they cut to M, and M looks at the Minister of Defense, and they both recognize it for what it is,
Fourth wall.
Exactly.
You know what it reminds me of, though, Charlie? It reminds me of, like, when they were making they made Scary Movie, and that was great, and then they made Epic Teen Movie, and that was pretty good. And then they started making, like, Disaster Movie and Epic Movie. And, like, if you've ever seen those movies, which I tell you, don't go watch those movies. They're not very good.
No.
If you ever seen those movies, it's like, they don't even really follow any kind of like plot of, let's spoof the epic movies, like let's spoof Lord of the Rings. They don't even do that really. They go on these tangents of like, oh, what came out last year? Oh, all these movies. Okay, let's put those references in these movies. And that's kind of how it feels like in this movie, where they just got to a point where they're like, oh yeah, we gotta, get everybody to want to see this movie, which by the way, they did, because for the longest time, this was the highest grossing James Bond movie until GoldenEye.
Really? And I believe it. I do not hate this movie by any means. In fact, let's get down to it now that we're an hour in. Let's one by one where we rank it. Let's start with Nance.
Of course, you're going to start with me.
Do it.
Like you said, definitely towards the bottom, but I don't think it beats out You Only Live Twice for the very bottom.
Okay.
I can't decide if it's above or below Diamonds Are Forever, but I would say above You Only Live Twice, below Live and Let Die.
All right, so
somewhere between
10,
9
maybe,
or 10,
maybe. Yeah. Scott,
I concur with Nance. That's about where I had it. I think kind of like you said, it is humorous. It's humorous in a good way at points.
Yeah.
It's not what we look for in a Bond film. It's what we've talked about multiple times. There's that mix of, crass, quick humor that like Bond's good at, and then there's like, once again, turning Jaws into just a comedic
farce.
Child actor, for the purpose of the children.
For the kids.
Everything he does is just ridiculous. Him finding love after he crashes. Are we just going to gloss over that? The fact that Jaws found love. Which I love. I love it. Like, if you're going to continue that point, drive it into the ground.
Yeah.
But
he meets her, and then he talked Drax into including her. But then, obviously because she has glasses and she's a little short, and Jaws knows that she's going to be killed along with him, so he turns.
And of course, anyone not measuring up to your standards of physical perfection will be exterminated.
Certainly.
And then leading all the way up to, in every movie, not every movie, but most movies before this, Bond has gotten his moment of champagne at the end. And they give the champagne moment to Jaws of all people, and then...
Well, here's to us.
And I laugh every time. I do, you can't help love it. And that's the thing. That's where this movie's difficult, because for everything that I go, oh, I also go, oh, I love that. I love that, so, and that's what's difficult about this.
Yeah, but to close up my point, that's the stuff I like, the comedic side that I like. But then we have the laser battle in space.
Back up. So wait, where are you putting it though, Scott? So I'm looking up.
9 to 10, I think is
okay
where we were. But I like that side, like you said, Charlie. It's hard to hate that side. But then there's the gondola shit with pigeons doing double takes and and the laser battle in space and guys just spinning out, and it's just. There's also those scenes that just bring it down for me. It's like
there's a lot of silliness and fun stuff, but nothing so offensive that it gets knocked all the way down. But there's also nothing special about the movie to take it up. There's no
Bible references don't do it for you. This isn't the most profound and meaningful fucking movie you've ever seen in your life.
The animals went in 2 by 2.
What do you mean by that?
Noah's Ark. This operation.
They referenced Genesis over and over. Lord Drax, damn you to fiery space abyss, you
I was glad he didn't explode like what's his face?
I thought his ending was
that was a good death.
I thought his ending fit really well, actually.
Yeah.
I'm going to give that points. A fitting death is nice.
Take a giant step for mankind.
So, McCurdy, go ahead.
I'm in the same ballpark as they are. But going into this, I thought originally I was like, oh, maybe it's ahead of Live and Let Die. Maybe it's there. But then I thought about it more and more, and I'm like, even talking about how spoofy this movie is, and how, how many references it makes, and all the silly scenes, and the fact that you have a really good scene in this movie, and then the rest of the movie doesn't meet up to it. And even though it does have Drax, you make some good points about how good Drax is in comparison to some of the other villains we've had recently. I'm like, yeah. But then I go back to thinking about some of the other things, and Diamonds Are Forever at least is a consistent movie all around. Nothing really. I mean, yeah, we have the weird moon chase, bike chase scene, and but Mr. Kid and Mr. Winter are so great.
Yeah.
And they work really well in that film, and I think him going through the whole diamond thing really works. But I think one of the big things for me with that movie is just the fact that how the ending is wrapped up kind of weakly, I guess. So I'm kind of in that same boat with you guys. But originally, I think I was going to put it above Diamonds Are Forever, only because I do like a lot of the spectacle in this movie. I do like Jaws. I do like the villain. But then when I think about it more, I'm like, yeah, but then it's got the silly space scene, and it's got double take pigeons, and
yeah.
So I kind of want to hear where Charlie goes with this, because it's kind of me saying it's either going to be 9
or it's going to be 8. One of those. I don't know. But I don't think it's You Only Live Twice.
So, as we've worked through all of us, we're slowly going up. I did go ahead and throw it at number 8, below Thunderball, but above Live and Let Die. I do think I think that's based on me just comparing it directly to those two movies as opposed to considering Diamonds Are Forever. Because again, Diamonds Are Forever, yes, I agree with everything you said, McCurdy, but at the same time, again, that movie is so it. It's and that's why we elevated it from above bottom, because if you go pure, if we were to base everything off of pure goofiness, it would be the bottom.
I'm not even.
But the movie is so
indifferent
to your opinion that it doesn't give a shit. It's like Bond's like this, and then the car goes like that. You know, it's like whatever. But because they just didn't give a shit, because they were just gambling in Vegas and banging hookers and stuff, and they didn't
But the
care.
other thing about that movie is it's just very grounded, even though it's got some silly things. At least, like, nothing is like, we're not going in outer space. There's not really any science fiction in the movie other than like
But just Bond going to space though doesn't offend me. Now the fact that it does look like a B movie is like whatever.
It's not the worst thing.
But yeah, I really don't care. Like, just saying Bond goes to space. You know, had they done it, again, take the dog scene, take the centrifuge scene and apply that to space.
And not have the goofy scenes with Jaws.
If they just took out the ridiculous laser battle, I think it would have worked.
The laser battle, the problem with that to me is like, when I see Thunderball, at least, I know, Nans, you weren't a huge fan of the underwater photography, but with Thunderball, there was like some clarity to that whole thing, and also some like, oh wow, they had to film all this underwater.
I like the underwater
and we have like
scene.
little moments. Like there's
Mm-hmm.
we see little moments of like, oh well, like the shark's coming, and then Bond comes in, he swoops in and does some Superman stuff, and like they give little vignettes to all of it. But like this, it's just like like everyone's shooting
It's
stuff.
just ridiculous.
Yeah, and it's just all over the place.
It's
And
too
it's
much.
really, it's just.
But again, all the same, I do like when I think of Live and Let Die. Yes, Solitaire's cool. Mr. Big he's cool. I like him, but you know, again, between his potential being squandered and also farting himself to death, I know I'm a broken record in that regard, but it's hard to get over. Versus Drax Drax. For all the reasons I laid out, he definitely has the best bad guy motivation yet. You know, potentially, like, again, it's like, for me, of course, Scaramanga's up there with the personal stakes, the small personal stakes. It wasn't the end of the world. But when it comes to the end of the world stuff, I do think Drax's motivation is the best. Because, again, it's not driven by money. It's not driven by fucking fish. It's not, you know, so far, everything has been those two things. It's either money or fish fucking. And when it comes down to it, Drax is right. That's the thing. That's what that rant I went on was like, bad guys where you can understand, where you can kind of take their side. Like most recently, it would be.
I'm having trouble taking his side, Charlie. I don't know what you're getting at.
Why?
Erasing all of humanity just does not seem like an answer to anything.
My point isn't that I want to see him succeed, like wiping the slate clean, straight up doing Noah's Ark, like straight up doing what God himself did, wiping away humanity so that it can you know, rebuild with better stock. I'm not saying I agree with it. What I'm saying is that his motivation, you can at least understand it to where it's not just for money. It's not because he has money. The guy has more money than he could ever spend. His whole thing is bettering humanity. And in that regard, it's like, I can understand that. He thinks he's doing a good thing. And that's what I'm saying. You can say that what Drax is doing is evil, but at the same time, you can understand that there is a good in it. And again, I'm not saying I agree with it.
A new super race, a race of perfect physical specimens.
Whether you agree with it or not, it's significantly more interesting than just, oh, this guy wants money. Eugenics is actually a fabulous idea right up until you realize that you need to commit genocide in order to achieve it. So yes, it is this seductive evil, but for Drax, for a guy like him, it's this higher purpose. He legitimately believes he's saving the human race from itself by destroying the weak, as opposed to this other guy who just wanted to create Waterworld for some reason, and he had all these followers that followed him for some reason. You can believe that all these other people also believe that they're saving humanity by creating this super race, and obviously it's a bad thing, but, then you go walk around Walmart at 3 a.m. and you're like, oh, okay, I can see why this is such a seductive idea. You can interpret his actions as possibly being a good thing, but then it's evil, but then it's good, but then it's evil. And that's where it's interesting.
We agreed on that to a point in the last episode outside of the fish fucking, which you can't get out of your mind.
I mean, for me, it's like, I get the argument. I'm not saying I don't.
I do,
but again,
to a
going
point.
back
Same
to
with
looking at the
McCarty.
whole movie as a whole, looking at Live and Let Die as a whole, and then looking at this movie as a whole, this movie's just so fucking bonkers that I feel like it just fits really well with Diamonds Are Forever.
Yeah.
It is bonkers. It is a bonkers movie. I mean, even the fact that we had to go to space to have the climax of this movie, and the actual climax of the movie is Bond trying to laser shoot these gas things.
Oh wait, you mean when he uses the Force and turns off his targeting computer?
You switched off your targeting computer. What's wrong?
Nothing. I'm all right.
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
Use the Force, Bond.
We don't get a Force. And as much as I want to I think you lay out a great motive. Like if we had a best of villains list, I think Drax would be at the top of that list for sure. But for the movie itself, I'm like, it does most of the movie overall is just so over. It's like a Michael Bay movie, and the fact that it's just so much spoof, so much spoofage, so many just really does not give a shit. Product.
But when I think of Live and Let Die, though, I just think of meaningless chase scenes one after the other. And yes, it has, like I was laying out before, it has a talented bad guy, but not necessarily interesting in the same way as Drax, and he farts himself to death. And then it has Solitaire, which was again enough to put it above Diamonds Are Forever, but then Moonraker is The Spy Who Loved Me, but just with a bunch of extra crap that.
And I know, but you look at that crap, it's still in the movie.
I know. But what I'm saying, though, is that The Spy Who Loved Me has a pretty high position on the list. This is the same movie with all the bad stuff about it in terms of bad guy motivation completely fixed. And then, it's got the double take. It's got the goofy stuff. But Live and Let Die is just one assassination attempt after another and one chase scene after another. And that is somewhat what this movie is, but I can't help but think that it's been done
and here's the
better.
other thing, though, is that when I thought of the chase scenes, even though I think the boat is a cool addition and being okay, well, last time we got a really cool car, let's give you a really cool boat this time, guys. Even though there was that, I thought the boat chase sequence, even though it was super long and extended in Live and Let Die, was a much better boat chase sequence overall. I loved watching that sequence play out. I think most of the chase sequence in that movie, as much as I know you complain about this movie feels like chase sequence after chase sequence, I think they're really good. Whereas this movie, it's we were trying to go for space movie, but we ended with here's everything that you guys like in 1978, 1979.
The amount of of pointless movie references that does pull it down for me for sure.
I don't see the motivation for the henchmen in this one as much as you do. They know they're not part of his master, his super hot specimens. You brought this up the last time. You're like, what's the henchman's motivation to live in Waterworld? What's the henchman's motivation to live and die in space?
Hot chicks.
No, they
but
don't.
not everybody does. I think that's what Scott's trying to
who
say.
Are we talking about?
How do you know that?
But who are we talking about? We're talking about two people.
The henchmen.
We're talking about Jaws.
I'm not talking about.
And we're talking about Jaws' girlfriend.
Charlie, I know what he's talking about. So, like
I'm talking about the gold-suited henchmen.
Up all these. Okay, so they load up. What is it? 6 space shuttles of like the best of humanity, right?
Yeah.
As far as looks and genes and all that. But
they're the guys in the white suits.
Scientists and other henchmen that are in that little area in Brazil. You've got people running around with guns, and they definitely don't look like the same people. So what he's trying to say is there's other people that aren't the hot ones that are getting by these hot girls from all around the world that are working for Drax Corporation.
Between the two plots, one of them involves the complete destruction of the planet. The complete destruction of the planet. The other one is killing off everybody on the planet and then repopulating with better genes. Now, I don't know, maybe there's a scene where it's like all of those guys have been chemically neutered or something, or maybe there's a deal that they won't be killed, but they just can't procreate. But either way, your life on the other side of this equation, you get to live on land and go back to some normalcy versus water world where you just fuck fish, you know? And between those two, whether or not, I mean, maybe Drax was planning on killing all those guys, but I've always seen it as those guys are part of the plan. The Italian chemists, you know, who Bond second-handedly, absent-mindedly kills because the stupid-ass scientists developing a fucking poisonous gas aren't wearing fucking gas masks themselves. But anyway, beyond that, those guys clearly weren't going to be, you know, they were just doing a job. I don't think they were aware of the whole plot of repopulating the Earth with a super race, but everybody on the space station is obviously aware of that plot. So obviously they're all just a bunch of idealistic scientists who think that they are recreating humanity for the better. So it really doesn't take a lot to put that together, as opposed to there being no advantage to living underwater, and why anybody would want to live underwater escapes me. That's just stupid, unless you're gonna fish in order to develop gills. But all the same, for a bunch of idealistic scientists, this makes sense.
The human race, as you know it, will cease to exist. Then a rebirth. A new world.
They think they're doing an ultimate good. They're making the ultimate sacrifice for humanity, even if that means sacrificing themselves by not procreating with the supermodels from around the world. Jaws is the one singled out as like, this guy is unaware. Because Jaws is a little thick, right? All he knows, he's just like, huh, what? Everybody else, though, I've always seen it as they're either involved or like, I don't care, like, if Drax is planning on killing them, who cares? I mean, you can easily imagine that scene. Let's say Drax had succeeded in, you know, his whole plan succeeds, and now all that's left is to go repopulate planet Earth, and he has all his scientists together, and he's like, yes, thank you for your sacrifice. Now I just need you to make one more sacrifice. And then he just gasses all of them so that all that's left is him and all the supermodels, essentially. Either way, you don't live in Waterworld. It's such a more convincing motivation than all those only men, just the men under Stromberg's control, are gonna fuck fish. There aren't any women. There's only Naomi, and that's it. Oh wait, never mind, because she's fucking dead.
I just want to point out, besides the argument about Drax, when I just think about both movies as a whole, I think for me, it's just Moonraker is just so outlandish and so out there. And even though you're like, yes, but it's this and that's all this stuff, and then I'm like thinking back to other Bond films, I'm like, this feels like how You Only Live Twice also feels like it's kind of going off the rails a little bit. Like you're like, okay, like we started at a place in Dr. No, and even you know, in the first From Russia with Love, where it was a much smaller type of film. It's about spies in Russia and the Cold War and getting the best of each other, and even like villains trying to best the Russians and I should say the East and the West trying to best each other. And it's just like, it feels like this movie goes off the rails. And I think like overall for me, it's like, yeah, this movie just really feels like it jumps jumps the shark in that regard. You know what I mean? But like when I think about every little bit of this movie in compared to Live and Let Die, I'm like, yeah. I mean, Live and Let Die has the sheriff and it is obnoxious, but the sheriff kind of fits with the overarching idea of the film and every
well,
little
you and
bit
I
of
are
it.
definitely not against the sheriff. My whole thing is that
we love
is
the
that-
sheriff. We
is
love
that
the sheriff.
one
He's
element
hilarious.
is not going to kill a movie. Like just
No,
because they
but
have
I'm
a
saying
stupid ass pigeon
the
do this,
film overall,
doesn't
I think
ruin
all the
the
elements
movie.
in Live and Let Die really work together very well. Where I think all the elements in this movie don't fit very well together. I mean, we even point out they have a really good scene in this movie that is shot really well, and I question if Lewis Gilbert even filmed that scene. And then you see the rest of the movie, and you're like, we have the really cheap, pigeon thing. We have an obnoxious Q vehicle in the film that's like, last film we had this really cool underwater car. This film we have a gondola that goes on to land because it's just so Bond can escape, even though it's already a boat.
Everything you say about the car plane, like it's just a sight gag. That's where everything you've said about that's where I go, this is just a sight gag. Like just purely.
It is. No, it
like
definitely
stupid
is. But
sight gag.
that's something that, and actually it's funny you say that because like even when they were making the movie, apparently they didn't even tell people they were doing this. And so Roger Moore is literally just driving this vehicle through Vienna and people are looking at him like, what the is going on?
Yeah.
And that was actually legitimate people's reactions. Is like, what is he doing? Like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Like that. But that's the thing. It's like, yeah, it's a comedic thing.
Legitimate.
They didn't
Whereas,
tell
like,
that
at least
pigeon.
like the comedy, I don't know. Again, like I just think the comedy in Live and Let Die all fits, and it's also kind of like there's a little bit more dread, there's a little bit more darkness in Live and Let Die that I kind of can get behind. This movie doesn't kind of has in that one fucking scene that we're all agreeing it's like it's the best scene in this movie by far.
We also agreed at the time that Live and Let Die, the best assassin group was the funeral marching group since the Three Blind Mice.
Yes.
We said they were the best assassins to that point.
Oh, they still are.
I still think they are.
They still are.
I want to bring up to that point though that I love the coffin knife thrower guy.
Yeah. Why?
He's like he has all these great knives. He almost throws it and he misses and then he
Why
dies.
Did he throw
and
it
you're
at
like,
the gondola guy first?
Yeah, that just brings up the whole like, what is Drax trying to do with Bond? Kill him or not? Because just give that guy a gun.
And they had a guy with a gun, and instead they used, and that's the thing. This is where it's, we've been in this world for a little bit where you have all these zany assassins, right? Who, it kind of all started with Poison String Assassin guy, who is the shit, but he kind of fit within Japanese culture.
Yeah.
With this now, it's like, what crazy stuff can we come up with? And honestly, like, let's go through the assassination scenes.
Centrifuge.
Guy in the tree, and that's kind of a cool scene for Bond. Knife throwing guy,
coffin knife
/ gondola thing.
Yeah.
Wannabe Oddjob again,
Yeah.
who
In the
comes
glass
at him with a
factory.
stick.
A bamboo stick.
It's
he's in a
it's
full
like-
kendo outfit, which is just used for practicing. So,
that whole thing is just lame, and I get that it's for the comedy of breaking the glass, but just shoot him in the fucking face. But anyway, and that's what I mean. Everything I said about Live and Let Die also applies to this, where it's like, if you want Bond dead, and because you don't have a reason to keep him alive, even though they have a clear reason to keep Bond alive, to just like pretend like everything's normal and Bond will eventually off. But instead, they keep trying to kill him, and Drax even says,
You defy all my attempts to plan an amusing death for you.
but at a certain point, just shoot him in the face, and then by the time you're put on murder charges, you'll have gassed the entire fucking planet, and everybody investigating you will be dead anyway. And for the millionth time, I'm not trying to be Scott Evil, just saying, shoot him in the face so that we can roll credits. Again, what I'm saying is it makes Drax look stupid because he's completely incapable of handling this very simple task, as opposed to the writers coming up with a clever reason for Drax keeping Bond alive until he has to kill him. again, go back through our history of bad guys, and the best bad guys have a valid reason to keep Bond alive until they try to kill him at the end. And it makes them look intelligent. And here, Drax, the super genius, just looks like an idiot. Just shoot Bond in the fucking face. So what does he do when they lose Wanna Be Oddjob? Everybody moves off to Rio and they hire Jaws. Okay, cool. We have Jaws back. Maybe there'll be some cool, horrific stuff with Jaws. And then we get to the sequel to the Egypt scene from The Spy Who Loved Me.
Yeah.
Where it's the exact same scene. It's right in the middle of the movie and it makes no goddamn sense whatsoever. So let's just run through it. Bond goes to an observatory so he can look at an airfield. Bond goes through a long gondola ride, not for tourism purposes, not to show off the location, but because he has to go all the way up there to have a vantage point to look at a fucking airfield. Like, he couldn't just go to the airfield and just see that there's Drax planes taking off. So Bond goes to the top of this mountain, and he just so happens to run into Goodhead. Then on the way down, Jaws shows up again. Just to show off Jaws, physically stops the gondola, even though he has a guy take over the controls. Then
I like that he keeps looking at the wheel like you stop.
Yeah. It's like a funny little thing, but it doesn't make any fucking sense. And then he bites that one cable and you're like, oh, cool. He's going to bite the licorice cable and the gondola is going to fall and crash. And like, how's Bond going to get out of this? But then him biting the cable does nothing. So then Jaws gets on the other gondola and his operator guy is going to like stop them next to each other and arbitrarily Bond's like, it's better to be outside of the gondola than inside of it, which doesn't make sense, just so they can have a fight. But then at that point, why does James Bond not have his fucking Walther? And he can just shoot Jaws in the face. Like, why?
Do we see his Walther at all in this movie?
No, actually.
Like, I can't remember when he shoots a gun at all, except for the
wrist thing. The Spider-Man web shooter.
It's activated by nerve impulses from the wrist muscles.
Like this?
Since Diamonds, I've been saying try to not focus on the goofy, because otherwise our list is just serious to goofy. And that's boring. That's a really boring list because some people like the goofy. And honestly, I really do with certain things. When stuff goes to driving gondola, that was so pointless. That was only done so that they could redo the scene of driving out of the ocean and everybody freaking out. It's like, everybody loved that before. Let's do it again. What's something wacky in Venice? Oh, how about a gondola suddenly springs wheels and it's driving around? Yeah. And so all in all, it's like, They really do things because, back in the day, they're considering an audience and they're trying to recreate things that worked before. It's yes, the goofiness has weight in a negative way, but at the same time, we're fighting for a position towards the bottom of the list. So all the movies down here are goofy. I'm trying to assess the underlying story in each of these films rather than just tally up the goofy and subtract that from the total. I mean, even goofiness, like this ending is one of my favorite endings for sure, because I always laugh at the end of the movie. When those credits roll, I'm always cracking up because we had the Bond gets caught banging ending last time, and I think that's the first one, and we'll see it a lot. There'll be a lot more movies after this to do it, and this one definitely does it, and this one is fantastic.
I'm having it patched directly to the White House and Buckingham Palace.
Well, I'm sure Her Majesty will be fascinated.
We have audiovisual.
Ah, at last.
My God, what's Bond doing?
I think he's attempting re-entry, sir.
Brilliant cue line. Followed up immediately by that look that Bond gives, where Bond's like, yeah, and then the song kicks in, and then they, take me around the world one more time, and they shoot off into the, the horizon. The ending is my favorite ending for Roger Moore as of now. My favorite Sean Connery ending by far is Thunderball. You think they're just going to have sex on a boat again, and then they take off. You know, they like take off like a rocket into the sky.
Yeah.
That's so Bond and cool and fun. This one, though, is so Roger Moore, where it's, you know, he gets the girl and they have zero gravity sex. You know,
is it
just
easier for old Roger Moore to keep it up in zero G?
We've talked numerous times about how intention matters, right? These movies are not to be taken ever since Live and Let Die, ever since Diamonds Are Forever, but with Roger Moore, ever since Live and Let Die, they're not to be taken completely seriously. 99% of Bond is goofy. Like, it is a fantastical, ridiculous world.
Again, I bring it up again 100th time, but the double take pigeon or just the gondola in itself, and you have to tell somebody these are in the same movie, it's very, 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 very jarring.
Like, you're a broken record with like, oh, the slide whistle.
Consistent.
Oh, is there a slide whistle? Like, the slide whistle does not ruin.
The pigeon is the slide whistle of this movie.
And that's what I'm saying. Just because they cut to the pigeon doesn't mean the whole fucking movie's garbage. It's not
but there's
great,
a lot more than just the pigeon.
Because then I'll just go. I mean, like, when it comes to Mr. Big farting himself to death, that is the bad guy's death. That's a very important thing, and that's where they decided to slide whistle. With the bad guy's death, it's important. Don't do the slide whistle treatment on that.
What else ruins it for you for Live and Let Die besides that
That's
moment,
what I was
though?
going to ask, because I'm sitting at
you
number
always go
9
back
right
to
now
that
with
specific
Moonraker.
thing, but anytime I think about Live and Let Die, I think about a very good boat chase, a very good a secondary character that we got, much like Jaws. We had Sergeant Pepper. I think all of the voodoo stuff is very interesting and really well thought out, and it kind of adds a little bit of mysticism to the Bond franchise that we kind of question. We're like, is this real or is this not real? But it adds to the villain's motivation because he's like very invested in that thought of voodoo. Like I said, you had Solitaire, I thought was a very great Bond girl.
Yeah.
You have the funeral killing scene. I think the setup and payoff for that is really well executed. But then you always go back to the fart scene, and I'm like, that doesn't to me ruin the entire movie. I think just all of those scenes in itself, it's a very solid movie in that it presents like, let's do Bond versus black culture at this point in time in this period, as far as blaxploitation, whatever it does. And they throw Bond in this blaxploitation film. And I think it really works really well. Even the fact the stakes kind of match that type of film of that time, where it's, you know, he's fighting a drug lord, he's not fighting, you know, a megalomaniac, and yeah, it's just for money, but it's done in a very clever way. And I think also, you know, we've also talked about Yusuf acting, or was it Yasset? I'm forgetting his name off
Mr.
the top
Big.
of my head. But you know, his acting in that role is incredible. Like he holds a lot of that part of the film. Not to mention we have a lot, not just one, but multiple, you know, a henchman in that movie that we all like. Like, you know, you have Teehee with the arm, you have Mr. Whisper, who's kind of funny because he's like, and it's funny. Yeah, there's goofy moments with Whisper, but it's funny and it kind of works within the context of those characters. But the goofiness and the outlandishness in Moonraker just is so it's so over the top in some parts. In other parts, it's like really, it's like Lewis Gilbert could not decide directionally wise, do I want to make this like Diamonds Are Forever, where every moment we do not give a shit about, or am I trying to make a movie that is at least grounded? Live and Let Die to me at least tries to do that a lot more, and at least tries to function within that world, whereas this movie is like, we got to do a thing to get the audience to buy this product. We got to do a thing that's going to be funny in this moment, and instead of trying to just be a decent movie. Like, do you understand where I'm going with that? Where it's like, one feels more like a producer being like, we got to shill. The other feels like a movie being like, let's try to say something here and and like actually try to like at least try. I know we're trying to sell like action movie essentially, but like let's try to do something interesting with this one. You know, after the last one, we didn't really care that much, but let's try this time.
I think the other big point that's a down factor for me, even though I enjoy it in its own way, it just doesn't feel like
I don't know, the normal Bond henchman dynamic is just how they made Jaws just a comedic relief factor throughout
I don't like
movie.
it either. I don't like that Jaws is a farce.
It's funny in its own way because they just went for it and they did it. And okay, if you're going to ride that train, then you're going to ride that train, and it's funny. But it's just not what a main henchman should be. From going from Jaws and the previous one, just this oversized, terrifying human being, to just constantly fucking up left and right.
Was it apparently he's invincible? Like him surviving something crazy once or twice. Okay, he's really strong. And then this movie, it's like thing after thing after thing. He's like, okay, he's invincible.
Survives re-entry
literally,
into the atmosphere.
Bond's like, he'll be fine. It's like 100 miles.
It's only 100 miles. He'll survive. He'll survive.
Don't worry, they'll make it. It's only 100 miles to Earth.
Colonel Scott reports picking up 2 survivors from the space station. A tall man and a short blonde woman.
There's no point in this film where Jaws feels threatening. Like the only point to where he got close to doing his biting on that one girl in Rio.
Who he should have killed.
If he had killed her, that would have changed the movie for me.
Any other movie, they would have killed her.
And they pull him away, and as powerful as he is, he just goes, "F it, I'm just going to start partying."
He rips off his pants to reveal a silver thong. And
you know what's funny is you say that is that when I went back to watch this movie, I honestly thought in my head, I'm like, oh yeah, he kills the girl in the movie. And I'm literally thinking in my head, I'm like, I know the end of the movie, he becomes the good guy, and I think he kills that girl. Why does this movie make him a good guy? And then I forgot, like, oh, they probably changed that because they wanted to make him a good guy.
Characters like her always get a death sentence, and they should. Obviously, she was supposed to die there originally because that's the last time we see her in the film. The fact that she was not in the rest of the script is proof of that.
He should have killed her and danced with her corpse.
It's definitely a weak point, though, for sure. When it comes down to it, Jaws, who is a terrifying tour de force, is turned into a farce. Bond shoots one guy with a gun, but it's really not obvious in the same way that when he kills Stromberg, it's like to his fucking face. And we have all this Star Wars action. So clearly, this particular Bond movie was targeted towards children.
And so the whole movie, you're just like, Jaws isn't threatening. He's just going to do something stupid.
He's become the childhood, bunch of children being like, we love Frankenstein, we love Dracula, he's the best. But like, you guys, Frankenstein's monster and Dracula kill people. They murder people. They're supposed to be scary, but we love them. They're so cute.
Like Charlie said, it's fun to a point, but that's just, there's no threatening Bond henchman in this whole goddamn thing.
You mean wannabe Oddjob isn't terrifying?
No, he's not either. It's like Dan said, he comes at him in a kendo suit with a bamboo stick.
You know what's also sad? What's also sad is Jaws' intro in this film. Even though we have, his balls coming into frame in the beginning of the movie, but his intro when he's like literally like, yeah, if we get that guy.
You have someone in mind? Oh yes, well, if you can get him, of course.
And then we cut to him at the airport, and then he comes, and it's the whole scene's played for laughs. It's just like he comes in and he shows his teeth, and you're like, oh, it's Jaws. Great, Jaws is back.
I do like how they keep smiling at each other.
Yeah. Between the two bad guys, between Mr. Big and Drax, they do have, if you go back and listen to that episode, Live and Let Die, if you analyze both these bad guys, like I said, both of them commit my greatest sin, which is they don't have a natural reason to keep Bond alive. So what ends up happening is the two of them just keep trying to kill Bond, and they end up just looking stupid. When a bad guy doesn't have a reason to keep Bond alive, and they continue time after again to fail to kill him, the plot comes across as contrived because, and at least with this movie, it's they do kind of mix it up with a whole bunch of assassins. We already went through all of them. The only one we skipped was the stretcher assassins, just like these guys who happen to show up out of nowhere as if they were anticipating that Jaws was going to completely botch his kill. Even though I think Drax is a significantly better bad guy than really any bad guy, as you keep saying, McCurdy, the
Motivation
film as a whole. Yeah, motivation wise. The
No,
film
and I
as
agree.
a
Like
whole.
again, like I said, I agree with you as far as what you're saying with Drax. Like that totally checks with me. It totally tracks. I'm like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's great. But you put the element of the villain in this movie, it's there's left more to be desired that's not there. I'm like I like that's where I'm gonna harp on a lot more is that like, yeah, you have one really great element that you're gonna say, like, oh yeah, this is so great. This is so great. And I'm like, look at the whole movie, guys. Like, look at every single scene in that movie. How does the whole movie fit together?
Well, go back and watch the Man with the Golden Gun episode where you're putting so much weight on Scaramanga. I'm like, yeah, because he's awesome. Because he was in Lord of the Rings, and that's all I care about. I saw Lord of the Rings when I was 12 years old, and now any movie that has anybody that had anybody from Lord of the Rings in it is the best movie ever, and I don't care what you say. Because that's how I make decisions in my life.
I knew it. I knew it.
That's
You heard it here.
Hey, I still
was
love
Drax
you, bro.
in Fellowship of the Ring? Was he?
Is he?
No, therefore this movie sucks. Was Sean Connery in Lord of the Rings? No, he was supposed to be Gandalf, but when that didn't happen, every Sean Connery movie sucks because it's not Lord of the Rings.
Hey, I can't wait till we get to the next movie that has two, not just one, but two alumni from Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
You can say that
Right
for the
on.
next movie.
Okay, so I will say, though, on the note of The Man with the Golden Gun, where you, McCurdy, embarrass yourself by being all pissed off that the Solex never came into the plot again. Where do these lasers come from, McCurdy? If not from the Solex? How did they suddenly make lasers that are blue? McCurdy, explain that.
I like how in Q branch the guy's got like grenade balls, and then some dude just has a laser gun. Like,
They're bolas, Nans.
Balls, Q. Bolus 007.
Whatever.
Balls. Yeah.
Exploding balls and then a laser gun.
I think my favorite weird moment in that whole sequence is the Kung Fu monks. Because Bond just opens up this door and these two monks are fighting. And he even does like the...
after he throws the guy. Okay, I have a... I will say, I do think that the real hero of this movie, though, is Ken Adam. I do think that maybe in the past I didn't think too much about this movie's production design, but that hat you're wearing, McCurdy, that yellow, is throughout this whole movie. And not that that really means anything. It's just a color that they landed on, and then that dictated the look of the whole film. But
that's how I felt about Diamonds Are Forever, as far as it being very brown and very yellow.
But you said that in a negative way. With this, it's like that yellow is
it's
throughout,
like that gold.
But it's like you could say it's the color of piss, but it's also the color of gold.
Yeah,
and it is not that automatically means good, but overall, Ken Adam really rocked. I mean, even just like the Mayan fortress with all the TV screens and everything, like he really had a good time.
I thought the production design of this movie was
That's
really
the
good.
one sequence in the movie where I felt like they kind of leaned in a little bit to Star Wars, because the fact that like they take off from like this
it looks like the Rebel
forest,
base,
kind of like how Yavin 4 in Star Wars is that.
Yeah.
So
Moonraker is the laughingstock of the Bond movies. It's the number one cited movie for, Bond jumping the shark or just being too goofy for its own good. But at least we all agree that it's most certainly not the bottom. All that goofiness and all the movie references, all the pointless movie references, and just all of that stacks up to just not quite defeating Live and Let Die. That was the first Roger Moore movie that wasn't doing all those stupid pointless movie references, because it was trying to be its own thing. It was trying to just be a Bond movie, and it wasn't trying to be Star Wars. It wasn't trying to be 2001: A Space Odyssey. It wasn't trying to be Close Encounters of the Third Kind. It was just trying to be its own Bond movie, regardless of blaxploitation. It was just trying to be its own goddamn Bond movie. So, plus it still has Solitaire, which is still probably our best Bond girl. So then that was our hook. But and it had all these henchmen. It didn't turn the henchmen into complete farces like Jaws. So for all those reasons, We're locking in Moonraker at number 9, Goldfinger number 1, From Russia with Love number 2, The Spy Who Loved Me number 3, The Man with the Golden Gun number 4, Dr. No number 5, On Her Majesty's Secret Service number 6, number 7, Thunderball, number 8, Live and Let Die. Welcome, Moonraker, to not being at the bottom at number 9. Diamonds Are Forever number 10, You Only Live Twice, still at the bottom, you embarrassment. You stupid piece of movie. How dare you be racist towards Japanese people? Anyway, exhausted from jumping over the massive space shark that was Moonraker, the Bond franchise eases back into the real-world drama of the Cold War with For Your Eyes Only, a tragic seafaring
Seafaring.
A tragic seafaring mishap off the coast of Albania brings the ATAC, the MacGuffin equivalent of the Lecter decoder, to the bottom of the ocean, setting off a race for its recovery between the Brits and the Ruskies. What follows is more Roger Moore chases and assassination attempts, but also a twisting and turning spy story of loss, revenge, deception, and betrayal, with a subtle shade of statutory rape. McCurdy,
I know what he's talking about.
Subtle. What you got, booty?
Well, I'm going to backtrack here. We were talking about seafaring voyages. In another chapter of the battle for the rights of Thunderball, Kevin McClory was ramping up to produce his long-awaited
At
remake
this point,
of
if
the
they're going to
character.
assassinate anybody, they should just have assassinated Kevin McClory. Can I legally say that?
He's
Oh,
dead.
he's dead. He's dead. Great. They should have
He's
killed him
dead.
sooner. I know we toasted to him, and he deserves praise. But at the same time,
Yeah.
every movie's like, oh, once again, Kevin came back and he's complaining again.
Again, Kevin's the guy who did something on a project before, and then he's like, remember, I came up with that idea.
Yeah.
That was mine. You can't,
Kevin, you were
can't use that."
blackout drunk the whole time, and you ate all the food out of the fridge.
Kevin McClory was ramping up to produce his own long-awaited remake of the character because it was his legal obligation. He was legally bound and he could do that. To make matters worse, like we had talked about in The Spy Who Loved Me, Blofeld was off the table, which is kind of up to debate because Blofeld is in other books as well, which they own the rights to. So, in an effort for Albert R. Blockley to give a metaphoric middle finger to McClory, it was decided to kill Blofeld in the opening credits to say, we don't need Blofeld to be successful. It, however, was also intended to introduce a new James Bond. Moore, of course, we were all thinking it as we're watching this movie. Moore is starting to show his age. It doesn't help matters when you probably have one of the youngest Bond girls in a film in this movie, and he looks old.
Especially during Scuba when they cut back to him, and it's just
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
it's like that, you know? Like she's just like her skin is flawless, and then he's like
He's
like
a
that.
prune. Again, I have to reiterate, he is older than Connery is. He's 2 years older than Connery, and yet he is still doing these movies.
And he's still classy, he's still charming and all that, but at a certain point there are select shots where it just shows. There's some where it's like, dude, still got it, and then others where
I think he's even quoted at one point saying that the Bond girls at one point could have been his granddaughters. I think he is quoted for
Dude,
saying that at some point in this. It may have been this film.
BB.
Yeah.
I think you're wonderful, BB, but I don't think your Uncle Ari would approve.
Him? He thinks I'm still a virgin.
When Bond is in that Q scene after he, makes his little joke about the Lotus, and Q punches in the key code.
I don't suppose you find it funny in the field.
Indeed, I don't.
Nobody does
Does
it
it better.
Which is, it's like,
Did not notice.
are
that.
they just calling out like their favorite? Like we know that's
Well,
Roger
they
Moore's
did that.
favorite
They
movie.
did that
but
in On Her Majesty's Secret Service with Goldfinger.
that movie was making a ton of references. Like everything was referencing Sean Connery movies.
Because they were trying to tie the movies together. I do wonder if they were doing that because they, again, like they said in the beginning, that opening sequence was also going to be a way into introducing a new James Bond. Had Roger Moore not done the next movie because they were looking for somebody else.
That's what you meant. You meant that had they recast him,
Yeah. So that intro is not only Broccoli saying like, screw you, McClory, but it's also, they were like, oh, well, we're going to try to tie this new Bond, the old franchise, by doing this whole scene where he kills Blofeld.
Yeah.
And that's how they were going to tie it. But obviously they didn't do that, and they just brought Roger Moore back. But it just emphasizes the point that is the same James Bond from all these other movies. He hasn't changed. So Michael Wilson, Broccoli's stepson and executive producer, and newly appointed director, formerly editor John Glenn, wanted this film to return to form, so to speak, because as Charlie had mentioned in the intro, the last movie pretty much jumps the shark and goes really big. And even though it was a huge success, they didn't want to repeat things. They didn't want it to become too outlandish. So this film is sort of a course corrector. And we had talked about this previously in some other movies where things got really big, the stakes got really huge. I mean, we had You Only Live Twice, got really big. And then when we got to On Her Majesty's Secret Service, the stakes got a little bit smaller. Things weren't as outlandish as the previous film. So there's this ebb and flow with the Bond series, and this is no exception.
And it's always the same stuff, too. It's like,
yeah,
like the stakes are the world. There's tons of gadgets then. There's, all kinds of zaniness. And then, the stakes are small, then like the gadgets go away, and
So going off of what you're just saying though, John Glenn had even made the decision he didn't want less gadgets, and it is that there's one specific scene that he's like, this is kind of me putting my stamp and saying like, we're not doing gadgets in this movie, and that's when we see the new James Bond car in this film is a Lotus, and it looks really awesome, but it doesn't do anything except explodes. And the rest of the movie, Bond has to use his own wits and umbrellas and traffic things and everything else to best the villains. He does, with the exception, he does use his Walther, I think, once or twice.
They even used the Walther for a fun little character relationship moment with Columbo, where he hands it over to him, and it's like Bond gets his lightsaber back, and he's like smashes that mag in, and he's like, "Let's go," But I know they always have goofy stuff going on in Q scenes, but with this, it's really goofy stuff, between the cast and then the
Stinging in the Rain.
That's not funny, 007.
really stupid stuff just to check the boxes of like, okay, here's some Q gadgets that you'll never see in the field. But on the note of the car, though, what's funny, as stupid as that moment is that you just knock on Bond's window and it explodes, I laugh my ass off every time. It's always funny to watch that guy explode. And then on top of that, when they're in Q's lab and he's like,
I see you managed to get the Lotus back together again.
I disregard these jibes about our equipment, 007.
He's like, yeah, whatever. Fuck you, Bond. It was like, Q, you're the one who made it so that if you knock on the window, it explodes. Like, you did that. That's your fault,
Oh, my God.
Usually it's Bond's fault, but yeah, anyway.
Just a couple more things. So this film borrows heavily, because again, this is we're going back to the books. We're going back to the source material. This film borrows heavily from the short story, which is For Your Eyes Only, as well as another one called Risco. I think that's how you say it. It looks like Crisco. It's Risco. If anybody knows actually how to pronounce that, please let me know. That one borrows more of the Columbo versus Christosos plot line, and then the For Your Eyes Only borrows more of the Molina's revenge story, except the character in that one's called Judy, but it's a lot of the same stuff. But they kind of merged those two plots together in this movie.
And then just because I read Live and Let Die, I can tell you that Mr. Big is the one who keelhauls Bond.
Yes.
And Solitaire. And so they just gave that to Christados in this.
And I think that's like a good villain scene as far as like, how do you get rid of my foe? Let's keelhaul him. And
like in a way that
badass too.
They will not get away. Like they're done for, know, and it's a miracle that they survived, and it feels that way.
So you have Topol, who plays Milos Colombo. And his character, the character of Columbo, was, there was another Columbo. I can't pronounce his first name because I'm terrible at pronouncing things. My name's George Bush. Thank you very much.
You've had like 10 so far this episode. But
They're hard.
I get tired of importing the images of George W. Bush to put over your face. Like I got tired of doing it, so now I'm like, whatever.
But anyway, Fleming was admired one of the engineers from Ferrari, and his name was Columbo. So he put that name in this story, as well as the pistachios that he throws, like he eats and everything, that was all Topol's, that was all his idea. And so the idea would be like he would eat those and he would throw them at the enemies so then his guys could go shoot at him, which is kind of a cool character moment that he had created.
Who is Topol? Like, should I know this guy? Why does he have
sounds
one
like
name?
I should know him, but I don't know him.
You really don't?
No.
I assume he's a pop singer.
If I were a rich man.
Dude, really?
Yeah, he's
No
Fiddler on
way.
the Roof. Yeah. You guys know. There's no way you don't fucking know that.
I've never,
That's awesome.
honestly, I've never seen
Yeah,
Fiddler on the Roof.
he's
So I
Fiddler
don't
on the
know.
Roof. He's the main character. But
I'm going on, I'm on a whole run of mispronouncing names. So how do you pronounce his name in this movie?
I'm looking at IMDb and it just says Topple. Or Topol or something.
So I need to see Fiddler on the Roof.
Which goes back to Dr. No when they were toppling spacecraft.
Mm-hmm.
They just keep referencing Bond movies.
Topple became a rich man.
And then, of course, we have the true villain of this film, Christophos, is played by Julian Glover. You guys all should know him from films such as Empire Strikes Back and Indiana Jones, The Last Crusade. But in the more recent times...
none of those movies are Lord of the Rings, so I don't care. Q.
But more recently, he played Grandmaster Pycelle in Game of Thrones, and his henchman in this movie is played by a very young Charles Dance, and so they kind of do a swap as far as who is in charge, and Charles Dance played Tywin Lannister in Game of Thrones, which is the second time we've had Game of Thrones alum sort of reverse, Bond alum in Game of Thrones movies. I guess that would be the correct way of saying it. But yes, they were both in Game of Thrones.
It's kind of funny. He died the exact same way here as he did in Game of Thrones. Do you guys want to know why this movie sucks? Because nobody's in it that's in Lord of the Rings. This movie blows.
Game of Thrones is pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
Exactly. But with more TNA. Yeah, what? In Lord of the Rings, you have two chicks that you're like, I don't know which one I'd rather bang, but like...
There's like more chicks.
There aren't
than
even
the
any
other one.
boobies. It's so classy. Lame.
This piece is really fascinating. I'm going to butcher her name. The character's name is the Countess. I don't even know how to pronounce her actual character name.
Liesel
von Schloff?
Sure.
Yeah.
Liesel von
Liesel, yeah.
Sure. It doesn't matter. I just called her the Countess, whatever.
You should
played
just,
by
instead
Cassandra.
of throwing out BS disclaimers, you should just do it because it's funnier
exactly.
when you just butcher
give it a shot.
everything.
Liesel von Schloff. Waffle. But anyway, she's played by Cassandra Harris, who was on the set of Your Eyes Only, brought her newly wedded husband. You may know him as Pierce Brosnan.
Oh,
who we all know.
I know that guy.
Who we all know will go on to play Remington Steele. So,
yep.
But I mean, in actuality, yes, he was on the set, and Albert R. Broccoli and Wilson, they were very, impressed by him, and they all were thinking the same thing. You should play Remington Steele on that NBC television show. So,
you put in your time with Remington Steele, and maybe we'll see you in a bit. Okay.
Yeah. But he was in consideration, and again, I can't reiterate this enough. Moore's looking like a raisin. He's looking pretty.
Yeah.
So
God, imagine Moore meets him and he's like, I know why you're here, you asshole. Get out of here. You're so young and delicious. Smooth as butter.
I've got it somewhere towards the middle table. There's a lot of cool parts. There's a lot of interesting parts. There's also a lot of I don't know, the cringy parts the
statutory rape parts
hurt while watching. No. Well, yeah, but
at least they threw in there this little bit of a disclaimer that's like Bond may get it in frequently, but the dude has some class.
Even Bond has a line.
Everybody knows it builds up muscle tone.
Not building up a little more muscle tone by putting on your clothes.
I actually liked in this movie that they really toned that portion of Bond's character down.
Well, and honestly, I'm shocked to hear that that's Pierce Brosnan's wife, because my thought watching this movie, I always laugh because I'm like, Bond almost bangs a minor and then Bond bangs a gilf.
Yeah.
Like she comes across as being
She
pretty
seems
old.
a lot older.
She looks older, yeah.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, this is the sad news that I didn't realize until I was reading it, because I knew the history about Pierce Brosnan, but apparently she had passed away in 1991, and they were married still. So,
Wow.
Yeah, so that's pretty rough.
Is she
Pierce.
a good amount older than Pierce, or
I didn't look at that, but yeah, she had passed away from ovarian cancer in 91. I mean, that's like 10 years after this movie came out, so it's kind of unfortunate, but
Yeah.
yeah.
It's too bad.
Yeah.
Well, okay, let's start at the beginning. I think killing Blofeld is such an excellent cue. Like, it's just long time coming. Like, shut up, Kevin. We're done. We're just going to kill him off in this ridiculous but fun fashion. And it's just a nice little scene that you could kind of argue that it's something of a waste of a prologue. Like, it's too bad that, because whatever, maybe the prologue would have been like the last bundle of movies where the prologue is whatever tragedy that occurs, the ATAC, essentially.
When we see Melina's parents get killed, if you watch it carefully, like
that zoom into her eyes.
Zoom into her eyes. And you have to wonder if they were on the fence of like, oh, crap, do we want to do this Blofeld beginning?
For your eyes
only. And then it would end on her eyes full of revenge and being like, I'm going to kill the people who killed my parents. And like that would have been the start of the movie is my assumption, but of course like they went with the Blofeld thing. So
the Blofeld thing almost seems like very tonally different to the movie too. It's cool to see Bond at the cemetery.
Yeah, to like tie everything back together.
And then they go into the whole Blofeld thing, which is a little cheesy or schlocky or whatever you want to say.
You've had a good fright. He's trying to do a Bond joke.
The line that everyone is always baffled by is,
We can do a deal! I'll buy you a delicatessen in stainless steel!
What is that?
I'll buy you a delicatessen in stainless steel, which I had to look up because I'm like that. I was hoping that what I was going to read was that was something directly calling out Kevin McClory himself. Like I was hoping it was something that they said in arbitration or something.
Yeah.
Turns out all it is, and this is from Cubby himself. It's a line that the mafia would generally use. It's really not that interesting. It's just something that Italian mobsters, like you were a big player if you had a deli that had stainless steel counters rather than just a cart out on the street, like a meat cart on the street. So it's it just means I'll make you a big player. And I guess according to Cubby, it was like it was meant to just make Blofeld seem like
insignificant,
a small insignificant character rather than Bond's greatest nemesis as he dumps him off.
They didn't get John Barry back, and it's very very obvious in the score of this movie. And we get Bill Conti, is that how you say his name?
Sure.
Who does the he did the score for Rocky. So if you hear anything that sounds like instrumental rockiness, it's because they used the same guy. For many Bond fans, this is not, as far as the scores go, this isn't one of the better ones.
I just see Rocky running on the beach.
I do love this song though.
Like it sounds like a Rocky score. It doesn't sound like a Bond score.
Put that over Liesel running and then getting hit by that.
Yeah.
Which that was an impressive.
It's
that was
brutal.
an impressive hit. Like clearly, well, it didn't look like a rag doll, whatever it was.
Yeah.
This movie was also PG, correct? Don't they often shoot for PG?
So PG-13 doesn't come around till the Temple of Doom, which came out in '84.
Oh, okay.
So till this point, as far as movie history, we finally get a rating system. So before that, everything had to go through the code and had to be within the code. But then we started getting a rating system which only included G, PG, and R. And then there was X, which X was more allocated to like porn. And then there were a lot of movies that like still have their PG rating today, but if they went back and said, "Oh, we're going to re-rate this," they would probably get a PG-13 rating.
I will say the one point where that's kind of obvious, where they're trying to hold to like a PG standard, is Apostle or Apostus or whatever, the guy he knifes off of the cliff. He falls like 100 feet, no fall damage whatsoever. Just knife and a little bit
Just
of
the
blood.
knife, yeah.
The scream is actually kind of comical.
The sound effect, though, is kind of interesting that when he thuds, you know, it's just like...
No damage, no fall damage whatsoever.
Again, you have the editor taking over as director, which we had when Peter Hunt, who edited pretty much all the Sean Connery movies, then directs On Her Majesty's Secret Service. And what's so interesting about this movie is it has so much in common with On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Yeah.
So much. Surface level stuff like, playing in the snow, the skiing, the bobsledding, and all that. A showdown on a beach with cars driving on that beach.
Yeah.
With like the girl in the windy dress blowing around. And then in their own way, they both die via windshield. A raid on a mountain stronghold with the mortal enemy of Bond's enemy, Draco and Blofeld. And then here you have Columbo versus Christatos, where Draco and Columbo are kind of bad guys themselves. They're like bad good guys.
Mark-Ange Draco, head of the Union Courts, one of the biggest crime syndicates in Europe.
The biggest.
I smuggle gold, diamond, cigarettes, pistachio nuts, but no heroin.
He's still a criminal, but he's a good guy, same as Draco. You have the Teresa connection in the opening, with Blofeld, almost like it's a direct sequel to Secret Service.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I looked it up real quick. So he edited On Her Majesty's Secret Service, which could explain why he makes a lot of the choices he does in this film.
Wait. Did he watch Secret Service and he said, someday, Peter, I don't want to keep doing all these fast edits that you love, okay? Someday I'm going to take over directing and I'm going to make a better movie than On Her Majesty's Secret Service, which sucks, bro.
And then he also does The Spy Who Loved Me, and he did Moonraker.
Okay, wait, hang on. If he did Moonraker, do you think it was John Glenn who did Double Take Pigeon?
Yeah.
Do you think that was his idea?
Maybe. He was like, this fucking movie sucks. It needs Double Take Pigeon.
Cubby saw Double Take Pigeon. He was like, promotion for this guy, dude. That was hilarious.
Director.
Keep it in there. Yeah, but I actually like John Glenn's directing in this one, particularly because it is, even the style and look of this movie just looks more like a
little more grounded of a spy
It's a
drama.
more grown-up, serious take on Bond. It's not as, like, it's funny, like, a lot of people give Roger Moore a lot of slack for being the goofy Bond, but this movie is very light on that.
I think Moore is great as Bond in this movie.
Yeah,
he does a great job.
For me, this is his second best movie. Like,
yeah,
after The Spy Who Loved Me, this is his second best.
Like, no doubt that his approach to the character then informs what we collectively call the goofiness. But that's the odd thing about it. Like, did they kind of shape it around his approach or vice versa? Like this weird chicken and the egg thing, because it's not like Bond himself is goofy. Bond is, like Roger Moore, he does get a lot of shit, but Roger Moore's so awesome. He's so awesome.
Well, I hope you have a car.
They did mention right in the writing that they wish they had Sean Connery to bring back the realism. Because again, like this movie's whole focus was let's bring it back down to earth. Like literally and metaphorically, let's bring everything back down to earth. Let's go back to basics. Like we went too far. We need to settle down, guys. Let's go back to From Russia with Love, essentially.
And there's some great sequences in this movie. You've got the keel hauling, the being dragged behind the boat, the mountain climb and raid, that warehouse raid, along with Locke's death, which is just awesome.
The olive tree car chase, I think that's pretty good.
That was really cool.
The helicopter fright, as Blofeld put it, the death of Melina's parents, and all of those things all service the story.
Yeah.
Right? Like I've always said, I like the big stakes movies, but I really enjoy and love the smaller stakes. Because with this one, again, it's not like with the Lecter, it was like, okay, who cares if they get the Lecter? Like, too bad for them. With this, the ATAC is at least like, well, they could use this thing to use our own submarines to fire on our cities. So that's pretty significant. But all the same, it's not the whole ticking clock to then the world's going to explode or whatever, or everybody's going to be doomed to fish for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
I like the grounded stuff. So the movie's definitely trying to push that smaller, more subtle, more interesting spy story. But all the same, it feels as if they still have those producers in their ear that's like, but audiences are expecting another zany assassin.
The hockey assassins. It's a scene that does feel out of place in the movie.
As the movies keep going on, you have to, like, I think you said it before, McCurdy, it's like you either have to reinvent yourself or you have to push the envelope. But with this, it's like, well, we don't want to keep pushing the envelope to where we have gondola stuff again. But at the same time, audiences, they're expecting that. So we kind of need to put that stuff in there. Within the Roger Moore era, we have this whole thing with, you have these, henchmen, these super assassins with certain traits. And a lot of times it's a physical deformity that they turn into a strength, but then Bond turns it back into a weakness. Like with Tee with his metal arm, Bond uses that against him. Or Jaws' teeth in The Spy Who Loved Me, Bond then uses that against him with the magnet. In this one, it's very simple. Just Kriegler is just like super strong, and he's like, I'm going to smash you, Bond, with this big old rock thing. And then Bond uses that strength against him very cleverly. No gadget. He just picks up that
candle
thing,
just
pushes him out the window. It's so perfectly simple. It's just he doesn't have this elongated poof poof fight. He just clever as a motherfucker just pushes that big ass rock out the window and he ragdolls. Gogol in the beginning, he's saying, yes, the suspected British spy ship we've been monitoring. So it's like the Russians were aware of this ship, this fishing ship, could possibly have this like intelligence apparatus on it, right? Well, what blows up the ship, fellas? What blows it up?
A mine.
A mine that they capture in a fishing net. My question to you guys is this. It seems like a total accident, right? And that's actually kind of great that just this total accident sets off this series of events. But do you remember what we saw in Christados' warehouse? What did we see?
The mines.
We see a bunch of mines sitting there. So, like, do you guys think they targeted it? I mean, at that point, you might as well just shoot it with a submarine. But do you think it's connected?
But doesn't he say something when they're trying to figure out where everything's at when they're on that boat with the parrot and everything? And doesn't he say something like, "Oh, well, wasn't it one of his buoys or something like that?" It's like, yeah, Christophos' buoy is mapped here on the map here, so which connects with the mines as well.
Let me quote Minister of Defense. I don't follow. What?
It's almost like he forgot his line and he was just like, meh, and they were like, let's keep it in the movie.
Do you guys think it was an accident, or do you think that mine was placed there?
I think it was on purpose.
Yeah, it just seems like it's like a lot of things have to go well for you if you're dropping mines into the ocean and hoping to hit one ship. You know what I mean?
But remember that other submarine they had in the movie?
The nerd guy? You mean the nerd guy?
The nerd guy?
He's like...
Is it possible in our headcanon here that he had that other mine and
put it in the net,
floated it to the net?
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. Perfect. So he
ties it all together there.
He chased the St. George's for like weeks, and he's like in his little bubble, and he's like pulling this mine with him. Okay. Well, because again, I mean, they put those big ass mines there in the warehouse for a reason, just like the deep diving suit there.
The deep dive suit,
very obvious.
So
it's what it reminded me of though, like this. You don't need to put this in the episode. It reminds me of The Rise of Skywalker, where they were like, okay, we need to explain all this stuff that we can't quite explain, so we're gonna have a scene where Kylo Ren comes down to this planet and there's like a vat of Smeagol's or whatever, not Smeagol's, whatever they're called, the bad guy in the last two Star Wars movies. And there's a vat of Snoke. There's a vats of Snokes just there, and you're like, oh, he's a clone, and you're like, oh, that explains it all. It's like that's how they explain Christoph. They're like, no heroin. No heroin.
No heroin.
More. No, you always have to cover your face. He covered his face.
No heroin.
Because he has no camera
No
awareness. No heroin.
No heroin.
I guess when I was reading about this film, Roger Moore has vertigo, like severe vertigo. So during those scenes where he would have to pose for a short period of time, he would take a Valium and drink a tall beer. And he would have to hang maybe like 4 to 10 feet off the ground while his stunt double was doing like 25 feet. But just to get him through those scenes.
That's hilarious.
That brings up another point when he talks that like one of the more outstanding scenes in the movie is when he kills Locke.
You left this with Ferrara, I believe.
Which is one of the most badass scenes in the movie. It's one of the
badass scene.
It is Charlie's, as he puts it, ice in his veins Bond moments.
Yeah.
Moore didn't want to do it. Like originally Moore's like,
oh God.
Moore's like, I
love you, Roger Moore, but like you're such a pussy.
He's like, can we kill him
I
a
don't
different
want to
way?
twist her arm. Can I just seduce her instead? No. But I don't want to push the indigenous child into the muddy water. He's so poor and he.
You're an awful person, Charlie. You're so bad.
I don't want to push this psychopath over the cliff and avenge my friend.
It's not like he actually died. So what do you mean? Why would he feel bad about doing that?
So he didn't want to do that scene because he just didn't think he could play it off that way. I mean, again,
he
like
played
Roger
it
Moore's
fucking perfect.
Roger Moore's the I'll get you an ice cream.
He's like Leonidas kicking that messenger down the well.
Exactly. But then they decided, he's just like, fine, f it, let's do it.
That whole moment is just perfection.
Yeah.
But then that's the only Bond joke of the film is
Had no head for heights.
they probably could have just not said that, but whatever.
Yeah, that part wasn't
it didn't
great.
it didn't
Yeah.
certainly didn't hurt the scene. And it's a bit ironic, of course, because as Scott pointed out, we know that it was Roger Moore who didn't have a head for heights. I really have just one gripe with the movie, and that's what I was hinting at a couple minutes ago, which is that they, it seems like John Glenn's like, let's just bring it down. Okay, we were in space. We were literally up here. Let's bring it down a little bit. Let's bring it back down to Earth, if you will. Let's approach this thing a little more realistically and just do a little bit more of an intelligent spy drama. Jump back into the Cold War and all that. And again, you just have all these different parties all fighting each other for, just again, like I said about Diamonds Are Forever, like the fun part about MacGuffin movies is it's like, I have it, now I have it, now I have it. With this, it's really, that's not the case because it's just like they get the ATAC and then the bad guys have it and they have to go get it. It's not changing hands like the Solex or anything, but it is all these different conflicting parties all fighting over this one thing. The winner takes all if they can get the ATAC. But what you have in there is another one of these twists that we have talked about in the past, like when Miss Anders reveals that she was the one who sent the bullet to Bond in The Man with the Golden Gun. She reveals that truth, and it's not like this moment. It's just kind of underwhelming, and then like Scott with Moonraker, when you were saying, when Drax reveals, and Bond's like, why did you hijack your own space shuttle? And he's like, because I needed it. And it's like, it's just kind of an underwhelming revelation. With this, it is a pretty great twist where this guy they thought was an ally, Christatos, was trying to mislead Bond into thinking that the good guy is actually the bad guy.
You know this man?
Yes. Locke, Columbo's right hand. Stopping Columbo will be difficult. He has important connections. You cannot just arrest him. You must find a different way. You may have to kill him.
It is Christatos you want, not me. He told you about himself. He's the one with the powerful connections. Locke works for him, not for me.
Columbo runs heroin to be refined here before it is sent to England.
No heroin.
And he's like, you should go kill that guy. You should kill him. You should kill Columbo. The reason I bring it up in relation to those other revelations is because once you know that information and then you watch the movie again, it seems really kind of stupid the amount of times they try to kill Bond. Now, again, I'm the keep Bond alive guy. I'm the, hey, give your bad guy a good reason to keep Bond alive, and that keeps the plot interesting, because assassination attempt after assassination attempt, eventually Bond is just Superman. And it's like, how many times is this guy going to save the world? How many times is this guy going to best these goofy assassins that just keep escalating to the point where now we have hockey assassins? It just keeps doing this. So when you're trying to make your movie smart, right, and bring it back down to earth, you have your deceptive bad guy, and then he's got Kriegler working for him, right? Kriegler's a biathlon skier shooter, and he starts hunting Bond in the woods. All he's got to do, like a smarter movie, like John Glenn really bringing it down to earth, would have had Kriegler shoot at Bond in the woods, and then Bond gets away, and then Bond is, now he has reason to believe that this Columbo guy really is trying to kill him. Inspire fear and paranoia, but don't kill him. But what happens instead is that Kriegler shoots at him, and then he keeps shooting at him, and then he chases him, and then like 17 guys are chasing him, and it really feels like they do want to kill him. Where really Christados' plan is to let Bond go ahead and kill his rival. So you could maybe argue on one hand, it's like, okay, I guess maybe he would benefit either way from killing Bond, but really, with this whole deceptive plot, you really just need to shoot at Bond and have this, what looks to be an assassination attempt, but really it was just to frighten him, scare him towards Columbo, and then have him kill Columbo. And then the producers are like, yeah, but we need a really long ski scene that goes on and on and on and has all the, and then we need drunk guy to jump up again and go,
third appearance. This third appearance.
Yeah.
There's also right before drunk guy pops up. That's another little funny quirk. The stunt guy says the bike drives by, a guy's holding a cake. He very obviously quickly turns and just slams it in a guy's face.
You watch that in slow-mo, and you can tell somebody called action. They turn and they just right in this guy's
Slam it
face.
into his face.
I don't have as much a problem with that as you do, I guess, because I just look at it as Christophos is trying to limit the amount of people that are onto his plan to begin with. Because he knows he's going to have to get the ATAC. But he also is like, how do I kill two birds with one stone? How do I get rid of Columbo and also make a killing off the Russians? Oh, I'll play the British Secret Service like any other villains have before and make them believe that they're helping the good guys out when really they're helping me out.
It seems like a bonus plan versus backup plan.
I
kind
guess.
of a deal. Either way it goes, we either kill Bond, it works, or we don't kill Bond and Bond kills my enemy.
I mean, there's the evidence to suggest that, like, no, this was literally they were pulling plot elements from another story where this does happen, where the character you think is the good guy the entire time, the informant, is actually the villain who's tricking the good guy into thinking that this guy is the villain. Instead of it being where it feels like to be like a very lazily, like, oh, like we had a really cool opening moment in the movie to get Bond into this story. How do we address this so we can fix later things that we wanted to do with the movie? Oh, we'll do this quick fix patch where it's like, oh, he just needed his shuttle back. Oh, I sent the bullet. Like things like that. Yep. But like with this, it's different in that like you could see it as it makes the character more interesting because it's like, oh, well, he's a mastermind. Like he's figured all this idea out of how he's going to best this. If I had an argument as to like on your behalf is to say like this weakens the movie is that it is at times can be confusing a little bit. Like it does get a little like Nan says, it is a little confusing, but I mean, I think this movie overall is much more solid than many of the other Bond films for sure.
So you have they meet up with Christados, who, because the only lead at that point that Bond has is he has the photo of Locke, the assassin Locke, who paid the Cuban assassin
let's start back before
to kill.
Let's start before that.
So Melina's
before he meets
parents.
Locke.
So Melina's parents get offed.
And why are they offed though?
I actually really love that moment. Like
that scene's great.
When she breaks the fourth wall, it just works.
Yeah.
It just works. Because she nails it. She nails that look.
Yeah.
But anyway, okay, so you're saying
like,
even before that. So
kill these guys.
Yeah. So before that, Gogol says, I've already contacted our guy in Greece. And having seen the movie, we know that's Christatos. So he contacted Christatos and he's getting things into motion. the British government was working with Melina's parents in order to find the ATAC, right? So we have the Brits and we have the Russians, and below the Russian head, we have Christatos, and then below the Brits, we have the Melina's parents. And these two forces are already trying to find the ATAC. So what we see, though, in real time is that Melina shows up on the boat. Hey, everybody, I'm back. And she's dropped off by the Cuban assassin, who then, when he swings back around, they're waving like, hey, bye. Like he's making one final pass. And right when he pulls the trigger, he does this lip quiver that just looks like he's getting off in his pants a little bit because he's committing murder. He's like, it's so weird. So her parents get killed. She swears revenge, and then Bond is briefed. They're aware of the Cuban assassin, so Bond goes to see the Cuban assassin, and while he's there, Locke is there to pay him off for the murder. But Melina intervenes and kills their only lead, who is the Cuban assassin. So Locke hilariously steals the money back and runs off. But Bond saw him, so through the identigraph.
Why don't you try the identigraph?
They're able to figure out who that guy was. Okay, it's Locke.
Now reported working for Greek smugglers.
Minister of Defense is like, Bond, you f***ed this all up. You're an asshole. And, as usual, Bond's like, how many times have I saved the world? But okay, Minister of Defense, I guess you're cool. And Bond says, if you would have read this part of my report, I said, I saw the guy paying the assassin you told me to go look into. If we look into that guy, maybe we'll figure out all this business with the ATAC. And what does the Minister of Defense say?
I don't follow.
I don't follow. That doesn't make sense. Like, what do you not grasp? And then he follows that up by going,
if we could identify that someone.
Why don't you try the identigraph?
Yes, sir.
Well, get cracking, 007.
What the f*** was that scene? I don't get it.
Oh, no. Why don't you get cracking, Bond? So why does he do that? And where is M? Where is M?
We're going to save that for the end. There's a reason.
Anyway, so Bond identifies Locke.
The Italian Secret Service think that he is at this moment in Cortina.
So then they go there so they can talk to Christatos, and he's like, do you know this guy? He's like, oh yeah, that's Columbo's right-hand man. Columbo's the Dove.
In the Greek underworld, he is known as the Dove. A very sick joke.
So then at that point, Christatos in his deceptiveness is having Locke wear the dove on his jacket. He's wearing that dove pin. So everything that Locke is doing, Bond is then attributing to Columbo. So, and this is what I'm saying, is that Christatos wants Bond to kill Columbo, even though he, why can't he do it himself? But, I mean, if you're going to hire an assassin, second-handedly hiring James Bond is a pretty great thing if you can pull it off. But my whole point is that then all they keep doing is trying to kill Bond. And it's not, like I said, it's not like just shoot at him and make him think that Columbo's doing or Columbo's behind it, or, have Locke just kind of keep prodding him a little bit towards Columbo or lead him there. It's like they're legitimately trying to kill him. Like even when Kriegler, in that amazing bike crash that Kriegler has, and then he stands up and he's about to shoot Bond in the face with his rifle, and it's bent, so he throws it at him, and then, who doesn't love him throwing the motorcycle at him? Like, it's the greatest thing ever.
That's the best.
But that's what I mean. Like, that's what I mean. He even tried to kill him with a motorcycle.
Okay, I found the linchpin in your argument that's going to make things a lot more confusing as well as make more sense. So,
bring it.
Krieger doesn't work for Christophos. He works for the KGB.
It's Kriegler. Like, seriously, dude.
Whatever.
You're
Kriegler.
cracking me up this episode. I don't want to correct you because it's hilarious. I just need the audience to know that you haven't said a single word correctly.
That's fine.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
No heroin.
Yeah, and he covers his face too. No heroin.
No heroin. No heroin. So yeah, what makes it more confusing is he works
for the Russians. He
works for the Russians. He does not work for Christophos. And we know that because at the very end of the movie, whatever the his name is, I don't give a shit.
Do go on, please.
Doesn't matter. Basically, the East German skier, biathlonist,
Olympic.
I don't think that's how you say
Biathlete.
that. Biathlete. Biathlonist.
For you, biathlonist. For me and the
It's
rest of the
iconic.
world, biathlete.
Listen, this is a very iconic episode, okay?
I will deliver it and return with the money. The voice of the KGB.
He works for the KGB, and he works, and like that's the part of it that makes sense. That you're like, it doesn't. It's confusing, but it works. Like he works for the KGB. He doesn't actually work for the other guy.
Do the hockey players work for the Russians then?
Maybe they're the same guys. We never know. The hockey players don't make any goddamn sense.
Some headcanon works then.
One of my biggest gripes about this movie is that they didn't try to kill him with a curling team. That is the only thing they didn't try, and they could have succeeded.
That would have been
curl,
great.
like a curl with like knives coming off of it, and just
Dude, no, you you capture Bond, you melt him in ice up to his neck, and then you play curling
with knives.
So you have all these rocks, you're like smashing him in the face.
How is he gonna get out of that one? So
I don't know.
you
Watch
mentioned,
laser.
I think we even forgot to mention this, but you were mentioning how this is very Honor Majesty's Secret Service. I don't know if you said this or not, but the bobsled thing, right? Like they won up the bobsled scene with the motorcycle and the skiing
Again,
through the
John
bobsled.
Glenn being like, "F you, Peter. Your bobsled scene sucked. It was embarrassing. I had to edit that. It sucked."
So I'm gonna throw my ranking out real quick. So this is where I would rank this movie. I think it goes under Honor Majesty's Secret Service, but above Thunderball is where I would put this movie. I think this movie has a smart plot. I think the characters are all competent, and I actually enjoy everything. The things that kind of tear the movie down for me is like, it is a little confusing at times. I don't like what's her face, who's
BB.
Get
her out. Get the hockey guys out.
Charlie, I know what you're gonna say because you gave me that little winky face about the little pedophile moment. But the very end of the movie, when all said and done and the ATAC has been thrown and everything, and then BB like comes rushing and she comes rushing to the aid of Columbo, and the Columbo gives him that look like, huh?
Yeah, Columbo's all right with that.
Seems though BB has a new sponsor.
The moment where he literally gives her nuts. Visual metaphor. That's all I gotta say. He dumps it right into her young hand. She really doesn't serve any purpose.
No.
The only purpose
Not
I can
really.
think of is he denies her. Like he's not.
So Bond has some line.
It's like she's only there to give him reason to be in the Alps. Like they were like, we need a reason why he's in the Alps.
Yeah.
She's the reason why he's in the Alps.
It's a pretty weak reason.
Because let's follow it through real quick. So he's like, this is, she's gonna win the gold medal, and that'll be the best day of my life. This is her coach, and so then after that, it's like, okay, she clearly has a little crush on Bond. Will you escort her to the biathlon? Okay, sure. And then at the biathlon, Bond says, okay, I gotta go. Like, even though he agreed to escort her, for some reason, he's like, okay, I have an appointment.
She does say, come back. She does say, come and see me before you leave. She does say that.
He leaves because he has an appointment. So what happens is he leaves her, then he has a 20-minute snow chase scene, and then he immediately goes and meets up with her. So it looks like he left her so he could have an action scene and then go meet up with her.
Yeah.
There's two. That's only one of two moments in this movie that kind of tear the movie down for me, and the other one is the keel haul scene, right? Or the knee haul scene, or whatever you want to call it.
Keel haul
with the shark.
Yeah, keel haul.
Because the writer's like, all right, we got to set this up. So Melina's gonna leave her oxygen tank by the ruins. Why? I don't know, but she's gonna do it. So she leaves it by the ruins. Great. And then Bond and her get on the boat, and they're like, we got to find the ATAC. We know where the St. George was at.
Yeah.
Your father was looking for it. We have to find it. It must be in his notes. Oh, you can read his notes. Great. Read his notes. Also, we're going to throw in the Nautilus or whatever it was called in this. Was it Poseidon? Something like that? I can't remember.
Yeah.
We're going to throw in this
Neptune,
cool mini sub because because we want to keep. Yeah, it was the Neptune. Thank you. So we want to keep up with the time. So the Neptune. This is really cool piece of technology now that we have. We can go underwater in these mini subs. Great. We're going to put it in the movie. Cool. So we'll use the Nautilus, the Aqua little sub. Okay, cool. We have that little battle, which, by the way, I love that they set it up.
JIM diving equipment for salvage work at depths of more than 300 feet.
We see the suit when they say no heroin.
No.
How did that suit survive that explosion? Unless they had a second.
No.
suit.
That scene's before it. So that scene is before that scene.
Yeah.
It's
So how did the suit survive that explosion? That's what I'm saying.
No. We see the suit in the warehouse, and then we're underwater.
Yeah, and then the guys in the suit down there, the whole warehouse blows up.
It does. It does.
So how the hell does that suit survive
different and significantly larger explosion?
But you could say that it's just to set up the fact that they have these suits, like they're using them for the smuggling operation. So he has multiples of those suits. So then he goes and gets the ATAC out. They have that little underwater battle, which, by the way, some of those scenes were actually filmed without any water. They were dry because the actress couldn't go underwater herself. They use some special techniques to do that, to make it look like they're actually underwater, but they're not. Anyway, so they have that scene, they get the ATAC, they come back underwater. Christophos.
Keep going.
Chris is up there, gets the ATAC from them, puts them underwater, and then they do the little bit with the knots, and that one guy falls off the boat, gets eaten by sharks, even though Bond is bleeding his guts out.
Yeah, and then that's when our little setup with the oxygen tank pays off.
And then we go back to that same boat that they started on when they're like, okay, now we got to figure out what the ATAC's at. It just feels like the scene repeats itself a little bit. And they do it twice in the movie, like you were talking about, like he leaves BB and then he comes back to BB.
Yeah.
And then stuff happens.
The tank at the bottom of the water, though, is fine in my book, because had she just left it in a random place on the ocean floor, you'd be like, that's a little convenient. But it's this temple that she's trying to resurrect.
Careful, James. It's 5,000 years old.
You know, you leave your tools at a work site. It doesn't really
trigger me
at all.
I think it's not the
It's
fact
why
that
not?
she leaves her stuff there.
It's a little awkward.
Those things are heavy, and so just kind
I
of
was
leaving
wondering,
it,
right as that scene happened, I remember thinking, right as she took her tank off, put it down for no real apparent reason. I was like, why? Why the fuck are you leaving it there?
You know, if she was a Dolphumanoid, she wouldn't need that in the
she
first
wouldn't do
place.
that.
It brings up a bigger issue.
yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. Where do you guys stand? Do you think that's a fair assessment, or do you think the movie should be lower? But I think it's just a very solid spy thriller, and I think it should be praised for that, but I do think it does have its shortcomings, where I don't think it's the best Bond movie, but I do think it is definitely a contender as being better than all the previous Moore films, for sure.
I'm pretty much right with you. I was kind of 5 to 8, 9, somewhere in that range, which I think is where we are. If we're
That's a big range. Pick a number.
That's a huge range.
If we're putting this above On Her Majesty's Secret Service, it would be...
On Her Majesty's Secret Service is currently 6.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm somewhere right there with those two, interchangeable. It felt a lot like the same film, kind of like Charlie said earlier, a lot of copy and paste, and we're trying the same things, except with a new director, new producer.
That's not. I mean, it's also better technology. I mean, that movie was filmed in the '60s. This is the early '80s. It's. I mean, we got better technology now.
One really strong point to this film for me was Columbo.
Yeah,
and I want to bring back our love of Kareem Bey from Russia with Love.
Ali Karim Bey.
Like an actual somewhat bad guy in his own right, but yet aids Bond towards good, who's charismatic, popular, funny.
But no heroin.
He has those but no heroin.
No heroin.
But I love Columbo for that, and like the whole play of the dynamic of those two and his parts in this movie. He kind of brought fun and lightness to kind of that whole part.
He's such a big character. He's so much fun. And you're my friend. Like he's so intense.
I love it.
And we don't have any other allies that I can think of where you think they're a bad guy and then they become best friends. When you see him walking in that monk uniform, you're like, dude, I love you.
Yeah,
I'm glad you just walked back into my heart, bro. We have had so many awesome allies, but they usually just start as allies. I really love the scene right after the beach showdown where the guys with the white dove all kidnap him and they're just treating him like shit. And they're really making Bond think like he's in trouble. And Columbo doesn't know. He's like, what am I going to do with you, Bond? And he plays the tape.
What should I do with you?
You cannot just arrest him. You must find a different way. You may have to kill him.
Technically, you're trying to kill me. I just want to tell you, though, you've been lied to. And Bond, to his credit, is like, bullshit.
Why should I believe you?
And then, again, I mean, all he has to do is give him the gun, but he's like, I'm going to give you your gun, and I'm going to take you to some proof. We're going to check this out together. And then he even says, and then you and I are going to be best friends. Like, he really is
going to be best friends.
He's great.
He might be too great. He kind of outshines like the bad guys in the movie.
Yeah,
he
does.
Yeah, he does.
But it's definitely a good thing. He had to be like super Karen Bay in order for us to, move over to his side in terms of allyship. Because even Columbo is kind of running his own deception, right? Where he's pretending like him and the Countess are at odds, but he does that so that Bond will then be like, oh, hey, this is an in with my supposed enemy's girlfriend. I'm going to go pump her for information.
Then pump her for information.
It was a very amusing performance between you and the owner of this. What exactly did Columbo whisper to you?
That you're a spy. To find out more about you.
But then on that note, that's kind of what Christados is doing. Like maybe really the only reason for BB's existence is that she kind of operates as a front. She kind of makes Christados look like this good guy. Look at this selfless guy helping this 16-year-old girl win a gold medal. And then, turns out he slaps her in the face when he feels like it.
You can go to hell.
So Christados is trying to make himself look good to Bond. Meanwhile, Columbo is trying to make himself look bad, at least at first, so he can figure out what Christados is up to.
You brought up Kimram Bay, but I was thinking more of Draco from On Her Majesty's Secret Service, because they feel similar too, because they're both criminal, heads of criminal organizations that kind of aren't totally bad. No heroin.
No heroin.
I love that line. It's my favorite line in the movie.
Yeah, the diamonds, gold.
I should have
gold,
fucking brought pistachios. I'm so pissed.
I know.
I didn't buy pistachios for this. I just ate them.
The sweet chili pistachios.
But Charlie, do you think between 6 and 7? Do you think between Honor Majesty's Secret Service and Thunderball? That's kind of where I gravitate towards.
I honestly, with all the similarities between Secret Service and For Your Eyes Only, I really would love to pit them directly against each other.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to put it above Dr. No. I think sitting at 5 for me.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Because I do think that the movie has these it raises these certain questions, and like you said, like with some headcanon, like, well, Kriegler working for the Russians means that maybe he doesn't really need Christados' blessing in order to kill Bond. And, maybe Gogol was like, yeah, go ahead and take out, if you see Bond, just like take him out. He's going to try to Bond is going to try to screw up this ATAC thing. And like Gogol says in the beginning,
there will be no direct involvement, but if it comes on the market, we should not lose such a remarkable opportunity.
All the way down to that moment that Bond shares with Gogol in the end, like, it's great. That moment is great. But I think directly comparing On Her Majesty's Secret Service and For Your Eyes Only, I think with all the similarities the movies have, those two, I think For Your Eyes Only does everything that Her Majesty's Secret Service does better. I think it takes all the things that Secret Service did and it one-ups it.
But see, I don't agree with that assessment.
Because you're always going to have a boner for Tracy, but like, I think Melina's got a better story than Tracy. So
I like Melina more.
I do like
Tracy.
Melina, but I think my issue with that comparison again, and I've said this before. One of the reasons I think On Her Majesty's Secret Service stands out from many of the Bond films is that they found the emotional Bond story. This one doesn't have emotional Bond story.
But everybody here except you thinks that emotional story is surface
outside
level.
Of this.
Nobody cares about anybody outside of here. It's so surface level and lame and reaching for some kind of emotionality that's just not there. As opposed to Melina's story is more fleshed out and has a little more weight to it than this, like, Bond is with this weird damaged woman and then they have a love montage and now suddenly they're in love, even down to little things. Like when Bond lets Tracy drive the car, that's just not Bond at all. In this movie, they correct that.
You don't mind if I drive, do you?
John Glenn went, F that. I had Bond go, hey, I'm going to drive the car. And Bond jumps in the driver's seat because that's what Bond would do. Bond sitting there while Tracy's driving the car is And again, for the progressives out there, we're not talking about progressivism. We're talking about a character named James Bond who would never let a woman drive a car for him, let alone anybody, dick or vagina or otherwise. That's Bond. This movie takes all these things that happened in Secret Service and does it better. Better tits, better water, better. No, but even
no heroin.
No
heroin. No heroin.
And that's where it'd be fun to just pit the two against each other. But I think it does everything so much better that I even want to challenge Dr. No.
I don't think it's better than Dr. No, though. I think one of the problems with this movie, as much as I like the spy thrillerness and how it's grounded, it's not very clear of a movie. It is.
Yeah.
You do have to watch it a couple times, and it is kind of forgettable, unfortunately. I think that's the sad part is this movie, because it preceded Moonraker, and most people will remember Moonraker, as much as we want to throw it at the bottom, and it's thrown from the bottom for a very good reason. Like, looking back at these movies, comparing all these movies in a way, it's in that spot for a reason. But unfortunately, I think For Your Eyes only has the problem of just not being memorable just enough, and I think a lot of it has to do with its clarity, like some of the plot elements. I mean, Charlie,
are you talking about
thing.
like the bad guy thing, like specifically?
The whole bad guy thing is, I mean, you were even saying like it's like this is confusing, and then it makes it even more confusing when you throw in the fact that like the guy that you were going on about, it's like, well, he works for this guy. I'm like, Charlie, he works for the Russians, and like that's why he's after him, and that's why that scene doesn't make sense.
I just think Christatis, after he becomes the bad guy, after he is, I don't think it's that convoluted. Personally, I saw it coming when it was going on. And he's like, oh, it seems like a trap. I'm like, it seems too convenient. It seems set up. But after he becomes the bad guy, he becomes very forgettable. Everything he does is not very dramatic. There's no very good plot or design to kill Bond. He just runs up to a temple on a hill and just dies very easily. There's no... I don't know. That kind of ruins it for me. There's never a defined bad guy, and he's never very much in charge.
Well, even we said it's like where this movie becomes where Bond is just kind of in the midst of this rivalry between these two other guys.
Exactly. It seems like it's a bigger picture than a single bad guy.
And it's not Bond's necessarily fight. And so at the end of the movie, it's like
Bond doesn't even finish the guy, right?
These guys are fighting.
Mm-hmm. Bond gets the final victory.
Like the time.
And
yeah, I know.
Who doesn't love the moment where he whips the ATAC off the mountain?
Yet.
Because we've gone through Live and Let Die, because we've gone through Spy Who Loved Me, because we've gone through Moonraker, for audience purposes, the precedent has been set that these Bond movies are just a bunch of fun, zany chases and assassination scenes. So like I said, I think the movie would be a lot smarter if they would have just tried to kill Bond a little bit, but then let him go. But Bond thinks he got away, but maybe then Bond's like, I got away a little too easy. You know what I mean? Like that's what a smarter movie would have done. But again, because these Roger Moore movies have set a precedent of you're going to get your tub of popcorn and you're going to watch a chase scene, and then you're going to watch an assassination scene, like a sneaky assassination scene. And then you're going to watch a ridiculous one with a knife guy or a hockey team or whatever. Like they're doing these things to cater to audience expectation rather than to their story, as opposed to in From Russia with Love, Bond gets the Lecter and then he faces a bunch of assassins, right? Up until then, you have Red Grant kind of being his guardian angel to make sure he gets it. And I do think that would have been more fun in the style of From Russia with Love if Christatos was misleading Bond into thinking that Columbo was the bad guy, so that Bond would then retrieve the ATAC and then be like, thanks for that, Bond. You know what I mean? Like, because Bond has those instructions on how to retrieve the ATAC, right? So Christatos could have maybe done it himself. He says,
"Thank you, Mr. Bond. You have saved us the trouble of disarming it."
But wouldn't it have been just a little bit more interesting if Bond was, or some MI6 or British agent was the only one able to actually release the ATAC, so then Christatos had to manipulate him, right? If he had no other option but to trick a Brit into breaking the ATAC free. But my whole point is that if this was the sequel to From Russia with Love, they would have done all of these things, I'm sure. But now at this point, because the franchise has gone on for so long, it's like, well, we need to have these chase scenes. We know they're not. We know this hockey assassination thing is kind of stupid, but like that's what audiences are paying a ticket, a price of admission for, So, but all the same, for me, it's just like hands down above Secret Service. It just hands down is. I'm just eyeing that 5th spot above Dr. No.
Yeah, to me, man, I'm somewhere right in the middle, I guess. Honor Majesty's Secret Service and For Your Eyes Only are almost interchangeable to me.
My immediate impression still stands.
Where Nans, where would you put it?
Yeah, at the beginning of the episode, I was meh on the movie. Like, I will say it's a clean movie, like relatively speaking. But I would say the plot, the script, they're both kind of like okay. The bad guys are okay. It's not a whole lot of standout. Like Roger Moore's portrayal of Bond is really good in this movie. We get a pretty strong Bond girl, but besides that, everything else for me is kind of just like okay, average maybe. So
Columbo.
I came in thinking either right above or right below Thunderball is where I was going to put it.
Okay.
And I'm still
that's
kind of
kinda where I
thinking
had it.
somewhere in there.
Okay.
So we're split.
Well, I think the
No, I
three
mean,
of us
me and Nans
are
were kind of in the same boat. Whereas
7,
I was like, it's
right?
above
And
Thunderball
Charlie's
for
at
sure.
5. So Charlie's arguing between the man with the golden gun and Dr. No. Sounds like me, McCurdy, and Scott were all between Thunderball and On Her Majesty's Secret Service. So number 7.
Well, I said For Your Eyes Only could be above On Her Majesty's Secret Service. They're interchangeable for me.
Okay.
Again, it's remarkable how similar they are.
I think For Your Eyes Only does a lot of things better than On Her Majesty's Secret Service, but I will go back to saying, and for all of you watching, please rewatch the old episode of On Her Majesty's Secret Service, that I enjoyed the emotional part of that movie. I did. I enjoyed the emotional side of something different to Bond.
I see what McCurdy means with it being a little more forgettable, but if you're comparing the two of them directly, I wrote down just a couple points because, like I said, all the stuff I already mentioned where they have their similarities, I think it surpasses it.
I think so.
Well, hang on.
Yeah.
So with like the between our like playing in the our playing in the snow stuff, I think it's just done better in this one. Our whole Columbo Draco thing, I think Columbo is just leagues beyond him.
And that's
I think the
strong point. For me.
Our revenge tale for Melina is more fleshed out and naturally placed than this. Again, agree or disagree, but I think Tracy's love affair is just forced. There's just no reason why Bond is just so drawn to this chick, other than he's trying to use her for her dad's sake, and then later she proves herself, and that's great. But it's just so forced, and this whole thing of Bond struggling with his like personal life versus work life just comes out of nowhere and is not fully fleshed out. If Bond quit and then went off to do his own thing, that'd be fine. But it's like he quits for 10 minutes. He just throws a little tantrum, and then he's right back to working for the Queen. And then again, that leads to the whole Bond never sacrifices the mission to pursue women foolishly. In fact, in this one, everything he's dealing with a chick, he's doing it specifically for the mission.
Phoebe wants to know if you would escort her, Mr. Bond. I would feel better if there were someone with her.
Well, I'd be delighted.
I mean, the whole thing with the Countess, she just so happens to be pretty cool. She's like a fellow Brit and everything, and she's kind of like Bond. She's like a female equivalent somewhat of Bond, where she's hiding all the time, pretending to be somebody else, just like a spy is, And so Columbo is like, go bang this guy and figure out who he is, and they kind of have a little connection, and then she's immediately brutally murdered, and then Bond's just like, bye.
Goodbye, Countess.
And then the ATAC ending is, I think, just great. I think just that simple visual of the ATAC flying over the mountain and exploding is better than a fist fight on a bobsled. I'll just always opt for an ending that isn't just a simple punch for punch, but something that's a little bit more unique and specific to the plot.
That's détente, comrade. You don't have it. I don't have it.
I will say, though, my one argument for Secret Service is that the mountain raid in Secret Service is so much better. And it's two things. It's that when that Bond theme kicks in, when all the helicopters are surrounding Blofeld's compound, and then I really think that George Lazenby handles a machine gun really well. The guy is so awesome when he's sliding across the ice and he's blowing off rounds, and then when he's like pursuing Blofeld and he like freezes and plays like, you know, like that whole sequence is great. But overall, just with all these similarities they have, I think For Your Eyes Only just one-ups all those little things, and that all adds up to just a better movie for me, rather than, I mean, like Scott said, go watch the Secret Service episode. And I get that a lot of people in the world love it because it has this emotionality to it, but I just don't buy it. I think in the same way, McCurdy, like in the same way that you and some other people have commented, like, oh yeah, you're really reaching for that story stuff in The Man with the Golden Gun, but I'm like, I disagree. I think all of that stuff is there in the movie, and the stuff with Tracy is forced. I cry like a bitch when she gets shot in the fucking face by Burke, Bunk, Brunt, whatever, in the end.
Yeah.
But all the same, I always said, as soon as she gets shot in the face, you have your little cry moment, and then what do they do with the soundtrack? You're walking out of the theater. You were ready to walk out in tears, and then they're like, but at the end of the day, we have to remember this isn't some drama. This is a Bond movie. So even after his wife gets brutally murdered, they play the Bond theme, because they know what it is at the end of the day. So just for all those reasons, I think this movie surpasses it.
Yeah, I disagree.
Because you're emotionally biased. That's fine.
No,
that's
but
fine.
It's not. It's your argument comes down to I can't buy a montage. Like that's what it comes down to, because I don't understand where
even
else you're
other than
get,
the montage too. Just why is Bond so into this chick?
Like they even established like the whole. I said in the last episode that that car chase sequence is a driving force as to Bond being like, oh yeah, this chick's fucking cool. Like
I think it's
why
lame.
am I not with this chick? And then on top of that, I even
Bond
said in the last
episode,
hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done.
It's
I'm not
lame.
done talking. You had your moment. I get to talk to my moment.
Go ahead.
Now. So, but that last episode, I even talked about how like that whole movie, the whole movie is about Bond grappling the ideas. Like, does he still want to keep doing this the rest of his life?
But
and
it's
obviously,
not.
the movie is.
It's really
the
not.
movie is saying no. It is.
There's one scene of that.
It's the whole movie.
There's
and then
one
even
scene
the
of
movie's
that.
also grappling the idea between like, do I have to work within the rules or not? And that's like part of it too, because even the end of the movie, he's like, I can't get my MI6 agents to come and save Tracy. I have to go to her dad, who's a criminal, to go do it myself.
That I agree with.
And so and then on top of that, like we even talked about how like Blofeld's whole plan is like, oh, they're going like, because Patterson's whole argument why he thought the whole plot with him was dumb was because he's like, well, so he's just going to get off scot-free because he changes his coat of arms or whatever it was. But the whole movie is establishing this idea that, yes, the governments are following these rules. And Bond's like, that's fucking bullshit. Like, why are we following these rules? We know these guys are bad guys. We know these guys murder millions of people in the blink of the eye just to make a couple of bucks. Like, we know that for a fact. Why are we following these rules? And that's why he's frustrated in the beginning of the movie, not to mention that he's like been trying to find this guy for 2 years. Yeah. So what I like about Honor Majesty's Secret Service, which is missing from this movie, unfortunately, and for all the points that you said about For Your Eyes Only, I'm saying, like, again, you and I agree. We love all these movies, right? I think just the fact that it's Bond that's handling the weight of the plot of the story as far as the story goes, the emotional part, is in Bond's hands in that movie. That's what elevates it for me. Whereas in this movie, it's not. every other character is dealing with something that is more interesting than Bond himself. He's just a spectator, or he is an agent in that whole fight. Like he's like literally a secret agent in that whole fight. Melina's story is Melina's story. Christophos versus Columbo, that is their story. But Bond is kind of facilitating in between all of that. And then the only thing he does at the end is throw, which I'm going to say this, like, I know you're like, oh, that's such a great ending. He throws the thing, but it's like the lamest slow-mo, like.
I disagree. I still think it's great.
And then we're supposed to like, we're supposed to have like some weight to that. Like it's supposed to be like this pivotal
I'm
moment.
not the biggest fan of the ending.
It's supposed to be a pivotal moment that this slow-mo shot of the thing breaking in pieces is supposed to be such a pivotal thing. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like don't get me wrong. I get where like this movie comes at a time at the height of the Cold War. It's a big, and that's a whole thing. But that is the big scope part of the movie, and where I like how On Her Majesty's Secret Service is dealing with more of an emotional internal thing that he is dealing with. And yes, some of it may seem hammy or whatever, but for the time, like I think it really works. I also like you were talking about as the movie as a whole, right? Movie as a whole for On Her Majesty's Secret Service, I think is shot really, really well. I think it is a beautiful movie to watch. I think and even the music is better than I think For Your Eyes Only. I think the way it's shot is better than For Your Eyes Only. There's a lot of reasons I like On Her Majesty's Secret Service just slightly more than For Your Eyes Only. But I do get the comparisons. I do understand where you're like technically on a technical level, the fact that they had a motorcycle going through the bobsled with Bond on a skis, like that looks, I mean, it looks fantastic. I'm not going to argue that it doesn't look fantastic, but that's where we have to question, like, does technological achievements, do they trump the story things? Do they trump like what they could do at the time? And that also goes to like Dr. No, because we're talking about that movie as well. Like, yes, Dr. No doesn't have all the crazy chase scenes and it can only do so much with the story and all the movie, but like at least that movie is very clear. We know it's more of a mystery movie. It's not the same kind of movie. I think just for Your Eyes Only, it's kind of just overall, it's a very dry movie with like one really good outstanding performance with Topol. But the rest of the movie is like, it's good. I don't hate it, but I don't, I could make some remarks about BB, but BB's also kind of there to make a joke about Moore's age in a way too. It's like, you have this really young girl and Bond's looking old, and at least we gave him something.
Well, what we were leading to before was that BB, if you just strip her out of the movie, literally the only thing you're missing, correct me if I'm wrong, you're just missing like maybe a reason to hate Christophos more, but also there's just that moment where Bond says to her trainer,
all right, we'll help you if you help us.
Yeah. Did they really need her help? Like, they didn't really need her help anyway. I think if you stripped her out, you would just have less of the snow stuff. But on that note, though, let me keep talking about weird things that like I just don't understand about this movie. Like, for example, when we're in the snow and he gets away from Kriegler, and then Kriegler meets up with Locke, and Kriegler are like, hey, there's Bond. Let's go after him. So they all get in that elevator with Bond, and here's how they laid out. Bond's at the top of the ski jump. We're going to force him to go down. So Bond can't go back. He has to go down the hill. Right? And they put Kriegler at the bottom, and Deadshot Kriegler is going to shoot Bond as he's going off the jump. Okay, how's Bond going to get out of this? Well, then they have Charles Dance get on the little side slope, and just when Bond goes, Charles Dance goes out and punches him.
Yeah.
And like I said, it'd be one thing if they were doing this to again, mislead Bond so that he's like, man, this Columbo guy really wants me dead. But you're looking at Kriegler, and it's like Kriegler really wants this guy dead. So once again, hang on, back up. Like you said, McCurdy, if Kriegler's working for the Russians, and all they needed was a scene where Christophos was like, okay, the Russians want Bond dead, but I want to keep him alive. But they couldn't do that because that would give away the twist that Columbo was the good guy instead of the bad guy. So you know what I'm saying? So Bond has to go down this ski slope, and Kriegler's going to shoot him, and then they have Charles Dance come out and just like punch him, and then that leads to Kriegler not shooting because they both go off at the same time, and then that allows Bond to get away. Like, if they had that little moment where they have Cristado say, "Yeah, my men were ordered not to kill you," and Kriegler wanted you dead, or even if Kriegler just said, "You promised me that Bond would die," and he's like, "Bond will die when the time comes," like when they're having their little powwow. Like, that would have been great. So I agree that it has these questions and maybe a little you need some headcanon to get past it, but I don't think it stops the movie from working. When it comes down to it, again, it's just all those things that Secret Service did. I think this just does it better, and I don't necessarily care that Bond isn't the emotional center. In fact, I think it kind of lends to Bond to not have him be the emotional center and allow Melina to have that. Like, in Secret Service, like, I totally get what you mean. Like, here's what the movie is trying to do, but I still think this is what it was trying to do.
But it doesn't.
Had it achieved that would have been fantastic. I just don't think. I think it. I like I said in that episode, it's like Peter Hunt was like, "I'm gonna take this Superman, Sean Connery superhero, and I'm gonna make him a man, like a flawed man, and I'm gonna really aim for this emotional film. I want people crying by the end of the movie." It wanted to have this emotional weight, and it really went for it. I gotta hand it to Peter Hunt for going for it. I just don't think he achieved what he set out to do, and I honestly, if you feel it did, that's where I go, dude. Like, good for you. Like, I would love if I said in that episode, if he would have achieved what I believe he set out to do, this movie probably would have been number one. But I just don't think it achieved it. I think you really have to fill in the gaps in your head to really feel that emotionality. I watch it and I just kind of go, I just don't see this. It's not as fleshed out as what they managed to pull off in the future. It's still kind of stuck in this pre-casino world.
60s. I mean, it's the 60s.
I don't see that this movie has much emotionality in it either, though.
Well, that's
Certainly
what I'm saying.
not
That's
more.
what we're arguing. I'm saying that Bond not having this emotionality is better, and letting other people have that, not
But
Bond.
I don't think anyone has it. I don't think
Melina.
there's really.
No,
Melina.
Melina.
wants revenge, but
Melina's intro is the only thing where you're like, holy shit, like there's some deep emotion there. But like the rest of the movie, and okay, so this
After
is something
that
I wanted
shot,
to point
yeah,
out.
it's just-
This is something I wanted to point out. Is more of like a tidbit. I don't think it's going to sway anybody as our arguments go. But there was at least I think it was Wilson had pointed this out. I was reading, and he had said that originally they wanted to do this whole thing with Melina as far as she is so stuck on revenge, she has no time for Bond. So Bond's trying to get it in, but he can't because she's so focused on her mission. She's so focused on that she won't. She doesn't want to be charmed by Bond. But the movie never plays that. While you're saying that the last movie, On Her Majesty's Secret Service, is a movie that has a love story that you see doesn't work. This movie is, and it's like they're trying to do a love story. This movie, like, wanted to have a love story, but then decided not to have a love story. So then at the end, they're like, well, he has to screw the girl. So we'll put it at the end of the movie.
I never get the sense that the only time they even say the word love is when the horse
Carriage
buggy
guy.
guy's like,
Amore,
amore,
amore.
Amore.
But other than that,
Amore.
I never see it as like Bond's falling for. Again, it's all Bond love. Like,
no, I know.
Bond's
I know
gonna
what you mean,
forget
though.
about her in a week.
Amore.
Also, why does she insist on using a crossbow? Is that explained
It's
at
badass.
some point?
I mean,
They I will say this, they just
Weapon of
pulled
choice.
That is from the book. Like the crossbow is something they pulled from the book.
badass.
But I will say that the advantage of it, and you see it in the end of the movie, is that you don't hear a crossbow versus a gun.
Like I think Nance is saying he doesn't really feel too connected to the character. Obviously, I mean, I think we all love Columbo, right? I mean, Nance, do you have some affection for Columbo?
He's great.
I think that when it comes to like maybe Luigi could have been turned up a bit.
It seems like that hockey thing is just to make sense of Luigi dying at some point.
Sure. Yeah. That's probably the only thing we get out of it. Because like I said, if you just get rid of BB, you would lose all the stuff in the snow. And I honestly think that all the snow, not all, but the snow level of the movie, the chapter, is the weakest part. That's where I kind of look forward to getting through that to get back to, all the other stuff.
Yeah.
It's pretty long.
And yeah, and include but I will say though, if it's all worth it for one thing, it's worth it for.
Yes, well, you get your clothes on, and I'll buy you an ice cream.
Which, on that note, I want to point out what my favorite thing about Roger Moore in his just general performance as Bond. I don't know if I assume that it's just a Roger Moore-ism more than it's a Bond-ism, but he has this thing that you can only call the Roger Moore eye roll, which is the way he'll deliver his sarcastic lines is he's scanning his eyes across the horizon.
You're only my second mission, you know. My first was Baines, the agent who was killed.
It's a relief to know I'm next in line for the same kind of aid.
I've lost my charm!
Not from where I'm standing.
I have a message for you.
I think you just delivered it.
You know, you seem to be right, 007.
Thank you.
It's a highly toxic nerve.
He's like, well, Q, I guess you're kind of a bitch. He's always moving his eyes. He's rolling them. And in this one, in the ice cream line, he does it like 6 times. He's like, well, you put on your clothes and I'll buy you an ice cream. And it's such a fun, sarcastic element to Roger Moore's Bond. And it's like his go-to move, and it goes to show that the guy just has that camera presence, because that's what being on camera is about. Is it's like understanding your presence within this. They'll be like, "How much of me do you see?" Okay, because it's a dance with a camera. So he just has that kind of comedic control to just master these fun little moments. And that's what I was saying before, where it's like chicken and the egg, right? Like every one of Moore's movies feel the same, regardless of the director. And is that the direction, or is that just Moore's presence as the comedic Bond is just that potent?
I think it really just comes down to with Moore as far as his. We talked about the whole pushing the car off the thing, right? Like his take on the character is what they nailed down when they did The Spy Who Loved Me. It was just like he's comedic and charming, and like he can't be a jerk like Roger Moore or Sean Connery could be a jerk, right? Like it just isn't in his blood to do that. And I think instinctually he's like, that's not me. I can't do that. But I can be charming. I can be funny. I can, do things with a smirk and a wink, And Charlie, if I were to say this, I'd say this. I would put this movie above on Her Majesty's Secret Service for this thing alone. I would say probably because of Roger Moore's performance. Not so much his plot and the story, but because of his performance, I do think he's still a better actor than Lazenby. And I do think, in a lot of the points you raised, yes, it's a little more tighter of a story. And yeah, we have the hockey moment and the ski thing, and it's a little convoluted, but I think that's where I would go. But I wouldn't go past Dr. No. I don't think it matches its simplicity and the fact that you were able to make a really good spy thriller mystery film with $1 million with a really good performance by Connery. Like it doesn't go.
It doesn't outclass it for you.
It doesn't outclass Dr. No, but I could see it. I could see where you're being like, it could edge out on Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Yeah, and like I said, it had the advantage of, in the same way that The Spy Who Loved Me had the advantage of being a remake of You Only Live Twice, which is still at the bottom.
Yeah.
It was able to, because no doubt in my mind that they were aware of these similarities. There even something down to as simple as Draco and Columbo. This guy that is technically a bad guy, but he's helping Bond out. Like something as simple as that is like they have to have been aware. And then you add in the superficial things like the bobsled and all that.
The Luigi and the other Bond ally who only has like literally one line in the whole movie, who also gets killed.
Oh yeah.
Like that little piece, and it's also in the snow.
And that's why I say I can't help but think that John Glenn is like, you, Peter Hunt. I'm the boss now, bitch. I'm gonna remake your movie. You know, like it just.
But it's
too close.
It's not something I hate. Like I do, like that's something I like about the movie is that it does, because I even said that. I think at the end of Honor Majesty's Secret Service, I said that every movie after this is going to be some kind of homage or callback to any of the previous 6 movies.
Yeah.
Pick a movie. There's a scene in that movie that is like, oh yeah, that was in this movie. Oh, that movie. Oh, the train scene. We've done that already twice. Like literally, we've done the train thing twice now. In Live and Let Die, and we did the train scene in The Spy Who Loved Me. Like we've done it twice now. So the fact that they've done skiing scenes probably 3 times. This is the third time I think they've done skiing in a movie. It's like there's a reason for it.
It does become hard to compare it to the old ones because, of course, they should get it better.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like technically they find a way to. Because we're going to go back to Vienna at one point. We're going to go back to many of the same locations. It's just how are they shot? What technology is being used at that time? What, as far as what could you do for code?
I mean, we're talking 15 years between
those two, yeah.
Her Majesty's Secret Service, right?
Regardless, though, we still just can't get away from our power duo. And I still don't, I mean, none of us disagree with it. With Goldfinger and From Russia with Love, whether you would put Russia on top or Goldfinger on top of that duo, none of us disagree with those dominating. And it's what it comes back to time and again is like, because again, all these last episodes with Roger Moore, what I keep saying is when we argue about the goofy, because we all agree that they're goofy.
Yeah.
But what I keep saying is I don't want to just be like, here's our list. It's serious to goofy because I think that's boring, but also because you kind of need to squint through the goofy to see the bigger picture. And yes, as we all agree, Goofy has weight. Like Moonraker just had so much, because I'm here and I'm like, but the bad guy motivation is great, and you guys are like, but Goofy, it's so goddamn goofy, So what I've been trying to clarify in this episode is that like it's not like I just try to be goofy blind, but it's more like you do just have to realize like what these. Intention matters is the shortest way to put it. Where like I said, no matter how much they try to be smart about things. It's like the producers are like, well, end of the day, we need to have more. Like the people are here, like for assassins and for chase scenes and for these Bondisms. And as time goes on, we'll just keep struggling with the classiness of old versus the excellence of new technology and all that. And so like, that's why I try to just be blind to the goofy, because this movie has its own fair share. I mean, they bring back drunk guy again,
But I think that the thing that with the goofy in this movie though is really subdued in comparison to Moonraker. And even I would say that the darkness in this movie outweighs The Spy Who Loved Me drastically. Like, I think The Spy Who Loved Me is still a goofier movie. I just think it's a better
nobody got their throat cut in a car.
Yeah, there was no throat cuts. There was no kicking a car over a cliff. There was nobody family getting gunned down in front of you type things. Like,
there was no statutory rape.
She was only 16 years old.
Look,
wink, wink.
They got all their goofy out in like a 15-minute period in this movie, from the car chase and like the little yellow car. That whole 15 minutes was that was my area of like, Jesus Christ. Hopefully,
yeah, but it is
quickly.
Fun. All that stuff is fun though.
It was fun, but I was like, please.
That car chase though, Scott, serves a purpose. Even if the car is a goofy looking car.
I'm not talking about just the goofy car, like the way they wrecked, like their reactions the whole time. They land in a tree.
Yeah, but don't you love that moment though, where Bond says, "Take the low road."
Not that low.
I like that chase scene, but I don't understand when the bad guys pull up right next to him. Like, shoot him.
Yeah.
And then she's like, go backwards, forwards, quickly.
Go backwards, forwards, quickly.
Okay, with Nans, did they want to kill him or did they want to capture him? And that's always a question.
That's the thing I don't understand, because, and this happens in other movies all the time, they're shooting at Bond all the time, and then they get the chance to just like shoot him in the face right there, and they don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then, okay, as for the backwards forwards, I think I think what she's saying is go
I get it,
backwards, but forwards, but backwards. Yeah, she's trying to communicate it
spin
quickly.
around,
So I
yeah.
think it's kind of fun and clever.
But
and I do
I'm
like
talking,
putting them in
that's
the
the
car.
20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes for me where I'm like,
That the movie gets silly for a little bit.
Yeah.
It's all very
But
silly.
with that scene, it's like borderline silly only because I think the car is a silly looking car to begin with, and
Not
then
just
like
the car.
not
then,
a
and then
Bond
it's like
car.
a,
car
Yeah.
at all. It's the acting.
I
But
thoroughly
yeah, it's
enjoy
like-
it though. Like I really
yeah,
do.
it's not a bad
And, like,
chase sequence.
Who doesn't
It's
love
just-
a drive through the country? Like Bond is cracking jokes.
Love a drive in the country, don't you?
Like before in Spy Who Loved Me, when Bond's cracking jokes as Jaws is attacking them, that undermines Jaws and doesn't make sense. But with this, when Bond is cracking jokes, like who doesn't love a drive through the country? That stuff works in scenes like this.
It does.
Because again, how many? And this is what I'm sorry, but this is what I keep getting at, which is how many. This is like our 50th chase scene. You know, this is like our 50,000th assassination scene. Eventually, it's like, as filmmakers, you can't just keep doing the same thing because people are going to get bored. You have to push the envelope and have fun with it. And that chase scene is a lot of fun. And as McCurdy pointed out, it's mostly fun because they take away Bond's supercar and they replace it with this hilarious little buggy thing that is a piece of shit. And they have fun with that. And to where it's not just speeding away and using gadgets and all that. It's like this weird crisscrossing mishmashing of going downhill and all that. And that's where it's fun. So even the guys getting stuck in the tree or Bond making jokes, I really have fun in that scene. I just really appreciate it. And you know,
that.
and
I'll
you know,
give it that,
and like I said, when Bond takes over, driving is fantastic. Like, not fantastic, but that's just pure Bond. Like, you mind if I drive? And then he's like, I'm gonna work because Bond knows cars like really well.
Yeah.
he's a
There
motorist, so
were
he's gonna
just
work
points in that I remember going like, ugh.
It's just it's again like I keep saying, it's a reflection of the times. It's just our Roger Moore
But
era.
I will give it that.
You know,
it was different in that.
I
know.
agree. It's like one of the few, besides the hockey scene, it's like it's the other standout Roger Moore-ish moment of the movie. And I think this movie has the least amount of those. Like, it's not, it's like the least goofy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe Live and Let Die is like, well, I mean, you got Sgt. Pepper, so what am I saying? But it's one of the least goofy Bond movies,
sure.
or more movies at least, but it still has a little bit of it.
I think Live and Let Die was probably the darkest, and I'm not making that's not racism. No,
but
cutting
again,
that.
Where are we at?
We're gonna put this movie above On a Majesty's Secret Service, so it'll be number 6.
But I want to check with you guys
That's
to see
where
if
I'm at.
you, if you know,
everyone's good.
You guys
again, I
in
love the
agreement.
two. They're interchangeable for different reasons. It's whether you're in an inherently emotional mood or.
I will always have my personal list above this list, but that's
Yeah.
fine. Like, for the show, it's like it's what it is.
These two films are very, very close to me.
Reviewings of this movie, the net of people becomes clearer, and coming into this as my first viewing and being confused, like who's with who, what's going on, that did detract from the movie for me on this first viewing. But on another viewing, I would understand it better and could see it like being higher because of that.
Which is like, not to sound snooty, but that's one of those things where it does technically lend to the rewatchability. But if you don't want to watch the movie again, like you said, you'd rather watch Secret Service. If you don't want to watch the movie again, then it doesn't matter if it's got rewatchability. But I would argue, I do think that on a second viewing, everything makes more sense. On a first viewing, you're like, wait a second, I have to rewrite everything I thought was real. And I actually really like that. I like the fact that this whole deception thing really lends to a spy drama. Like I said, my only gripe is that once you know that Christados is the bad guy and you're watching him do his deception thing, at that point you're like, wait, why is he trying to kill Bond so hard? You know, maybe he should pull it back. But like I said, that's the filmmakers being like, well, but we still have to try to kill Bond. But then, like McCurdy said, it does kind of, because of the Russians and Christados in tandem, it does kind of cloud it enough to where it somewhat works. But then, like I said, when when they meet up again in the restaurant, which I do really like the scene in the restaurant with when he meets up with Crustados for the second time, who's like, that's Columbo, that's the guy. You gotta and you probably are gonna have to kill that guy. And then they take the candle away, and Columbo goes and listens to it, and then he comes back, and then he sets Gilf on him. That's a fun scene. But then what happens the next day? Locke then goes and tries to kill him on the beach again. So it's like, what do you do? Is Crustados trying to kill him? Is Locke working for the Russians, or is he working for Crustados? And that's where maybe one scene or maybe a couple of lines could have fixed it. But overall, it still works because, like Scott said, it's like maybe it's like, okay, if we can kill Bond, cool. If we don't kill Bond, he'll then go clean up Columbo for us. So it doesn't blow it all up.
Just a quick clarification of the Gilf scene, though. Yeah. I think her wearing her hair up does not do her well. When she lets her hair down, she loses about 30 years.
Hey, that's Pierce Brosnan's ex-wife you're talking about there, bucko. You watch your mouth.
Not his ex-wife.
You watch your mouth.
Come at me, Pierce.
Hey, not his ex-wife.
Come on the podcast.
His widow
Argue
wife.
with us, Pierce.
That's his.
Put it to bed.
He's widowed.
I was unaware that he was a widow.
Mm-hmm.
That is sad.
So lock it in, fellas. Like this. No heroin.
No heroin. Can we call that? Can we say that? Can that be the thing? I want that to be the thing on here. No heroin.
Just on the thumbnail?
No heroin.
The thumbnail?
No heroin.
Thumbnail.
Goldfinger, number 1, From Russia with Love, number 2. Number 3, The Spy Who Loved Me. Number 4, The Man with the Golden Gun. Number 5, Dr. No. Welcome to the Party for Your Eyes Only at number 6. On Her Majesty's Secret Service, chilling at number 7. Thunderball, number 8. Live and Let Die, number 9. Moonraker, you goofy motherfucker, you're at number 10. Diamonds Are Forever at 11. You Only Live Twice. I know I gave you a lot of shit last time, but I still love you. You only live twice. I know you're not actually racist towards Japanese people.
You can't be the judge of that.
Yeah, Naniel-san.
Oh my God.
The evil empire strikes back as 007 jumps once more into the not-so-Cold War, taking over the killed-in-action 009's investigation of a smuggling operation headed up by the titular Octopussy. Scaramanga's resurrected girlfriend. After Baron Samedi dug the golden slug out of her chest and brought her back to life, she fell in cahoots with an exiled Afghan prince and a radical Russian general to steal famous Russian jewels in order to finance an invasion of Western Europe, or to buy an atomic bomb, or just to trick Octopussy into smuggling a bomb into West Berlin by promising her the original jewels they stole from the Russians and replaced with fakes, and then stealing back the jewels rather than just blowing up the fakes? Or all of the above, or whatever. It's a bit unclear, but who cares about a clear plot when there's so much good Octopussy dazzling your face? All you need to know is that in the end, Bond finally lives his ultimate fantasy of sailing off into a sunset with an army of super babes chanting in, out, as he in-outs their queen. As far as visual metaphors are concerned, the series could have ended here, but really, we're just getting started. So anyway, on that note, if you're just joining us, so far we've ranked all the Bond movies up until this point. You can see below me. This episode's mission is to find the perfect spot for this film, Octopussy. But first, McCurdy has some historical knowledge.
All right. Of course I do. Octopussy. We can't talk about Octopussy without talking about the notorious Battle of the Bonds that happened in the year of our Lord, 1983. Our old friend and nemesis to Eon Productions, Kevin McClory, had announced his long-awaited remake to Thunderball, Never Say Never Again. So, meanwhile...
Which we look forward to reviewing. I shake my head because once again we have Kevin McClory
coming up.
He's like Blofeld himself. Like,
Yes.
There's such a similarity between him and his supposed creation, you know?
Yeah, so meanwhile, Roger Moore is looking long in the tooth, which we had mentioned previously in For Your Eyes Only. But this time, a very serious consideration was made for James Brolin, American actor, father of Thanos actor Josh Brolin, and then a slew of other characters to take over the role of James Bond. He'd even done screen test with actress Maud Adams, who we will talk about in this film. Brolin had even stated that he was looking for a place to live in London, considering he was going to be the next Bond. But, as we all know, because of Kevin McClory's Thunderball remake was going to star the OG Bond, James Bond, Sean Connery, the producers made the last-minute decision to negotiate Roger Moore back once again as Bond, James Bond, feeling that he would compete better than an unknown, thus showing how Fleming's folly affected the Bond franchise both financially and creatively years later.
So real quick, by Fleming's folly, all that was that he'd outlined / written a screenplay with Kevin McClory and another guy, but then he turned that into a book. That's it.
Yeah, he did it without letting them know ahead of time that he was gonna, and he didn't give him credit for it. So by doing so, it created this huge legal battle that doesn't end there. So this is not the final chapter to the Kevin McClory story.
Like, I can understand Kevin's story, but to jump into Ian Fleming's shoes for a second, his thought process is like, well, this is my series. Like, I came up with all this, and you just gave me an idea for one bad guy.
Yeah.
But
he even states, there's evidence to suggest that he came up with Blofeld too. So it's not like...
Yeah. And I don't deny that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he
Yeah,
didn't,
no, I know.
but it's just, he's like,
It's
I want the rights to everything. He really is a Bond bad guy.
Yeah.
In and of himself. And I joked around last time about killing him, but like, I do kind of respect that. Like, he's a straight up Bond villain. How many people can say that?
So the upside to all this was the Octopussy was the standout winner financially for Eon. Never Say Never Again comes out in the fall. This movie came out in the summer. This movie made way more money than the predecessor did. So it was like the actual Bond franchise did better than the unofficial Bond remake. That was kind of a failed experiment, because I think McClory even wanted to go on, and he had the rights to Casino Royale. They wanted to start another Bond franchise with Columbia, but that never happened. But suffice it to say, this will be the last time we hear about all of this. So it'll come up again.
Do you know if he was Kevin's plan to continue to use Connery going forward?
I think that was his idea, but of course, we'll never know.
And I got to say, I wish he had succeeded. How cool would it have been just to have a couple more Connery movies, regardless of Eon or whatever, And
then also returning is Maud Adams as the lead female role and title character, Octopussy, who my wife wonders, does she have 8 pussies? I about said 9 pussies.
We all want to know the answer to that question.
My wife asked me that question, and I was like, no, that's not why, but okay.
Yeah.
And this
no. The proper answer is, well, that's because that's what her daddy used to call her.
His pet name for me was Octopussy.
There are several follow-up questions to that answer. Like,
why?
How many daddy issues does she have?
His little
As soon as Bond heard that, was he like, score? Like, daddy issues.
So let's see here. Mainly
this is going to be easier than solitaire.
Oh my god. Okay, mainly because of the screen test she had done with James Brolin, the producers decided to have Maud return. They had other actresses in mind, but they liked Maud and they liked working with her in The Man with the Golden Gun. She is the only returning lead actress to return in the franchise, even though there are other actresses that have made dual appearances, such as the Gypsy Girl from Russia with Love. Martina Beswick was also in Thunderball, and Eunice Gayson as Sylvia Tench.
Sylvia Trench.
And then we have Steve Burkoff plays General Orlov, who's probably best known for playing 80s villains, most notably Victor Maitland in Beverly Hills Cop, which is one of my favorite movies. And then we have Vijay Armitage plays VJ.
I'm Vijay, Special Expediter, Universal Exports. Tennis? I play a bit myself.
Who in reality is an actual champion tennis player, so the whole tennis bit was for a bit. And Cubby Broccoli saw him playing at Wimbledon and was like, I'm going to put you in the movie, because it's what producers do. They see things and they're like, I want to put this in the movie. In the Universal Exports office, we get our new M, played by actor Robert Brown, who played one of the admirals in The Spy Who Loved Me. it could either be assumed he's playing the original M or he was promoted to the new role. They never make that distinction. They're not very clear as to if M is a title or if it is actually his name.
We'll get more into this down the road, but somehow it's always both. M is both a title that means the person running the 00 program.
I hear the new M is a lady.
But at the same time, that person always has a name that starts with M.
Same way I found out your name. I thought M was a randomly assigned letter. I had no idea it stood for...
Utter one more syllable and I'll have you killed.
Bond. Mallory. With pleasure, M.
So it's both simultaneously. It's weird. But it all started with the original M, whose name we know was Miles.
After you, Alexis.
Oh, no, after you, Miles.
Oh, thank you.
Over time, it's like because M is so important, but if M suddenly turned into N, F,
T, Z, Q,
LMNOP, it might confuse people. So in the future, they just have a different person with a name that starts with the letter M take over, so that they can keep having an M, which only ever came about in the first place because MI6 is always shortening everything to the first letter of something. Like in the same way that they'll say Section J is Jamaica and
Section I is India, like in this film.
I'll alert Sadruddin, our man in Station I, to keep him under surveillance.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they're doing the same thing with M, but then M is so well established that M just simply becomes the guy who runs the 00 program. Like it just, it's like, just don't think too much about it.
Yeah.
We
also see a character that almost was, but then wasn't, and that was Penelope Smallbone.
This is Miss Penelope Smallbone, my new assistant.
Who was intended to replace Moneypenny when Lois Maxwell decided to go, but they just decided, nah, never mind.
They realized how awful that name was.
Well, what's funny is in the featurette, on their first take, she said small bush instead of small bone. And Roger Moore kind of gave her shit about it. So it's kind of funny.
They just can't help themselves.
Yeah. Nans, after watching this film for, I don't know if this is your first time seeing Octopussy or your 11th time.
No. First time for sure.
We want that Nan's gut reaction. Go.
Pretty good.
Hey!
Every time it's one or two words. It's all right. Would you care to elaborate on those two words, sir?
No.
No?
Lock it in.
Like most so far, I feel like the movies start really strong for me and then kind of trail off as they go on. They get deeper into like clarifying what a lot of the stuff they set up in the beginning. They start to do that in the later half of the film, and that's where like my eyes start to glaze over. I'm more interested in like all the setup stuff. I thought the pre-title sequence was really awesome. When I saw the clown, I got a little concerned. I was like, oh boy. But maybe that helped me establish like, okay, don't come into this movie taking it super seriously. Though it was a bit more of a serious, not a serious Bond, but less goofy than a lot of the other ones we've seen so far.
Well, with the clown, I like that it raises that question because there's a lot of people who they really focus. Like Patterson's not here, but if he was, he'd be really focused in on Bond should never dress like a clown, and maybe even the clown in the opening is kind of weird. But it does. It's an intriguing
the scene's really
opening,
intense, though.
Yeah,
like 009, you're like, oh god, he's in a clown outfit. But like the whole situation he's in is super intense.
Yeah.
Well, and obviously
So
you don't know he's
kinda takes the
009
edge
in the
off.
beginning.
Yeah.
He's just a clown, but then all of a sudden you see this clown pulling these like judo moves and you're like, who is this guy? What I would ask you guys is, do you think that knowing now that he's a 00, should he have been a little bit more stoic, or do you think it works that he's like like if that was Bond, do you think Bond would be a little more serious in the face? Like I get what they were going for. This guy's obviously fearing for his life, but let me put it a different way. Can you imagine Alec Trevelyan, aka 006, dressed as a clown, looking terrified? No, he would it would be like when you see Bond later and it's not Bond acting clownish. He's still a super spy who just, is in disguise, as opposed to
is it supposed
goofy.
to make us really think these twin knife thrower guys are crazy awesome? Or
yeah, it works in the end. I think it could have been either way, but it's definitely intriguing. I don't think people care until 007 is in clown makeup. It's an interesting setup. It raises a lot of questions. But then, like you said, I think once those questions are answered, you're kind of like, okay. Do you think, as Nance was saying, or hinting at, do you think that this is Roger Moore's best prologue?
I think I prefer when it's related to the main movie.
I agree.
And this is so just like
no.
Like not part of it at all.
Like based off what I've said in the past, this for me is technically a wasted prologue because it doesn't weigh in on the plot at all, but it's so awesome that I don't care.
Yeah,
and remember, our movie at the
really
top,
cool.
Yeah, our movie at the top, Goldfinger, also has a completely irrelevant but cool prologue.
Yeah.
But all the same, like let's just say, regardless of its weight on the plot, what do you guys think of this opening?
So just a backstory on the opening. They originally wanted to use this plane in Moonraker, and then they decided to scrap that idea.
What were they going to do?
They were going to use this plane. I don't know exactly what they were going to do with it, but they originally wanted to do this plane for Moonraker, and then they decided. If I'm remembering correctly, what was Moonraker's opening? Because I forgot. Oh, it was Jaws
The
falling into the circus.
Parachute. Yeah. Jaws, cock in your face. How
That's
could you
right.
forget that?
Well, good thing it just blanked my memory. But it's fun to watch that because the sequence, if you watch carefully, they attach a version of that plane to a car with a pole, but then they put all that stuff and all those people in the way, so you can't tell there's a car pulling the jet through.
It looks a little silly.
It's definitely slower than it was.
Speed-wise,
Yeah, but like whatever. I mean, that moment is so...
It's still cool.
Because again, like the parachute opening, you've got this ultra high-speed ship with the British flag painted on it. We also have a hot air balloon with the same treatment, but like, forget about that for now. Bond gets caught in his mission. He can't achieve it. He's supposed to blow up this base, and then he still manages to pull it off and escape at the same time. Like, I'm always... Every time he's flying off and the place is exploding, for me, it feels like the parachute opening again. And I'm like, yeah.
The thing that ruins it for me, though, is that he lands and then he pulls up to a gas station.
Does that ruin it, though?
Yeah, it does.
Does that
I would have rather
ruin
it ended with him flying off and then with the Bond theme going full blast. But more is like, let's put a joke here.
Fill her up, please.
Yeah, that's when the producers go, but Roger's hilarious and everybody loves him. And like, because the more I watch the Roger Moore movies, and then I'm editing these videos, and when people talk about like, the Roger Moore Bond movies are just trash. That's what I'm like. I get what you mean. Wouldn't it be great if we had every movie like Casino or whatever? But at the same time, do you really want that? I think if you can't enjoy these movies, goofy or otherwise, I think your soul might be dead. Like, I think you might have a joyless existence if you can't appreciate the absurdity and the fun of Roger Moore. And we've argued endlessly about the goofy versus the serious, and it's like, which I want to bring up on that note. There is a difference between goofy and stupid, and we've kind of been dancing around that idea where with Moonraker, we called a lot of stuff goofy, but some of it went into the realm of just stupid. Like the gondola scene is purposeless and stupid and not really even enjoyable. It's not something you really look forward to in watching that movie. That's in the realm of stupid, and then goofy is something else entirely. So like my whole point is that, going forward, it's like I'm going to try to parse out goofy from stupid because
there's definitely stupid goofy in this movie too, though.
Oh yeah.
Not as bad as the slide whistle. The slide whistle still wins.
But I would say that moment is definitely this movie's slide whistle.
Yeah,
for sure. The one moment in the movie where you're like, is that a good choice?
Yeah, this movie has stupid in spades, in my opinion.
Damn.
Okay.
There's a lot. There's a lot that was just too much.
What was like your peak stupid?
Well, he's got a cat, so probably telling the tiger to sit.
Sit.
Yeah, telling a tiger to sit.
Not just sit. Sit. It's like he nails that T.
Yeah.
And then immediately telling a snake to hiss off.
The very first thing is that he walks into a tarantula's nest.
Oh,
like he
that
walks
part.
into like Halloween store.
It reminds me of
cobwebs.
Is it Kung Pao Enter the Fist where it's a tiny net and he's like, ugh. It's like a 2x2 net.
I will say, like, my least favorite part of this movie is most of the India sequences, and mainly because it feels like the writers.
I
were like,
enjoyed the, what's it called? What's that like taxi thing? I liked all of that.
It feels like
Tuk.
they wrote every single cliche in that part of the movie
yeah,
about
literally.
India, where you have the tarantulas, you have the elephants, you have the tiger scene,
fire walking, you have a guy laying on
the nail
spikes.
bed, the sword swallower.
Yeah,
all that stuff, and it was like, let's put all of that in this one sequence. And
Yeah.
that was the part of the movie where I'm like, this.
I actually enjoyed that part myself.
Okay, when it comes to the India stuff, like I get it that they really are jam packing a whole bunch, and I've never been there. You know, I don't know anything about India other than what I is programmed into my brain by the mass media. But that being said,
same.
these are cultural things. I don't know. I mean, if you go to India today,
Yeah,
I don't know if you walk around and people are swallowing swords. I honestly don't know. But there is a history of that. Like I went on YouTube, and I'll remind you that we're talking about, in the same way that when we were talking about why are they spending so much time on the Japanese wedding and you only live twice? It's like, well, because it's interesting. How many people have actually been to Japan?
Yeah.
Not that many in Western audiences. So you go to these exotic lands, especially in a franchise like James Bond, and, as producers, you're going through and you're like, look at all this cool shit. Oh, man, like, write that down. Right, let's put that in. In a time where people don't have YouTube, and you do kind of, I mean, there are so many idiots today who would be like, wow, this is racism. This is right. Not all Indian people lay on nail beds, but it's like, but there is a history of that. And if you go to YouTube, you can watch Indian sword swallowers of today, Guinness Book of World Records, dude. You can watch a dozen guys laying on nail beds on top of each other. So like these things
Snake
exist.
charming. I mean,
you can look
all
up
of that's there,
stuffed sheep's head.
Stuffed sheep's head.
India is always represented as being crazy colorful to the point where I'm like, that must be real. Every movie about India has this rainbow of colors, but where it really goes south for me is obviously the hunting scene, because that's where they fit all the stupidity into like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Except for the fact that it ends with a fantastic line. I love "Are you part of our group?" And he's like,
I'm fine.
Are you with our group?
No, ma'am, I'm with the economy tour.
"No, bitch." So Scott, the tennis racket, why does that bug you?
It's how they purposed it all. It's like you said, no, all of that stuff exists in India in some form or fashion. In the tourist districts, that stuff still does happen. There is snake charming. There are guys laying on beds of needles. There is fire walking. There's fire blowing. There's sword swallowers, etc. It's just purposing it all as they did in such a quick scene, just to make it seem so ridiculous. It didn't sit well with me. And I'm sorry, the tennis racket. Like, why the does a I guess Secret Service agent have a tennis racket as his weapon in the first place? And I get it, because he's a tennis player.
Tennis? I play a bit myself.
But then he's just swinging at a guy with a massive sword and somehow winning, and then just the sounds, and then the crowd going.
Before that scene, the character says he plays tennis. He said something about his backhand or something.
It's as much as that scene is fun to watch, it is very cartoony, and I do wonder if John Clint, because at this point I think the director, his last film, we kind of also got a anti-Bond car scene where Bond's driving in a vehicle of the area, but it's not a sports car, it's not a souped up car. And then this movie we get the equivalent to that, and now he's in an Indian taxi, which is pretty much like a motorcycle attached to 2 extra wheels, and pretty much
a tri-wheel.
It's basically like a motorcycle, right?
Basically, yeah.
Like that's And so it's
with
like,
a little
okay,
cabin.
we get a different kind of thing, and it's goofy.
It's like a golf cart without one wheel, basically.
Before I forget to mention this, so during that scene, there's a guy on a bicycle that rides right between two of the cars. The guy on the bicycle was not a part of the production. They didn't know who that guy was.
I could believe that.
Trying to get to work.
If you watch, he had no idea what was going on. The guy, like, bikes right between those two vehicles going at high speeds. He probably could have gotten clipped or hurt, but they kept it in the movie.
That's awesome. You like the tuk-tuk chase, but you don't like a bunch of, like, the cramming the "this is India" stuff. I love all of it. I don't know why. In the past, I've been against this sort of thing, but this movie, I actually really enjoyed it. I liked that we were in India, somewhere we hadn't been before.
Yeah.
Some of the movies had started to recycle, and it was refreshing to be somewhere new and different. And then, I liked everything about the tuk-tuk chase, and I was not bothered by all the like the obvious, like, we're in India type of stuff. I don't. Maybe it was the clown chase at the beginning, or maybe I'm just getting used to, like, suspending my goofiness disbelief with the Bond films, but I'm like
I
kind
was
of coming
saying, you
around
gotta
to
be
it.
willing to have fun.
Yeah,
Otherwise, you know,
exactly.
like, again, these people that are like, everything Roger Moore touches is garbage. It's like,
Yeah, so
That
I
might be
think
a
I did a
you
better
problem.
job of being
there's a
open
lot of goofy stuff in this
time.
film that I enjoy, but there's a lot of parts that I think just go too far.
Mm.
And I'm sorry, the tennis scene with the sounds and the crowd going like that is right up there with the fucking double take pigeon.
yeah,
I
for
forgot
sure.
about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
For some
So
reason,
do
I was
not
okay
tell
with
me
it.
this one is better than a
I was
fucking
okay
pigeon
with
go
it.
to like a crowd of Indian people hearing
It's
tennis
not as bad as
sounds.
a pigeon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Scott, let me just follow up what you were saying though. You're saying that it's not so much that the guy has a tennis racket, because it was pointed out explicitly.
No.
I'm a pro. That he should have a racket. It's the fact that even though the guy might have a tennis racket in the tuk-tuk with him, because that's what he does, he should also have some kind of MI6 weapon too.
Something.
That's a little bit
Yeah.
more effective. Something that maybe shoots bullets.
Did Goodnight have a gun?
Goodnight never fired a gun.
Do those
Used a
type of
wrench.
people? I don't feel like they usually have a gun.
They're definitely not
Maybe
licensed
not.
to kill.
They're more like taxi drivers. I guess in this movie, he's also filling the role of masseuse to Bond because he's
Yeah.
like rubbing his shoulders at some point.
Yeah.
Got a little bit of everything.
Well, that's a good question. Is that these Bond allies? How often? I mean, obviously, none of them are licensed to kill. Are they licensed to defend their lives? Like, why not give them a gun so that they can use it in self-defense, not murder people in cold blood like we've watched Bond do from time to time?
And you've had your 6.
If you're going to work for MI6, you're probably going to have defensive weapons in some regard, but
You'd hope.
they're like, no, fuck you. You're good enough at tennis. You're just going to use that fucking racket, okay?
Yeah.
Q, can you put like a gun in the racket? No.
With the tuk-tuk, he's like, oh, God, we have company. He's like, well, this is a company car.
It's a fantastic line.
Doing
It's
wheelies the
fantastic.
whole time.
I love it.
BJ, we have company. No problem. This is a company car.
They just boosted the horsepower. That's all they did to the fucking thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because Bond's like, use the oil slick.
Yeah.
Use the mines.
Nope, it's just horsepower.
Pop their tires with a laser, and he's like,
I could have taken it in parts. If it was dumbed down just a little bit, I think it would have been great. It's just everything all at once. It was just a bit too much.
James Bond using disguises. I can tell you just because I'm reading from Russia with Love right now. The Russians are reading Bond's dossier, and it says explicitly that James Bond never uses disguises. It's just something he doesn't do, and we've never seen him in a disguise up till this point. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in this one, it starts innocently enough with a little mustache, and then it progresses very quickly
Just a
from there.
mustache.
It goes from a mustache to the knife twin outfit. Then it moves up to a monkey suit, and then ultimately in a clown outfit, which, again, I know a lot of people have trouble with, but I'll say right now that I think anything's going to be a little easier as a kid. Watching these movies as a kid, I never thought of it twice. Again, Patterson said in the previous episode, Bond in a kilt is almost as bad as Bond in a clown outfit. And that's where I'll correct myself. Like, yes, okay, we've seen Bond pretend to be other people and he dresses up and all that. But like, he never puts anything on his face. But like the clown thing is what most people would say is awful, but it makes sense in the moment. The only thing that doesn't make sense is that with 5 minutes to go on the bomb, Bond meticulously puts a ton of like really well applied makeup on his face. But if you look at other clowns, some of them just have eye stuff. Like they just have a little bit. But Bond spends about 20 minutes worth of makeup time, even though he has 5 minutes. And that's, honestly, I can look the other way because that gets him in, right? Like, who's going to question a clown running into a circus? It works. But what I like even more about it is once he gets past that tier, now he has to convince the base leader that he's not a crazy person.
General, there's a bomb in that cannon.
Sure, where else would a bomb be? Great clown, man.
I'm deadly serious. I'm a British agent.
What?
For God's sake, tell him who I am.
That whole bomb ending really works for me. And not only because it's a ticking clock, and those are generally fun. We've had a lot of them. But with this, what we've seen before is a ticking clock, and it's just a countdown thing, and it just stops. But they even have that nice little detail of Bond pulls out the detonator, and you see it go off. That's so much more satisfying than just a ticker stopping, a time code just ceasing. So the clown thing just works for me in that regard.
Yeah, I agree. I actually enjoyed the ending. I'm actually opposite of Nans somewhat in that I think this movie started terribly for me. I hate the song. I did not enjoy the 00, the first clown scene. Like I said, it just didn't seem like
what about
00
the prologue?
Agent. The prologue was all right. I liked the plane. I liked the plane scene. As soon as they fired the missile, was it not kind of predictable that he was going to take that missile back into the hangar to finish the job because he didn't finish it?
Still fun and exciting, and I love
but
it.
Yeah, no, I didn't mind the prologue. The prologue was cool. I hate the song.
Before you get to the song, though, what's a better prologue, Roger Moore wise? What's a better prologue than this? And I know I talked up Scare, like I love the opening to Man with the Golden Gun, but that doesn't have Bond in it. It has a mannequin of Bond.
I think The Spy Who Loved Me is by far the best one. It not only sets up the plot of the movie, but it also sets up his relationship with his foil in the film, as well as his ally. So
Okay. Let me ask again, though. If you remove it being, because I agree that it sets up that story in a great manner, but if you remove that, if it's just based on like excitement, and I agree that the opening of the parachute is great, but all the same, straight up just Bond action fun.
Well, I was going to say, I also enjoyed Moonraker outside of just the terrible Jaws body double and the flapping, but the rest of the intro is pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying I dislike this prologue. I never said that. I don't like everything else.
You better not.
I did not like the clown scene. I was not a big fan of that. I do not like the song. I did not like the song intro either.
Yeah. Okay. So song-wise, what's your...
It's terrible.
Yeah.
It's just not...
I mean, I agree,
There's
but...
no purpose for this song. It doesn't tie back to the movie at all.
Well, try to make a song titled Octopussy.
Well, again, did you try to write an original song for Octopussy? I imagine it's extremely difficult. I did think, though, that because of the Barbara Bach connection to Ringo Starr, that they should have brought him in to sing Octopussy's Garden, which... for any Beatle fans out there, I would love to make that fan edit right now, but the moment you use a Beatles song, they just torch your fucking video. But Octopussy's Garden...
well, they could have done, like, something like Man with the Golden Gun, like, she's the woman with the 8 pussies.
Which one to fuck?
No, I don't know. It just didn't seem well placed.
Yeah,
and it's one of the...
Nobody does it better would have... Like, again, The Spy Who Loved Me That's actually a lyric from the song "Nobody Does It Better," and it kind of needed that style. If you're not going to use the title in the song, then you need to just kick out the jams, bruv. And with this, it's
definitely one of the weaker songs in the franchise by far.
Do you think because they knew that All Time High was just a subpar song, that's why there's so much nudity in the title sequence?
Yeah, they
like a
definitely went
remarkable
overboard.
amount of big titty chicks in silhouette flopping around.
Maybe
It's
that's all they
astounding.
could muster.
John Barry comes back to do the music, and then it's like the one thing that John Barry does in this movie, at least, is they play up the Bond theme as much as they can because they know that the other movie coming out does not have the James Bond theme. So they're like, well, we got to put the Bond theme in every chance we get.
Oh, I love when they threw the Bond theme in with the snake charming.
It's a charming tune. You do take English money.
Only gold sovereigns.
Like to get his attention.
Yeah,
That's cool.
I
makes
and
sense.
I like stuff
Stupid.
like that too because you could. It's not just
It's
a nod
fine.
to the
McCurdy
audience.
disagrees.
You could believe that because Bond's always given code words, right? Like
Kerim Bey sent a car for you, sir.
Oh, fine. Can I borrow a match?
I use a lighter
It's better still.
until they go wrong.
Exactly.
I'll get the car, sir.
In London, April's a spring month.
Oh, yeah? What are you, the weatherman? If for crying out loud, another stiff-ass Brit. Your secret codes and your passwords.
And so it's like you're going to go to this place, and when you hear this tune, and so you can kind of believe that maybe that was not just a nod to the audience. There's a reason he goes to VJ. You could maybe believe that they were like, you're going to go to this market, this guy's going to play this tune, and you're going to go to that guy, and you're going to say, hey, do you take whatever? And he's going to say only gold sovereigns because that's their code that they're supposed to share. And that means you're MI6. Hey, I'm MI6.
What is it, you guys? Is it diegetic and non-diegetic?
Yeah.
Like, so is Bond aware that he's had a theme song this whole time?
That would be non-diegetic becoming diegetic.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It kind of rolls in that reality of how does Tiffany Case know who James Bond is?
Which that is stupid. That is stupid.
It's a scene for me that doesn't completely kill the movie, but it is one that I just kind of go, like Charlie was bringing up, is that the clown moment for it, almost like anybody who talks about James Bond, like they'll always bring up, they'll talk about, well, Roger Moore movies were goofy, and then they'll bring up a clip of Octopussy when he's in a clown outfit. But like out of context, it's like
it's a
Charlie
little unfair.
said, it's super unfair because that whole
that's espionage.
I don't like the
That's
Indians.
spy work.
The stuff in India is not my favorite in the movie, but once they go to East Berlin, from the moment where the timer starts to when he is racing from the train, gets into the other car, has to get into another car, gets there, has to get into the clown outfit, which is a little weird, but like all of that entire sequence with a ticking clock behind it, like that whole sequence is probably my favorite part of this movie, even up to the point where he's in the clown outfit. Like, I love that part of the movie. The only thing that I hate about this movie, like the other part I hate about this movie is it like completely undercuts it after the fact. They're like,
Thank you very much. You did a great job, sir.
Where was Kamal going? Back to India.
and then they have this really shitty ending that I'm like, they had like a really great ending there. And then they had to tack on this kind of like lackluster commando thing / Bonds in a hot air balloon / save Octopussy for some reason thing. And it just
loves her.
It doesn't work. It just
loves
doesn't.
her.
It doesn't work.
He's
for me.
responsible for her father being dead.
Yeah.
And she has daddy issues, which
And, like,
means
that's-
she's sexually loose when Bond's around.
But yeah,
He loves her.
The whole sequence up to that point is great. That whole scene, that whole thing is the stunts, even like him climbing the train. That's incredible. That whole sequence is amazing. Because I mean, I was thinking about it as we're watching it. I'm like, we've seen like 4 train sequences up to this point, I think, in the movies, and each of them take place inside the train, but they never take place outside of the train. The car chase is great.
Well, let me say on that note with the car chase, it's our first car chase where Bond isn't just trying to correct me if I'm wrong. He's not just trying to escape.
No,
he's trying
not.
to get somewhere.
Yeah.
He's trying to get somewhere as quickly as possible, and the bad guy is going the opposite direction.
That was Bond. Good. Let him keep going. He'll be late, and we'll be rid of him too.
Yeah.
And then it's just the police that are on his tail, but it's Bond has to get somewhere really quick rather than just get away.
But it's two multiple car chases, remember? Because he has the Mercedes-Benz that has the jewels in it.
Yeah.
That seems goofy where, it gets on the train tracks and...
I like that.
Did you like it, Scott? Because it's like Top Gear?
Yeah, well, but it's smart. Yeah, if your tires are going to get popped, get on rail tracks.
I love that, like, the train almost hits him right as he's getting on to the next train.
Yeah.
And then,
let me just say, I think that, that part has always stuck with me, the fact that his tires get popped and then he pulls onto a train track. And I'm sure some engineer... Scott's an engineer.
I'm sure the width isn't the same.
That the width isn't the same. Yeah, that the measurements would be off. But all the same, when you lose your tires and you just have those rims, they technically would ride pretty well on a train track, provided there's proper width. But I still have always thought that if you can just forget about that little detail, it's really clever. And it's more than just a sight gag. Again, let me go back through our sight gags. We have the car plane that McCurdy and I disagree to our deaths about, where he thinks it's just a sight gag and I think it's a character moment. But then we have Gondola, which is strictly just a shitty sight gag that is just stupid and awful. And then you have this, which is it makes more than just pigeons do double takes. Like, oh my God, it's just such a cool way. It's like, okay, Bond's in a car. How do we get Bond to the train? Well, how about he pops his tires and he just rides on the rims? If you could just forget about like the width being off, it's really clever. I think it's fantastic. And then they just do it briefly enough to where you have, like McCurdy said, you have that quick moment of him like, and he's got to, like, you have to jump now. And
what
he jumps,
loses me, like what freaks me out every time I watch that though, is that not only does he jump onto the other train, but if you watch when the Mercedes-Benz gets hit by the other train, it flies in the air. And then when you watch the scene, the Mercedes-Benz flies into the air and like hits the boat of the two fishermen who are probably stuntmen. But it always freaks me out because that fucking car could have landed on either of them.
Oh,
it does.
Close.
It basically lands on one of them. Like if you watch in slow-mo, one guy jumps off and his momentum on the boat completely fucks over the other stunt guy.
Yeah.
Like the other stunt guy gets fucked up, like for sure. And then you see the two of them swimming.
And you actually hear somebody. You hear somebody go like audibly. There's like an audible, almost like a Jesus Christ. Like get to this guy.
Jesus Christ! Look out!
I think it was definitely an accident. Hopefully nobody was seriously injured.
But I mean, like it's like you have that moment. Everything on the train is great. Him like trying to get to the front of the train. I can't not help but think that like Tom Cruise watched this one in particular a lot for the first Mission Impossible.
For sure.
Stunt.
Everything
with
on
that
top
plane?
of the train, even the plane sequence.
Oh yeah.
And so then there's the chase on the plane or on the train, not the plane. What am I saying? On the train.
No planes, no trains.
No plane, no train.
No heroin.
No heroin. And then he jumps off with the sword guy through the woods, kills the knife guy.
Do you guys ever feel bad for those brothers? Like when he pops up and he's like Grishka or Mishka. Like I kind of feel a little bad for him, but then the moment Bond murks him and he's brutally murders him and he's like, that's the 009. I'm like, oh yeah, they killed 009. F those guys. But when he thinks he sees his brother, and I feel bad for him just in that moment when he's like, bro,
And then he gets on the worst part is like he has to hitchhike, gets in with a German family, and then steals the car.
It's just like eating sausages.
He has to steal that car. Like
beer.
Mind auto.
That whole sequence is just built on top of like, is he gonna make it? Is he gonna make it? Is he gonna make it? And it puts me on the edge of my seat, and it's a very long sequence too.
My favorite shot of that sequence though is what sparks it off. He just watched them set the timer, right? And he, for some reason, he's moving around while he's in the gorilla suit, like whatever. But he makes a little noise. But I love the shot when Turban Guy grabs the sword and he chops the head off, and by chopping the head off, that reveals Bond. Like it's a great little director call in that moment. Chops the head off, reveals Bond, and then Bond immediately escapes. Like it's like a cool. It communicates a whole lot in like a second.
Yeah.
It's a nice shot.
Yeah.
The only wasted part about all of that is if Bond had somehow like launched Mishka's body from the cannon that he hit him into like at the enemies to like get away or like hide or something.
He puts the body in the cannon. Later on, someone looks in the cannon and acts like no one's in there.
But there's two cannons.
There's two
cannons. To put one over on Octopussy, they have an identical train car with a nuclear bomb. Even though all they had to do was take out the jewelry canister and replace it with the bomb, they went through the trouble of creating an entirely identical train car with a cannon and a bunch of costumes in there, even though all they had to do was be in that tunnel and take out the jewelry and then put in a bomb. Like, who were they trying to trick? They're just trying to trick Octopussy. Well, she's not there. So, like, why go through all this massive effort? Why steal the jewelry in the first place? If you're just going to swap it out with a bomb anyway, why not use the fake jewelry to be like, hey, Octopussy, look at all this great jewelry, and then just swap in the bomb? Like, why go through weeks and weeks of all this elaborate shit if you're just going to swap it out for a bomb anyway? This is all done so that there will be further disarmament across Europe so that Orlov can then invade.
What happens when the U.S. retaliates?
Against whom?
Our early warning system will rule out the possibility of that bomb having been launched from Russia or anywhere else.
100 kiloton yield. The effects are indistinguishable from the American medium yield bomb.
Everyone will assume incorrectly that it was an American bomb triggered accidentally.
That would be the most plausible explanation.
Europe will insist on unilateral disarmament, leaving every border undefended for you to walk across at will.
But is the invasion up to him in the first place? You know, are all the other generals just going to like countermand him and say like no, we're not going to invade?
Or something.
Exactly. So why was the jewelry necessary in the first place? I thought they were just selling these pieces to raise money, but what did they ever use any of the money for? We never see that. What did they do with the money? Buy the bomb? Was it going to finance a coup? Was it going to finance the invasion? But the bomb came from the Russians, right? So did this need to be so elaborate? Why not just swap out the cannon train car with an identical car with a bomb loaded on it? Why the elaborate smuggling scheme? Why not just swap one car with another? One was a normal cannon. Now the new one has a bomb on it. Why do any of this jewelry stuff at all? Why raise any money? Did we see any of the money get spent? I could go fucking crazy asking a million fucking questions about this goddamn movie. None of it makes any fucking sense. But all the same, I still think it's a good movie.
And Kamal Khan's in it just for the money, right? He doesn't care what Orlov is doing.
No.
During the final like circus invasion of his palace or whatever, we see he has printing plates for like money.
We'll take these also. Dollars, pounds, francs, marks. I can always print my own.
Out of nowhere.
So can he not just print money, or is the jewelry maybe part of a laundering scheme for the money he prints?
Where did he get the plates to print money? He's like
at
the end of the movie,
he's print money. Like,
yeah, hey, turns out we don't need any of this jewelry anyway because we can just print money.
We can make millions.
What?
You're making me hate this movie more. You know that, right?
Where'd you get the plates, asshole? Like, oh, we bought those plates with the money we made from smuggling the jewelry. Like, you'd be like, oh, that makes sense, but
it was terribly over convoluted. But part of it,
to say the
part of
least.
it actually brought the villain plot back for me, because if it only ended at smuggling jewelry to finance a war of some kind, I'm like, that's the worst Bond villain plot ever. But when
It's not enough
when it
money
was
either.
escalated to when it was escalated
$300 million.
Can't even buy a tank.
we could buy one engine for one plane.
Yeah.
But what brought it back was the villainous plot to switch it out, use the bomb, which the bomb would then register as a U.S. signature bomb, so they wouldn't be able to track it. So then they would think it was an accident within the base, which would then cause the UN to cause like a unilateral disarmament.
Unilateral nuclear disarmament.
That's the only part that I was like, okay, that's kind of clever. And then that would probably
Makes
make
sense.
his plan to invade everywhere else more feasible, maybe to convince the rest of Russia. Like you said, Charlie, it's still not his decision. So, like, sure, the UN unilateral disarmament is great, but how's he going to
convince all these other guys, hey, now's the time to invade?
But it at least
none of them wanna
escalated
invade?
it to a point where I'm like, okay, that is a Bond villain plot, a nuclear device that causes, the UN to go into disarray to create an advancement for war more easy. That made it better. But if it stayed at just smuggling jewelry, gold, diamonds, and to fund a war at which, like Nan said, at what scale? Like the level of funding necessary is way above what you'd have to, especially when one of your prime objects is an egg that sells for supposedly 300,000.
Half £500,000. Yeah. I just want to point out the real victim in the room, which is Ryan McCurdy.
I want to hear from McCurdy.
Painful.
Are you doing all right?
You just like made the movie like the worst. The worst movie. I mean,
like I said, it doesn't necessarily ruin it for me.
It does,
it's just
I'm glad
ridiculous.
it wasn't just a case of me being dumb and confused. It is
is
actually bad.
It
was
really
very
stupid.
pointless.
So no, here's my
Because I enjoyed the
thoughts.
movie. I guess I just like
whatever.
It probably makes
Here's
sense.
my thing about it. It's that like
fucking Dolph humanoids are now looking way more
the
realistic.
simplicity of many of the other Bond plots, like, make the movies enjoyable because I don't have to think about it, and it's just very obvious that Bond has to do X, Y, and Z towards the end of the movie. This movie just made this over convoluted plot, which really just reads to me that this movie had 3 writers, by the way. So what happens is you have one guy who writes the original outline, original script of the movie. Then you have 2 other guys who come back and they're like, well, wait, we want to add this element to it or fix this part of the script. How do we do that?
Now those jewels are fake. Before they were real, now they're fake, and then nobody can keep track of what's real and what's fake.
And also you have executive producer Michael G. Wilson is also attached to the script. So it makes me wonder, does Michael G. Wilson like to write these very convoluted plots, which sounds like it would make the movies better?
Well, remember what he wrote. He wrote For Your Eyes Only, which also had us like, what's happening? What's going on?
Yeah,
Who's
but
bad?
For Your
Who's
Eyes Only
good?
has a convoluted plot as well, but that one's a little bit cleaner. There's more of a revenge story and stuff in that one. This one, on the other hand, is like this basically they were trying to tie 2 different Bond stories together, because they took another one called Property of a Lady, which you see it in the marquee for the Fabergé egg.
Property of a Lady.
That's one of the Bond short stories that never was made into an actual film, of course. So they took that story, and then they took the story for Octopussy and tried to like mesh those two elements of those 2 stories together. And it doesn't help the movie, but I will say this, the spectacle of the movie at least outweighs that. Like, again, the train sequence, that whole part of it is great.
All you need to know, even with all that shit being super complicated and maybe pointless, all you need to know is there's a bomb on the train in this cannon, and James has to go get it.
Yeah.
Scott, like you said, like the bomb plot helps the movie.
It at least takes it up a notch,
It's kind of like how in Goldfinger, when he's like, I'm going to blow up all the gold because now all my gold's going to be worth way more money.
Yeah,
it's like that kind of twist where it's like, okay, now I see why this is great.
Now it's a Bond level plot, not just smuggling.
I apologize, Goldfinger. It's an inspired deal.
If I was trying to rank this movie, like the things that work really well for this movie are general spectacle. Like there's a lot of really great stunt sequences in this film. I don't think you see a single ragdoll in this movie, which is great. You know, we talked about the train sequence and all that stuff.
It's also violent as
Bond shooting people right in the face.
Ripping off headshots left and right.
Yeah, this is not a kid's movie like Moonraker.
No. But what ruins this movie for me is I mean, some of the stuff in India ruins it for me. You know, there's the Tarzan stuff. Like, yes, we talked about the double take or the back and forth in India. But also like the end of the movie itself also ruins the movie for me because it's like you had a really great ending with the bomb, and then we have to go back to India with this really lame commando scene. And it's not because they're girls.
I just had an idea on that. Can I, McCurdy, on that note, what if instead of them going and finding Kamal Khan, who's already gotten away, like whatever, let him get away. He's just he's a douchebag anyway. What if instead Kamal Khan tried to kill them in the end? Like, it kind of like in Live and Let Die, where they're on the train and they're getting away, and then they have, or really any Bond movie, right? Where the last assassin tries to kill them. What if Kamal Khan tried to ruin their party because everybody's like, "Hey, you saved Berlin and all that," and then Kamal Khan comes back with Turban Guy and they try to kill him? Like, maybe that would fix what you're talking about. Yeah, rather than going all the way back to India to get vengeance.
But it feels like the laziest ending because it's like, well, now we have to go back and get Kamala Khan, who's really sort of isn't the main villain, but they kind of make it up. Whatever the hell his name is. I don't even care. Kamala Khan. Kamala Harris. We have to go get Kamala Harris, okay?
She needs the plates to print more money.
Every other movie we've had where Bond has to save the girl for some reason, he comes in with like at least some kind of cool vehicle or something. This is a hot air balloon. Like, we got the jet ski.
It's interesting to see Q in the field.
Why did Bond go in separately from the circus crew? Why didn't he go in with Octopussy? Instead, he goes in separately, like, oh no, I'll catch up and rescue you. If you're going to go after Kamal Khan, or Kamala, if you're going to get Kamala, why not bring the English super spy with you that, by the way, you like f***ing? Why not bring him with you? Like, but instead, it's an excuse to. I mean, and who doesn't want an excuse to bring Q back into the plot, especially a Q who wants to be Eskimo Bros with James Bond.
What are you doing? Yeah, cut it out. We haven't time for that.
Q's like, no, not right now. Okay, maybe later.
Maybe later. Yeah, as he just gets surrounded by women.
Yeah,
that's perfect.
That sequence is made lame specifically because even though you have all these crazy acrobatic circus chicas, they all of their delivery of action is really weak. Like I've pointed out a million times, it's like filmmakers haven't figured out yet how to make women badass. They leave women being badass to the women themselves rather than leaving it to the filmmakers using complicated shot placement and editing and sound effects to make, like, again, Scarlett Johansson look like a badass. Again, it's not to say women can't be badass, but when you just leave it to a woman in a wide shot, and I'm not talking about all women, I'm just talking about this movie in particular, especially when that's my little Octopussy chick. She does that little spin move and then she's like awkwardly kicking, like every one of the hits is so weak, and
but
that's what
I'll
kind
be
of
fair
brings
enough
it
to
down.
say this though, like shooting any kind of fight sequence in a single wide is tricky. If it's not choreographed well enough, it's going to look bad.
They have a chick who weighs like 90 pounds throwing a punch and a kick, and they don't cut it together correctly to make it look hardcore.
Yeah.
It comes across as weak. Unfortunately, I'm just a guy pointing out the literal elephant in the room.
After watching that end scene, my first thought was, okay, I wonder how long it takes Charlie to bring this up.
But it's like...
I knew it was coming.
Again, but I'm the guy just pointing out the obvious.
You're right. It's awkwardly cut.
Scott, my wife was sitting in the room while I'm watching the movie, and she just was like, what? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Like, this is the end of the movie. I didn't make
right.
the movie.
No, I'm
agreed.
I'm not disagreeing. I just knew it was coming.
She thought it was also ridiculous. But it's like that, like, this is why, to me, it's like, as much as I want to praise, there's part of me that wants to praise the movie, but there's a part of me that's like, no, this movie has a reason why it's probably one of the weaker ones, but at least it's not like the worst weak one that I've seen, but it's just between the convoluted plot and the and some of like just the really dumb decisions, especially the end of the movie, which I feel like was like tacked on because they were like, well, we gotta have more of an ending.
We've constantly talked about Q scenes.
Yeah.
What about this one? This one, as far as goofy Q scenes go, this was probably one of my favorites, actually. Like as far as being funny, but like understanding that this part is supposed to be funny because it's a Q scene.
Having problems keeping it up, Q?
It's the furthest that he's ever gone in trying to upset Q.
It really is.
Really, 007. Look, I haven't time for these adolescent antics.
Bond goes there specifically so that Q will place a tracker on the egg, which means that Bond wants Kamal Khan / Blondie to take the egg. When he shows up at the hotel and it's like, you have a guest over here, and it's Blondie, Bond knows right away he wants her to take the egg because he wants to be able to track the egg.
He suggests the trade. The egg for your life.
But he still bangs her anyway. Like he still uses the egg as leverage to bang her, even though all he had to do was be like, yeah, take the egg, take it back to Kamal Khan. He still is like, well, I might as well get laid while I'm at it. Like he prolongs their whole engagement so he can get some Octopussy.
It's not the first time Bond's done something like that.
It's certainly not the first time. I mean, again, we're talking about Bond who tricked Solitaire into jumping into bed. Like, Bond always takes mission over pussy. But if Bond can combine those two...
I mean, honestly, think
that's
about
a good
it.
mission.
Whether he
mission.
just gives her the egg or not, do you think they're just going to leave him alone?
No,
he knows that they're coming after him, so he's like, "F yeah, I'm gonna get some pussy. Let her take the
I want
egg,
them dividends, you
and
know what I'm
then we'll
saying?
deal with the rest." Like, you know, he knows the end result is the same. So give her the egg, still get f***ed.
Yeah.
Keep the egg.
You want this egg? I'm gonna have to fertilize some eggs then. Kamal Khan, our real introduction of him comes in the backgammon scene, right? We saw him before, but we're really introduced to him in the backgammon scene where he is doing what? He's cheating. Just like who?
No heroin.
What's his face? Goldfinger, right?
Goldfinger, exactly.
Yeah.
So we have our same little, he's cheating some poor sap who's like,
Damn. Always a 6 when you need it.
Always.
unfortunately, the Major never gets his money back in the same way that the guy in Goldfinger does. But it's, once again, to McCurdy's point, we're always referencing another Bond movie, just in a different way, which isn't a bad thing, but it's fun to point out. And then, what does Turban Guy do with the dice?
Yeah,
Crushes him.
Just like comment below if you know better than these fucking guys.
Oddjob.
Oh,
Just like fucking Oddjob. Yeah.
The
breaking the golf balls. Yeah.
Is it definitely referencing and not recycling? Because I feel like recycling
Same
is
thing.
You're
It's the same
being
thing.
lazy and you can't think of new stuff. But if it's referencing, it's on purpose, and you're like calling back. I don't know.
I think it's like when people say, "What's an homage?" Is it is it like respecting something you love, or is it ripping off? And it's like you can argue either way.
I don't think it's
but, you know, it's certainly not
Somewhere in
bad
the middle.
because it's completely different.
Yeah,
it's done completely differently,
Yeah, I
even
don't
though it's the
even
same stuff.
think about or
you know?
notice it, honestly.
Yeah,
Somewhere in the middle.
but
it's interesting that it's like the first time we see that game because going into it I was like, oh, they're gonna play Baccarat, and then I was like, oh, they're not Baccarat.
Yeah,
Baccarat.
and that's
They're
what I
not.
mean.
They're playing backgammon.
It's the
so-
same but different. It's a good
Yeah.
way of going about
Nice.
it. Once Bond gets back to, I guess they're driving around Germany because he's going to jump off into East Berlin to chase down the train. M says,
We verified the Octopussy Circus was in East Berlin when we lost 009.
but don't you think that if 009 was a goddamn clown, you might look into what circuses were in town at the time? And you might start investigating that first rather than
Why the
fucking
hell was
around
he
with
dressed
the
as a
egg.
clown?
Charlie, listen, this is the same organization that looks at a photo and says, oh, his sister is in Nassau.
Nassau.
That's where the bombs are at. His sister is there.
Yeah. Hey, wait, I don't care where the bombs are. His sister's fucking hot. She might have 8 pussies.
Let me start searching her.
Anyway, okay, and then otherwise though, so what does Bond do instead of investigate the circus? Because I don't know, I guess he's got two things, right? He can either investigate why 009 is in a clown outfit, or he can follow the whole lead about the egg, right? That's being sold at Sotheby's. So he goes to Sotheby's because that's probably the more direct route to get to his bad guy who he thinks is going to be the seller. You know, sure. Yeah. I really do love that moment. I love when Bond is a provocateur. I like when he goes somewhere to, like in From Russia with Love, he goes to spring a trap. He literally provokes Kamal Khan.
Have you gone mad? Let's see how badly he wants it.
Who, as he's saying, he's like, normally he's a seller. This time he's a buyer. Well, why? Oh, he must desperately need this original back. Well, let's figure out why. I think that lends to why the opening of this film is so strong.
I like that,
the first half of the movie is very strong because it introduces a lot of, minus the prologue, which again, I think the prologue's badass, but it has no weight on the actual plot. The plot begins with our clown. Why was 009 dressed as a clown? Why does 009 have this egg? He's replacing 009, and as we've said before, Bond having connections to fellow 00s is always cool. We don't have a lot of it, but when we do, it's pretty cool. And he goes to this auction, and he provokes the bad guy, and that sends him on his way. That covers like the first half of the movie, and once we get to India, everything kind of weakens. And then once we get back to Berlin, it strengthens. And then once we get back to India, it weakens. So that's kind of our divide throughout the whole movie is like, yes, the tuk-tuk chase is fun. I'll say that when it comes down to Kamal Khan, I think Kamal Khan is a broken record guy when it comes to keeping Bond alive. It never really feels like there are too many assassins, and it never feels like Kamal Khan is just stupid. Like, why don't you just shoot him in the face? Because the first time he's bested, he's like,
spend the money quickly, Mr. Bond.
And then he sends Turban Guy on him, and Bond bests him and a bunch of other assassins in a wacky chase, but it still works because it's our first one. Bond gets away, all well and good. Then after that, Kamal Khan sends Blondie to be like, hey, I'm going to bang you and you're going to give me the egg. And Bond's like, okay, because I want you to take the egg anyway. But then they kidnap Bond because the whole thing is we're going to torture you to figure out what you know. Because, for Kamal Khan, he's like, I need to know if he knows about Berlin and that we're going to bomb it.
Or supposing, for argument's sake, I don't feel like talking.
Well, don't worry. You will.
But then Bond ends up escaping. Then he tries to hunt Bond. Bond still escapes, and Kamal Khan's like,
Mr. Bond is indeed a very rare breed, soon to be made extinct.
Then when he goes to report to Octopussy,
Bond has escaped.
How careless of you.
I apologize.
Oh, by the way, Kamal, I'd like you to meet my new house guest.
An old friend of the family, you might say.
So then at that point, he then hires assassins to then storm Babe Island to take Bond out, but spare Octopussy. So it all feels natural and it doesn't feel contrived. It doesn't feel like Kamal Khan's a stupid asshole who should just find somebody to shoot Bond in the face. It all feels like he kind of underestimates him at first, and Bond naturally gets away from these situations. It doesn't feel like Live and Let Die or like Moonraker. Just keep hiring assassins to try to kill Bond, and then the guy in charge looks like an idiot. It all feels natural within the plot, and that Kamal Khan is not an idiot. He's actually still a really smart guy, even up to the end. Basically, Octopussy, she's like, I want to see Bond.
His name is James Bond.
Bring him here.
He's dangerous.
And Kamal Khan's like, that's a bad idea. I think we should just torture him for information instead. Because again, in his mind, he's like, I want to know if Bond knows anything about this bomb. I don't care about you, Octopussy. I'm going to betray you anyway. I've got fruit flies around my beer. But then Bond escapes his compound, heads over to Babe Island to figure out what's going on there. He confronts Octopussy, who then tells him, you're actually responsible for my father's death. And Bond's like, well, do you want vengeance? She's like, no, I've actually always wanted to thank you for giving him an alternative to
I don't remember that in the scene.
That was a queef. That was meant to represent an Octopussy queef.
From which of her 8 pussies?
One of 8. That's an eighth of a queef. Anyway, so yeah, but like I do.
Like Jesus.
You're killing me, dude. You are killing me with this movie.
Why?
You've turned this movie into like the slow death. I'm like,
the man with the 8 pussies.
Has anybody ever analyzed it to death like this?
Yes, and it's killing me because it's not helping the movie's case. No. It's slowly revealing the problems.
What's weird
with this
is
movie.
I enjoyed the movie.
If you overanalyze it, this is not a good movie.
That's
not
every
This is a
Roger
movie
Moore
that is
movie.
meant to be watched while you're like off your fucking rocker.
You guys are helping temper my excitement on the movie.
I will say this, Charlie, about the relationship with Bond and Octopussy. It feels like an added element to just give the story a little something. And I'm not going to say it like it hurts the movie by any means, because it doesn't. But it's also like, oh, cool, these characters had history. It's kind of there, like he knew her dad, and then and it's like mentioned in like 2 scenes, I think. Like not even multiple scenes, really. It's just kind of a scene where they're in the bedroom and they go
one scene.
They go to one room to the bedroom.
Then she storms off in anger towards her bed so conveniently for Bond to follow. Oh, you ran to your bed? Perfect.
But there's a line about them being 2 of a kind.
You're right. We are 2 of a kind.
I feel like a better movie would embellish all that and make it so that like the end of the movie, a Bond trying to save her from Kamala Harris at the end of the movie would have made more sense. But the end of the movie doesn't make sense.
We all need to be saved. I think if they had one more intimate scene with something to specifically point them out as 2 of a kind, because her whole thing is this, right? She's like, I've always wanted to meet you. You're responsible for my father's death, but my father was also a criminal. You gave him a better way out than him facing a court-martial. Like, my family's still rich because he stole all this gold from like Korea or whatever. That's all well and good, but because it's an interesting twist, right? We think that Octopussy wants him dead, but if you rewatch the movie, when she's doing her Blofeld thing and he says this guy's name is James Bond, she pauses for a second. She's like, I want you to bring him to me, because in her mind, we think she wants him dead, but in her mind, she's like, I've always wanted to meet James Bond. Holy shit, this is my time.
I'd hoped fate would bring us together one day.
So when Bond shows up, they have their cute little moment of like, whatever, I feel like I've known you forever. And then Kamal Khan comes in and he's like, Bond escaped. And she's like, you idiot. Oh, anyway, I want you to meet my friend, James Bond. And Bond walks in. He's like, oh, you could say I'm a friend of the family. Like, it's just, it's Bond jumping into his smooth you. Like, he just walks between the raindrops because he's awesome. Because he's great. Because he's awesome. But then, but they needed one more scene for us to feel like they really fell in love, because all we got instead was Octopussy says, hey, I'd like you to work for me.
I'm not for hire.
Naturally, you do it for Queen and country.
Again, Bond reminding the audience he doesn't care about money. He cares about king and country. And she's like, well, fuck you then. You who you to judge me? You don't know me, Bond. And then, and then runs over to the bed, and then they fall on it all romantically. Like,
the movie's trying to do something interesting, but it just doesn't improve the movie for me.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like, this is the thing.
Is Gogol a good guy?
Gogol's kind of always been a good guy.
He's kind of a good guy in this film. You're like, he doesn't want to start war. He wants to stop Orlov.
Dude, he's literally M. You would never say that M is a bad guy. But if M has a method of getting an upper hand on the Russians, he'll take it.
Yeah.
Gogol, he's a good guy, but if he has a method of if he can get the ATAC, like if M can get the Lecter, he's going to get the Lecter. If Gogol can get the ATAC, he's going to get the ATAC. But they're not going to kill millions of people.
I want to avoid full-out fucking war because it's pointless. Like, sit down, young one.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's kind of same with Octopussy, that I get the dynamic, but I don't know. It very conveniently she switches into an ally almost too quickly for the.
I just feel like this whole movie is 3 writers and not a single voice, and it just needed it. I think this is what happens when the stunt coordinators are too involved in a movie, where the stunt stuff, like, it's great, and I've said that about this movie plenty of times. It's fantastic.
Bond goes on 2 wheels again.
But that all being said, it's like the story stuff just doesn't work, because it's like one person had an idea where the story could go, another person had an idea where the story could go, and then in I think at some point in the middle they're like, well, because of time we can't really go into detail about like the nuances of this jewel plot, so chase scene. And like I feel like it's just overpowered with that, where it like that's when you start to explain the movie to me, I'm like, I can't anymore. Even like the Octopussy stuff is so like contrived, because it's just like, let's stuff this really cool story that's in one of the Fleming books.
Let me pose a change to you. What if instead of the prologue we had, or even keep the prologue as it is, but what if that prologue took place in the past? And it was Octopussy's dad, and
That'd be
it
much
was
better.
Bond pulling all this stuff, but also facing Octopussy's dad and him killing himself ultimately or whatever. And ultimately what that would lead to is whether there's still that mystery of Octopussy being this, that, or the other, whatever, it would add some weight to like, she wants to kill Bond, and Bond's like, man, this chick really wants to kill me to avenge her dad. But then it turns out that she's like, no, I actually respect you for giving my dad an out. You gave him an honorable out. You know, that kind of reverse of expectation would have lended to a heavier story.
It needed a third beat to that story that it just never got. And it's like, that was frustrating. But then, like, you know, the jewel plot's very convoluted. It really feels like 2 story ideas that were, someone was writing this general Olaf's plot, and then someone was writing the jewel plot, and they were like, well, how do these things come together? And then, not to mention, you had to put Octopussy in there as well, and it was like, it's just, it doesn't help. Like, the movie needed a lot of clarity for me, and like it's definitely on the bottom of the list for me because of this. Like, it's a frustrating movie. Now, I could see, I'm looking at the list right now. I'm looking at the list right now.
Yes, before I said all that and you went into depression mode, which cracks me up. Before that, where did you have it, and then where do you have it now?
It's somewhere where you and I have talked before. Honestly, it is.
Okay.
But
okay.
It's in that realm.
Go ahead. Let's get into ranking. Where are you?
I don't think it's as bad as You Only Live Twice.
Where are you? Where do you rank?
Nice.
Tell us your
I don't know how I feel
rank, you motherfucker.
Here's the
Where
weird
do you
quandary.
put Octopussy?
Moonraker is really stupid.
Okay.
But Moonraker has a lot more clarity in its story. And then I know you complain about Live and Let Die so much. So I don't know. It's somewhere between Live and Let Die and Moonraker for me. I know you're going to argue with me about the car stuff. I know that's exactly where you're going to go with the
Not
chase scenes.
necessarily, but go ahead.
But I could see you going with, well, there's repetitive chase scenes, and as far as the villain's plot go, he makes him look stupid. But I will say this about both those points. At least the villain's plot is much more simplified and like makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And it's very clear. And I don't have to think about it, and it doesn't make me do this.
Yeah.
The action is just as good. I think the boat chase scene is still pretty top notch in that movie overall.
Yeah.
Even though you have Sergeant J.W. Pepper, which you and I both love, he's still an element that kind of adds to the overall essence of the story. With this, it's just like the convoluted plot, but I could see it going above Live and Let Die. So it's somewhere in between those two, because then I think about it and I think about, well, yeah, but then there's also some good stuff in this movie as well. But the plot also really kind of drags the movie down for me. The end of the movie kind of ruins it for me.
Now I want to hear Nan's, because Nan started off saying he liked this film. And other films that we put towards the top, Nan's gut reaction was, I fucking hate this film. So now we've started with McCurdy putting this to the bottom. Nan's starting off with he liked this film. I want to see where Nan's wants to put this.
Yeah, I mean, Charlie definitely helped clarify for me that it wasn't me being dumb. The movie is kind of dumb. I did really enjoy the movie, but now that
as
I know
usual,
that
I'm gonna
the
want to rank it
story
higher than anybody, and I've as usual shot myself in the fucking foot.
Yourself.
Okay, Char, I'm glad to hear that, because if I had to place a rank on it before having heard how like the bad guy plot doesn't make a whole lot of sense,
yeah,
I probably would have put it pretty high. Where would I have put it? I was thinking somewhere in the top 5 for sure.
Wow.
Damn.
Initially.
Wow.
Damn.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude,
no.
Where? Like above Dr. No?
Above Dr. No.
Above the man with the golden gun?
That's what I'm wrestling with.
So you would have put it at number 4.
4, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Big time.
Okay. And,
But now
here's
that-
the thing. Here's the thing.
So like,
if you
fun
don't,
and I
like,
enjoyed
again,
it.
Yeah,
and if I
you
don't think too much
hard,
about the whole like the bomb and the jewelry and all that stuff, it matters. It does matter, I guess. But
yeah,
if you just like glaze your eyes over and try to ignore the main bad guy plot, then it is
like
fine.
we always say. If you
the point
no,
of our
but
review system.
but at the same time, it is and it isn't, right? Like what we're always trying to do is like I keep saying every time, I'm like, don't put too much weight on the Goofy. Yes, Goofy has weight, and with Moonraker, it had so much weight it went to the bottom. With Diamonds Are Forever, it had so much it went to the bottom. With You Only Live Twice, it doesn't have as much Goofy, but it doesn't pack as much of a punch.
Octopussy is not an argument about Goofy so much as is about clarity in its plot, and that is where the movie falters. Like, I want to point this out. I think it's just hilarious to me that everyone points to this movie for the clown bit, when in actuality, what makes this movie bad is not the goofiness of the movie, and it has its stupid moments. But the worst part is the writing of the movie is really, really bad.
Well, like we've said, the clown bit is actually good within context. It's actually really
that's
good.
Not what I'm saying. Charlie,
I know.
I
know. I'm adding to your point. It's like the clown bit is actually good within context. And my whole thing is that if you ignore all the bitchings that I did trying to analyze the plot, all you need to know is that there's a bomb on this U.S. Air Force base and Bond has to get to it. And then all you need to know is that they're trying to get to Kamal Khan, but like Bond needs to rescue Octopussy, even though he should have gone in there with her at the first point. I'm shooting myself in the foot again.
It's somewhere, you know what, Charlie, I could live with it being next to Thunderball, and the fact that Thunderball also has some really stupid plot. Thunderball is right above Live and Let Die.
At least with other movies that have stuff that don't make sense, it's pretty blatantly obvious. With this one, it's like you kind of have to think about it. It's not so surface like obvious that it doesn't make sense.
Though.
I don't know.
It is. It's like we have jewels, and then we have a nuclear bomb, and then the connection between the two
if you
is very
simplify it
unclear.
down to like Orlov wants to set off a bomb, Kamal Khan does something with jewelry that somehow is funding Orlov's plot, and Kamal Khan's getting money out
Even
of it.
the end of the movie just is kind of added on, tacked on. It's like, oh, well, we have to get the bad guy.
That whole extra bits.
It's just really drags
Who doesn't
the movie down
love
even
though
more.
when Bond slides down a banister and he's blowing motherfuckers away?
That was cool.
With an AK.
And he has to shoot that
as
baluster
he
topper
shoots
off or whatever.
Shoots the knob off so he doesn't break his balls. Yeah,
I do
Brilliant.
appreciate that. That's a very Bond. I mean,
That
and
is a good
What
scene.
do they bring in that moment?
But that's this whole movie. That's this whole movie is good scenes intermixed with so much fucking stupidity and pointlessness or over convoluted plots that I'm sorry, it loses me.
So here's my reasonings. So with Thunderball, it's the movies have just enough weird plot like Thunderball has a bunch of weird plot conveniences, but I think the story is pretty straightforward. It doesn't get really confusing, and it's got great action. It's got a great underwater stuff. Live and Let Die, on the other hand, it's, again, I love that whole New Orleans death. I love all the setups for all the places Bond will go into the movie in the beginning of the film. I love the chase sequences are still really good. Even though, yes, we get a somewhat annoying character, he kind of fits within the genre that this film is trying to adhere to. And yes, there's the exploding fart death, but I think that villain works really well overall in the movie, as far as his performance. And he's like charismatic, and like I remember him leaving the movie. Yeah. This movie, I will say, I always kind of forget that Kamala Harris is in this movie. I said that on purpose. I forget that both of these villains are in the movie, and then I always forget who's the main villain because this movie's not very clear on it. It's like the writer was like, well, we should make the general the clear villain. Like, he probably would have been the stronger
and Orlov
of the
dies
two.
in such a pathetic way, as Charlie brought. Why is he running train?
Here's the thing. I like how he dies.
Like, why is he doing that?
I like how he dies, but I don't know why.
Yeah, why did he do it?
That is the confusing part. I like how he dies because it fits really well with what was going on at the time.
He's got henchmen on the train to do his job.
Yeah,
why is he running after?
Yeah, and like I will be a hero.
What's weird
like
about
it lends to his whole Messiah complex. Like it's a good death for him, but why it happens doesn't really make sense.
But so that's why I'm like struggling, because I see your points with Live and Let Die being the lesser film, but at the same time, it just seems like a much more complete idea.
We're all in the same neighborhood, okay? We're below Thunderball.
No, Nans is above Dr. Dow.
That's where I was initially before the clarification of the plot not making sense.
We're like, okay, because Nan's being our first time viewer, he's like, hey, yeah, it all made sense, right? I mean, it was kind of confusing, but I could follow it. But again, I've seen this movie
a lot, like of the.
I've probably seen this movie about 50 times in my life, about 50 times, but I've never watched like. Nowadays, me watching these movies takes me about 5 hours because all I'm doing is taking notes and trying to like connect the dots and shit. But when they're written poorly, it's like 10 hours to watch it. But again, all the same, I'm looking at position 9, below Thunderball, above Live and Let Die. Let's just see if you guys agree with what I have to say.
I can't put it above Live and Let Die. I'm somewhere with McCurdy.
Hang on. I get that. We're in the neighborhood though, so let me just run through it, and if you agree or disagree, that'll help me, because I don't know where the fuck I want to put this movie, because it's a goddamn mess.
Well, it sounds like we're split.
So
hold on, I want to hear what he says.
So I want to put it above Live and Let Die, because I think mostly the first half investigation and the Berlin train and bomb climax is so strong, regardless of Bond being a clown or the middle hunt getting its goofy / stupid out. Like I said, Kamal Khan never looks stupid, whereas Mr. Big does. It's like just fucking kill him. Just fucking kill him. This time, the chase scene is Bond racing to get towards something rather than away, which actually lends to there being some tension, especially with the ticking clock of this bomb. Like, will he get there, will he not? Versus Live and Let Die is just get away, and there's just no tension because he just keeps getting away. And even if the plot is a bit clouded, as I pointed out in detail, Bond is solving a mystery about why 009 was found dead in a clown outfit and almost shares his fate literally. And then his shared history with Octopussy, bringing them close, is nice, though maybe a bit too subdued. The volume on it could have been turned up, like I said, with like maybe the prologue could have been dedicated to her father's death or whatever, a little jumping through time. But I think it's stronger than Solitaire's love affair because it's more specific to Bond, like specifically to Bond, since it's a part of his history. It's a bit unexpected in that sense. Maybe it's just a simple, like a rewrite thing, but it still is unexpected and therefore kind of intriguing. But I think it sinks below Thunderball specifically when the commando scene is given to a bunch of circus performers rather than our badass underwater scene, regardless of, how you feel about that. Like, that shit is still badass. And with this, it's like every punch thrown by a circus performer is weak and kind of lame. Circus performers should be able to do a bunch of cool shit. We do see some of them do cool stuff, like where they're flipping around, kicking dudes in the face, but everybody in the foreground looks lame. Everybody in the background looks great. Anyway, Khan's motivation overall isn't really established. whatsoever, other than the assumption that it's just for a payday, which is kind of weak. Like maybe if he wanted Octopussy for himself, like in a romantic way, like he wanted her, but she kept rejecting him, and he's like, whatever, bitch, I'm gonna betray you and I'm gonna steal all this money. Like that would have been a little more personal rather than this guy, this just like vague bad guy looking for a payday. Like Orlov's motivation is like rock solid and great, but Kamal Khan's is kind of weak. The plane ending is pretty terrific.
As an action sequence, it's really cool.
Yeah, like we said, like Tom Cruise is like, I want to do that, and he did. Like Tom Cruise straight up replicated that. But I still prefer the ending of Thunderball with the cheesy boat fighting over the steering wheel, followed by the flying away with the hook thing. But I think the plane ending here still beats out Live and Let Die's train fight. As you can tell, I'm kind of wishy-washy and back and forth, but overall, I think Octopussy just like packs a harder punch than Live and Let Die. Live and Let Die was still Roger Moore's first. It's a little more subtle. It's like it's kind of a coin flip, but I'm kind of opting back to just an overall feeling of Octopussy being superior versus Live and Let Die's just like constant chase scenes and assassinations and just a bad guy who just feels powerless versus Kamal Khan, who doesn't feel powerless. He feels competent, but just naturally gets bested in the same way that Goldfinger naturally gets bested by Bond rather than Goldfinger looking like a fucking idiot. The train bomb sequence is so strong. I think it's stronger than any of the plethora of chase scenes from Live and Let Die, where all it is Bond trying to get away. And
well, he's
that's it.
Yeah, in this one, he's trying to stop something versus trying to get away, and that's.
But I mean, again, beyond a ticking clock, like I said, he's trying to get somewhere and stop it, and he's running into like he runs into like first off he falls off the train, right, which is like holy shit, how's he gonna catch up? Then he has to worry about the assassin on his trail. Then he has to start hitchhiking, which nobody picks him up. Then he finally gets picked up by some crazy Germans.
Yeah, beer. Yeah.
Like, you want to get drunk? And he's like, no, I'm trying to save your life. And then he's got the phone booth lady where, like, let's be real, James Bond would have just, like, cut her throat or, like, he would have thrown her out. But at the same time, I bet in his mind he's going, okay, I can either call and waste a bunch of time and I can deal with this chick, or I can just steal her car and I still have time to get to the base and handle it myself because nobody's going to be able to get there in time. Like, dealing with government bureaucracy, like, hey, there's a nuke in a cannon. Oh, this is a crank call. Hang up.
Yeah.
Bond knows. I just need to get there and handle it myself.
Where can I find the base commander? It's urgent.
Let's see your circus pass.
Damn it, man, I said it's urgent.
Get out with your hands up.
And then he can't get into the circus, so he's got to become a clown. And then once he gets into the circus, he has to be a clown and convince the base commander. Like, all these layers are a lot of fun and really
my
cool.
favorite part about that whole sequence is how, like, he is a clown, and it's almost played very dramatically as he's a clown. People are laughing at him. No one can take anything he does seriously.
Are you saying it's like meta? Like Roger Moore's like,
yes.
Everybody thinks I'm a clown as James Bond, but I'm very serious?
Yeah.
Like, I know I like to have fun from time to time and, like, go to space, but, like, nobody takes me seriously. McCurdy, that's brilliant. Everybody get the fuck out.
Yeah, but that's the moment in the movie that I'm like, that's the best. As far as the layers go, that's probably one of the better parts of the movie. For sure.
That's actually incredibly
it's a
deep
part. Because, like, yeah, it's kind of scary because everyone's laughing and having a good time, and he's like, "There's a fucking bomb. I got to figure out how to get to this bomb." You know.
Yeah. I like that. I like that interpretation that this is Roger Moore screaming out like, this is serious shit. And everybody's like, Bond movies are goofy. Everything you do is goofy. He's like, do you know how many times I've saved your life and you don't even know?
Y'all are idiots.
Bitch. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
So yeah, I could. So to wrap this up, I could be okay with putting it under Thunderball, above Live and Let Die.
Okay.
Yep. I'm there.
All right.
I'd be all right with that.
Nathan, you were feeling spot number 5.
Yeah, if I was going la 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 la, ignoring like the whole plot, I would have probably placed it either 3, 4, 5, somewhere in there.
Okay.
Not to drag this out and like go into that whole discussion because it doesn't matter. For this ranking, the plot and everything does matter. So I'd have to. I think we've settled on a good spot below Thunderball of Love, above Live and Let Die. But I really enjoyed it, and I would enjoy rewatching this movie.
It's not a bad watch. It's just it is.
Somebody's going, Michael G. Wilson, none of this makes sense, and he's like, opening weekend, nobody's gonna know. The first time viewers are gonna be like, that was great, and then anybody watching it multiple times is gonna be like, well, wait a second.
They're gonna know. They're never gonna know.
Goldfinger still at number 1. From Rush with Love, number 2. The Spy Who Loved Me, number 3. The Man with the Golden Gun, number 4. Dr. No, number 5. For Your Eyes Only, number 6. On Her Majesty's Secret Service, number 7. Thunderball, number 8. Welcome Octopussy to number 9. Oh, we really fucked up not putting Octopussy at number 8. Moving on. Live and Let Die, number 10. Number 11, Moonraker. Number 12, Diamonds Are Forever. Sorry, you only live twice. I don't know if you're ever getting out from the bottom at number 13.
Probably not.
But you know, Sean Connery has got one at the top, one at the bottom, so whatever. A View to a Kill wraps up Roger Moore's time as 007 with a bang. And a bang, and a bang, and a bang. But not a literal bang, because that would mean he failed his mission against Max Zorin, a psychopathic Nazi experiment baby and KGB agent gone rogue. Silicon Finger, he's the man with the Microsoft touch. Hellbent on executing Operation Main Slam Grand Strike to take out the San Francisco Bay Area and destroy the U.S. microchip manufacturing hub of Silicon Valley, so that his microchips will be more valuable. I conservatively estimate 10 times. Bond's mission is to stop Zorin, make his septuagenarian Hitler-heiling geneticist father figure kill himself with dynamite, get the girl, and ultimately dance into the fire. Dance into the fire.
All right, enough of that. We're good. We're good.
Come on, dude.
Song.
That like
we're good.
You guys never
it's
want to
great
sing
song.
with me. That song is amazing.
Song's a banger.
He did well.
As the
It's
kids
so
say,
good.
called today,
Duran
it's a
Duran.
banger.
Did well.
So good.
So, trivia for A View to a Kill. 1985's A View to a Kill, originally titled From A View to a Kill, but quickly changed.
Lose from.
Doesn't begin with a pre-title sequence, but a disclaimer that Zorin Industries is fictional. This was due to a real company with a similar name, Zoran Industries, spelled with an A instead of an I, which ironically still exists and is headquartered in Silicon Valley, where they make microchips. What is also interesting to note is that the name Zoran, as the real company is spelled, is derived from the Hebrew word for silicon, Tozaran.
If there's a letter difference, there's no lawsuit, right?
When they made the film and they were creating when they wrote it, they didn't know that there was an actual company named Zoran. So they were like, the fact that it was a company that was also a Microsoft company and everything
If only
else.
they had the internet.
Yeah. They
What
didn't
is
know that,
internet?
so when they came up with the name, they were like, oh, crap. So then they had to put this disclaimer in the beginning of the movie.
So this company was active in 85.
Yeah. It was created in 81, still going on today, makes microchips.
Is there another story called From a View to a Kill, and that's why they dropped from?
I think it was just easier to say A View to a Kill than From a View to a Kill. But if you watch the end of Octopussy, they title it From a View to a Kill, and they changed the title to A View to a Kill.
And they also work it in the dialogue in a natural way. There's no way you can say from in that scene.
What a view.
To a kill. So speaking of characters named Max Zorin, he was originally cast to be played by David Bowie, but then he was dropped because Bowie didn't want to just watch his stunt double do all the cool stuff. So they got instead the talented Christopher Walken, who everybody loves to intimidate.
That's the most Walken delivered line in the whole movie.
More power.
Oh yeah,
It's like he breaks character and just becomes himself in that moment.
Straight up.
Yeah, Tanya Roberts, the female lead, playing Stacey Sutton, had played the main character in the last season of Charlie's Angels, but most people our age all know her from that 70s show as Donna's mom, Midge,
Interesting enough, in an episode titled The First Time Midge and Bob Renew Their Vows, and all of her bridesmaids are former Bond girls, including Maud Adams, who makes a cameo supposedly in this film at the wharf dock scene. However, there's a lot of scrutiny behind this claim. So some people point out this one person in the background during that scene. But if you look at it carefully, it's not. Also, like it's on the bus or when he's walking.
Maud Adams doesn't ride the bus, bro.
No, they're all these people coming off the bus.
She played a fisherman.
Maud Adams' boyfriend is in one of the scenes, and Roger Moore is like, yeah, that was Maud's boyfriend, and him and Maud was visiting the set that day, and they were like, oh, we'll just be in the movie as background. So she was in the background, supposedly, but they may have just cut the scene that she was in or whatever. But anyway, yeah, Maud Adams was maybe in the movie, but no one's 100% sure on that.
Somebody would have found a screenshot by now and posted it.
There are screenshots that say, "Oh, this is Maud Adams," but some people have been like, "That's not Maud Adams."
Yeah.
So while we're on the topic of Bond girls, you can recognize the beautiful Ginny Flex as Alison Doody. It's her name, who plays the equally gorgeous Fräulein Elsa Schneider in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. Cue the clip.
Touch me.
Not that clip. Not that clip.
Dude, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I have to say this, but who would not join the Nazi party if you could get yourself that Fraulein? I know.
She's the top of my list in this movie.
How did you know she was a Nazi? She talks in her sleep.
Which one are you talking about?
Jenny Flex, dude.
Jenny Flex.
Remember when the bodies are floating by and she's
Yeah,
like,
she's the
Jenny!
dead one.
And, Bond's like,
That's too late. Leave her. There's nothing you can do.
I almost went into Connery. Mayday, she's dead. She's fucking dead.
So, speaking of
She was
Mayday, Grace
sexy.
Jones, actress, singer, and model, plays the henchwoman Mayday. Jones at the time was dating actor Dolph Lundgren, who was on set when a background actor didn't show up, so director John Glenn put him in the movie as one of General Gorgle's... Gorgles? Is that how you say his name? Gorgles?
Gogol. Every episode, we're like, goggles?
Goggles? I always get it wrong, but he's the henchman in that scene when the general first shows up and he's talking to Zoran. You can obviously tell who it is, but yeah, he's in the movie.
He doesn't have a line, and I'm curious, when did Rocky IV come out?
Rocky IV, release date November 27, 85. So right at the same time.
It's interesting because, he's so easy to spot out because it's like, that's Dolph Lundgren. Like,
yeah.
And then, but he doesn't have a line. So you almost think that this is earlier to where he wasn't a big actor, I mean, Rocky IV is a big deal.
Yeah. And then speaking of General Gogol.
Like Google, but Gogol. Google.
I swear there's an R in there.
It's Gogol. Gogol.
So Gogol's female agent James Bond rendezvous with was originally intended to be Agent XXX from The Spy Who Loved Me, Anya Asimov.
No way! I was gonna say, guys, wouldn't that have been cool had the KGB agent been XXX?
The bubbles tickle my Tchaikovsky.
This must be the inspiration for the Austin Powers scene, right? With a lot of vagina or whatever.
Yeah, but of course, Barbara Bach was too busy with her man, conductor of the Shining Time station, Ringo Starr.
I'd like to be under the sea in Octopussy's garden in her bush. It was clearly motivated by XXX reprising a role. Mm-hmm. And without her reprising a role, it does kind of feel like something's missing. Like, why are we wasting our time with him banging this really sexy Russian woman? For Bond to accomplish this task, he takes the tape from the Russians. In rewrites, you could have simplified it, but just having Bond listen
make
in.
The tape or something.
Yeah, it does show that the KGB is trying to take him out.
That's the point of that scene, though. But it's like, but I see what you're saying. It's like you could have simplified it, but I do like that it ties the Russians more into the story, which makes it a little more interesting for me. Like Honor Blackman and Diana Riggs, before him, we have another former Avenger from the British television show joined the cast in Patrick Macnee's performance as Sir Godfrey Tibbett. I saw this casting in much the same way that Tarantino's Once Upon a Time in Hollywood describes TV show casting back in the 60s, where they would get a star from the 50s to be like the villain of the week for that movie or in that episode, and then that character would be basically facing off against this other character. So, but instead of facing off, they're teaming up. So in this one, we have Simon Templar's The Saint, which was Roger Moore, teaming up with another British secret agent, John Steed from the Avengers, which is Patrick Macney. And then this one I'm going to steal from Scott. I don't know, Scott, if you know this story or not, but the theme song to A View to a Kill, it's probably one of this, to me, it's like the second best Bond song next to Live and Let Die as far as just memorable, and everybody remembers this one because it was
up to this
80s
point,
song.
or
I think up
in
to
general?
this point.
Okay.
Up to this point, it's like the second best or
Up
one
to
of
this
the
point
best.
for sure.
Because I'm always
Bond
gonna want the
songs.
one. Like I will always opt for. Like I said before, Bond songs are really sexy. You know, big horns and all that. But
yeah, but this
I prefer the high energy ones that get you pumped up.
Sure.
And this one
was just
gets you
so
moving.
80s.
So good.
It's what I mean by that. It's just as popular music for the time, and even now, like people still remember this song. Particularly, it still plays on the radio today. But it's "View to a Kill" was written and performed by British new wave band Duran Duran. So the story goes, bassist John Taylor was at a party with Cubby Broccoli and drunkenly asked the producer, "When will you get someone decent to write the theme song?" And that turned
And Shirley
into...
Bassey was right there, and she threw a drink in his face.
Yeah.
And that turned into, of course, them getting the job. So lesson learned, always ask stupid questions when you're drunk to bigwigs, because you never know. That might get you your next job. You never know.
Always do.
And then finally, this is the last film for not one, but two reoccurring actors. First and foremost, Roger Moore, who was 57 when they filmed this movie. And I had to check, Daniel Craig is 53. So he was the oldest actor to play Bond. And then, of course, secondly, you have Lois Maxwell, who had played the character of Moneypenny for 14 films. It makes sense that they were like, hey, let's get rid of Lois, or like, retire her as an actress on the, get someone to replace her as well.
Just get rid of her. I don't know. I need a cigar
it makes
to chomp
sense
on.
in my mind because you want to get somebody who's close in age to Bond, and it worked when Roger Moore was there. But now that she's also very old as well, it's like, well, let's get two actors that are about the same age.
Like we said before, it's adorable when they're together, but you just can't jump to Dalton and have wrinkly old Moneypenny. You have to start fresh, as you have to with everything periodically if you want it to keep going. Again, like I said before, Moneypenny's whole thing is, it's like she's what Bond would have if he dropped out, if he retired. It's like his one backdoor option to having a normal life is Moneypenny. And you can't have that if Moneypenny's like 50 years old.
That's why a lot of the girls in this movie don't make a whole lot of sense for it's just like, they're all so young looking compared
Moore
to Bond.
even said that he was appalled the fact that Tanya Roberts' mom was younger than him.
Yeah.
And like that was the point where he's like, I gotta stop making these movies. Like
stop paying me, just please. Stop bringing me back.
Yeah. So Tanya Roberts is like,
please keep
really
bringing
young
me back. Please keep
time.
bringing me back. Why would you
and
not?
he's like,
I'll keep doing them, but
either they need to write my characters super old or I need to quit. And even Sean Connery, who
He's
he was
Bond.
friends with Moore, had even said, he's like, Bond should be like 30, 35, and me and Moore are way too old. Like, we shouldn't be playing this.
Bond's age is irrelevant. Bond should be able to pull whatever girl he wants whenever the he wants because he's Bond.
Yeah.
Period.
agreed on a certain level.
I will say, though, that speaking of being too old to do stuff, stunt guys made a killing on this movie.
Roger Moore's hardly in this movie.
It's just like 50% of the screen time is stunt guys, and they don't even care to hide it.
The scene I think we're all thinking of is when the top of the car gets ripped off.
Yeah, you can see the wig.
The wig. One of the more blatant for me is the granddad's ashes. And it's like in one shot, it's just the stunt guy's back, and the stunt guy throws a vicious punch, and then they cut and Bond's handling the vase. They generally do a decent job of hiding stunt guys. In this one, they're like, fuck it, because it's a stunt guy every 5 seconds. So
we're past the day of ragdolls, and but we definitely see the
there's
stuntmen.
definitely a lot of ragdolls in this one.
yeah, well, there's two. There's two that are necessary.
There's even one point where you see Gogol's double is in the car, and you can tell it's a double and it's not him. When the Russian agent comes out of the spa and she walks into the car, and that's an exterior scene. if you look closely, that's not the same. That's not Walter Coggle or whatever or Cotel or whatever his name is. It's a double. And then when they cut back to the interior of the car, which is probably on the soundstage, it's the actor.
I need to make a point, at least building off that right now, because that's the only time it makes sense. Every single Bond film, they just make Russians look like idiots. All
and
of them.
Cops.
They make them look like weak idiots.
How?
In that scene, they get the tape. Do you have the tape? Here's the tape. They put the tape in. He goes, oh.
Yeah.
They make the Russians
that
look
look.
like idiots.
Well,
in all these
it's
films,
American,
they
it's for
really
American
have.
and British audience, though. Like, why would you make the Russians look good in a film that is very much tied to what was going on at the time, being the Cold War? So.
McCurdy, I fully fucking understand. I get it. But I'm just saying they make them
that
look
makes me
like
think you don't understand
that. No, I do. I fully do. But it's.
I get your point, though. Yeah, they make them silly, but that's also to make Bond look good.
For one
too,
film, I want them to seem formidable. But they don't. They never do.
Dude, we will get
we'll
there.
See. We'll get there.
We will get there.
Like Charlie said, we will get there.
I can't
wait to
we can't talk about the future. The future is not here.
I want to pass it off to Nans. I don't know what it's called. I want to pass it off to
Did
Nads.
you just call him Nads?
I would call him Nads.
Nads, because he's got balls.
I want to pass it off to Nans, first-time viewer. What did you think of the movie?
Like most of them, I definitely enjoyed like the first half or so, and then it slowed down. Overall, for the movie, meh. I enjoyed Christopher Walken. I enjoyed like Mayday and like just generally the bad guys and the plot, though, you know, it being a recycling of Goldfinger wasn't great. But I thought there was some cool stuff with like the blimp, and the plot was interesting and somewhat different and up to date.
It must be a bad movie if we only got one word. Normally we get 2 words. This time we just got meh.
Yeah, I would overall though, I would rank it pretty low.
This is a lot of Goldfinger. It's almost a straight up remake, just without a nuke, but it still has, the same explosive ending. But it fixes certain things I did not like about Goldfinger.
They have the same like miniature map of the plot and explaining it to the henchmen and killing one of them.
Yeah. He even says,
Today, we make microchips from silicon, which is common sand, but far better than gold.
So it's like kind of throwing these up, in a sense, like this is bigger than Goldfinger itself, even all the way down to the stud farm.
I really liked the horse stuff. I was like, oh, he's like juicing up these horses. Cool.
It kind of begins with a smuggling issue, just like Goldfinger. Even the cat's name is Pussy.
Yeah.
As in the galore kind. There's like a subtle Nazi connection. Like I know that Goldfinger, he was a Nazi in real life and not in the movie, but there's still this Germanic quality to him where you can almost see like if you shrunk him down, he would almost look like Zorin.
But he's not German, right?
He's
or is
KGB.
like-
Yeah, but he was created by the Nazis.
Dr. Karl Mortner, at your service. I am Mr. Zorin's breeding consultant.
His name is actually Hans Glau. During World War II, he experimented with steroids on pregnant women in the concentration camps in an attempt to enhance intelligence.
The Russians grabbed him, set him up in a laboratory. He spent several years developing steroids for their athletes.
All this talk of steroid kids, and then there's Dolph Lundgren, who later beats up Rocky.
I must break you.
He kills him.
He dies.
Could Zorin be one of the steroid kids?
A physiological freak?
It's subtle, but there's like this implied genetic tampering, even with Mayday, because even when he says that line, it's like you're a freak or something like that.
And she picks up like a 200-pound guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's implied to also be a part of some kind of experimentation as well. So you kind of see some kind of weird parallels. There's a part of me that where like, Charlie, I definitely agree with you at that. It does fix some of the pieces that seem a little odd in Goldfinger. Like the one particular one I know you're going to point out is the crime boss scene where he kills the crime boss. The first guy's like, I don't want to do this. And then takes him out and then he crushes them and kills them and then eventually kills all of them, which doesn't make sense. But in this movie, it's like, oh yeah, sure. I'll step out. The guy's like real polite about it too.
Would you wait outside?
If you'd like me to, yes. Excuse me.
No, he's not polite. He's like defiant. Like, oh yeah, you want me to go? Okay. Excuse me.
Fine.
Excuse me.
I thought he was just like, oh, okay. And then he walks out, and then he gets thrown out, and then all the guys are like, "So anybody else want to quit?" And then they're all like,
Max Zorin gets the only Bond joke of the whole movie.
So, does anybody else want to drop out?
Yeah.
It's depressing, because the other ones are terrible. The other ones are...
Don't worry, it's all wrapped up.
Neither of those guards died, so I don't think that counts. And then...
There's a fly in your suit.
Which technically fits within the criteria of a murder having taken place, and then it's a pun... You know, it's a pun on fly fishing, whatever. It basically wins by default, but Zorin steals the spotlight so far as Bond jokes are concerned.
Does anybody else want to drop out?
I think Zorin's an interesting character. I just don't think they utilized him well enough for that particular story, because they were like, well, we're trying to remake Goldfinger, so let's make it more like Goldfinger, where they had this really cool, like, oh, no, he's an experimental, like, psychopath, and you know, he has high intelligence and maybe even like super strong, but we never really see that as much as I think we should. Like, we see the psychopathic nature of him, especially when he's killing all the guys in the mine.
Like, how is he not smart though?
But
is that what you're saying?
It's just like he's on a computer. I mean, he's keen, but it's like, I wish we could have seen a little bit more stuff with that.
Yeah.
And it's just like his whole motivation is like greed, where I'm like, okay, like it's just a very Lex
But what about
Luthor-y-
Goldfinger then? You talked up loving Goldfinger.
I do, but I think
what's the difference?
Here's the biggest difference.
Goldfinger speaks well. He actually has a point. He has a plan.
Hold on, Scott.
He carries it out.
How does Max Zorin not have any of those things?
This movie doesn't really. It's like he was experimented, and then he was a KGB agent, and then it's like greed. Like, he just wants money, but I wish there was more, like, had there been some kind of revenge or something else in there besides that I'm doing this with money. That's where I'm like, I get what you're saying, Charlie. Like, they do Goldfinger a little bit better in some aspects, but there's a part of me that's like, yeah, but it just feels like you copy and pasted rather than try to find a new story that's more interesting. And even though you create this interesting character, which I mind you, like, it's just exposition dialogue that a character says that, oh yeah, by the way, Zorin was a genetic freak, and he possibly, like, they allude to, he's like, could he also have been one of these genetic freaks kind of thing? And then
Here's the thing.
They don't do much with that after that.
I read what you're saying, but I think that's overpowered by the psychopathy. I think the fact that he, like, because Goldfinger was not they both love gold. He wasn't necessarily a psychopath. He just loved gold so much that it was greed.
This is gold, Mr. Bond. All my life I've been in love with its color, its brilliance, its divine heaviness. I welcome any enterprise that will increase my stock.
But it was an interesting plot twist where it wasn't stealing, it was the destruction.
Yeah, that worked to me really well.
I think Zorin being a psychopath is that twist to where it's almost like it's not even greed, because he doesn't need money. He just desires ultimate power. He just like more power.
More power.
I don't even think the money has anything to do with it. I mean, when he's just mercilessly killing everybody in like one of the greatest bad guy moments ever, he's laughing. I mean, even when he has a Joker-esque death where he's he laughs at the end. The guy's just nuts and power hungry, and that's where Goldfinger is a little more subtle. I think Max Zorin is awesome, and I think Christopher Walken is great as Max Zorin.
I'm not saying I dislike Zorin. I'm just pointing out that I feel like there was some missed potential there where they could have gone in a little bit more.
But like for him to get revenge, dude, like okay, he wants revenge against the West because of they won World War II or something. I think that would be kind of below Max Zorin. That would be almost too emotional. Like, Max Zorin doesn't have emotions. The guy is literally a psychopath because he's a genetic freak. All he cares about is power.
Except if you compare the two, Goldfinger had more iconic lines.
Take a fucking drink right now. Take a fucking drink.
Even
do you expect me to talk? No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. Okay, we get it.
Yeah, but and so okay, I'm siding with McCurdy in the fact that this guy was a genius psychopath, right? But we barely scratched the surface. He had so much more potential than scenes where he went, so, So?
What was he supposed to say? Did you accomplish the task? Yes,
Something
I did.
more than so.
Yeah, but okay, then write a line right now. Like, what was he?
I'm
Did
not a
you
writer.
do it? Did you murder the guy? I don't.
Fair enough.
I agree with McCurdy. He was underused.
He's a
I
good,
don't
like,
know. I don't know.
like I'm saying, it's a really interesting backstory. They say it in the dialogue, he's a psychopath, but how many other villains have we come across that have some kind of psychopathic tendency? And then this movie, we're just highlighting it.
But not officially, like not where they are literally
like,
a genetic creation gone wrong.
What's his face? Fish Hands. How is he not a psychopath? Or Drax is a psychopath? You know, like they're still doing these megalomaniac things. How does that not psychopathic tendency?
Those guys care about people.
I intend to change the face of history.
By destroying the world?
By creating a world. A new and beautiful world beneath the sea.
A new super race, a race of perfect physical specimens.
Max Zorin is such a psychopath that he's even willing to sacrifice Mayday just on a whim.
But Mayday and my men.
Yeah, a convenient coincidence.
Mr. Zorn, those men are loyal to you.
We haven't seen that yet. I mean, as we talked about in depth in the Moonraker episode, these guys are doing things that really aren't for their own gain per se, as much as it's some grand sacrifice towards some ultimate dream that is supposed to better things for everybody.
The only hope for the future of mankind.
Like gods, your offspring will return to Earth and shape it in their image.
But they do it by way of killing a whole bunch of people. It's the same argument as like, is Thanos a psychopath just because he kills a bunch of people? Or don't you believe that he actually is well-intentioned? The argument is just whether or not genocide is actually a noble cause, which obviously it's not.
And when we faced extinction, I offered a solution.
Genocide.
But random, dispassionate, fair to rich and poor alike. They called me a madman. And what I predicted came to pass.
Thanos, Stromberg, and Drax would all tell you that they're the good guy, but Max Zorin is just a bad dude who is only out for his own empowerment.
To me, it's just not as interesting as some of the other characters we've seen. And not that I don't like, and I think that's the problem, is I think that between the character, how he's written, and Walken's performance, there's something really good there, because Walken can perform, like, Walken's perfect at performing that psychopathic, crazy character. I just feel like, great, we got this cool character. Could there be more to what he wants other than to destroy Silicon Valley so he makes more money? I felt like there was something missing there that could have been explored. And I only feel that way because it's like, oh, this is a copy paste of Goldfinger.
With Goldfinger, it has a prologue that doesn't weigh in on the plot, whereas this does. As you know, McCurdy already said, the gangster scene doesn't make any sense. With this, it's like, hey, let me show you out. And then Mayday pulls her little switch. And that's kind of like what we talked about with Stromberg, where Stromberg has this big table and you just think it's in some castle somewhere. And then it's like, oh, it's underwater. And then with this, it's just a boardroom. And then suddenly it's revealed like, oh, we're high up in the air. So not only is the way that Zorin kills that one guy fun and creative, but it also makes sense that he has to kill that guy to maintain the secrecy of his plot. And for all we know, he really only kills that guy and the leader of the miners, right? Who's also sitting at that boardroom table. Whereas with Goldfinger, he takes that one guy out and sends him on his way with the gold that he later has to pry apart from the car, whereas he could have just left that guy with all the other gangsters to die by gas. It's stupid. Oddjob kills the guy by shooting him, and then he goes and crushes the car, and then they have to bring the car back and separate the gold from it.
Forgive me, Mr. Bond, but I must arrange to separate my gold from the late Mr. Solo.
Get rid of one of those. Like, don't load it up with the gold. Like, why load it up with the gold when you're just going to have to separate it later? Or how once you shoot the guy, you don't need to crush the car anymore? But how amazing would it have been, though, And maybe it's because it was the 60s. But imagine if instead Oddjob just like pulled off and the guy's like, hey, you missed the exit, you stupid idiot. And then he just pulls into the car lot. He gets out and locks the doors. And then the guy's just stuck in there as the magnet comes down and picks him up. And he's like, no, hey, pounding on the windows and it's being crushed. And he's like,
that would be cooler.
Like that would have been amazing. But instead they did the stupidest thing.
I have a feeling that's what it was intended. But obviously,
I would hope
60s,
so.
That couldn't be done.
Bond also solves the problem with his dick. On one end, that's fun because it's Bond, but on the other hand,
it feels too Deus Machina.
And I will say on that note, I never really gave Oddjob proper props for the fact that one of the lieutenants of Goldfinger is immediately willing to defuse the bomb because he doesn't want to die, and Oddjob kills that guy because Oddjob's just loyal to the end, whereas with Mayday, she gets betrayed.
And I thought that creep loved me!
So she ends up being the catalyst for how, you know, the whole situation gets reversed, which is awesome. Her redemption moment is great.
Mm-hmm.
But like Oddjob would have still been fighting Bond down in like the bomb pit or whatever. And again, in the same way that we got the satisfaction of seeing the detonator go off in Octopussy instead of just a counter stopping, we get to see the detonator go off in this one too. So much more satisfying of a ticking clock than just like tick, 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 done. Okay, we're done. As far as similarities go, to keep going, the stud farm is straight out of Goldfinger, but also very reminiscent of Drax's compound in Moonraker, right? The whole French
Also filmed
connection.
in France, yeah.
So moving forward, right away, they're like, here's this microchip. We found it in Siberia. It was clearly stolen from this company that Max Zorn recently bought. Because of that coincidence, they immediately began investigating Max Zorn. They go to the English version of the Kentucky Derby or whatever.
Yeah, I thought we were in Kentucky.
No, that was, I believe, in France. I don't think, that was in Britain.
You narrow-minded
Thank you.
Wow. The Kentucky Derby? That's the only thing I understand.
You're narrow-minded.
Oh my God. Oh, the British have been racing horses far longer than we ever were. But I thought we were at the Kentucky Derby.
Initially, I thought that.
There's hats and top hats. And British people are there?
Well, I was like, why is Moneypenny there? Like, they flew her out too?
Yeah. And Q. They brought Q as well. They brought
They're
everybody
just enjoying
out
the
for
race
that.
and everyone else is working. I was like, what is this? Like a corporate day off?
Exactly, yeah. So at that point, we meet Tibbet, and Tibbet's like, it's pretty shady that his horrible horse won this derby. And then we have our one zany assassin scene, but it's Mayday, so it's not exactly zany. It's just kind of, it's a little goofy.
Silly.
It is silly.
It's not the worst thing in this movie, but it's
the butterflies.
Yeah, papillon. But I gotta be honest, I love that car chase. I laugh my ass off.
It is good.
I really do. It's so funny
like it.
when he's driving the little
okay, this
thing.
is the point I want to make about this movie.
No back to the car.
That really puts it down several notches for me, and that is the plot of this movie is like we were talking about. It's very straightforward. It's actually not that bad. I actually thought it was way easier to understand than Octopussy.
Yes,
but what it lacks that Octopussy had, and that was the spectacle of Octopussy, I thought was a lot better than this film. For one, like the iceberg sub and the Beach Boys needle drop, I was like, okay, that's just dumb.
Hell yeah.
The Paris
That's sick.
the
Why not?
iceberg sub,
And
I'm
why
like,
not?
okay, the iceberg sub, I can give a slight pass. The Beach Boys.
the iceberg sub makes total sense.
Hold on, I can give it a slight pass. I'm like,
Perfect.
okay, I get it.
You gave it a pass. That's fine.
I'm giving it a little bit of a pass. But then the Beach
That's
Boys
the perfect
thing
camouflage.
was like, are you serious?
The Beach Boys is silly.
The Beach Boys needle drop.
It is, but at the same time,
I thought we were done with that after Moonraker.
That stunt is so
It's the fucking
fun.
80s.
And here's what I'll say.
I'm not saying that the
They at
snowboarding
least
part about
started
it
early,
is
though.
bad. I'm not saying the snowboarding part of it is bad. The Beach Boys thing, I think, is
it's
just
obviously
dumb.
ridiculous that
It's
thing
a
that
dumb
blew
needle
up.
drop.
The snow track blew up, and then there's like it happens to have footholds on it, right? Like he
Yeah,
he can wear it. The premise is ridiculous, and it's clearly just there to have a cool stunt. And the stunt is cool to go snowboard down.
The stunt. I am not saying what I'm saying. I'm not saying the stunt with the snowboard thing is bad.
Just the
I'm
music.
not saying that. Just for the record, I'm not saying that. What I am saying is the Beach Boy needle drop in the beginning of the film is so stupid.
But don't you expect that at this point? Don't you expect that at this point?
I am
that
so
is
sick of it. I was sick of
purely
it in
to
Moonraker. I'm sick of it
disassociate
now.
all the old
It's
ski
to me, it's
scenes
the
that Bond
same
has
way.
had. Now he's got a
Scott, shut up.
snowboard. Now he's hip.
Okay. One thing, like just as far as it's put together, though, I will say that the song runs for a bit before the stunt, so it's like it's kind of funny and it works a little bit better in that sense. Rather than imagine this, Bond's like it's like doo 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 doo, and Bond shoots down, and then as soon as he hits the water, it's like I wish that
it doesn't work as a climax.
Had it only lasted as long as the slide whistle did, that would have been horrible, but at least it lasts for like a good 20, 30 seconds to facilitate just enjoying it, because suddenly James Bond is snowboarding and it's ridiculous. So it's like, it and I love the stunt well enough, and I love the Beach Boys well enough that I'm like, do you expect anything different at this point?
I do feel like what it is for me is like, you see, once John Glenn starts directing these films, they get a little bit tonally different, like a little more serious.
Slowly but surely, they're getting more realistic.
They're getting more realistic.
Goofy. Yeah.
And the fact that they throw this in there, I'm just like, oh, come on. Like, I thought we were done with this. And that's just how I instantly am just like, can we not, guys? Come on.
Yeah. And I get that, but it's like,
hold on.
But that's
so,
it.
Hold on.
It's the one. Like that's
the
like
ski
the one
fight scene. How else do you update it?
It should
and
be
it's in the opening
one.
too. It's in the opening where it's
one.
like it's not like the most tense thing ever. It's another ski scene.
But
it's another ski scene.
But here's the thing: all the action scenes in this movie all have something overly ridiculous, and that is what I hate about this movie. I just like that to me is what puts the overtly silly or stupid set pieces in this movie. The Paris car chase scene, it's fine until the car breaks in half, and then it's just like, are you serious?
I love it. It's so
stupid comedic scene.
That is good.
And then hold on, wait for it. And then we go to San Francisco. The fire truck chase feels like a different movie entirely.
Yeah.
Like,
but
we have two
what do you
cars
not like about
joined
it, though?
together. No, it feels like it's something that should have been
something.
Cannonball Run or Blues Brothers. You have cars conjoined together. You have a fire truck like being chased down. You have it flying over a bridge, and then all the cars like crash into each other. I'm just like, this looks like it should have been in Blues Brothers. You could have put the Benny Hill music under this, and it would work perfectly.
But okay, wait. Are you like saying that in relation to the rest of A View to a Kill, or are you taking into account that like we still are on the heels of?
Like you have this villain,
Moonraker,
like Charlie, we were talking about this really interesting villain that while I'm like, I wish they'd done more with them, it still was, he at least had this interesting backstory. We have this scene where he's mowing down all of his henchmen and stuff. And then in the same movie, we have car chase scene with cars conjoined together that look like it should have been a Blues Brothers movie with a fire truck and Bond hanging onto the ladder. And then the girl be like, I don't know how to drive. And like going over the bridge, and then the cars like, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
Dude,
it is.
Have you ever driven
ridiculous.
a fucking fire truck? You don't think you'd have a little panic moment being chased by the police and driving something that weighs several tons?
I don't like it either.
The scene itself is overly comedic.
The fire truck scene is
it's like overly comedic. It doesn't matter if anybody was driving the fire truck. It's an overly comedic scene.
I will say that we're still with it. Like I totally agree with you that John Glenn took over with For Your Eyes Only, right? So we are like every movie. And this will continue into the Dalton era. They slowly shed their goofiness to where this movie has the least. I would say of the three John Glenn movies, I think this has the least goofy, stupid shit. Stupid, goofy shit. I'm combining the two.
What are the three Glenn movies?
The Glenn
For Your Eyes Only,
Only,
Octopussy. For Your Eyes Only still had the last effects of ridiculous assassins, like the hockey assassins, or even the chase scene with the drunk guy. Octopussy had most of India is stupid goofy. This one has the Beach Boys, which is in the prologue, and I kind of forget about it by the time the movie gets going.
You got the Beach Boys. You have the half car chase sequence, which is still ridiculous and silly, and the car
so
stuff
enjoyable.
looks cool at first, and then the car gets torn in half, and he's still driving it. I'm like, oh my god.
I'm fine with the car chasing.
Top Gear guys. Like, is that
honestly, it's fine.
It's forward wheel drive, right? Like, you technically could
Top
do that.
Gear actually tried that.
It's still very
Top Gear actually tried a half car, a front driving 2-wheel car.
Yeah, it's been done in Top Gear. It's not that crazy.
It's silly.
Well, the whole fucking thing is ridiculous, but
that's my point, though. The whole thing is ridiculous,
but it's fun.
It's fun in the same movie where a guy mows down a bunch of henchmen and laughs maniacally.
Yeah,
I'm separating. I'm focusing on the goddamn the future part.
And then we get the rock salt scene.
What's this loaded with?
Rock salt.
Oh, what about the rock salt?
And then we get the rock salt scene.
Rock salt's
which is also kind of stupid.
It's so enjoyable, though, dude. I mean, because again, as we've been talking about, what it comes down to is, and this is me kind of giving it a pass by rationalization, but just hear me out. It's basically, we've seen this shit before, so they have to keep changing stuff up. Just having another car chase where nothing interesting happens, or another shootout where everything goes as expected, it gets boring. So they switch it up, and in this, they throw a little obstacle in his path with the rock salt.
Exactly.
Because we're in the 14th movie, and this hasn't been rebooted exactly. It's just trying to like McCurdy, you said last time, you're like, how many times have we had train scenes, but until Octopussy, we weren't on top of the train? It's like trying to just change stuff up so that it's not just the same thing over and over and over and over, because this is a 14th film.
That was the point. That was the point I was trying to make earlier with the snowboard, that they're trying to change it up. That's it.
Yeah, it's not just another ski scene where Bond gets away.
I don't mind the snowboard. Again, my point about the snowboard is not the snowboard itself.
You just hate snowboard.
Don't confuse my points.
Yeah, girls.
Do not confuse my points.
No, I get it.
I do not care that it's a snowboard.
That's great.
No, you don't, because you keep bringing it up. I'm not talking about the damn snowboard. I'm talking about the needle drop.
That's the first time I brought that up, McCurdy.
Two different things! It's not that they're using rock salt. It's just the fact that we know that the villains have guns, and then it's like, well, why aren't they shooting back? We know Bond actually has a real gun.
They weren't there to kill her.
Why did they have guns then?
To threaten her.
Yeah.
Why did they have guns? Why did they still have guns?
And they were met by James Bond, who beat the shit out of them and sent them along their way. They weren't there to kill anybody.
They were there to threaten her to accept the offer.
Just drop the lawsuit and shut my mouth. I haven't accepted yet.
So Zarin sent along his guerrillas to help you make up your mind.
The last thing they wanted to do was kill her, and they weren't expecting this random Secret Service guy to be there, right? So they fled when they got their asses kicked, and then that leads to worse stuff down the road because those guys run away. That scene leads to the City Hall scene directly. And the rock salt is just kind of a fun little turn, like that moment where the guy sits up and he's like, why am I not dead? And Bond's like, what the hell is this? And she's like, oh, it's a non-lethal shot. It's rock salt. And he's like, you're adorable, but you're stupid. Oh, by the way, I don't have it. But we've never done.
Where's your salt shooter?
I have. Oh, it's sitting over there. Actually, I have a salt gun. Anybody who nobody's ever paid us for this show, but if anybody wants to kill flies,
create an Amazon affiliate account.
Yeah, exactly.
Put a link in the video.
Bug Assault. It's called Bug Assault. Go buy one.
My
You'll love
father-in-law
it.
wants one of those.
Dude, I have 5.
I think he got one.
I have 5 of them. I'm not kidding. I have them in every room, and I let flies in the house, and then I shoot them with salt. If for anybody who doesn't know, it's a gun that shoots salt, and it's for killing pests.
It's like a Nerf gun.
House flies and stuff. It's amazing.
That shoots salt.
Click the link in the description and go buy one of these. It's my new favorite thing. Sometimes I need a kill shot.
Rock salt.
Anyway, so they go to the stud farm based on what the detective guy said. And then we have a little fun scene with him and Tibbet where they go into the room and they find the bug and they put the recorder under, with a pre-recorded tape to make it sound like they're there when they're not there. Again, just like Live and Let Die, which is fun. But my favorite moment from that scene is when the guy listening is like, I wouldn't want to be his valet.
Well, don't stand there panting, Tibbet. Start the unpacking. Here, let me help.
Yes, sir. Oh, thank you, sir.
He's like, Tibbet, do this, and Tibbet, do that, and Tibbet, you suck, and you're stupid. And he's like, sorry, sir, sorry. And Bond just says,
I'm sorry, sir.
Don't be so damned obsequious.
Which all that means is like, quit kissing my ass as he's like berating him. Then he's like, sorry, sir. He's like, quit accepting my berating. It's just so perfect and hilarious. But anyway, and then right after that is where Stacy comes into play.
Which should certainly bear closer inspection.
We're on a mission.
Sir Godfrey, on a mission, I am expected to sacrifice myself.
Like we were saying last episode, where it's like, Bond's always focused on the mission, but if he can also get laid, that's a good mission.
Mr. St. John Smith?
St. John Smythe, my dear.
Bond is operating under the name St. John Smythe. St. John Smythe. St. John. St. John. St. John. St. John
Smythe.
Which,
it's awful.
And
then
weird,
it turns into James St. John Smythe.
The name is St. John Smythe. James St. John Smythe.
Yeah, and part of that is that Bond is always doing that. Bond is provided with a cover, and then he always ends up just saying that his name's James Bond anyway. And what that goes to show is what I was talking about again. What I was talking about last time is that I like when Bond is a provocateur. He goes somewhere, and even if he's supposed to have a cover, he still blows his cover because what he likes to do is to say things to somebody and see if they react.
What about fishing? Fly casting.
He wants to blow his cover in a way that, like, he doesn't totally blow it, but he rides that line to where he wants to get a reaction out of Zorin because that would confirm his suspicions. I will say, though, that polarized glasses are probably the worst fucking gadget ever. Ever.
There's a camera lens that you can use that basically just gets rid of glare off windows so you don't see it in the shot.
Polarized filter. So all it is you twist it just like you would if you had polarized sunglasses, and you do this. You put it on a lens and you turn it and it removes glare.
Except they're like the biggest tabs ever on the bottom of his lenses.
Yeah, exactly. It looks terrible. It's stupid. Besides us just knowing how they pulled off that shot, which is like whatever, that gadget is just not a gadget. Like polarized sunglasses are just normal sunglasses. Bond didn't need to do that stupid ass tab thing that looks ridiculous. They're basically just trying to take something that is like an ordinary everyday thing and make it look all gadgety, and it's just stupid. All he had to do was just have normal polarized glasses.
You'd think Stacey Sutton would be like, "Hey, there's like a weird guy looking at us."
Yeah.
Could you close the curtain?
Window.
And again, it's all for the sake of just. I mean, he can see through the window already, but it just removes a little bit of glare. It's so lame.
So there's two things you were mentioning. So St. John Smythe, the reason why it's pronounced St. John is because it kind of goes back to Norman French origin. So they would used to say like St. Clair would be Sinclair. So the sin would be saint. So that's why there was St. John Smythe instead of St. John.
To make him seem a little more French, you mean?
French, yeah. So it's like Norman French style writing. The one thing I think is interesting in this movie is 2 movies ago, John Glenn comes on the scene. He's like, I want to get rid of gadgets in an interesting way that makes a point about the character that he can do a bunch of stuff without gadgets. This film still has lots of gadgets, but
there's a lot of gadgets.
They're all subtle, and they're all like things that seem very practical for a spy to use.
There's a tracker in the opening when he finds 003. There's the bug finder shaver. There's the stupid-ass polarized glasses. The check scanner, which is a little ridiculous, but whatever.
It works.
And the window opener. I'm not sure if there are any more than that.
By Sharper Image. I don't know if you noticed that.
Sharper Image,
the thing was by Sharper Image. And then they had the ring that took pictures.
Right.
Yeah. They're all devices that would seem somewhat practical that can be hidden, like opening doors, seeing through things, taking photos. We don't have exploding pens, basically.
Yeah, they're not Deus Ex Machinas. He doesn't have his life saved by Q Branch here.
We do have a Star Wars droid driving around, though.
Yeah, it's a simple setup for a joke at the end of the movie.
Oh, James.
That reminded me of, was it Rocky 2 or Rocky 4, where he has the robot? it was weird because I'm seeing Dolph Lundgren. I'm like,
well, and because it's so rough too, like it's just he's like, this is a highly advanced prototype, and it's like, it's obviously dated. I don't care about dated stuff because it's like, how are you going to avoid dating yourself? But especially when it's high tech stuff like this. But what does save Bond's life every time? It's quick thinking, right? Like a simple tire, like just sucking the air out of a tire saves his life. He gets keel hauled again, but in the sky, to where he just ties a quick knot, just like he does with the rock underwater and For Your Eyes Only. It's that balance, right? It's like you said, John Glenn comes in, he's like, I don't want to just have gadgets save his life. I want Bond to save his own life. And that's but he brings back gadgets, but not so much that Bond's super reliant on them, but Bond is rather using his wits.
We don't get a Q scene in this movie where he's like, pay attention, 007. Like, we don't get that.
Dude, there's no Q scene.
There's no Q scene. He was in the movie, but we don't get a scene where he's like, pay attention, 007. This is polarized glasses.
You put them on and you move the things and then you can see through windows. Yeah, but Q, I already could see through the window. Yeah, but now you can see better through the window. Speaking of For Your Eyes Only, we talked about how avenging Luigi is great, but Luigi himself is a little lackluster. Tibbet is great. Like, Tibbet is what Luigi should have been, where we hang out with him a lot. We kind of go through some stuff with him. We kind of, we're a little sad when Tibbet goes just because we spent time with him.
You do feel sad. Yeah. When he's going through the car wash.
It's like a very horror movie scene where he's just sitting there just happy-go-lucky, like I'm going through
he's
the car
literally
wash.
like, you can see it. He's kind of smiling. He's like,
I love car washes.
And then he just dies. Yeah. But I will say it is movies like these. Like, most people would be, they'd be like, oh, horror movies. This they taught me to, like, I don't know, check dark rooms and all that. For me, watching these movies as a kid, a movie like this is why to this day, I check the back seat when I get in my car. Because Mayday kills two people. Oh,
Really?
Dude, I always check the
Weirdo.
back seat. Nobody will ever sneak up on me, and it's mostly because of Mayday. Mayday kills two guys. Just always check the back seat. Just always. You never know. Anyway, last time I pointed out how there was like a little Ocarina of Time moment with the all-female fortress, right? Like the Gerudo. This time, coincidentally, we had a little winning Epona moment where he's like, if you win a horse race, you get to keep this horse, I mean, I'm like one track mind. I'm like, Ocarina of Time again. Again, it's mixing things up, right? Like, let's have a chase scene, but let's have it steeplechase. Let's kind of shift it up. And he tries to kill Bond by having the horse throw him. He puts all these obstacles in front of Bond, including hitting the little like button on his cane to make the horse throw him. But, it's like Bond's too much of a badass. Before, I'd always say keeping Bond alive, but where it's naturally evolved to is that it's not about keeping Bond alive. It's about naturally plugging Bond's survival into the plot in a believable way, rather than just having hire 50 million different assassins to try to kill Bond over and over and over again and fail all of them. Instead, with this one, it's like Bond runs into Mayday, but Mayday doesn't know it's Bond, and Mayday's actually running away from Bond, and Bond has to catch her, but he fails to catch her. Bond never identified her, so when he catches up with her later, he doesn't know it's her, and she doesn't know it's him either until she suddenly realizes that it is him.
He was the man at the Eiffel Tower.
They're onto him at that point, so Zorin looks up on the computer and confirms that he's actually 007, so then because he knows he's 007, he fucks with him because he's got an ego, so he's like, I'm going to have him killed by natural causes on this horse. and I'm going to kill Tibbet. And then at that point, when Bond survives all of that, he just tries to kill him by drowning, and he's confident that he is dead. So then Bond's able to go about his business because Zorin thinks he's dead. Then Zorin finds out that he's actually alive. Once he finds out he's alive, he tries to kill him again with the fire. Bond manages to survive that as well. And then at the end, it's all, about the showdown, about Bond running away, him trying to kill him with the flooding. I mean, it's all this natural push-pull, this up-down between Zorin has the advantage and then Bond has the advantage. Just like back with Goldfinger, that was the same thing where it was like Bond wins, then he loses. Goldfinger wins, then he loses. And that kind of keeps us engaged in, and it all blends into the story seamlessly to where you don't get frustrated at the fact that Zorin can't just fucking kill Bond, and he's also not just sending a bunch of assassins. That's where it's a better Bond story rather than these frustrating Roger Moore movies of the past. It's just like him running away all the time, running away, assassin, running away, assassin, running away, another assassin, and they're all goofy assassins, This movie is so much more grounded in that sense, where you don't think Max Zorin's an idiot, because most of the time Max Zorin thinks that he's done his job, because the guy is literally trying to accomplish one of the biggest tasks ever. It takes a lot of planning in order to orchestrate a double earthquake that's going to wipe out your competitors and all that. Yeah. It's a big deal. So when he kills Bond, Bond's just like a fly on his ass that he swats. And then all these other people are just flies on his ass that he swats. But Bond, just like Kamal Khan says, he's like, Bond's a rare breed. And Zorin doesn't really realize that until the end of the movie, right? And even at that point, he's still confident that he's going to kill Bond by way of the Golden Gate Bridge, and then he's going to double back and he's going to go blow up the mine anyway and complete his business.
This'll hurt him more than me.
You did not request approval before eliminating 007. Reprisals might jeopardize ongoing operations.
You jeopardize mine! Basically, I think that scene's obviously set up with the fact that you have the general, going after Max and be like, dude, we're on the same team. And he's like, I'm not, if they didn't put that, it just wouldn't work.
Yeah, and just to emphasize my point about Zorin is that he's like...
I no longer consider myself a KGB agent.
We trained you, financed you. What would you be without us?
No one ever leaves the KGB.
He just cares about power. He would kill everybody on the planet just to rule things, right? He's just purely a psycho. But anyway, who can tell me James Bond's cover name when he's a writer, a reporter?
James Stock.
James Stock.
No, God damn it.
James Stock.
And why is it James Stock, Scott?
No idea.
Come on. Think.
Oh my God.
Hey, this quote
of the Financial Times.
McCurdy, motherfucker that knows everything about every movie.
No. Nobody answer. Scott, why is James Bond's name James Stock when he's writing for the London Financial Times? Can you answer this question?
Crypto.
Are you playing dumb?
Bitcoin.
His name's Bitcoin St. John Smythe.
I don't know. James Stock. I think he made reference earlier in the movie about
Oh my God.
Are you playing dumb?
No, I really don't know. Nathan, do you know
Stocks and bonds?
Bonds and bonds. Oh, wow.
Oh my God. All right. That's beautiful.
Hey.
We couldn't have written that.
Part of me was kind of like, I'm not really feeling this episode, guys, but that made it. That made the episode.
Stocks and bonds. I'm not fucking 40.
The rock salt, something fun about that scene, again, we keep talking about references to prior movies. He walks into the Sutton household thinking he's just going to catch her in the shower, much like Miss Anders, a.k.a. Miss Octopussy. And what's fun right there is that he walks into the bathroom and she's not there, and she's in the closet behind him, loaded up the rock salt, ready to shoot him. Now, McCurds, let's get it out. You hate women. No. You hate weak women. I don't know. You don't. You
hate
don't like
incompetence.
Stacey
All right.
Sutton.
Now I
You don't
step
like
back.
Stacey Sutton.
Watch you two.
You sexist. You just hate women.
Nathan,
in general.
take a break.
You don't.
Just sit
I'll be
back,
honest.
just
After
enjoy this.
rewatching this
go take a
movie,
dump.
I'll say this: I don't. She doesn't. I don't hate her as
Weak
much as I
women.
did as who's
Well,
she's
she's got a backstory and everything,
Good night,
right?
Good head. It was Good Night, right?
Good night. Yeah. Good night.
Sorry, Good Night. Good Head was Moonraker. I don't hate her as much as Good Night. I think she does fall into the category of bad Bond girls, but she's not like the worst of the. She's not the bottom of the barrel for me now. I think it's just mainly what it is it has more to do with performance and whatever character or job you associate with that performance. So if you have a character like Miss Goodhead, who seems like a competent woman who knows how to do her job, she's at CIA, but she's also a scientist. Like she seems like she can perform. Her performance is like, oh yeah, I could see her being a scientist. She seems like a smart person. Scott's falling asleep. But then you get a character, and we'll see this in other. We'll see this in other
He's
movies
fantasizing
later on.
about
We'll see
time.
this. But my point is, you'll see this in other movies down the road. But you'll see characters, the way what those characters are, their occupations are, and what they're supposed to do, and then the way that they're performed, don't necessarily match up. It's not every Bond girl, it's some Bond girls, and I think those are the ones that tend to be on the weaker sides. I should note that Tanya Roberts was nominated for a Razzie, and if you don't know what the Razzies are, they're like the anti-Oscars. The worst movies.
What?
She was nominated for a Razzie for this particular movie. I don't think she's terrible, but she has her moments, but it's like...
Okay. Here's the thing. My question to you is, because so far you have a track record of not liking any Bond girl who isn't perfect. She isn't completely competent. So let me just say this. When it comes to the Bond girls of this particular movie, you have Stacey Sutton, she's just a geologist, and she's put in these incredible circumstances where suddenly she's working beside, the bulldog of the British government, and suddenly expected to do crazy things like survive an elevator fire and then drive a fire truck. But she is smart. She's clearly smart, but she
and she has one really good scene.
She says a lot of times she'll say, "James," like she yells for James a lot.
James! Oh, James.
But that's because she's like put in these extraordinary circumstances, and again, it's like
burning elevator.
It's out of fashion for a woman to scream for a man's help today. But this is James Bond we're talking about. James Bond is highly competent in dire circumstances.
I'm saying
but hang on. But then Stacey though is just forced into these things where she's like the definition of a sheltered child. She's like, yeah, my grandfather was rich. My daddy was rich. And then I was expected to take over the company. So I went to school. Like, she hasn't been through anything like this. She even wears high heels to the city hall as she normally does. Mm-hmm. And then that leads to her having high heels through the end of the movie, which is like the worst thing to be wearing. But that's just what she had on at the time because she didn't expect to run into Max Zorin. At the other end of that, though, is Mayday and Jenny Flex. Like, you have these chicks who, whether they're genetically modified or not, they are like highly capable and could just kill you with their pinky or whatever. So my argument every time you and I go into it about whether or not this Bond girl is good or that Bond girl is good, my whole thing is like, not all of them need to be like super crazy, ultra capable. I mean, your arguments with Goodnight were totally valid. My whole counter argument was she's just unlucky. She's like competent, but then super unlucky. Whereas with this, she's competent, but she's like, I'm way in over my head. I don't know. I just thought this guy was a writer for the newspaper.
And I'm not disagreeing with you because, again, like, this is rewatching the film because I've watched all these movies, and like you and I have watched these movies dozens of times. It's just like rewatching it this time, keeping that in mind. I'm like, she really isn't as bad as I imagined when I first was watching the movie. She has her moments.
She even physically fights Zorn at the end, and she knocks out Scarpine.
Yeah, she's not but there's times when I'm like, not the best actress, but again, like the character's written well enough that I'm like, I don't completely hate her when she's on screen. She's not my favorite part of the movie, but it's not. It's like just kind of like, it's fine. It works. I don't hate it. It versus Goodnight, where it's just like, I wanted to gouge my eyeballs out every time I saw her.
Just kill her.
And then there's times when, who was it in, much as like Nans didn't like, who was it? Tiffany Case in Diamonds Are Forever. It's just she's somewhat obnoxious, competent, but obnoxious. This movie, it's like, she's somewhere in the middle. It's like, she doesn't really bother me that much. After watching it a second time, I'm like, she gets one like clear scene that she's like has something to do with geology where you're like, okay, she understands her job.
If they go off, both faults move at once.
When we get later down the road, though, it just really comes down to performance and can they play that occupation off well enough that you believe it? And like, there are two, I think you and I agree, there are two performances down the road that you both are like, yeah.
I'm a nuclear physicist.
Yeah. Yeah.
The single point of her strength in this movie is pulling a $5 million check out of her bag, ripping it up.
It's a good moment.
They have. I'd sell everything and live in a tent before I give up.
Forget the rest. Forget physical strength. It's psychological.
That's also when she falls in love with Bond.
And the way you handle those men.
Well, those baboons could come back.
I hope not.
Again, she's in high heels and she's kind of dainty, but at the same time, when it's between her grandfather's ashes and helping out Bond, she smashes it on the guy's head, and like that's a good moment for her. And then she's like very feminine, but then she always comes through.
My response is, okay.
I don't know why you hate women so much, McCurdy.
Okay.
Anyway, okay, guys.
Moving on.
Based on everything y'all have been saying, I think this is going to be a one-sided battle, and by one-sided, I mean it's like if I could put in that little screen from Mario Party, 1 versus 3.
1 versus 3.
Yeah, like.
I'm worried Char's going to put it high because he's saying it's like Goldfinger but fixes stuff.
Well, okay.
And we have Goldfinger at the top still.
I will always say that Goldfinger has shortcomings, but I don't think it ruined. I mean, there's a reason why Goldfinger's at the top. It's still fucking Goldfinger. Even though everything that makes Goldfinger less than perfect, this fixes it. But that doesn't mean it's at the top of the list. But I think I am going to put it higher than you guys because I do, as I said, as John Glenn goes along, he's slowly shedding the movies of the stupid shit, and he's making it a little classier. And I can, again, in the prologue, I can look the other way with the Beach Boys, and I can just enjoy it for what it is. And the car breaking in half, I can look the other way and enjoy it as it is. I don't think it's...
But those are big things in the movie. They're part of the movie.
They stick out.
Those weigh into the movie.
Sure, they weigh in.
They weigh into the movie.
But that's why I'm not going to say it's number 1. But
but I'm not going to say it's number 2 or 3 or 4.
Okay, I like what you just said. No, I like what you just said. You said I'm not going to put it at 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. But that's why I'm putting it at number 5.
Yeah, it's not a 5.
Okay, why? Tell me why this movie is not as good as Dr. No.
5's. It's not as classy, and it has stupid, silly moments that really ruin the movie.
I think this movie is better than Dr. No. I really do. I think this. I think.
Let's ask the peanut gallery, Naz and.
But before we do, as we've talked about, like
you put it.
Every time we always say the same thing about Dr. No, which is like, well, with a small budget, they made a really classy story, and yeah, they did the same old tired argument. But we have transcended that at this point.
Yeah, and then I compare it to For Your Eyes Only and On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and I'm like, I don't really see it.
I think it beats the two of those. I think For Your Eyes Only is still weighed down by the same old
goofy.
Where are
you putting it? You haven't said. Where are you putting it?
You haven't said yet, so why don't you say first?
No, you say first, motherfucker.
You cannot say it's worse than Octopussy,
gallery.
There's no way it's worse than
the
an
peanut
octopus.
gallery.
I don't think it's
Make
worse than
a goddamn
Octopussy.
statement,
Okay.
bitch.
Don't, Scott, shut up.
Make a statement.
I don't think it's worse.
If
totally
you're gonna
agree.
call
I
us
don't think
the
it's
peanut gallery, make a statement.
I don't think it's worse than Octopussy. I think it's better than On Her Majesty's Secret Service. I'd put it at under For Your Eyes Only.
Okay, but why? How is it worse than For Your Eyes Only?
I think For Your Eyes Only has a much more interesting villain plot than this movie does.
You guys said in that episode though that what's his name? The dove had that he was a lackluster bad guy. Whereas again, we're comparing this guy to Goldfinger.
It's the plot with the two villains where you have. I mean, you didn't get no heroin. No heroin.
But it all comes down to Max Zorin himself. He's a highly competent bad guy. Again, who doesn't just hire a million assassins to kill Bond. He legitimately does kill Bond, or at least he thinks so. But as I said before, he's a psychopath who just does whatever he wants. He's even defying the KGB. He's power hungry. He's not. It transcends a desire for money, and it just becomes this desire to literally take over the whole world because he's a bastard. He's just like a psychopathic bastard who was just created in a test tube, essentially. His dad is like a Nazi doctor. And do you guys not feel for Mortner for like a second where he's like, Max! And like Max is like ready to die and he's like, no, my Nazi creation. Like, you know, in the same way that I felt bad for the knife twins, you know, Mishka, you know. But beyond that, though, it is a very competent film with very little to no offensive, stupid, or goofy shit. Yeah, the Beach Boys. Yeah, I mean, and that's all I'll give you. The car ripping in half is enjoyable. The Beach Boys is like, okay, we're back to our slide whistle stuff, but it's in the prologue and it's during like our millionth ski scene. Like I enjoy it. Like I like bottom line is the slide whistle I don't enjoy. The Beach Boys I enjoy. It even has a little California Girls thing, and the movie takes place in California. Whatever. I'm not trying to give it a pass for that reason, but it's like it has
on the slide whistle. Shut
the slide
up.
whistle though, and double take pigeon say something though, which is like, why did you do that? Why just for
so
like
would you
an
not
audience reaction?
Put this above the man with the golden gun?
So with all that in mind, the overall bad guy plot is great and makes sense, and you can easily follow it. And the whole time it's Bond trying to figure out what he's trying to do.
Silicon Valley, and everything in it submerged forever.
If it happened at the peak of the spring tide for maximum effect.
Well, that's today at 9:41. In less than an hour.
He's like, holy shit, we have an hour to stop this. Like, the whole movie is Bond investigating what is main strike, just like Grand Slam. What is main strike? He figures it out last minute as he's trying to stop it. And then you inject Mayday, who gets betrayed, and she has her great little redemption moment there.
That's Zorin for me!
The movie is so much more competent than pretty much every other Roger Moore movie and has, like, a couple of things that triggers are like, it's goofy, you know, but those things are not poison pills that ruin it. At the end of the day, you still have this great bad guy whose motivation is just psychopathic world domination and he's not a normal person. He has this really interesting backstory that legitimizes his being a psychopath. Octopussy dragged on past its climax, whereas this has its climax of Mayday blowing up the bomb, and then right away we have our Golden Gate showdown, and it doesn't take 20 minutes. It's just Max goes out and fights them, and it was set up that Max is a bit of a fighter, but Bond bests him quickly, and then he faces down Mortner, and then it ends. It's not like Live and Let Die, where the bad guy's death is a giant fart balloon. The offensive, goofy stuff is so early on that it's not a poison pill. So for me, it rises above Dr. No's perfect simplicity.
So you would put Scaramanga above Zorin?
I would.
Okay.
Do you want to put it higher?
I don't know. I heard a lot of very similar points in your argument there for both.
I have such a Scaramanga, Man with the Golden Gun boner, but I think if you two would kill...
That would be your one.
Only
point,
one
right?
is missing a third nipple. That's
Char, Man of the
but I
Golden
see
Gun
very similar
number one
qualities
for you
between
so
both.
From Russia with Love is at our list as it is now, in my personal list. From Russia with Love is like my golden child. I want to fuck that movie. I have.
All right.
Back when it was a VHS tape. When it became a DVD, it was a little bit harder, and then with streaming, you just can't. You just can't anymore with streaming. At least back in the day, you had the cardboard sleeve from the VHS, so you could just crumple it up and put your dick in that.
Stick a Chromecast up your butt, or like.
Anyway, I went on long enough. Where are you guys at? Give me numbers.
I'm trying to remember where. Okay.
I think.
McCurdy, why do you look
to
depressed
Charlie
again?
than McCurdy. He always looks depressed.
We go on and on for like an hour, and we've already heard all these points.
And now I've lost track entirely.
And I'm like, I heard this before. It doesn't really change my view on the movie.
McCurdy, you have this number 7.
This movie still has a lot of stupid stuff. You're like, I give
you
it a
have this
pass.
number 7.
Dude, okay,
You're like,
two
I give that a
things.
pass.
It has two things.
Number 5.
It's got Beach Boys
5?
in the opening, and then it has a car that breaks in half. It's
got
really
Beach
enjoyable.
Boys. Car breaks in half. Fire truck through San Francisco.
Yeah.
Tell me
Really
though about the fire truck
stupid
though.
scene.
Why is the fire truck so
it doesn't
horrible?
belong in a Bond movie. Like, do you
Why?
not understand that?
Why?
Do you not get that? Does it just like, do you watch it and you're just like, we went from cool ass car chases or to like guys chasing down when shooting with guns to like a fire truck being chased by police cars? That's the movie now.
Why
That's
why
what
is
we
that
went
so
to. Like this, like
why
it
is that
felt
so awful?
much like, because it feels so much like Diamonds Are Forever. Like, we're gonna chase cars now, and then we're gonna do weird car flips that we screwed
But
up.
you and I both love Sergeant Pepper. So what's
Sergeant Pepper's an interesting, funny character.
and then you
And it was
have
a cool
this
boat
and then you
chase
have
scene.
this
That-
fat cop
that
who's
was
like,
practical.
you're under arrest. Like it makes sense
This
that
is
they would
like-
try to arrest
this
Bond
is a car chase
and then they
scene
flub it.
with a
Like why is it so bad
Sergeant
that Bond
Pepper wannabe and like antics with like like driving this car and like it's just stupid.
Totally.
why
I don't understand how you're not like, yeah, this is pretty dumb. I don't know why they put this in the movie. The only reason I could see them putting it in the movie is they're like, oh well, we'll have the fire chick go to the mine, and then that ties the scenes together. I'm like, great. I don't care.
Okay, had there been a Ferrari there for Bond to steal, I would have been like, well, yeah, dude, take the Ferrari and not the fire truck. But he uses the fire truck to blow the cop away.
Very stupid.
And then they jump in the fire truck, and then at that point,
you don't have to convince me on the writing or how
if
that
you
fits
if
in
you
the
brought
plot.
up the
I
stunt
get how it fits in the
coordinators though,
plot.
and the stunt coordinators
"Let's
are
do
like,
a fire
hey,
truck."
yeah, let's do a fire truck and let's have Bond hanging
And
from
I've
a
seen,
fire
I've seen
thing.
a better version of this in a comedy called Blues Brothers, where it's hundreds and hundreds of cop cars chasing after one like unmarked
it's
cop
amazing.
car and then crashing into each other, and it's amazing and it's great. And it's in a comedy.
Specifically,
This
though,
is
like
not
what
a
is
comedy.
like
it should be an action film.
It's
and
like
that's what drives me nuts.
It's like a 2-3 minute chase scene where Bond's in a fire truck.
It's
and
the most to me. It's like one of the most memorable scenes in the movie.
But let's go through it. Why is it stupid though? You haven't really said. You're like, well, it's because like some cops get tied together. It's like, okay, they get tied together, and then they run into a sign and they split apart.
It's
like the cops are made to look.
It's like, oh, we can do this funny thing with the cop cars. Let's put the two cop cars together. Well, that's funny.
Yeah,
well,
they
that's
crash
great.
into each other, and then that leads to them
silly.
crashing and all that.
It's silly. It's something you would see in a Looney Tunes cartoon.
What do you mean? Like they crash into each other and then they get linked, and then they're like, "F our cars are."
It's something you would see in a Looney Tunes cartoon.
This goes back to my belief that like us just ranking these movies based on like serious to goofy is boring. Having a scene where Bond runs from the cops, we've seen that before. Like in
We saw it in
Diamonds
two other
Are
movies.
Forever.
We've seen it in Diamonds Are Forever, and we've seen it in Live and Let Die. I know that. But
So,
in
like-
this particular movie, it's now a comedy chase scene.
And what's wrong with that? What's so offensive about Bond running from the cops? And
Because I thought we were past all that. By this point, I'm like, yeah, I thought we got some serious action films, but we don't.
what would be more serious? Like okay, if you got rid of the goofy stuff from the cop chase, what would you get rid of? The
I
two
would get-
cars getting linked?
I'd get rid of that. I'd get rid
Why
of
is
the
that so
whole
goofy?
car, like the car coming down and then sliding into all the other cop cars.
Why is that goofy? Why are those two things goofy? The goofy stuff is the cop who's like, like that's the goofy performance. But overall, the action isn't goofy.
Hold on, we didn't even mention all like the funny tidbit moments with that scene, like
the fat cop.
The ladder comes over to the two cowboys in the car, and then their hats come off, and they're like, "What?" And then you also have the scene with the
but
the
why
trailer,
is that offensive?
The people in the trailer in the back seat. It's not offensive. It's just.
I mean, offensive
silly.
so long as you're so far
funny.
as like your goofiness radar goes. Like, why are those
every
bad?
scene is meant for laughs. It's not a movie. It's just like, okay, now this is what the movie is. And
that's what I mean. Because it's not like crazy serious. Why is that such a bad thing?
Because the movie has a serious like villain. Like it undermines that whole that whole great thing you were talking about. How Zorn's this really cool villain, and then you have this silly chase scene in the movie. It undermines that. Like I don't understand how you not see that.
I mean,
how do you not see
get it.
that
I get
silliness undermines it.
Like when it's Moonraker and it's totally absurd, that's one thing. But the tone of this, it's a scene with a bunch of cops that want to arrest him wrongfully. It's not like he can shoot them, so they entertain you with all these stunts and stuff, and him like busting up the whole city. I just don't see it as goofy as you see it. It happens well before Zorin has his whole dive into the deep end. So it just doesn't hit me as the goofiest thing in this series.
It's totally different from the rest of the movie. It's like, why are we putting this in the movie now? And it's come on,
like yes
and
and no.
It's totally a silly scene.
No.
It's a silly premise.
I get what you're saying, but it doesn't go
literally written as a silly
far.
premise. What if Bond had to take a fire truck? What great scenes could we do with that? And then every single scene with that is just humorous. It's just silly.
I'm somewhere between you two, but definitely closer to McCurdy. I don't like that. It's definitely a silly scene. I dislike every movie that has a cops being dumb scene. I mostly agree with McCurdy. It hasn't changed in the last hour or whatever. I agree with a lot of McCurdy's points, and just to a slightly lesser degree, do I find some of the stuff he finds offensive, and that's, I think, probably all it comes down to for why I'm a bit higher than him.
Please, for the love of God, give me a hook. I need something to convince me that Dr. Knows better other than nostalgia. It just sounds like nostalgia.
It's not nostalgia,
oh, it's
man.
great.
Like
it's like Sean Connery.
And I also point out,
he says Bond, James Bond.
Like, this movie, like Dr. No is, and I've said this before, the first 6 Bond movies are Bond's movies. Like those are the pure Bond films. Every movie after that is either a retread or trying to do something.
Yeah, this movie's Goldfinger, but it's not. This movie's not like trying to be something it's not. It's like a remake of Goldfinger, but it's a pretty great remake of Goldfinger. So far, really, the only argument that anybody's made in favor of Dr. No is that it's just so simple and simple and simple. It's simple. It's so simple. And I get that. And that argument made sense back when it was Thunderball versus Dr. No, but that was because Thunderball was obviously leagues beyond Dr. No so far as plot and action was concerned, being the 4th film, having more money, whatever, it doesn't matter. But at the same time, it had these weird plot conveniences and overly emphasized the spectacle over the story, and that's why we ended up putting Thunderball below Dr. No, and Largo weighed in on that too. Again, bad guy argument. It was bigger, but not better. But when it comes to A View to a Kill, it doesn't have those plot conveniences. It actually has a really solid plot with a great bad guy, great henchman, a great bad guy plot, and I'd say a better Bond girl overall, even if that Bond girl is Jenny Flex or Mayday, because you hate Tanya Roberts or whatever. The question is whether or not a couple of Roger Moore era goofs are enough to ruin the entirety of A View to a Kill versus the simple perfection and low-key classiness of Dr. No, which, again, was pretty much everybody's argument. And I get it. Dr. No's fantastic. For me, it mostly comes down to Zorin versus Dr. No. You have Zorin himself, who they began investigating from the get-go because of his connection to the Siberian microchip pulled off of 003. And he's winning these horse races with inferior breeds, raising questions as to how he's pulling that off, which leads Bond to investigate his stud farm, where he finds Mortner's lab and the microchip hoard, and discovers who Mortner is, that he's an ex-Nazi geneticist that experimented on concentration campers. Yes, I just said concentration campers.
Why do people watch this show? Why do they watch this show?
Good morning, concentration campers.
Okay, sorry, hang on.
What activities do we have today?
That's the worst thing I've heard all day.
Sorry, we're talking about actual Nazis. Okay, we're not. We're not Nazis.
We're Nazis. We're Nazis.
So our horse plot directly plugs into the backstory of Zorin himself when we come to realize that he's in fact a genetic experiment gone wrong by Herr Mortner. And that he's also a KGB agent run by our favorite Gogol, because Operation Paperclip, we all know these things, that the Nazis were split up between the Americans and the Russians. Whatever Nazi scientists they could get their hands on, they would. And so he ended up with the KGB, with the Russians, and then Mortner moves him and Zorin out of Berlin and over to, he basically is planted into the UK. It's a really interesting backstory versus Dr. No, who's just like a guy. And we come to know who and what he is specifically by way of investigating this whole microchip thing, thereby organically incorporating his backstory into the overall plot. Then throw in Mayday and the other henchmen who may or may not be genetic experiments gone wrong themselves. Then throw in Stacy and the fun action sequences, which get goofy, but never stupid like the gondola. And I still enjoy them and don't feel anger at watching them like the gondola. And so overall, you have a really big and enjoyable film that easily trumps the simplicity and Connery classiness of Dr. No, which is literally all anybody can say about Dr. No, is like, yeah, but when Bond says James Bond, and it's great, and it's like, yeah, I get that. But like story-wise, they're night and day. Again, I wanted to put For Your Eyes Only above Dr. No, but we all agreed that it had a bit of a convoluted plot and still suffered from early Roger Moore era wacky assassins and chase scenes that undermined the plot, that put it below Dr. No. But with this, it doesn't have those things. It just has some goofy moments. Again, Roger Moore era goofy moments, but not enough in my book to sink below Dr. No, which is rudimentary and prototypical at this point. That doesn't mean it's bad. It simply goes back to my overall argument that A View to a Kill isn't only bigger, it's also better and more enjoyable. But overall, this is an argument of style versus story, and story will always be the end-all be-all for me. And to bring it over to McCurdy, I just have one question. If the Beach Boys needle drop, the half-car chase, and the fire ladder scene were excised, would you still hold Dr. No above A View to a Kill?
It's a good question. It would make my argument harder to make, but I'd also say that for some other points after I watched the movie Dr. No a second time, I was like, no, there's other things that I'd missed the first time. Like it's been a while since I watched it, so rewatching the movie, I was like refreshed on some things that I was like, oh, I forgot about these things in Dr. No that I actually really like. So I don't know if that would sway my argument enough, but
which I get.
Things,
I get.
Again, like
Dr.
I
No's
said
awesome.
before, and I've reiterated this point multiple times, is that tone does matter with these movies. And if you're going to try to make a serious Bond film with like, you bring in the Nazis, concentration camps, like those types of things should warrant it to be like, oh, this should be a serious Bond movie. But
it's not like we go to the concentration camps. It's not like
I'm
we're
not
in
saying
there.
It does, but you're like,
you're
it's just like, again, all these movies.
You wanted this movie to be more Schindler's List?
No, I never said that.
Arguments about Bond always come down to goofy versus serious. And my overall argument with that is that the world of James Bond is ridiculous, and every movie has something that's goofy about it, including Goldfinger. From Russia with Love, no. That's why it's like the crown jewel for me. But goofy doesn't offend me horribly unless it's stupid like the gondola, where it's purposeless and it's just there to be like, look what we did, but it's with no purpose, and it's lame.
And I think the argument can be made, though, and I think Nans and I both agree that there is a lot of what you were describing, but it doesn't offend you. And that's where I'm like, it offends a lot of other people and offends me. And I don't even like using the word offend. It's
the
just
half car. Like, if you enjoy it, like, because if you enjoy the gondola moment,
Yeah.
I don't know, you might be like high or something. But,
Yeah.
but the half car is like, it's enjoyable. I can't I call it a guilty pleasure, you know,
Sure.
but I just don't want to discount. My whole philosophy is not discounting entire movies because they make one wrong turn. And we'll get to that with Daniel Craig. Because like eventually there are moments that feel out of place because it's so stark. It's so dark, stark, and depressing that any kind of goofiness is like, you know, but I'm okay with like certain things being a little ridiculous so far as they kind of help the plot. And there's nothing in A View to a Kill that kills the plot for me in the same way that, as I pointed out in depth in For Your Eyes Only, the snow chase scenes, they undermine the plot. Again, it's like trying to be a smarter spy film, and instead it's like, well, we have to have these chase scenes, and they undermine the smart plot they're trying to play with. Whereas in this movie, the car chase with the cops, even if it gets a little goofy and you have your cop that's like, oh, man, you know, it doesn't undermine the plot at all for me. So that's my piece. Go ahead.
Okay, so
Scott, shut the fuck up.
He's like, okay. Okay,
Get
so
on
a
with it.
case,
Get
here's
on
my
with
case
it.
for Dr. No. And some of these I think you kind of touched on or alluded to, and I could easily see where you're going to be like, oh, I don't agree with that, but here's my piece. After watching Dr. No yesterday and today and just really kind of marinating and thinking about it.
Yeah.
So when comparing these two films, the answer should be obvious. I've said my piece on why I don't think A View to a Kill is a great Bond film, but let me focus on the positives of its competitor in this argument. Why is Dr. No a better Bond film? As Scott would put it, better music, better girl, better villain, and yes, a better Bond. From the moment the movie opens, we hear our first rendition of the classic Bond theme that plays throughout the series of its original guitar riff. That is when it hits you. You're watching a James Bond movie. I unfortunately don't get that feeling when I watch A View to a Kill. While Duran Duran's song is a great song to sing while you're driving to the grocery store to pick up laundry detergent, it doesn't put you in the mood of a spy thriller with swagger and grit. And yes, you might be saying, yes, the Bond theme is in this movie, but I think more often than not, it's the Duran Duran theme, either in orchestral form or its actual theme, than the Bond film.
That's common.
It is, but this movie, it's like, I instantly watched Dr. No, and I'm like, oh, I'm watching a James Bond movie. When I watch the last movie, I don't get that feeling. And let me keep going. Ursula Andress' performance of Honey Rider may be dubbed and allocated to the second half of the movie, but her character, her performance, of course, her looks leave an image that you can't forget. When she gives her character's monologue on her life with her father and how she was raped as a victim in the only subtle way films in the 60s could, damn it, I believe it. And when she tells Bond she killed a rapist using spider venom and only in a matter-of-fact manner tells him that it took him days to die, I believe it. And when she asks Bond if he has a girl of his own, right away we know what she's thinking, but more on this later. For some, she may only be eye candy and add an obstacle bonus for Bond in the end. What would a Bond film be without its gorgeous Bond girl? I can't really say the same for the late Tanya Roberts. Yeah, she passed away. I don't think we mentioned that. Yeah, she passed not very long ago. And while a character may be something to behold, and I'm talking specifically your character, and you made a lot of points about this, her performance is more than on the side of obnoxious most of the time. Next, we have the titular character of the film Dr. No, played by Joseph Wiseman. We've gone on lengths of Christopher Walken's performance and character of Max Zorin, but I beg to differ much with Dr. No. He's held in elusive mystery throughout the film. He's the Harry Lime to the third man. While we see Max Zorin do some pretty horrific things,
Dead.
No one was really that scared of him. Not like Dr. No. Every henchman of No's can't bear to live if they are caught failing. That only leaves to the imagination of how terrible Dr. No really is. Dr. No sees his men as expendable just as Max Zorin, but Wiseman's voice and presence lurks in your mind. Walken is Walken. His voice has become a party trick to entertain friends.
Hi! It's me, Christopher Walken. You know, I'm Fatboy Slim. I like to dance. I like to move. Unless there's a uncomfortable hunk of metal up my ass.
But
Wiseman's voice is spooky and dangerous. I think anyone can play manic and laugh at their demise, but I think it takes some craft to conjure that what Wiseman's performance does. We may not care that much about his evil plot, and I beg the same for Zorin. But at the end of the day, Dr. No is what we expect out of a James Bond film, and Zorin feels like a corporate yuppie 80s villain. And then that leads to the fight between the Titans, Sean Connery in his first role of the character and Roger Moore on his last leg. If there's a hook, I think it is here. Connery is everything you want in a James Bond and everything you wish you aren't. He's cunning, witty, dangerous, gritty, and sexy. Every woman in this film has their eye on him and wants a piece, and we believe it. Moore is really hard to buy. While he gets in bed with a lot of women and he has his charm, it's hard to believe Moore pushing 60 could do all of this. He's better off buying an ice cream.
Yes, well, you get your clothes on. I'll buy you an ice cream.
The moment the film introduces Connery, as Bond, smoking a cigarette, playing Baccarat, and saying his infamous line, "My name is Bond, James Bond," and the theme swells, "We want to be this guy." He's fucking cool. His back and forth wordplay with Dr. No, his smooth approach to getting into bed with Sylvia Tench, as well as other women, his unforgettable one-liners, such as, "I think they were on their way to a funeral," "Don't let him get away," and "You've had your six." It begs the word, it's iconic. But at the same time, and I'm going to drink to that.
No, I'll drink for you. I will drink for you.
Which, I didn't write this in there, but Roger Moore doesn't even have this in there's nothing like that in the Roger Moore films. The pieces are kind of there for A View to a Kill, and I don't discredit you for the villain or the plot, but I don't think that's the whole package necessarily, especially when we're talking about like what is the essence of a Bond film? What is that guy with ice in his veins that you notoriously talk about? Like, I just don't see it in this movie, and I think it's in Dr. No.
That's a good point. That it's not like he doesn't in Fear Eyes Only when he Sparta the guy off the cliff. That's a good Bond moment. And then again where you're like, Roger Moore didn't want to do it, and I'm like, Roger, But
yeah,
I rewatching Dr. No, and again the weird thing, and I'm about to read the comments from everybody online, and like the number one thing, the moment you express an opinion on a Bond movie in a critical manner, everybody's like, "You hate it," and it's like, no, I can criticize it and still love it.
We're talking about two things we like we're arguing that.
And which one's better? And everybody's, no, you just hate, or even like, You Only Live Twice being at the bottom, and everybody's, you hate it. Like, no, it's just not as good as the others, but it's still on the list. In the same way that like everybody ranking the Beatles is like, Ringo Starr's at the bottom. And I'm like, yeah, but he's still a Beatle, bitch. Yeah. He's awesome. Like, Ringo is awesome. Try being as cool as Ringo Starr in your entire life. Your entire sad, pathetic fucking life. Anyway, so rewatching Dr. No, I'm like, I get it. It's so cool. Sean Connery is the man. Like I said, if he wanted to do butt stuff, I'd be like, yeah, sure.
One point we've made on bad guys in the past, and actually have made with Dr. No, I think in comparison to Goldfinger, when we were ranking those two. I once again, we've made the point we like an involved bad guy, right?
An active
Zorin
bad guy,
is
yeah.
at least involved. I'm not saying Dr. No is not involved, and I do love that overhanging,
Blofeld-esque
darkness that you alluded to, McCurdy, that he has, that everybody's terrified of him, and we don't see him for 4/5 of the film.
People are willing to kill themselves rather than
face what he's doing, and he's always alluded to and talked about but never seen.
What A View to a Kill needed was the Joker Batman interrogation scene, right? Something that helps us get to know him, Zorin, and possibly see his way of things, and possibly root for him, right? In the same way that like maybe you root for Drax or any bad guy really, where you can see their side of things, and even if you disagree with them on a moral level, you're like, I understand why they're doing it. Look to Goldfinger's golf scene. This is really where my thinking started to go. It's fun and cool as hell and classy. Whereas A View to a Kill, we have this horse riding scene instead. It's certainly not as cool and classy because it's turned into a bit of an action scene instead of an interesting dialogue scene between our hero and villain. That's the key. Our hero and villain. in A View to a Kill, we get so much Zorin. He's a super active bad guy, but not with Bond himself. We miss out on a relationship between Bond and Zorin. There's literally only one dialogue scene between them where the mask is off, right? And mask off meaning like they both know who each other is. Every other scene, one of them's pretending to be something he isn't, like Zorin pretending to be innocent, Bond pretending to be Sinjin or whatever. So let me propose a change, right? And this is, I'm going to go the route of like, here's how I would change the movie to this is where A View to a Kill would have been Goldfinger, Dr. No classy. Let's say instead, Zorin, who's already, like, so this is like where they're having their horse riding scene, right? Like Zorin's already on to Bond at this point. He goes out on a ride with Bond, continues talking to Bond on this ride, each of them provoking each other, right? Each pretending that they're not aware of the other's real self. It's just two guys out and about having a chat, much like Bond and Goldfinger had many times. A battle of words. Remember, Bond knows that Zorin probably has a microchip in his jockey whip so he can cheat in a race, right? So Bond continues provoking Zorin, who provokes back until he makes the wager that if Bond beats him in a horse race, he can keep the horse. Maybe then Bond points out that he couldn't possibly win against a horse that's been tampered with, again, provoking him. And this is when Zorin plays his ace in the hole and activates the microchip and not his horse, but in Bond's horse, throwing Bond over a cliff to his death or, like falling into a river or something and dying or so Zorin thinks. This could easily be intercut with Tibbet's death for better effect. Bond falls into a river and off a waterfall or whatever. Like Zorin's like, that motherfucker's dead. Bond finds the car with Tibbet in it, and this becomes Bond's lowest point in the film. He's been defeated and humiliated. Either way, we needed a scene like this to better grow a relationship between Bond and his adversary while giving us a sense of why Zorin is doing what he does. What we got instead were 3 interactions. There's literally 3 interactions between them, and then the fight at the end, but nothing that really grows a relationship between them, as well as building up Zorin's motivation. And this is important in Bond movies. His motivation seems obvious. Again, like I said, he's just like a psycho, wants to take over the world. Backstory. But to have it delivered to Bond in the style of Goldfinger or Dr. No would have been a nice touch, a Bond movie touch. Like, okay, imagine Zorin, he's been riding with Bond a bit. They're talking, and like his backstory comes out, and he's talking about being a concentration camper, being a camper.
We lived in the camps like animals. I learned from my mother that people are like sheep. I vowed to never be a cattle, like this horse I'm riding.
There's a little visual metaphor. He's riding the horse. People are sheep, people are cattle, people are horses. I'm on top of them, right? Like something as simple as that would have made this a little bit more of a profound movie. We needed to hear the backstory from the man himself and not just from Chuck Lee from the CIA, right? Like, and that would have, at that point, maybe you start, even though Zorin's a psycho, maybe you start rooting for him because he did, like, he came from shit and he's like, coming from a concentration camp, you might be like, you might have a complex that requires you to run the world so that you won't ever be put in that position again. Like Magneto
well, not
or something.
only that, you're experimented on, your mother's experimented on. And
exactly. So again, like, I'm never going to be an animal again. Everybody else is a sheep but me. All in all, it's a difficult sell because A View to a Kill is so much better in so many departments. It's not just bigger, as in the case of Thunderball, where it wasn't necessarily better. It's bigger and better in my book. But the counter argument is one of nostalgia and class, and I get it. That's something that's hard to beat, especially when the movie does have some ridiculousness. But Dr. No does have the actual sit down with Dr. No, where we get to know him and his strange motivation to glorify Spectre and the whole East-West thing. And you really cannot make the argument that Dr. No could have been better than it is. In this department or any other department, Dr. No's relationship to Bond, in which he keeps Bond alive to potentially recruit him, is more of a compelling relationship than Bond and Zorin ever have together, and their complete lack of a connection.
I only gratify your curiosity because you're the one man I've met capable of appreciating what I've done.
And on these grounds, I'm willing to concede that Dr. No is better. Because we have so much Zorin, but we don't have a Bond-Zorin relationship. And, like, that's key. Dr. No's like, you could be like me, and you could have money and riches and all that. And Bond's like, but why? And so that's where it's like, Good, evil.
The successful criminal brain is always superior. It has to be. Why become criminal?
On those grounds, I'm like cool with it being below Dr. No. And I assume you guys are cool with that. You don't want to argue anything else, right? We've gone on long enough.
No.
Goldfinger, f*** you, still at number 1, From Russia Love, number 2, Spy Love Me, number 3, Man with the Golden Gun, number 4, Dr. No, number 5, View to Kill, Welcome, number 6, number 7, For Your Eyes Only, number 8, OHNSS, number 9, Thunderball, number 10, Octopussy, number 11, Live and Let Die, Moonraker 12, Diamonds Are Forever 13, You Only Live Twice, You f***er, You're Still 14. That was a marathon through the Roger Moore movies.
You can breeze through Connery pretty quickly. You get to George Lazenby, and then you're like, oh, I just got one more Connery film, and I really like Roger Majesty's Secret Service. But then it's like, okay, now we're at the Roger Moore movies. You get the first 2 films, which for some people are hit or miss. For me, it's a miss. I like the first one, the second one not so much. But we've talked about that.
We've
talked about that. And then you get the next 2 that are almost like remakes of each other in a weird way with The Spy Who Loved Me and Moonraker. And then it's like, so that's like one distinct era. But then the second era is like the John Glenn, like, let's rehash and remake the films instead of finding what's new and hip. So it's like, let's do the first one, let's do Honor Majesty's Secret Service. The second one's kind of From Russia with Love, but not. And then the next one's Goldfinger. And then more should have been done like after You Only Live Twice. It takes a long time to get through that.
You said You Only Live Twice. He should have been done after For Your Eyes Only?
For Your Eyes Only. Did I say You Only Live Twice? Yeah.
Yeah, it should have been done. Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you.
So, and again, I really can't see Dalton in A View to a Kill. Like, I can't see anybody but Roger Moore in A View to a Kill. Again, because of that scene with St. John Smythe.
Mayday, where have you been? I've been waiting for you. To take care of me personally.
I can't see anybody but Roger Moore in that scene. McCurdy, let's honor the guy.
Here's to the late Sir Roger Moore.
Roger Moore, the man. If you don't like this dude's movies, your soul's dead. I'm sticking to that, and I'm drinking. Thanks, Roger.
You can't even make a consistent argument other than saying bad movie, good movie, better guns, better women. Like, that's a bad argument.
Where are you going, McCurdy? Where are you going, McCurdy, you sad piece of shit? Oh, bad movie, good movie. Oh, sorry, McCurdy. My fucking fat McCurdy.